Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun, not girlfriend and boyfriend. Chapter 93. Danzo was pierced in the heart by the cutting technique without any resistance. Danzo pointed at Naruto with a painful face and cursed. How dare you attack Konoha's senior management? As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen should have given you to me in the first place. Naruto rolled his eyes wildly at the determined Danzo. I felt that if I didn't cooperate with him, I would be sorry for his superb acting skills. Ha ha ha, Naruto, can't be provoked by a villain like you. Naruto imitated the tone of the witty Feng Bao Bao and gave Danzo a dry laugh, then turned around and pretended to leave. Danzo on the opposite side was dumbfounded. This tone, this action. No matter how you look at it, he is playing with himself. Does he know his cards? Impossible. Izanagi is a secret among secrets. Little known even among the Uchiha clan. Although full of doubts. But his passing chakra is no longer enough to drag on. Driving Izanagi chakra consumes like running water. Danzo, whose heart was pierced, slowly disappeared. The next moment, it appeared in front of Naruto. Appeared as abruptly as when he pinched Shisui's eyeballs. The bandaged right eye has been untied. The scarlet Manjiki stared straight at Naruto. Distinguished heavenly gods activated. A large number of memories flooded towards Naruto with the pupil power of the distinguished heavenly gods. The layers of subconsciousness were stripped away by the distinguished heavenly gods and rushed towards the deepest part of the subconsciousness. It's done. Danzo was ecstatic in his heart. As long as I implant the order of loving Konoha and being loyal to myself in the deepest part of Naruto's subconscious mind, I will get an invincible monster. With Danzo's pupil art over. The CD of 377 distinguished heavenly gods has also entered a cooling period of more than 10 years. Looking at Naruto, who stopped, Danzo yelled at him arrogantly. From now on, my order is absolute. After returning to Konoha village, when Sarutobi Hiruzen asks, you say that you are Konoha, who believes in the will of fire, and remember to report to me every night. I see. Naruto looked up at the chattering Danzo. Suddenly Zagetsu appeared and stabbed him through the heart again. Pfft! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Danzo looked at Naruto in shock. How is it possible? Why are you not controlled? Naruto looked at Danzo sympathetically. Idiot, even Manjiki, the condition for him to activate is pupil power and chakra. Above the Manjiki there is the eternal Manjiki Sharingan and the Rinnegan. Coincidentally, my eyes are exactly the same level as Rinnegan's blood successor limit. You used a Manjiki to cast an illusion on me across 2 levels? I didn't let your illusion backfire just now, that's because I wanted you to understand. As Naruto's voice fell, the dead Danzo disappeared again and appeared behind Naruto. Impossible! How did you have those eyes? At this time, Danzo's face was full of panic. Manjiki is the eye of God that can control even tailed beasts. How could Naruto resist Lord Manjiki's pupil art? Naruto looked sympathetically at the panicked Danzo. Just like when fighting against Sasuke. Shouting that he is willing to sacrifice his life for Konoha. But he ran straight back without stopping. Fighting with Sasuke, he still has a bit of bitterness, kfat, and no confidence to stab Sasuke. But with the strength that Naruto has shown now, he clearly knew that he could never beat Naruto. The terrifying ice escape alone is already very tricky. What's more, he also has the wood style of first Hokage and the 9 tails who are eyeing up next to him. Naruto looked at the giant like a dog and did not pursue. He didn't want Danzo to die so easily. Wanting to eliminate Konoha's malignant tumor forever. The Sharingan with Danzo's arm is an opportunity for him to completely rule with no future troubles. Although his own strength can easily overturn the poker table. But among Konoha, there are many girlfriends and their families who are bound by Naruto. If you kill Danzo silently now, 3rd generation will never let go of the opportunity to discredit itself. Those ignorant fools inevitably talk about themselves behind their backs. Even if he directly destroys the third generation, they also only see themselves as terrorists, not heroes. Although Naruto has the ability to slaughter all those who resist him, but the Naruto who traveled through time was not as crazy as the group of lunatics in the ninja world. All Naruto has to do is to discredit the moths in full view, and then tear them apart. And the following days happen to have a very good opportunity. That is the joint Chunin exam. At that time, celebrities and nobles from the entire ninja world will attend the Chunin examination ceremony. It was at that time that Danzo and third generation were sent away together, saving him from making troubles and disgusting himself. Naruto turned to look at Yamato. At this moment, he was pushed down by Nine Tails and rolled around like a glass ball. Yamato looked at the huge Nine Tails without tears. Obviously wood style has a suppressive effect on the tailed beast chakra. How come it doesn't work at all? Naruto jumped on the head of Nine Tails with a smile and looked at Yamato. He has no ill feeling towards this Taihanhan who was rescued from the root by Kakashi. To put it bluntly, this guy is loyal to the village, whoever is Hokage, and whoever he follows. When Tsunade was in power, it is he who is in charge of looking after Naruto. Compared with the eccentric Kakashi, this Yamato is much more helpful to Naruto. Several Nine Tails rampages were suppressed by him with wood style. So Naruto still has a good impression of this dull guy. Okay, stop playing, you will die if you play any more. Naruto patted Kurama's head and smiled. Nine Tails gave Naruto a blank look. Because of the seal, it doesn't want to talk to Naruto at all at this time. Seeing that Naruto has solved the trouble over there, Nine Tails instantly transformed into Chakra and returned to Naruto's body. Although the seal is broken, but once the tailed beast is sealed into Jinchuriki's body, both Jinchuriki and Jinchuriki will be damaged. Once he leaves Naruto's body, Naruto hangs up. It will also take a long time to condense Chakra in other places. Now that the seal has been lifted, Nine Tails naturally regards Naruto's body as their temporary residence. Yamato looked up at Naruto with a complex expression. His original purpose was to suppress the power of Nine Tails and monitor whether Danzo is using distinguished heavenly gods well. As a result, a face-to-face effort. 2 of my 3 elite Jonin's were instantly killed, and I was bounced around like a toy. Even Danzo was somehow killed by Naruto twice. Yamato knew clearly that Naruto intentionally left his life behind. I will not betray the village. Yamato looked at Naruto with complicated expression and said. Even though Naruto is strong, but Yamato still showed no signs of timidity. Naruto looked at the stubborn Yamato and smiled. I didn't ask you to betray the village, but you have to remember that Sarutobi Hiruzen represents the village. 17. He is just a representative elected by the villagers. Even if he does something that harms the interests of the village has the right to abolish him. You are an experimental subject who was used for experiments since you were a child, and you should have a happy family in the first place. How many innocent children have been killed by Konoha executives for the so-called wood style? The leaves are rotten, he needs you to eradicate all those rotten roots. Naruto bewitched Yamato in a faint tone. The originally blue eyes turned into the shape of Manjiki at some point. Yamato only felt that his mind was in a trance for a while, and then his eyes became brighter. You're right. I'm loyal to the village, not to Hokage. Naruto looked at the excited Yamato and pouted. Transcribe the seal. Naruto had already sealed the pupil technique and pupil power of the distinguished heavenly gods into his eyes. Originally intended to prevent Danzo from inadvertently using distinguished heavenly gods on himself. After all, the pupil art that was blown up to the sky in the previous life. Naruto is also not sure whether his own soul can resist this legendary mind-altering pupil technique. But Dad said that magic against magic must be right. So after getting the distinguished heavenly gods, Naruto directly sealed it into his eyes. Used to counteract the pupil technique of the Manjiki in Danzo's hand. However, Naruto overestimated this so-called strongest illusion after all. This guy entered his subconscious without even breaking through his first layer of Tensagen defenses. Not to mention the deeper Saint Seiya's small universe, and the system bound to his own sea of consciousness. And the ability of distinguished heavenly gods is not as powerful as boasted in the previous life. Naruto, who has experienced this illusion, clearly perceives. This thing is actually similar to the movie Inception I watched in my previous life. Implant a memory that does not belong to you into the depths of your subconscious. Allowing a person to be affected by implanted memories unconsciously. Even this thing can't achieve immediate results at all. Can only rely on language or behavior to guide the recruiters unconsciously. Just like Danzo did when the 5 Kages were in talks to control Mifune. First of all, he proposed that he should be the leader of the coalition army. Mifune subconsciously thought that this proposal was good, and then chose to agree. For this tasteless illusion, Naruto immediately lost interest in it after learning its real effect. In line with the idea of waste utilization, I simply gave this illusion to Yamato for free. After all, this guy is also taking over Kakashi's position as captain of Anbu. After Konoha F4 hangs up, it will be convenient to gather Anbu's forces. I glanced at Yamato whose eyes were shining brightly. Naruto dropped him directly, turned around and flew towards Tsunami's house. This time, no one disturbed my two-person world. Chapter 94. Danzo returned to Konoha in a panic. Shocked, he hurriedly found Sarutobi Hiruzen and told third generation about the failure of his plan. After listening to Danzo's narration, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was ashen, and he was shocked. Not even the distinguished heavenly gods can control him. That is the legendary Manjiki, an existence of the same level of power as Uchiha Itachi. Not even they know the mysteries of the eternal Manjiki. Hiruzen, think about what to do. Danzo anxiously walked up and down the room. Now he can completely control Nine Tails, coupled with his tyrannical wood style, he is now even scarier than first generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. The reason why he kills Senju is that he is worried about another Senju Hashirama. Because Senju Hashirama's strength can no longer be won by relying on a large number of people. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo who was completely out of proportion, his eyes turned cold. What the hell? You want to privately control Naruto with the distinguished heavenly gods? He's the son of the 4th generation. Danzo on the opposite side looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a confused face. Didn't you say you were worried about Naruto's approval of the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Danzo suddenly and said. I didn't ask you to use distinguished heavenly gods to control Naruto either. I just asked you to talk to him. Danzo looked at the upright Sarutobi Hiruzen with an MMP face, and at this moment his heart was like 1,000 mud horses galloping crazily. Because he thought about it carefully and found that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not mention a word about using distinguished heavenly gods to control Naruto. But whether it is intuition or assigning Tianhe to himself, he has the illusion that he said this. Sarutobi Hiruzen said sternly to Danzo. You are so disappointing. From now on, you will be released from the position of assistant Hokage, and you will be confined in the clan before the next notice is issued. Come on. As soon as the words fell, 2 Anbu appeared beside Danzo with a whoosh. Take Danzo down and stop letting him run around. Yes. Danzo, number. However, at this moment, the door of the office was pushed open again. Yamato walked in through the door unharmed. Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were taken aback. Danzo looked at Yamato in surprise and asked. You're not dead? Yamato glanced at Danzo. This is the darkness of the leaf, the rotten root of this great tree. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes also asked Yamato to explain. Master Hokage, Naruto didn't kill me, he said he was a member of Konoha village, this matter is over, it's a way to save face, but he said Master Danzo must die. Because he was extremely angry when he saw the Sharingan in Master Danzo's hands, and said that his students were members of the Uchiha clan. He also said that Uchiha Itake's killing of the Uchiha clan was obviously ordered by Danzo. Danzo was not, and he felt very sorry. Danzo was very anxious when he heard the words. BD. It's obvious that the Uchiha clan has rebelled, so we're just going to act first. Hiruzen, you know that, right? You know this too. Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted at Danzo, wondering what he was thinking. Suddenly he waved his hand. Don't worry, I know what's in my heart, I'll talk to Naruto later, and I won't take Master Danzo down. Danzo looked relieved. In his opinion, Sarutobi Hiruzen is a soft-hearted person. When he captured Orochimaru, he had a chance to kill him, but Sarutobi Hiruzen finally pretended to be invincible and let him go. In his opinion, now that Sarutobi Hiruzen has spoken, this matter will definitely not be resolved. After all, what I said is correct, it is obvious that the coup of the Uchiha clan is about to happen, and I am only trying to protect peace. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Yamato. How is the mission of the 7th class going? Yamato respectfully reported. The client lied about the mission information, and this mission involved Kato, the richest man in the ninja world. He hired Kirigakure, one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen, to assassinate Dazna. Naruto and others should have fought against Zabuzan, but we are just worried about being discovered by Naruto, so we don't know what will happen in the end. It's just that he didn't die again, but returned to Kato after fighting the 7th squad. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Not dead. No matter whether it is Kakashi or Naruto, Zabuzan should not be allowed to leave alive. One of them is from Captain Anbu, and the other is a ruthless person who slaughtered an entire ninja village alone. How could they let them leave alive after not beheading and assassinating again? Unable to figure it out, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand to signal Yamato to back down. Is that the end? Did Minato and Naruto intercede for Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his pipe one after another. It is obviously one step away, why is it so difficult for the Sarutobi clan to rise? I don't have the energy to kill another Senju Hashirama now. Fortunately for Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto has not shown his love for power so far. Double-edged sword, double-edged sword. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up. He beckoned to the air. An Anbu instantly appeared at his desk. Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen said happily to Anbu. Tell Tsunagakure's this joint Chunin exam I agree. Although not hard. But it doesn't mean that I can't use him. A gen incomparable to first Hokage. Don't you guys want to join the Chunin exam? Then you will be fulfilled. Ask for flowers. Don't think that you can use Konoha as a stepping stone for the so-called elite training. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered. This year's graduates are definitely the peak class. The major ninjutsu families, the Blood Successor Limit family and the Mystic Art family gathered in the same year. Retired Chunin Fault cut not much to say. But when it comes to Genin, Sarutobi Hiruzen still has absolute confidence. If we add Naruto, who can be called a monster, this year's joint Chunin exam will definitely show its face. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was basking in the anticipation of the future, time passed little by little. Another month passed. The bridge of the Land of Waves has finally been completed. Everyone stood on the newly built bridge and said goodbye to each other. Naruto said affectionately to Tsunami that he would pick her up and settle down when he built a big house in Konoha. Dazna on the side gritted his teeth but didn't dare to say anything more. After all, he was in the wrong, and Naruto really didn't have any compulsive behavior. And Konoha's living environment is indeed hundreds of times better than that of the Land of Waves. At this time, Ely has already been fooled by Naruto into a cheap son. Would he be mad if he knew that Naruto was only a few years older than him? Before leaving, Naruto spent hundreds of thousands of life points to buy a bunch of weapons and ammunition for Araki to protect himself. As his own woman, Naruto naturally wouldn't be reluctant to spend even this bit of destiny. If it wasn't for the fact that the Kingdom of Waves is too poor and has no enemies, Zabuza and Bai are here to control Kato's power. Naruto will definitely give Tsunami a prize of 1 million destiny points for self-defense without hesitation. Sasuke looked at Naruto with disgust. What I thought was an exciting task, became extremely boring with Naruto's intervention. Every day I do nothing to watch the workers repair the bridge. He didn't even feel as enriched by the D-level missions he had done in the village before. After all, there was still Naruto's devil training at that time. But now Naruto is immersed in the happiness of a wife, completely ignoring the practice of Sasuke and the others. And Kakashi also looks like a routine, holding a little PN book all day long and indulging his ministers there. At this time, Kakashi is still the first year to lead people. The perennial killings in Anbu made him not in the mood to teach Sasuke and others. At this moment, his mind is full of the fact that Naruto said that Obito is still alive. Now he can't wait to follow Naruto to Kirigakure and bring his friend back to Konoha village. After a few people returned to Konoha, many genin from other villages who came to take the exam had arrived early. And Naruto saw 3 familiar figures at the door. It was the 3 Gaara siblings who had just arrived at Konoha village. Looking at Temari, who is still full of youth, Naruto smiled slightly. "Hey, beauty, are you here for a tour? Do you need a tour guide?" Chapter 95. 4th generation same royal robe, with the handsome face that has been taken care of. The handsome Naruto made the opposite Temari blush. Pointing at herself, she asked shyly. "Hey? Me? Certainly." Naruto unceremoniously leaned forward and gently took Temari's little hand and said with emotion. "From the moment I saw you, I was deeply attracted by your handsome face. You are so perfect in my eyes, please give me a chance to pursue you." At this time, Temari was only 15 years old, and the only person who thought badly about her was a genin who died in an ordinary sea-level task, and he still took pleasure in bullying her. In this ninja world where strength is the most important thing, when has she met such a straightforward flirtatious girl? Temari blushed and didn't know how to answer. Kankuro on the side suddenly became angry. "UBD. Do you think we don't exist? Temari is also what you can covet for 407. Then he glanced at Naruto's forehead protector tied to his arm and said with contempt. "You are only a genin at such an age, you are worthy of Temari, you have to know that Temari is Kazekage's daughter." But as soon as his words fell, in a blink of an eye, Naruto had disappeared from his vision. The pupils of the 3 of Gaara shrank. "Aid." The next second, Naruto's voice came from behind Kankuro. Naruto's arm catches Kankuro's arm. "Oh, don't be so ignorant, after my sister and I get married, we will be a family does not speak 2 languages, come to Konoha, you mention my name, I'm jealous of you." Kankuro's expression changed. He didn't realize when Naruto appeared behind him. The alarm sounded in his heart, and the chakra line in his hand was tied behind him in an instant. However, he found that Naruto appeared in front of Temari without knowing when. An ice flower in his hand was handed to the astonished Temari. "Give it to you, my longing will never fade like this ice rose." Temari subconsciously took it and covered his mouth with a smile. "A rose made of ice will melt soon, right?" Naruto grinned. "No, mine won't. This is the ice made by frozen fruit, although it is not true that it will never fade. But it's not a problem at all to insist on not turning them into months." At this time, Xianglin and Xiao Sakura behind them couldn't bear it anymore. The 2 stood up and asked loudly. "Aren't you the ninjas of Tsunagakure?" "That's it. It is true that the nation of fire and the nation of wind are allies, but the treaty prohibits ninjas from entering and leaving the other country at will." "Yep. Tell us your purpose, and we will report it to the village according to the situation." "That's right. That's right." Naruto looked at the dancing Karin and little Sakura with black lines on their heads. "Are you 2 singing Erin's one?" At this time, Kakashi who was behind came up. Are you here to take the Chunin exam? The Gaara trio nodded at Kakashi's Jainin vest and took out their passes. That's right, this year's Chunin exam will be held in Konoha, and we are genin from Tsunagakuer, the land of wines. Xianglin and little Sakura were taken aback. Hey? Why don't we know? It was decided during the month of our mission. Naruto laughed and said, if you want to participate, you can ask Kakashi to register for you. Naruto knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not let go of the opportunity to present the Konoha occult family to the ninja world. Kakashi also understood this very well, touched his nose and did not speak. Even in the original, Kakashi also mentioned to Iruka that even Naruto has the strength to catch up with Iruka. And although Iruka is just an ordinary Chunin, but this is enough to show that all the genin in Naruto's class have reached the level of Chunin in a very short period of time. Sasuke on the side showed a cold and disdainful smile. Chunin exam? It's just a trifle. Gaara frowned and looked at Sasuke. I don't know why he always feels that the guy in front of him is particularly in need of a beating. Kankuro said with a displeased face. It's up to you. Don't underestimate the Chunin exam. If it weren't for the plan, he and Temari would have been promoted to Chunin long ago. As of now, his strength has not lost to the veteran Chunin at all. Coupled with the monster Gaara, the purpose of this Chunin exam is none other than their Tsunagakuer. But Kankuro looked at Naruto with a frown. The playboy who appeared in front of him made Kankuro elusive. Just the speed shown makes people have to treat it with caution. What's more, he even used ice escape. This is the blood succession limit. I haven't heard of Konoha's ice escape family. At this time, Gaara said without the slightest expression. Let's go, we have to go to the stronghold together. We are not here to play house this time. Anyone who dares to lose the village will kill you. Kankuro and Temari felt their scalps go numb when they heard this. Sorry, Gaara, he came up first, Temari broke out in a sudden cold sweat, tears were about to flow out. Sudden snap. Temari and Kankuro's eyes widened, QAQ. Naruto appeared behind Gaara at some point and slapped him on the back of the head. How do you talk to your sister? You must know how to respect your elders. Even Gaara himself was fooled. He raised his hand sluggishly to touch the back of his head, and he didn't relax for a long time. What about Lao Zi's absolute defense? No. MD that BD hit me. Gaara finally recovered from her stupor. Outbursts of tyrannical emotion. His face was distorted, and the terrifying Chakra erupted directly at the entrance of Konoha village. Sasuke and the others looked at Gaara in astonishment. The amount of Chakra was much higher than their own, even more than Kakashi. Seeing this, Kakashi's pupil shrank. This guy has more Chakra than me. On the other side, Temari and Kankuro finally reacted and shouted. Gala! Calm down. Don't be impulsive. Don't forget our mission. That's right, Gaara, people who can't lose their villages here, isn't that 2.5 what you said? The nervous shout brought Gaara back to his senses. He took a deep breath and stared at Naruto fiercely. Naruto shrugged innocently. Am I wrong? Gaara asked through gritted teeth full of killing intent. Are you taking the test? Naruto chuckled. Not participating. Gaara, who originally planned to speak harshly, suddenly ran past with 10,000 muddy horses in his heart. Finally, he gritted his teeth and looked at Naruto and said. You, count yourself lucky. Walk. After speaking, Gaara turned around and walked towards the inside of Konoha. He was afraid that if he stayed for another second, he couldn't help but shoot this BD. Naruto looked at Gaara's back and sighed. This unlucky child. Chapter 96. The moment I saw Gaara, Naruto understood that the Shikaku in this guy's body was not suppressed by the seal at all. And he was obviously brainwashed by Monk Fenfu. It doesn't have much malice towards Jinchuriki. It's just that one tail is more talkative, and Gaara can't rest well because of the noise all day long. This leads to emotional rage abusing their magnet style. The reason why Naruto said he was an unlucky boy. It's all because of the fact that there is a Sabi daddy. On Naruto's side, if he didn't time travel, but after all, he just suffered from supercilious looks and pua. And on Gaara's side, if there was no Mazoninge, he would have been assassinated by his father Rosa long ago. Use the method of assassination to test whether the tailed beast will go berserk. Isn't this neurosis? It is perfectly normal for a child of a few years old to be unable to control the powerful chakra, causing accidental injury. He didn't think about how to help his son adapt to the overpowering power. Instead, it stimulates a young child's nerves over and over again to see if he will go berserk in despair. This is not a normal feeling, or even a person with an IQ can do 25 things. And Jinchūriki's several rampages are all because Gaara was stimulated to borrow Jinchūriki's power. Instead of Shikaku breaking the seal to deliberately destroy Sand Shinobi village. But 4th Hokage blamed it all on a child under 10 years old. From Naruto's point of view, this is completely out of the mind. You let a child of a few years old face being isolated and assassinated by his father all day long, and then let him keep his sanity and not abuse the power of guarding the town. That's not what neuropathy is. So at this time, Naruto was not angry with Gaara's harsh words, but full of sympathy. After all, with Naruto's current strength and knowledge, he will not be as knowledgeable as a child who does not threaten him at all, let alone he is going to date his sister. Kakashi led the crowd to the mission submission office. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw an insignificant flicker in Naruto's eyes, and then a worried expression appeared on his face. That's a lot, are you okay? I didn't expect Danzo to attack you, Naruto interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen with an impatient face. Okay, didn't Tianzang tell you? That's all for now. He and this old man who has few days to live don't want to argue with him at all. Kakashi and others on the side looked at Naruto in astonishment. Danzo? Shot? When did Danzo find Naruto again? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto who didn't show any face, his face became a little ugly. He suppressed his anger, took out a silver sundial and said with a smile. Come on, this is your reward for this mission, which is a full 200,000 taels. Naruto looked at the stack of banknotes in front of him with a sneer and didn't buy it. This mission involved the participation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and they were stabbed in the back by people from my own village. I don't think it's worth 35 million taels. My fragile little heart can't accept it. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused when he heard the words. Seeing Naruto's threatening expression, Tien smiled and counted out 5 million taels from the finance side and handed it to Naruto with distress. That's right, it's indeed the village's negligence, this is an extra remuneration for your class. Naruto took it unceremoniously and nodded in satisfaction. Then he casually said to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Recently, I'm researching forbidden technique, and I'll lend you the Book of Seals for a few days. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was completely gloomy. He had already seen it, and Naruto didn't care about him at all now. Naruto, the sealed book is the village's secret, and everyone needs to rely on mission merit in exchange for the ninjutsu above. If I give it to you directly, I'm afraid it will cause everyone's dissatisfaction. Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a half-smile and said. It's okay, I don't care, I'll see who dares to gossip behind their backs, and maybe they will disappear suddenly. Looking at Naruto's naked threats, Sarutobi Hiruzen had nowhere to vent his anger. Now he regrets more and more that he didn't listen to Danzo's advice and handed Naruto to him for brainwashing. Even though Jinchuriki may be controlled by Danzo, with his own ability, he can definitely turn him around easily. But since Naruto is the son of the 4th generation, at that time, I was worried that if I did this, Anbu would have strange thoughts, so I finally chose a milder pua. Who would have thought that he would be given one by the 4th generation? Now he suspects more and more that the reason why Naruto became like this is entirely because of the souls of the Minato couple in his body. At this moment Sarutobi Hiruzen, no matter how angry his heart is. But as a politician, it is impossible for him to tear up his face with Naruto. After all, he has seen the strength of first Hokage. He will never forget the scene of first generation pressing the tailed beast against Konoha's door like catching a chick. The feeling of powerlessness that no strategy will work is also the biggest reason why he decided to destroy the Senju clan in the later stage. Now Naruto also controls wood style, and he even has 9 tails that even first generation doesn't have as a power bank. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't even imagine how strong Naruto is now. Although I don't like Danzo's IQ, Sarutobi Hiruzen recognizes his strength. Even if it is not as good as myself, it is almost the same, not to mention that the Sharingan in his hand is definitely Kage level strength. Now even Danzo was easily beaten by Naruto and escaped like a lost dog. Third generation doesn't have any positive thoughts on Naruto. But this does not mean that Sarutobi Hiruzen has completely compromised. Because he thought of the 773 Akatsuki organization where Uchiha Itachi belonged. It was a mercenary organization that would do any task as long as they were paid. And almost all the rebels in the organization are S-level rebels. More importantly, according to the information sent back by Itachi, their leader even has the legendary Rinnegan. If there is such a strong strength, even if Senju Hashirama is alive, he may be defeated by their subordinates. Looking at the aggressive Naruto at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen has already made up an idea in his heart. That is, as long as the Chunin exam is over, hire Akatsuki to kill Naruto. As for 9 tails? Now I have mastered the allegiance of most ninjas in the village. Even if Konoha does not have the deterrence of the tailed beast, Konoha, who has the complete sealing technique of the Uzumaki family, plus many ninjutsu clans, will not make other villages empty. On the other hand, Naruto is already wanting the most important secrets in the village without any scruples, and he doesn't know what kind of request he will make on a whim in the future. So 9 tails can be lost, Naruto must die. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded decisively in agreement with Naruto's request. Yes. You can watch the ninjutsu on the Book of Seals at will, but there is one condition. Naruto raised his eyebrows and smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tell me. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice and said. That's to take the Chunin exam. Chapter 97. Chunin exam. Naruto looked uninterested. Originally he didn't intend to participate. Because the strength ranking among Konoha is Chunin, Jainin, Shadow, Renrin, Genin. I have already established myself at the top of Konoha, there is absolutely no need to compete with a group of brats for the qualification of a mere Chunin. Of course, because some of the participants in the Chunin exam are a group of 20-year-old veteran Genin. After all, this is an important viewing ceremony for each village to show its own village's military strength. Those Genin who have just graduated are not qualified to take the Chunin exam to embarrass them. So in the plot, when Naruto and others were recommended as candidates for the Chunin exam, Iruka reacted so strongly. Because the difficulty of the joint Chunin exam is dozens of times that of the ordinary Chunin exam. Each village's own Chunin exam is basically just a process to see if you are strong enough to become a Chunin. If the strength is reached and the contribution value is enough, then you will be promoted directly to Chunin. If the strength is not there, then wait until next year. However, the combined Chunin exams for each village are different. Because the purpose of this exam is not at all to become a Chunin. Instead, during the exam, he showed the strength of his village Genin to his heart's content to deter neighboring countries and receive more tasks. Therefore, most of the candidates who come to take the exam basically take part with the belief that they must die. This is also the reason why everyone signed the certificate of life and death without hesitation in the exam in the Forest of Death. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan is obvious. It is to let Naruto promote Konoha's reputation, but this is really not interesting to Naruto. He doesn't want to be looked at and competed like a monkey, especially with those idiot nobles who have no strength. He remembered that in the Dragon Blood Eye chapter, many nobles kept many ninjas in captivity to participate in gladiatorial fights and gamble. As a result, Naruto, who became a ninja hero at the time, united with Cloud Shinobi Village and took it directly. This can be regarded as another change in the status of ninjas and nobles. Naruto, who is beyond the Kage level, is no longer someone who can be rewarded for killing with money, so the status of the two sides has been replaced. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen uses the Book of Forbidden Technique as a condition in exchange for taking the Chunin exam. This is simply a free reward for other ninjas. But now that the Seal of Nine Tails has been broken, and with Naruto's current strength, Forbidden Technique scroll is actually useless to him. And the reason why I asked Sarutobi Hiruzen for the Forbidden Technique scroll was purely out of curiosity. He wanted to see Ghoul Seal, Flying Thunder God Technique and Reanimation Jutsu among them. Naruto considered for a long time, and finally brewed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Okay, just let me be in a team by myself, there is no need to give me a teammate. Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed. With Naruto in his pocket, Konoha was number 1 in the Chunin exam this time. And Naruto agreed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's request is also very simple. He found that his personality was changing towards the state of mind of Saitama teacher. What powerful strength brings is an endless sense of emptiness. It is rare to have something he is interested in, so Naruto decided to do something for it. Saitama-sensei still has an interest in being a hero. But Naruto found that he was not interested in these conspiracies and schemes in the ninja world except teasing girls every day. After all, Hokage is also known by various aliases such as Black Zetsu's Rescue of Mother, Legend of Eyeballs, The Temptation of Returning to the Village in 5 Villages. That's right, although Hokage is superior to many worlds in strength. But when it comes to the size of the world plate and the degree of splendor of the world, it is completely incomparable with Pirate World, Gourmet World, or Hunter World, or One Punch World. The entire ninja world is only the size of Eastern Europe in his previous life, and his current technology tree points to biotechnology. This is really not attractive to Naruto. So Naruto decided to participate more in the following days if there is something of interest. He didn't want to end up losing his feelings and becoming numb like Saitama. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally agreed to Naruto's request. He even took Naruto directly to the secret room where the Forbidden Technique scroll was stored and handed it to Naruto. Naruto rolled his eyes looking at the dense traps in the secret room and a dozen anbu. Really? The opening where Naruto easily steals the scroll of the seal in the original book is pure bullshit. Even Naruto can be 100% sure. Even Orochimaru couldn't have peeked at the sealed scroll silently. Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen acquiesced even when he secretly learned the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation on the sealed scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed over a huge scroll of sealing to Naruto. And when he opened the first page of the scroll, what was recorded was not the multiple shadow clone technique that Naruto saw. It's the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan that sealed the 9 tails, the 4-elephant seal. Sure enough, only in appearance is it similar to the scroll that Naruto stole. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto's impatient appearance and hurried over to gain favorability. It records all the S-level forbidden techniques and the more difficult A-level ninjutsu since the establishment of Konoha village. Each practice requires great perseverance, and the side effects that ordinary chunin can't bear, so you must be careful when practicing. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice fell, an extremely terrifying buzzing sound suddenly condensed in Naruto's outstretched palm. S-class lightning style Raikiri. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped. This trademark will be ready at a glance? And it hasn't been printed yet. However, with Naruto Chakra infused, the size of Raikiri is gradually shrinking. Soon the flickering lightning condensed into a purple cracked ball. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side was frightened by the huge energy contained in it. Lightning style Rinnegan. The form change of Raikiri is further compressed, resulting in the same form as the wind style Rinnegan shuriken. different from Wind Style's Chakra cutting from the cell level. The armor-piercing and high-intensity electric current brought by the nature transformation of the thunder attribute is enough to make Leighton Ray's Nan release terrifying high-voltage lightning in all directions the moment it explodes. If it explodes here, I am afraid that the entire secret room will be shattered by this terrifying attack. Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed and took 2 steps back to persuade. Naruto, there are a lot of Konoha's secrets stored here. If you want to train ninjutsu, let's wait until you go out of the secret room. Naruto looked at the cowardly Sarutobi Hiruzen with disdain. It scares you, can I still make him explode? With Naruto's chakra withdrawn, the terrifying enhanced Muji lightning-style Raise Nan disappeared from Naruto's grasp. Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly sent a sigh of relief. At that moment, he even felt that Naruto was going to kill the donkey and get the forbidden technique scroll to kill himself. And the next time, Naruto flicked through the sealed scroll as if looking at the flowers on a horse. The owner Tensagen and his strong mental power and small universe have already been able to remember with a photograph. And for these so-called forbidden techniques, they can instantly understand the flow of chakra just by seeing the handprints and successfully transform them into inner Muji. One way is all the way, now Naruto is fully able to clap your hands and shout what you want. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side looked at Naruto with a confused face, so what is he looking for again? Sudden. Chapter 98. Naruto's eyes lit up. Found it. Impressively written on the scroll is the ghoul sealing technique. This legendary suicide sealing technique will be harvested by the Shinigami after use. Hey, good stuff. Naruto put down the scroll and started printing. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side was overjoyed. This guy cast the ghoul band so quickly by himself? It seems that I even saved the money for hiring the Xiao organization. Seeing that Naruto's Madra has been completed, Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped out of the distance with a whoosh. He was worried that Naruto would pull himself back after knowing the price of this forbidden technique. This sealed scroll is not just for Naruto to see. The costs of various forbidden techniques are not recorded on the scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen originally also saved in case Naruto went mad. Who would have thought that Naruto would have used the most expensive ghoul directly? The third generation bouncing far away shouted hypocritically. Naruto, there are many forbidden techniques in the scrolls that are very dangerous, so don't use them carelessly. Naruto looked at such a timid third generation with black lines all over his head. You are a broken person, where is your amiable, self-sacrificing virgin face before? At this time, a huge Shinigami slowly emerged from behind Naruto with a short dagger in his mouth. The face like a ghost stared at Naruto excitedly and licked his tongue. This time, he felt that his soul was extraordinarily strong, and he could have a good meal again. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shinigami behind Naruto with ecstasy. Sure enough, he successfully summoned it. Since Naruto didn't choose the target, Sarutobi Hiruzen and many Anbu all saw the frightening Shinigami in front of them. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes could not hide the joy. But he still cried out in compassion. Oh! Naruto, why did you use this ninjutsu? Stop it, your father died after sealing 9 tails with him. This sealing technique can only be used once in a lifetime, and the cost is the life of the caster. I'm sorry for Minato, I didn't protect his last blood. The sad expression made all Anbu admire, and even strengthened his determination to die with Master Hokage. Naruto scolded Sarutobi Hiruzen impatiently. What the FK, am I dead? Are you crying? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face froze. If it weren't for worrying about being pulled back, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have already yelled at him at this time. Looking around translucently, frowning, he found that he had no target to attack. This made him feel as if he had been brushed off. He stretched out his arm angrily, and grabbed the soul emerging from behind Naruto with his big translucent hand. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen grinned wider and wider. He had already seen the happy days when he regained control of Konoha. However, Naruto didn't panic in the face of Shinigami. Instead, he looked thoughtfully at the arm that Shinigami grabbed. Really? Naruto rubbed his chin, this thing is fake. And it's artificial. Some undead, because of their nostalgia for the present world or other hindering factors, cannot ascend to heaven and linger in places that attract them. Some of them, after years of mourning and torment, or accelerated by external factors, eventually degenerated into nothingness. And the Shinigami in front of me is the lowest level of void. Although it is different from the void in the Shinigami world, they are essentially the same thing. The so-called ghouls are sealed off. It is a sacrificial sorcery that sacrifices one's own soul and the soul of the enemy is swallowed and fused. His purpose should be to let Shinigami grow into the forbidden technique developed by Minos Grande. And the condition for the lowest level Minos Grande Jillian to be produced is that hundreds of ghosts have killed each other and eroded each other for a long time. Finally, a fusion is formed to become a new individual, the so-called subordinate Minos Grande Jillian. The current Shinigami can no longer see what he looked like before he became a ghost. Naruto, who verified his guess, slowly manifested Zangetsu in his soul. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto with a sneer. Attacking this kind of thing is completely ineffective against CFFJ, Shinigami. He didn't know that in the future, his proud disciple successfully blocked Shinigami's bug with a snake skin. Seeing that Shinigami was about to attack Naruto's soul, a sudden slash cut off Shinigami's arm in an instant. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto in shock with his eyeballs bursting. How could he even hurt Shinigami? He would never know that once Naruto uses the power of Zanpakuto, the chakra within him will completely transform into the Shinigami power of Ryutsu. And Ryutsu comes from the power of the soul, and it specializes in dealing with these ghosts without bodies. After Shinigami's arm was severed, he raised his head to the sky and screamed in pain. He grabbed Naruto angrily. And Naruto sneered, and the Zangetsu in his hand flashed across Shinigami's belly in an instant. A blue soul floats from the belly of the Shinigami. Namikaze Minato looked at the strange environment around him blankly. Is this, the fourth generation? The Anbu hiding in the dark were shocked. And Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupil shrank, and his face became extremely ugly. If the soul of the fourth generation is sealed, so what was it that lived inside Naruto all these years? He immediately realized that he might be tricked. Where there is any will of fire, Chun is a lie. How did I get out here? Namikaze Minato looked at the surrounding environment in shock. Minato, located in the belly of the Shinigami, is corroded by the Shinigami every day. If it wasn't for the help of Nine Tails Chakra to resist, perhaps his consciousness would have ceased to exist long ago. That's why Naruto cut open Shinigami's belly and only had the souls of past Hokages. The rest of the offerings sealed with ghouls and the souls of users have long been fused by Shinigami. Before becoming the Ajichas of intermediate Minos Grande, Su's IQ was very impressive. Even the lowliest Minos Grande Jillian has the IQ of a beast. But the intuition of beasts is often very sensitive. After realizing that he is no match for Naruto, Shinigami decisively gave up this sacrifice and chose to run away. Naruto doesn't know if there is Hueco Mundo between the present world and Soul Society in the ninja world. But the moment Shinigami disappeared, Naruto had already lost the trace of Shinigami. It's a pity, I still want to help you save yourself. Naruto shook his head regretfully. He hadn't used Zanpakuto to slay a soul monster yet. The swastika seal on the handle of Zanpakuto can also help the soul or spirit to ascend directly to heaven. If you purify it, maybe you can figure out who transformed Shinigami in his previous life. However, Naruto had a faint guess in his heart, but it could not be confirmed yet. Then Naruto set his sights on the soul of Namikaze Minato. With a wave of Zanpakuto in his hand, a huge red chakra suddenly spewed out from its body. Chapter 99. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked shocked at the gushing Nine Tails chakra. And Minato's soul also looked at Naruto in shock. Who are you? Why are you letting Nine Tails out? Naruto glanced at Namikaze Minato and threw a small soul shard from his hand. We're done. Since the seal of Nine Tails in the Land of Waves was completely broken by Naruto, Minato's chakra was forcibly sealed by him. I don't have a good opinion of Namikaze Minato. This guy chose to seal Nine Tails into his son's body for the so-called peace in Konoha. The United States and Japan take on the man behind Nine Tails Knight in the name of Nine Tails. Isn't this nonsense? The Black Hand after summer can't even defeat you, so you need to create Jinchuriki to deal with him? The reason why Minato sacrificed himself to make Jinchuriki was entirely because he was worried that after Konoha lost the threat of the tailed beast, it would cause other ninja villages to covet him again, which would trigger a war in the ninja world. In addition, his daughter-in-law was dead, and he had the idea of committing suicide for a while, and finally chose to use his life to divide Nine Tails into Naruto's body. Such an irresponsible father, Naruto naturally does not want to recognize a father for nothing. So in order to cut off the obsession with the original body, Naruto decided to release Minato's soul from Shinigami's body and return to the Pure Land. That way I don't owe them anything. After the soul fragments merged into Minato's soul, Minato looked at Naruto in shock. Only then did he realize that the blonde boy in front of him turned out to be his son. Then Naruto sent Kushina's chakra with his soul. Although I don't know what's going on in Pure Land, maybe you can still meet with this. Fourth generation opened its mouth to persuade Naruto. In the memory of the soul fragments, he felt Naruto's great malice towards the high-level Konoha. And thinking that Naruto even used the third generation to block the ghouls and didn't stop him. Namikaze Minato sighed after all. Sorry, you need to walk the road ahead by yourself. As soon as the words fell, Minato's soul flew towards the sky emitting a little bit of starlight. At this time, Chakra of Nine Tails completely condensed and roared to the sky. Damn! Really Nine Tails? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the demon fox in the sky with a livid face. If it weren't for the secret room where the sealed scroll is stored in a secret base. At this time, Konoha may be about to suffer heavy casualties. Kurama, your own half-body, fix it yourself. Naruto shouted to Nine Tails in his heart. A large number of Nine Tails chakra also emerged from Naruto, and soon another Nine Tails appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The first Nine Tails is darker in color, while the second Nine Tails is lighter in color. Yin Nine Tails stared at his half-body for a moment. You controlled that brat? There's no seal restriction. Yang Nine Tails rolled his eyes, controlling him? He doesn't control me because of the face of all these years. I think he is the blue-eyed prophecy that the old man of six paths said back then. Now that Jinchuriki is dead, the two of us should become one. Said Yang Nine Tails stretched out his fist. Yin Nine Tails looked at Naruto in disbelief, is this the one who prophesied? But considering that the words were spoken by himself, Yin Nine Tails stretched out his fist and touched Yang Nine Tails. For a while, the chakra in the two bodies merged with each other along with the memory. It turns out that one is the head of chakra and the other is chakra. Now with the constant connection of chakra, the two slowly merged into a complete Nine Tails with bright red skin. Immediately he sank into Naruto's body. Naruto burst out a terrifying chakra, blowing everything around him away. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at everything in front of him dumbfounded. Looking at the sealed book, you can see half a Nine Tails. Naruto felt the chakra in his body. Although its own chakra has not increased, the Nine Tails chakra has more than doubled. Under the fusion of yin and yang, Nine Tails chakra has increased more than Naruto estimated. Moreover, the chakra recovery speed of complete Nine Tails is not comparable to that of half Nine Tails. Now he will not be in the embarrassment of lacking mana in Mingzou's battle after the Fourth World War and still needs to be refined by Nine Tails. Naruto put away the soaring chakra and nodded in satisfaction. At this time, his chakra volume is no less than that of himself at the pseudo-six paths level during the Fourth World War. The amount of Chakra in half nine tails has successfully made up for the lack of Chakra caused by its young age. Ask for flowers. Of course, this is only a shortcoming for Naruto. If Kakashi knew that Naruto, whose Chakra was almost close to Wonka, still felt that he was very lacking in mana, he would probably be able to cry and faint in the toilet. Naruto scanned the final seal scroll at a glance. Except for some low-level ninjutsu and unrecorded family secrets, the entire Konoha ninjutsu has been included in his pocket. It's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't know that Naruto has memorized and learned all the ninjutsu on all the seal scrolls. Naruto casually threw the sealed book to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said with a smile. The contract is established, and I will go back to take the Chunin exam after the day and week. Immediately, Naruto disappeared in the perception of Sarutobi Hiruzen in an instant. 0. A man named Anbu gathered from all directions. Master Hokage, this is... Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hands with a livid face. It's okay, I will do my best to search for the buried materials, and destroy the damaged ones on the spot. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned looking at the sealed book that was thrown over like garbage. Come on. With a whoosh, an Anbu respectfully knelt down in front of third generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a blank scroll and began to write a bunch of strange symbols on it, then he closed the scroll and called Anbu. Go to the underground black market, contact a Taki organized by Akatsuki, and give him this scroll. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Naruto's strength was always concerned about the unimaginable rapid soaring speed, and he had to nip this dangerous sign in the bud. A week passed quickly. Naruto has been busy these days with Hong, Anko, Uzukiyuin, and his own home. I haven't seen you for over a month. Even the posture is a bit rusty. Naruto really made up for the training that has been missed these days. Waiting until the day of the Chunin exam, Naruto came to the ninja school early to sign up. The ninja school gathers elite genin from various villages. And the door god duo used the transformation technique to change their clothes early and blocked the stairway. B. Chapter 100. When Naruto took the initiative to walk over, the two turned their heads in unison and whistled. Naruto. Rubbing? Acting but not a full set. How did he know the suffering of these two unfortunate children? As one of the few resident actors with a name in the plot, Chunin, Naruto beat the two unlucky kids who had a fixed booth with the idea that no matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. Now seeing that Naruto also came to take the Chunin exam. Test? Test hell. Naruto walked up to the two of them and stood down, asking with a heartbroken face. Shouldn't you stop me, then mock me, and not let me sign up? Gang Zisha and Shiniun Chihuahua broke out in cold sweat instantly. Damn! How did I offend this boss? This is an itchy hand and want to find someone to hold it. Ha ha ha, you are always joking, how can I stop you? You are going to take the exam, right? Please come in. Come in quickly. Yes, yes. Does Yin Lao need someone to drive the 420 road? We'll take you there. The two nodded and bowed obsequiously to Naruto. The candidates on the side looked at Naruto in shock. Just now, these two Konoha genins easily sent away many genins who wanted to sign up. Now I'm so afraid of being like this. Just how strong is this yellow-haired boy in front of him? Naruto felt bored when he saw the flattering two people. Originally he wanted to tease them. I am not an evil spirit, nor do I intend to sabotage their mission. To put it bluntly, these two people are responsible for stopping Konoha's genin who doesn't know what to do. After all, it is the home field of one's own village, so there is still a threshold to prevent one's own people from dying. Brother Naruto. At this time, an excited voice came. Naruto turned his head and saw that Tian, who was wearing a ball head, ran over excitedly. Are you coming to take the exam too? Niji behind him bowed respectfully and said, Hi, teacher. Xiao Li shouted loudly with his eyes shining. brother. Because Naruto saved his father, Neji at this time is no different from Neji after reconciling with Hinata. And because Naruto saved Hyuga Hizashi, the Hyuga family is very respectful to Naruto. Throwing into Naruto's arms excitedly every day. It's been a long time since I came to see someone. Old woman. Let go of Naruto-san. And at this time, there were two furious voices. Xianglin and little Sakura leaned forward like two irritated fighting cocks. Hey! Violent girl, wide forehead, don't you always show off to me? Why didn't you come with brother Naruto this time? Sasuke on the side looked contemptuous. What's so good about women? There is no increase in strength at all, bah, rubbish. Seeing that the three girls were about to quarrel, Naruto hurried forward to smooth things over. Let's go, hurry up and sign up, if you don't go, it's too late. As a traveler, the experience of being a human being in 2 lifetimes made him really have no unreasonable thoughts about the little girl who has not grown up yet. Moreover, little girls always yearn for exclusive love, and they can't correctly understand the problem of fraternity, such as boundless love. So every time they meet they will quarrel over Naruto's ownership. On the other hand, Chuan, Hong, Uzuki Xian and the others never quarrel over these things. So for the same period, Naruto basically focuses on fish farming, but it doesn't do anything out of the ordinary. After all, for things like love, it's better if you love me. Due to the appearance of Naruto, the two people who were originally tested did not dare to move at all. Watching helplessly, Naruto led the 2 classes out of the aisle. Shiniun Chuyu sighed helplessly. That's it, the selection is almost the same. If you don't even have a judgment on your own strength, you will be dead if you think about it, so be it. Gang Zisha nodded repeatedly when he heard the words. You're right. On the other side, Naruto accompanied everyone to register and came to the entrance of the examination room. Kakashi and Guy appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Yes, as expected of you, it seems that you have made up your mind to take the exam. Might Guy on the side hugged the 3 of Neji in his arms with tears in his eyes. This is youth. Xiao Li, OP. Neji and Tian Tian blushed, not knowing whether it was from embarrassment or embarrassment. Guy cast his eyes on Naruto, who opened another arm. The corners of Naruto's eyes twitched twice and said with a dry smile. Hi Mr. Guy, goodbye Mr. Guy. After speaking, Naruto pushed the door open with a whoosh and ran in. Guy behind him cried to Kakashi with a disappointed face. Oh, the wings are hard and fly away, and I don't even want to give the loving hug of my teacher. Sasuke and others looked at Neji, who was about to suffocate, and they were suddenly very grateful that their teacher was Kakashi instead of him. After Naruto walked into the classroom, he immediately attracted the attention of a group of people. An invisible sense of coercion made the existing atmosphere dignified. But this is only for some ordinary genin. Naruto smirked and showed a disdainful face, glanced at the ninjas below and said. Look! Look at your sister! Have you never seen a handsome guy? As soon as these words came out, Konoha's ninjas turned their faces away one after another. Naruto's notoriety is notorious in Konoha. These elders have the identity of the son of the 4th generation, and the false prestige of the 3rd generation has harmed many civilians and ninjas who are hostile to him. The whole Konoha village is basically a bit of a sight to see, and it's all about talking and turning pale. But the genin in the outer village will not give the 4th generation face. They stared at Naruto viciously and cursed. What are you talking about? Do you want to die? And Naruto pointed to the door behind him and said arrogantly. My elder brother will be here soon, let me tell you, he said, everyone here, count as 1, they are all rubbish. As soon as this remark came out, the whole venue suddenly exploded. Candidates from various villages clamored to beat Naruto, the big brother, so that even his mother couldn't bear it. At this moment, the 3 of Sasuke just opened the door and walked in. Naruto's eyes lit up, he put his arms around Sasuke's shoulders and shouted down. Did you see? You bastards, this is my elder brother, the sole heir of the dignified Uchiha clan. The owner of Sharingan. Even if you add up, it's not enough for my elder brother to stare at me. The voice fell. Everyone stared at Sasuke in unison. The huge killing intent made Sasuke freeze in place with a dazed expression. This is a murderous intent that is deeper than the malice in the original book. As the elite genin of each village, everyone is an elite who has seen blood. For a while even Sasuke felt his scalp tingle. He whispered to Naruto next to him and asked, "What's happening here?" Naruto calmly said, "Oh, this group of people are all wastes who were once defeated by the Uchiha clan. Now I heard that there is a Uchiha clan who took the exam and wanted to save face." 2.1 Sasuke suddenly felt proud when he said this. It turned out that they were the defeated generals of some clans. I saw him throwing a disdainful face at the genin below. It turned out to be a group of defeated generals, and there was no one who could beat them. For a while, the candidates below were suddenly angry. TMD has never seen such a brazen person. Not far away, Shikamaru and Chiji held onto Ino who wanted to rush up. "Stop her quickly, don't get involved with Naruto and the others at this time, she will be beaten to death." Among the students, suddenly 3 black shadows rushed towards Sasuke. And the face of a person wearing glasses Konoha shinobi changed, and followed decisively. Chapter 101. Everyone in the examination room flashed a sneer. This kid from Konoha is so arrogant, he deserves to be beaten. FK, 6 paths Toth Sasuke, come on. Naruto screamed strangely and kicked Sasuke up with one kick. Konoha's brat is too arrogant. How dare you look down on us, and I'm going to tell you today that even little ninja village is talented. Tell you what it means to be someone other than someone else. The 3 Odanin yelled and attacked Sasuke. Although Sasuke was in a daze, seeing 3 young people provoking him, the 2 Tomo Sharingan immediately opened. What dares to run wild on Konoha? Look at me! Bang! Suddenly a black shadow flashed by. The 3 of Odanin were kicked out of the air in a daze. Sasuke, who was about to act aggressively, looked at Sombra with an uneasy face. Stealing your own limelight? However, when he took a closer look, the falling black shadow was a Konoha shinobi. I saw that he was quietly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. TMD. These 3 2bs dare to stand out even after collecting information? As Konohas, Sand Shinobis, Scorpions, Orochimarus and Heavy Spy. Yakushi Kabuto's intelligence collection ability of 25 is naturally strong. Ordinary Konoha shinobi may not know the details of Naruto. But as an excellent spy, almost all the abilities that Naruto showed at the top of Konoha were collected by him. After all, when Naruto exerted his power, he didn't even think about hiding it. What he needed was deterrence, not a trump card. So Yakushi Kabuto clearly knew how terrifying the arrogant Naruto who looked like a harmless little brother was. Wood style, ice escape, 9 tails chakra. Even blatantly provoking Konoha's senior management, Konoha has nothing to do. In this Konoha, this master is a unique existence. Seeing that this big guy actually came to take the Chunin exam. Those idiots sent by Lord Orochimaru are still trying to provoke him? This made Yakushi Kabuto's scalp tingle and he kicked the 3 idiots away. Although they were originally sacrificed to test Sasuke's strength. But if it provokes the god-tier Naruto, it will not be worth the candle. Although I don't know the specific plan of Mr. Orochimaru. But as long as Naruto is offended, any plan may fail. This is the keen intuition of a senior intelligence dealer. So Yakushi Kabuto didn't have time to hide his clumsiness, and kicked the 3 idiots away. Looking at Naruto's playful eyes, Yakushi Kabuto hastily showed a righteous expression. This is in our Konoha. It's not the exam stage yet. No matter how elite you are in the village, it's not your turn to teach our newcomers a lesson. Sasuke on the opposite side snorted coldly. Have a finger in the pie. But he also had good intentions, so Sasuke didn't pursue it, but complained angrily to Naruto behind him. "Why are you kicking me?" Naruto shrugged innocently. "I'm not pretending for you, well, revive Uchiha's chance to become famous." Sasuke looked at Naruto with black lines all over his head. He meowed, "I heard it. If you can't beat it, Lao Zi will let you know why the flowers are so popular." At this time, Ino finally broke free from the shackles of Shikamaru and Chiji. She rushed over and hugged Naruto's neck. "Naruto, you are so slow." Ino put his face on Naruto's body with a happy look. "When I think of seeing the teacher I haven't seen for a long time, I can't sleep with excitement." 040. Damn. Ino Pig let go of Naruto. Ino raised his head, looked at the Hong Kong people with a disgusted face and said, "What, wide forehead, violent girl and bald head are also there? Stay away from Naruto-sensei. You nasty Ino Pig." The three of them shouted in unison. In the current situation, whoever gets close to Naruto will be mobbed and attacked. Hinata on the other side hid behind Fang with a flushed face and looked at Ino enviously. Shikamaru sighed and walked up. "What, this kind of troublesome exam, even Mr. Naruto came to take it, isn't it a bit bullying?" And Hinata's tooth also nodded in agreement. "Indeed, with the teacher here, we have nothing to do at all." Naruto looked at the little strong men who ran against him, with an evil expression on his face. "I think you are tired of living, do you want me to check your cultivation progress?" The Xiaoqiangs trembled and shook their heads again and again. For a moment they thought back to those horrible days in school, when they finally graduated. The devil wanted to meet the guy. A few people glanced at the girls who were arguing and rolled their eyes. "Except them. Damn! Who are you? How dare you stop us?" At this time, the Otonin trio climbed up from the wall and looked at Yakushi Kabuto angrily. Because of his mercy, the three of them just scratched the surface a little. At this time, they transferred their hatred to Do. If it weren't for him himself, he would definitely be able to teach those arrogant little kids a lesson. Yakushi Kabuto looked at the hopelessly stupid trio with dark faces. "If you want to fight in the exam room, aren't you afraid that you will be disqualified from the exam because of the fight?" After listening to Do's reminder, the Otonin trio were startled. If he was brushed off at the front, wouldn't Orochimaru widow himself? The three of them looked at Naruto and Do angrily. "You wait. When it comes to the actual combat, I will definitely make you look good." 240. Yakushi Kabuto cursed in his heart as he looked at the three who spoke harshly. He glanced at Naruto cautiously. It was found that he looked at the three of them with a smile and didn't seem to be angry. Looking at the three idiots who died down, Yakushi Kabuto breathed a sigh of relief. He hastily turned his head to look at Naruto and the newcomers of this class, and then pretended not to know them and started his old friend to exchange information. "Do you have any information on the guy with the calabash?" Sasuke asked Yakushi Kabuto. When Naruto was staying around for 7 days, the three of Sasuke met the three of Gaara as if in a plot. And it seems that because of Naruto's sway, Gaara almost couldn't hold back and fed Sasuke. After a few simple tentative confrontations, Inkasai appeared to stop the fight. So Sasuke is particularly interested in this strong man with a calabash back. 138 people participated in the Chunin exam this time. The original Kusanagi could not come alone under Naruto's interference. Gaara seemed to have heard Sasuke's inquiry, and looked at Naruto frantically. This guy, actually came to participate in the competition. Endless killing intent hit Naruto. And Naruto didn't feel it at all, and transformed into an ice rose and sent it to Temari. "Beauty, long time no see. Is your brother obedient? Do you want me to help you teach him a lesson?" Chapter 102. UBD. Gaara suddenly looked at Naruto who was beside him. The faces of Kankuro and the two changed drastically. "Calm down. Gaara. Calm down. Never. However, an arm was put on Gaara's shoulder indifferently. Chakra, who couldn't control himself, was instantly pressed down. How can it be? Kankuro and Temari looked at Naruto in shock. Gaara also looked at the arm on his shoulder in disbelief. Shikaku's chakra was forced to go down. And Gaara's consciousness was not drawn into a pitch-black space. Suddenly a dim light came on. A huge shrine crane appeared in his body. At the same time, Naruto appeared. Here, where is it? Gaara looked at Shahi dumbfounded. Is this the monster in my body? The voice of Jinchuriki spies came. You are the monster. Your whole family are monsters. Gaara was startled, and looked at Shahi with some fear. This is the monster that has tortured him for so many years? Stinky fox. You come out and I know you did it. What's your name? You stinky cat? You're a scumbag with one tail. Kurama's lazy voice came out. A huge red fox lights up from a dark place. This is the deep consciousness space of the tailed beasts. It is also where the tailed beast gave Naruto his chakra. Damn stinky fox! Do you want to fight? And what did you bring Jinchuriki here for? Jinchuriki gritted his teeth and cursed at Nine Tails. It is because Nine Tails always likes to divide the strength of tail beasts by the number of tails, so Jinchuriki always wants to greet Nine Tails. At this moment, Naruto suddenly said. I called you here. Chizuru looked at Naruto with disdain upon hearing this. You? This is our deepest consciousness space, how could you enter without Kurama's consent? Naruto looked at the stubborn Chizuru and smiled slightly. The terrifying chakra spewed out from him and directly pressed towards Shikaku. Impossible. Shikaku looked at Naruto with a look of horror. Why do you have more chakra than me? At this time, Gaara on the side stared blankly. This person in front of him is actually stronger than the monster in his body. Naruto put away his chakra with a smile. The main purpose of coming this time is to tell you that I can completely suppress you by force with my own strength, but as the son of destiny predicted by the old man Six Paths, I naturally want to live in peace with you. So I'm a matchmaker, I'm a guarantor, the Jinchuriki in front of you is essentially good and can live in peace. I think you know this yourself, otherwise you wouldn't lend your strength to his mother. He widened his eyes when he heard the words, and screamed in shock. Impossible. Are you kidding? Is Kurama serious? Do you think this guy is the son of destiny prophesied by Sage of Six Paths? Nine Tails rolled her eyes. You don't have to believe what he said, anyway, I can't beat him, so I believe it. Jinchuriki. At this time, Gaara finally came to his senses. You have a monster inside you too. Naruto glanced at Gaara and sneered. Monster? If it weren't for the monster in your body, you would have died countless times. They are also sentient and conscious souls, but their bodies are made of chakra. The so-called intelligent life is not just human beings. Gaara retorted excitedly and loudly. But he destroys the village. Makes people afraid of me. Makes me isolated from everyone. Naruto instantly slapped Gaara on the face. Idiot, can Jinchuriki stop you if he wants to? It's obvious that you accidentally injured the villagers because of your unstable control power, which is why people are afraid. It's obvious that you chose to go berserk, so Jinchuriki will take the opportunity to release his power. Everything about you is caused by your father, what does it have to do with Jinchuriki? In order to suppress Jinchuriki, Fenfu was locked in a secret room all his life, and extracted chakra to prevent him from coming out. You want to suppress Chizuru with just a little boy like you and your simple seal of Tsunagakure. What a joke, don't you underestimate tailed beast. Chizuru, who was on the side, had a complicated expression on his face when he heard what Naruto said. He is the first existence to treat tailed beasts as human beings. Moreover, these few words of Naruto spoke to his heart. Since Gaara was born, I have never taken the initiative to go violent. He even saw Rose's frenzied Urbai go to assassinate his son, and he also lent his power to the soul guarding Gaara for use. He feels that he has never done anything except that he is a chatterbox and likes to chat with Gaara every day. Gaara looked at Shikaku and said angrily. Impossible. I have the power of a monster beside me. He prevents anyone from approaching me. Naruto looked at Gaara like an idiot. Idiot, that is the obsession left behind by your mother before she died. She was worried that you would be rejected by the villagers if you become a Jinchuriki, so even if you die, you must guard by your side. Do you think that Jinchuriki is really so idle that he is full to protect a Jinchuriki who seals him? Gaara looked at Naruto as if struck by lightning and muttered. Impossible, my mother hates me, and my uncle also hates me, he said it himself. Naruto looked at Gaara sympathetically and said. If you want to blame it, you should blame a ruthless father. Your uncle's mission was originally given by him, in order to test whether he will go berserk after you lose your mind. Of course you should be thankful that you have a mother who loves you. Even if she dies, she is protecting you with the power of the crane. Every time you are assassinated, she protects you day and night. Without her, you would have died long ago. I don't know how many times. Gaara's eyes were red, and tears flowed unconsciously. Impossible, I'm a monster, no one likes me. Shikaku on the side couldn't stand it anymore, he said to Gaara. Since you have come here, what he said is right. It's not me who guards you. After you die, I will disappear for a while at most, and I will be reborn soon. So when you die, I will be free. I don't need to protect you at all. It is the obsession born from your mother's soul that has been manipulating the sand to protect you. Naruto looked at the crying Gaara and sighed. Your mother is not the only one who wants to protect you. Your brother and sister really want to protect you from the bottom of their hearts, but they have to stay away from you due to their strength and father's order. Of course, there is also my brother-in-law. I will cover you in the future. When the Chunin exam is over, let's go together. Sand Shinobi village will be destroyed. Gaara? How many? Chapter 103. The speed of consciousness in the tailed beast space is far beyond reality. According to both Kankuro and Temari, Gaara exploded with killing intent, and was immediately pressed down by Naruto. As a result, within a few seconds, Gaara began to cry bitterly. Gaara! What's wrong with you? Temari asked with a worried face, and then she took out her weapon and forced Naruto away. Although I have a lot of affection for Naruto. But Gaara is her younger brother after all. Now that her younger brother is being bullied, Temari immediately stood up and said excitedly. What did you do to Gaara? Naruto shrugged innocently. It's just telling him the truth so he can treat you better. Temari frowned and stood in front of Gaara. What truth do you know as an outsider? Stay away from us in the future. In Temari's view, Naruto was too dangerous, and he beat Gaara to tears easily. They don't even know how Naruto does it. Stop it. Temari. Sister, I'm fine. Temari and Kankuro looked back in shock. Temari. Sister. His name is Temari sister? Gaara's face was flushed by the two of them. Fortunately, his body was covered with a layer of sand armor, and from outsiders, there was no change in expression at all. So Gaara quickly returned to her original tone. Humph. Sit down. The exam is about to begin. Seeing Temari standing in front of her just now and saying that she wants to protect herself, Gaara felt a burst of warmth in her heart. It turns out that there are still people who silently care about themselves. Temari and Kankuro Ronin looked at each other in shock. Gaara is sick? But for the two of them, they were extremely happy. Temari winked at Naruto even more excitedly, and then hurriedly sat back on the seat. Naruto clicked his tongue. There is a long way to go. As one of his future concubines, how could he be afraid of his brother-in-law? And at this time, bang! Marino Ibuxi brought a group of Chunin celestial groups here in POS. Give me peace. You bastards! Everyone looked at the podium in unison. The scarred Marino Ibiki looked at the group of genins with a sneer. I've been waiting for a long time. I'm Ibiki Marino, the examiner for the first exam of Chunin's selection. You guys! Don't, CFFH, mess with me before the exam. Do you want to be eliminated immediately? You are not allowed to fight privately without the examiner's permission. Even if the examiner allows it, you can't take actions that will kill the other party. The stupid pigs who dare to disobey me are eliminated immediately. Do you understand? Immediately, Marino Ibiki looked at Naruto, whose gaze was gradually getting a bit unkind, and added. Except for you. The people in the examination room suddenly burst into an uproar. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Why do you Konoha want to engage in privileges? This partiality is too much. Even the son of the fourth generation can't cheat on this life-threatening exam. What? He's your fourth Hokage's son. There was a sudden noise in the examination room. However, at this time, the Fugenians behind Ubuxi sneered and walked directly in front of the favorite genins named Genin. With an easy flying kick, these people were kicked upside down in an instant. You guys are eliminated. Morinoe Hibiki sneered and said, take care of him? No. Really take care of you. If you have the ability to resist us, you can get the same treatment. One place of this remark. Everyone in the examination room looked at Naruto in surprise. Even the examiner can't match his strength? Since there are no more questions, let's start the first exam of Chunin selection. After everyone received the test number according to the application form, they started the first written test. Strict rules, complicated test questions, and strange ways of judging cheating confuse many people. Only some smart people immediately understood the meaning of the so-called ninja exam. So all the ninjas in the examination room began to show their abilities. Shino's worm, Fang's dog, Kankuro's crow, Nippler's Sharingan. Naruto looked at this boring exam and yawned deeply. He knew that whether he wrote the answer or not, Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely let him pass. But as a good teacher who is a model for others, Naruto still felt that he should fill in the damn test. Then Naruto's chakra gathered his eyes. A streak of veins appeared in the corner of Naruto's eyes. The most elementary usage of Tensegan, white eye. That's a really big question. I'm stupid. This question is so clear. Hey? Why is this question still doodling on the paper? No way, I can't stand it anymore. After scanning all the girls in the examination room, Naruto finally found the answers arranged in advance in the examination room. Naruto immediately started writing. The 10 over the syllabus questions were all filled with ease. After 45 minutes, Hibiki Marino began to fool many examinees with his set of psychological games. In the examination room, some people couldn't bear the huge pressure and chose to give up the examination. Who you? In the quiet examination room, everyone looked at the direction where the snoring came from. At this time, Naruto had a strange smile on his face, as if he was dreaming some sweet dream. Marino Iki looked at Naruto with black lines all over his head. Damn, you can go to sleep when you sleep, and you still snore. The tense atmosphere that I had created with great difficulty was swept away in an instant. Seeing Naruto who doesn't take the Chunin exam seriously, many candidates were immediately motivated to compete. Even this son of the fourth generation is not worried about being a Chunin. Then I have nothing to worry about, because I can't be a genin for the rest of my life like the son of the fourth generation. Is get out of class over? Naruto, who was a little sleepy, opened his eyes in confusion. This kind of lecture hall reminds me of the days when I was in college in my previous life. I have to say that this design is really comfortable to sleep on. Hibiki Marino glanced at Naruto and sighed. There is such an old man, the first exam he invigilated was like a joke. Before coming here, Third Hokage had already explained in advance that Naruto must be allowed to enter the next exam no matter what. Originally prepared question 11 has two answers. One is to choose to stay, then it is the courage to sever. The other is to choose to leave, so it is a rational judgment. Who would have thought that this guy would go to sleep without even listening? Marino Ibiki looked helplessly at the candidates who were no longer wavering and sighed. Congratulations, you have passed the examination. The next moment, the classroom windows shattered. Anko's excited voice came from the baggage. Ha! UBD finally fell into my hands. Chapter 104. Naruto covered his eyes with some headache. Although Anko unlocks the most poses at night. But this carefree character really makes a cheeky person like Naruto feel ashamed sometimes. This time she heard that Naruto actually came to Chunin for the exam. And I happened to be the examiner of the second exam. Hi! 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 Doesn't this fall into your own hands? However, the weird atmosphere in the examination room made Anko feel something was wrong. At this time, there are many more candidates than in the original book. Nearly 100 candidates looked at Anko in bewilderment. Ubuxi behind the tent poked his head out to remind him. At least look at the atmosphere at the scene. Anko looked at the candidates below with a flushed face. When he saw Naruto covering his eyes, he was furious. Why are you covering up? Why didn't you cover your eyes last night? It's embarrassing to throw them away together. Whoosh! Anko and Naruto disappeared from the examination room. Wait a minute. I haven't finished yet, I'm the examiner. You can't do this to me. Anko's scream echoes. Many candidates in the examination room hated their teeth itching. Is this trademark the winner in life? Xianglin, Ino, Xiao Sakura, Tian and other women looked at Anko's disappearing back with admiration. Sister Anko is still the strongest, and I will be like her in the future. Hinata blushed directly and didn't even dare to think about it. Temari looked angrily at the departing Naruto and waved his fist. There is a mistress who dares to provoke his old lady. That is, Naruto did not hear what the girls said. Otherwise, I will definitely educate Anko with love. If she cultivated all her fry into her character, wouldn't she have to suffer in a shameless environment every day? At this time, Ubuxi poked his head out and coughed twice in embarrassment to take over Anko's duties. The second exam will start tomorrow. Please ask your teacher Jainin for the specific meeting time and place. Disband everyone. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, put down the test papers and left the examination room. On the other side, Naruto directly brought Anko to the periphery of the Death Forest in the second test. Wood-style 4-pillar house technique. After a while of shaking, a bright 2-story villa appeared on the open space. Naruto sneered and threw Anko into the room. Very well, quite courageous, isn't it? Looking at Naruto's weird expression and the gloomy wooden house, Anko showed a frightened expression on his face. I just want to give you a surprise. Surprise? Scared? Naruto snorted twice. Since you brought it to your door, the doctor will tell you what Fu Gang is. Anko's expression changed. No. I have to invigilate the exam tomorrow. As she said that, she jumped up and wanted to escape from the window. But just jumped out of the air. Naruto's smirk came from inside the house. Want to run now? It's too late. Suddenly, 4 vines protruded from the wooden house and tied Anko's limbs directly. Amidst a burst of screams, Anko was dragged pitifully back into the room. Immediately the doors and windows were instantly welded shut. Countless tree vines trapped Anko firmly. With the clothes bursting, Anko looked at Naruto pitifully and said cutely. I can explain. Let's talk about it later. Immediately, an enchantment enveloped the wooden house, and the wooden house disappeared from the forest. The Death Forest once again fell into a silence. Until noon the next day. It's almost time for the exam to start. The refreshed Naruto and the sloppy Anko appeared in front of the examination room. At this time, Anko has no idea of scaring them at all. He casually dispatched the people below to let everyone sign the life and death certificate, and then let them receive the Book of Heaven and Earth directly. Seeing Naruto Anko flirting with Temari again, he suddenly became angry. She shouted to the Chunin who was handing out the scrolls. "You go and get all the books of heaven and earth, and give it to that BD. Isn't he in one set? He has to get 2 sets to be considered qualified." The loud voice made the examinees look at Naruto. When they saw the 2 sets of scrolls in Naruto's hands, some unidentified candidates' eyes lit up. "I've long wanted to educate this damned thing. Now it is still a shortcut to pass the second exam?" For a while, many fearless warriors stared at Naruto with malicious intent. "Ask for flowers." Only Shikamaru and others pouted. "Where is this King Naruto? This is completely the group of idiots in the village outside the king. It's not easy to mess with those who want to be able to form a team by themselves with their butts. There are really fools who have set their minds on him." At this moment, a ninja wearing a Taki shinobi forehead protector looked at Naruto with great interest. And Naruto happened to turn his head and smiled at him at this moment. Orochimaru, who used the face mask technique, frowned. "Is this a discovery of myself? Impossible, my camouflage skills are awesome. It's not that you can't use chakra for transformation, but you can change your face and add fluid to transform yourself, and now you are exactly the same as the original Taki shinobi." Orochimaru naturally has his own pride as one of the Sunin. Even if he is discovered, he will not have much emotional fluctuations, even if Naruto is hyped by Yakushi Kabuto. "But isn't it just to destroy a grass ninja village? You can do it yourself. What's more, besides Sasuke, my purpose this time is to help Konoha regenerate. Grass ninja village is completely incomparable with his own plan. If Naruto is not Jinchuriki, I might consider it as my spare tire. But Jinchuriki, as a nuclear deterrent to a village, naturally cannot be taken away by him rashly. I, Orochimaru, even though I am no longer Konoha, still love Konoha. The main purpose of coming this time is to kill the bad old man who hinders the rotation of Konoha, the big windmill, and by the way, trick Tsunagakuer and get them a tailed beast. Of course, there is also the need to help this Twilight Ninja, who has taught himself for many years and finally forgot his original intention, exit in a heroic way." Orochimaru licked his own lips. There are too many things to do on this trip. At this time, Naruto held the 2 scrolls with a smile and did not feel annoyed at all. These are not worth mentioning compared to the actions unlocked last night. Isn't it just to get 1 more scroll? Even if it eliminates the candidates in the entire examination room, it is worth it. Thinking of the beauty of yesterday, Naruto unconsciously turned his attention to Anko again. Feeling Naruto's wolf-like eyes, Anko shouted directly as if his butt was burned. "It's time. The exam begins. Hurry up and throw them all into 9. Chapter 105. Your Majesty asked me to patrol the mountains. I'll take a look around the forest." Just as others rushed towards the depths of the forest nervously. At the moment, Naruto is walking leisurely on the small road humming a ditty, as if he is here for a picnic. At this moment, the 3 Rain Shinobi village ninjas gritted their teeth and looked at Naruto below. "Damn, why are you so arrogant? Fortunately, we found it first and got the scroll. Let him know that the world cannot be stable for a lifetime by relying on relationships. That's right, it's just someone who came through the back door. I saw him sleeping in the first exam. Konoha really doesn't care about us. Yes, yes, kill him. Let him know why the flowers are so red. It's okay to kill him, after all, he is the son of the 4th generation, who knows if Konoha is monitoring him. Don't worry, no. You 317 The 3 of them suddenly felt something was wrong. Why does he meow one more sound? Several people turned their heads in unison. Naruto, who was supposed to be below, did not know when he appeared behind him. Enemy attack! The leader Rain Shinobi screamed. I threw away the umbrella with Senbon in my hand. Thousands of books all over the sky poured down on Naruto like rain. Hey! Naruto looked at the three with interest. Aren't these the three big idiots who headed straight to Gaara? Unexpectedly they were bumped into by themselves. It's unlucky for you to run into us. Let me show you the strength of our Rain Shinobi village. Ninja law, thousands of books like rain and dew. Naruto escaped the first wave of Kimoto's attack with an easy jump. However, Rain Shinobi named Shijir smiled crookedly. Think you can get away with this? 1,000 books are full of my chakra, I can easily change their direction, go to hell. The voice fell. Kimoto, who had already lost, suddenly changed direction and stabbed Naruto. Several Rain Shinobi showed proud expressions. Even in this exam, their strength can definitely be ranked in the forefront. Take care of this. However, just when they thought they had the chance to win, Qian Ben, who was all over the sky, stopped in the air half a meter away from Naruto. Nani? Impossible. The three Rain Shinobi were shocked and looked at the scene in front of them with numbness. However, what frightened them even more was that their bodies froze in place as if being controlled by an invisible force. You have found the wrong person. Naruto shrugged helplessly. In the next second, Qian Ben, who was full of heads, suddenly turned his head and shot through the three of them in an instant. Congratulations to the successful killing of Rain Shinobi Village Elite Genin Shijir, and obtained 5,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the successful killing of Rain Shinobi Village Elite Genin Miu, gaining 3,000 destiny points 1. Congratulations on successfully killing Rain Shinobi Village Elite Genin Shower and gaining 2,000 destiny points. Looking at the continuous prompts from the system, Naruto pouted. At this time he was rich and powerful. These thousands of points of destiny are completely out of his sight. The only thing he wants now is to save up to 100 million destiny points and then come to an S-level lottery draw. Just the A-level lottery draw has already unlocked the terrifying Saitama training method. If it is an S-level lottery draw, Naruto can't even imagine what level of reward it will be. However, if relying solely on the aura of the protagonist, it would take Naruto 27 years to collect 100 million life points. And this is when Naruto is still the protagonist. In fact, according to the normal timeline, Naruto is only about 4 years away from the full-level protagonist aura. However, even with the addition of Satsuki Tonari's themed plot, there are only about 6 years left, which is only a fraction of the 27 years. So Naruto cherishes these lovely experience packs very much. If it weren't for the working style of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Dans, Naruto would be shocked. Naruto even wants to keep the two of them for the new year, well, keep the monthly experience. It's just that this kind of character, even if it's a one-time harvest, only has a few thousand points of destiny, and the combination of individuals is barely worth the reward of 10 days. But after all, it is much better than those cannon fodder who don't even have a name. Naruto sighed, it's better to go to Gaara and the other three to mix some destiny points first. With Xiaohe's card, it should give more destiny points than 50 to 50. Immediately, Naruto took out the scrolls of several people, and disappeared instantly. And Orochimaru on the other side. The first time he rushed into the examination room, he told the two big snakes. Go to those little ghosts, remember to avoid Jinchuriki. Immediately, the three of them scattered away in 3 directions. However, at this moment, Urjuza led the 2 girls wandering in the forest with a cold face. After Naruto's special training. At this time, Sasuke's strength is much higher than that of the original work. This also means that Urjuza's confidence at this time is extremely inflated. However, his swelling only lasted 30 minutes. The terrifying hurricane directly swept through the small half of the dead forest. The smoke and dust splashed by the violent roar changed the faces of many candidates. And all this is just a simple sea-level ninjutsu wind-style great breakthrough. Sasuke rolled down in a bush with a discomfited face, his face livid. He looked at a passage that had been forcibly rammed out with a serious expression on his face. What level of ninjutsu is this? How does it feel that it is about the same size as the big waterfall that Kirigakure Jainin never cut again? Orochimaru smiled at the two summoning beasts. You go to other places to play first, I'll take a good look at this body. At this time, Naruto, who was standing in front of Gaara, raised his eyebrows and said to him. Looks like we're running out of time, want a scroll? Come and fight with me. Temari and Kankuro looked at Naruto with a sneer on their faces. I've seen someone die, but I've never seen someone so diligent. To provoke Gaara? He has never seen Gaara's strength. 1.9 Gaara puts her hands on her shoulders and is not moved at all. You told me the truth, I don't need yours. Temari and Kankuro looked at Gaara in bewilderment. When did Gaara become so talkative? Naruto sighed and put away the scroll. Well, I admit it, I'm here to beat you up, you can do it together. Gaara's pupil shrank. He has seen arrogance, but never seen such arrogance. Although I feel the warmth, the temper formed over the years is not so easy to change. You wanna die? Gaara gritted her teeth and spit out 3 words to Naruto. Naruto clapped again and again. Ah, that's right. That's how it feels. Come on, hit me. Gaara, plus. Sand burst. Chapter 106. Suddenly there was a torrential sand wave on the ground. While not smashing the rocks underground to form sand like it did against Kimimaro. But its size is also exceptionally impressive. The reason? FK him. FK that fox. I lend you my strength. Hit him. Shower, he screamed in Gaara's body. After knowing the true face of the tailed beast, Gaara felt that she couldn't look directly at the talkative raccoon in her body. Naruto looked at the incoming sand waves without dodging. Gaara on the opposite side frowned. He just wanted to teach Naruto a lesson, and didn't intend to kill him. After all, he made himself aware of his mother's existence, and he is still grateful to Naruto from the bottom of his heart. Seeing that Naruto didn't resist at all, Gaara subconsciously wants to take back part of Chakra. Unexpectedly, Shower-he in his body surged up when he saw Chakra, who was playing 9 tails, and was immediately excited, saying that he didn't want money. The huge sand wave instantly submerged Naruto. At least 1/5 of the dead forests are directly buried by sand seas. Anbu, who was in charge of monitoring, stared at the scene in front of him dumbfounded. This trademark is the Chunin exam? Countless unlucky genin in this area were directly affected by the attack. Temari and Kankuro looked at 25 Gaara in a cold sweat. Isn't that a little too dramatic? They were given the task of keeping a low profile before the official Chunin exam. Gaara frowned. I did not do that. Temari and Kankuro looked stunned. It wasn't you who did it or someone else. What they didn't know Gaara meant was that most of the attack was done by Shizuru. Temari asked with some melancholy. Is that guy dead? After all, I still have a good impression of him, if he didn't come here to seek death in the end. Are you caring about me? An abrupt voice came from directly below Temari. Ah! Temari suddenly jumped away. I saw Naruto leaking out of the soil like a groundhog. Earth style. Gaara frowned at Naruto. Naruto emerged slowly as if carrying a lifting platform. He beat the sand on his body. No, I simply dug a hole out of the ground. Gaara trio. Are you a groundhog? What they didn't know was that Naruto just wanted to test his physical strength. It has been several months since the Saitama training method started. Naruto could feel the daily growth of his body comparable to horror. The training results of the new day increase again based on the body strength before training. This is the so-called geometric growth. This also explains why Saitama relied on technology to defeat a lobster monster from the beginning, but slapped a dragon-level disaster to death 3 years later. so Naruto just wanted to test his physical strength this time. Unexpectedly, I resisted Gaara's quicksand torrent without even breaking the skin. This kind of large-scale impact damage can no longer break through one's own defense. After the experiment, Naruto grinned. It's my turn. Gaara frowned. The sand around him immediately gathered towards the middle and wrapped itself into a big ball. An eye of sand floated out of the ball. Last time, he didn't react to his absolute defense when Naruto approached him. Now he sealed himself off, even Naruto's speed couldn't break through his defense. Especially the sand around me still comes from my own gourd. I often use the sand moistened by Chakra, and its defense and control are a bit stronger than ordinary ones. He has absolute confidence that ordinary people cannot break through their own sand. However, it is clear that Naruto is not an ordinary person. He looked at Gaara's sand and laughed and said, "Do you know what science is?" Gaara in the sand shield is stunned. How can this be discussed with science? However, in the next second, he felt a biting chill hit. His own sand shield was directly covered with a layer of icy thin ice. It is the ice age of frozen fruit. Have you heard of thermal expansion and contraction? Naruto smiled and looked at Gaara, who was frozen into a hockey puck, and clapped his hands. Fire style huge fire extinction. Naruto opened his mouth suddenly and sprayed a sea of flames towards the puck. The sand shield, which was originally frozen hard, shattered like glass instantly after being exposed to high temperatures. Nani? Gaara stared in shock at Naruto, who reappeared in his vision. His solid sand shield was burned to pieces so easily. Naruto's eyes lit up. It's really possible? You must know that this guy's sand can easily block even Deidara's C4 Garuda. Unexpectedly, some basic physical phenomena are common to the original reality. Originally, Naruto thought that the world was not under Newton's control. Looking at the bewildered Gaara, Naruto stretched out his palm and pressed it on the ground. Wood-style laughing Buddha Jutsu. Chakra sent to the ground, a wooden palm stretched out directly and placed Gaara on the ground. Temari and Kankuro looked at Naruto in shock. Gaara's face was livid, Chakra condensed and wanted to break free from the wooden hand. But he painfully found that the arm on his body was as motionless as a ruthless iron hand. Useless brat, trapped escape is a calendar area that specifically restrains floors. The crane in Gaara's body cursed. No wonder that Stinky Fox admits that he is the Ashura of this generation. Tailed beasts have lived from ancient times to today, and every generation of the 990 Senju family has a wood-style blood successor limit boundary, and they naturally know it. Originally thought that wood-style would disappear after the Senju clan perished, but unexpectedly, another one popped up. It's useless for you to struggle, can't you feel his chakra? Even if you add me, your chakra is not as much as him, and that's not counting that Stinky Fox. This brat is simply a monster. More pervert than us tailed beasts. Gaara wanted to struggle unwillingly. But he sadly found that his chakra was being continuously absorbed by the wood style on his body and blossomed into small flowers. The faces of Temari and Kankuro changed drastically. Temari even took out the scroll on his body and shouted at Naruto. Wait! Here's the scroll. Do not harm Gaara. Gaara under wooden hands was moved. Sure enough, what this guy said was true, his brothers and sisters were silently caring about him. However, Naruto was unmoved. He walked up to Gaara and knelt down. How? Are you throwing in the towel? At this time, the system has not sounded the prompt. If this guy refuses to admit defeat, I can only knock him out and make a forced judgment. Gaara glanced at Temari and Kankuro. Finally, he nodded bitterly. You win. Congratulations on successfully defeating Gen and Gaara in Hidden Sand Village and gaining 100,000 destiny points. Chapter 107. Even if Gaara is angry again. But he didn't lose his mind after all. Although there is still a fake technique as a whole card. But he didn't use it in the end. Of course, he didn't know that even if he used it, it would be useless. Looking at the numbers given by the background, Naruto was overjoyed. He waved his wooden hand and disappeared to pull Gaara up. Hey, it's over if you admit defeat early. We are all one family. How could my brother-in-law make things difficult for you? Gaara, plus. Temari blushed but dared not speak much. This is a monster that even Gaara can't beat. Put the scroll here, can we go? Kankuro carefully placed the scroll on the ground. Naruto looked back at the two, with a wicked smile in his eyes. When Naruto left, not only were there no fewer scrolls on the ground, but one more. It's just that Kankuro is already bruised and swollen. Temari, on the other hand, was clutching her blushing and gritted her teeth as she watched Naruto leave. Is there something wrong with this guy? He admitted defeat and even beat the two of them together. What are you saying, that the admit defeat system that has not undergone actual combat is not recognized? The next time we meet, I must say to him that you can't be humiliated. You can kill me, but you can't FK. Touching his red Temari's eyes were burning with anger, not a gentleman at all. If you say you don't want to slap yourself in the face, you will slap others. And Naruto didn't even think about the girlish feelings of Temari at all at this time. At this time, he was immersed in the happiness of a high destiny value of 140,000. Although you can only be beaten once a month, one beating is directly equivalent to the bonus given by the full-level protagonist Halo for half a month. No. No matter what you say, keep the three siblings in Konoha. Anyway, he is also an abandoned son of Sand Shinobi Village, you don't want us Konoha. Then Naruto rushed towards another direction at high speed. Naruto can clearly perceive that several groups of Chakra are fighting through Kagura's mind. That's right, exactly where Orochimaru and Sasuke fought. Not long ago. Orochimaru swallowed his own earth scroll in front of Sasuke. Immediately, he used murderous aura to cooperate with Narakumi technique to shock the spirits of the three of them. However, what he doesn't know is that under the guidance of Naruto, being thrown from the 100-meter cliff has long been the norm. In order to help the two pillars open the Sharingan. What Naruto, who has not become a gay friend, can only think of is to let him experience the feeling of death in various ways. So he used Garp's exercise method. Throw the three off the cliff, tie up balloons and fly into the sky, and fight to the death with all kinds of wild beasts. Death is no longer something to fear for a few people. Little Sakura, Karin. Sasuke shouted loudly. The two immediately understood and surrounded the two sides. Orochimaru watched the scene in front of him with interest. Not bad? Looks like it's not just flowers in the greenhouse. Multiple shadow clone technique. Xianglin yelled inwardly. Dozens of identical shadow clones suddenly appeared behind him. Orochimaru took a playful look at Karin's red hair. I see, is this the orphan of the Uzumaki family? This Chakra is not inferior to the old red pepper. And suddenly the forest in Orochimaru's eyes suddenly became empty. The original group of Xianglin and Sasuke also disappeared. Illusion Fox Mind Art. Little Sakura, as an existence that was pulled into the small strong team by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although the official setting is said to be a phantom ninja. But there is no doubt that her talent is the lowest among the 12 Xiaoqiang. Even after apprenticeship with Tsunade. It took 4 years of accumulation to barely form 100 healings mark in the final 4 battles of the ninja world. In the end, he cast himself the biggest illusion to be able to stand with Sasuke Naruto. As a result, Mingzuo and the two left her to fight the boss in the next second. So Naruto, with the idea of trying, summoned Hong to teach little Sakura illusion. I didn't expect this guy's brain to work really well. The talent in illusion is also particularly outstanding. You must know that illusion is a technique in which Chakra interferes with the opponent's 5 senses, disturbs the opponent's Chakra, and makes them fall into hallucinations. And the more realistic the illusion created by the caster, the lower the possibility of the caster casting spells. And in this way, little Sakura's god-level brain came in handy. She can analyze and record the surrounding terrain and characters in a short time. And in a very short time, create a false environment to interfere with the enemy's perception. In Naruto's words, her talent is a dream maker. As long as she can deceive the subconscious defense mechanism, she can create illusions that make people sink. According to Naruto's conjecture, if she is not afraid of her brain crashing, she can even create an illusion comparable to Tsukuyomi. The only pity is that a huge illusion of her chakra level is undoubtedly impossible. But this doesn't prevent her from being much stronger in battle than she used to be when she just shouted "Nalu duo, sass." After all, sometimes illusion can play a role of surprise. Like when Sasuke was fighting Danzo. In the end, relying on an ordinary illusion, Danzo thought that he and Sharingan could use the last Jedi to fight back. If it is against ordinary ninjas, maybe her illusion can play a finishing touch. But unfortunately, the person in front of him is one of the legendary Sunin. And it is also Orochimaru who has the deepest soul development among ninja phantoms. Although his soul is missing due to the living corpse reincarnation. But there is no doubt that his spiritual understanding is the strongest among Sunin. This lowest level illusion was easily deciphered in less than a second. At this time, Xionglin's shadow clone has surrounded densely. Spiral pills! Xiongling yelled. Dozens of shadow clone balls were thrown towards Orochimaru. Since Tsunade's monster power cannot be developed, use Raise Nan instead of monster, Wang Wang Zhao, power attack as a flat A. This is what the giant chakra of the Uzumaki clan can do. This undoubtedly consumes more chakra than strange power, but as a pure-blood whirlpool with red hair and shiny hair, this is a trivial matter. Orochimaru looked at Xiangrin in the sky with an interested expression on his face. Minato's technique and Kushina's chakra are interesting. I saw him suddenly throwing a few shurikens with two hand seals. The shuriken quickly doubled up in midair and eventually exploded to hundreds of pieces, shooting towards all directions. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Xionglin's shadow clone had no time to dodge and was shot from the sky. With a scream, her body hid behind a big tree to avoid being sieved by the range. At this time, Sasuke has also completed the Madra. His eyes were already open and the scarlet Sharingan stared at Orochimaru. Fire Style Ha Long Fire Technique Live. Chapter 108. A huge fire hose spewed directly at Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke ecstatically with an excited face. There is already so much chakra. As expected of his younger brother. Sparacy. Orochimaru laughed loudly. Earth-style earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose abruptly in front of Orochimaru. The fire dragon exploded violently when it hit the earth wall. Orochimaru's voice came from the smoke. Sure enough, it's not an ordinary prey. It's interesting. I hope you can let me play for a while longer. Shulker Snake Hand. 3 giant pythons burst out of the smoke and charged towards Sasuke and the others. Sasuke frowned. Chose to dodge attacks with the least amount of chakra blinks. And Xiongling was taken aback by the giant python. Yeah, don't come here. It's disgusting. Raise Nan. Bang. The big snake was directly sent flying. And the little Sakura on the other side didn't respond at all. The giant python instantly swallowed the little Sakura's figure. It's just that Sasuke and Karin are not nervous at all. Because soon another figure of little Sakura reappeared beside the giant python. Mirage. This is what Naruto thought of Nami's trick next door and let Sakura research it himself. As a weak chicken support who knows nothing about 730. Life-saving should always be put in the first position, even if you can't help, don't make trouble for your teammates. Therefore, the main purpose of the small Sakura's release of illusion is not only to help teammates attack, but also to release the second illusion to hide her figure. The smoke gradually dissipated. Orochimaru looked at the 3 people with different behaviors with bright eyes and licked their tongues. You guys are very mature in actual combat. As expected of Konoha village, can you still cultivate your strength in peacetime? Another main purpose of his coming to Konoha for revenge this time is that other villages headed by Cloud Shinobi Village have started a crazy arms race under the stimulation of Akatsuki. And Konoha has been in a half-dead state due to high-level political struggles. As the betrayal ninja released from Konoha, Yin Shimaru has always been worried about sleepiness. Even though his teacher's behavior made him feel disheartened, he has never retaliated for so many years, and he just focused on scouring other ninja villages. Now Sand Shinobi Village is going to make a big fuss in Konoha by using tailed beasts to make the daimyo of the Land of Wind pay more attention to the importance of armaments because the country of the wind has cut its finances all the year round. How can Orochimaru, who has learned this information, survive facing the tragedy that Konoha is about to be divided up? Orochimaru decided to act first, and forcibly weakened the wave of Zanin, sent the tailed beast to Konoha, and then cleared the indecisive third generation. Because Orochimaru knows that it has been more than 10 years since the fourth battle. The strength of each country has been restored considerably. The daimyos with a lot of money and no place to spend them started wanting to do things again. At this time, the role of the hawkish Danzo is undoubtedly much stronger than that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Coupled with his coveting for Sharingan, this is the trip planned by Konoha's collapse, rebirth. I thought that the third generation, which advocates peace all day long, has cultivated a bunch of trash. I never thought that Sasuke and others have good actual combat ability. In that case, I'll play with you guys. Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue and licked his lips. With both legs attached, Chakra turned into a phantom and rushed towards Sasuke. Sasuke's face changed drastically, and he lost his voice in shock. Impossible? How could it be so fast? This has completely exceeded the speed that a genin should have. Even surpassed Kakashi's speed. The so-called prey must always maintain a high level of tension and run around. Sasuke changed and fixed his eyes on Orochimaru. So fast. But keep up. Seeing his eyes move swiftly following Orochimaru. And he also quickly took off the weight-bearing wristbands and sandbags from his limbs. Danger level up. Contact camouflage. CFFE. Sasuke yelled at Xiang Rin. The speed of the whole person soared and directly wrestled with Orochimaru. Orochimaru on the opposite side was taken aback. He looked at the load that fell to the ground and made a small hole, showing a surprised expression. Did it still retain its strength? On the other side, Xiang Rin also made the same move as Sasuke. The weight fell, and the speed of the two soared by a level. Sasuke, who couldn't keep up with Sharingan, was able to easily receive Orochimaru's attack. And his printing speed soared again. Even the low-level Great Fireball just opened his mouth. This is the result of Naruto's tireless training over the years. After all, luck is added to his body, coupled with Naruto's innate understanding of the original characters, he strengthened them according to their respective characteristics. It's just that they have been instilled with cautious and brave thoughts when they have nothing to do, and they habitually hide their strength, and habitually make more preparations. Of course, with their strength, they can obviously only do a few more moves. But it's clearly a success at the moment. Let Orochimaru get more excited. Genius. The genius level of my prey is not inferior to Kakashi at all. With the current strength. If the power of the Genin level of 3 Tomo Sharingan is activated again. Orochimaru's eyes are also impressed by the tyrannical chakra and powerful perception ability of another girl from the Uzumaki family. Sasuke had a smug expression on his face at this moment. Sure enough, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger is the most enjoyable. Although I don't know what this disgusting snake-like thing in front of me is. But he who succeeded himself suppressed him. Shuriken technique. 3 swords. The shuriken with the wire quickly bound Orochimaru. Not to be outdone, Xiang Rin stretched out a golden chain from her body and directly trapped Orochimaru on the tree trunk. Adamantine sealing chains. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Although it is still not as spectacular as the Kushina with several chains coming out together. But just one can greatly suppress the enemy's chakra. And Sasuke's hands quickly sealed. He suddenly stretched out his hand to the ground, and the ear-piercing buzz slowly gathered from his hand. Chidori. The low-profile version of Reikari exudes a smell of meat paste, accompanied by the sound of countless birdsong. Sasuke rushed directly towards Orochimaru with sparks and lightning. Die! But at this time, Sasuke, the Sharingan in his eyes has turned into the state of three-hook jade. Chapter 109. Three-tomo Sharingan. This is Sasuke's whole card. Naruto used illusion to simulate the moment when Uchiha Itachi died before barely allowing Sasuke to open the three-hook jade. Unfortunately, this method can only be used once. I am very puzzled as to why the second pillar did not soar directly to Manjiki Naruto like Obito. In the end, it can only be blamed on Erzu's talent. It's too bad. The more talented the Uchiha clan is, the easier it is to be blackened. Especially the reincarnation of Indra in the past is the most. However, this generation of Indra's reincarnation can be vindicated by the mouth, which is enough to show that Sasuke was not thorough enough on the road to becoming a neuropathy. So it's not bad to open 3 hook jades from 2 hook jades at once, at least it's not like the change of one eye and one eye at the beginning. The Chidori that flashed with lightning stabbed Orochimaru hard in the heart. Sasuke and Karin are also finally exhausted. Chakra collapses on the ground. Even after special training. After all, the two are just 12-year-old brats. Even with the Vortex bloodline and Uchiha bloodline, it is still not enough for the two to maintain a Genin-level battle for a long time. At this time, they are facing the same embarrassing situation as Naruto back then. It's just that Naruto's Ashura Chakra has already been activated, and what Ashura inherits is that the sage body is born with a strong body and can extract a large amount of Chakra. Coupled with 8 sign seal pulling the wool of 9 tails every day, this led to the huge Chakra in Naruto's body at this time. And Xiangren and Sasuke are not so lucky. Even for the Vortex blood at this age, it is still very difficult to use adamantine sealing chains, a terrifying sealing technique that restricts the tailed beast Chakra. But with great success. The two teamed up and successfully beat the enemy in front of them so that they could not fight back. The two looked at each other, with excitement flashing in their eyes. It worked. Sure enough, Naruto was right. Everything must be kept in one hand. As long as the hole cards are enough to catch people by surprise, you can kill people. But now there is final work to be done. Sasuke looked at Karin and asked. Do you still have Chakra? Orochimaru, who was about to use the flow double, stopped. He wanted to see that he had been defeated. Sasuke asked Karin if he had Chakra for what? Shannon shook her head. No, the consumption of adamantine sealing chains is greater than I imagined. This guy's Chakra volume is probably comparable to that of a tailed beast. Sasuke nodded, turned his head and shouted at the little Sakura behind the tree. Little Sakura! Come out and sweep the floor. The little Sakura let out a long breath, at least she didn't do a disservice to her own people. She nodded to the two. No problem, leave it to me. Although I don't know fire style, I still have quite a few detonators. I just waited until now. Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at the little Sakura with a dazed expression, took out a bunch of detonating charms, and threw them towards his corpse as if he didn't want money. FK. Orochimaru's face turned black. Is it necessary to be so ruthless? He hastily cast flow stand, and then an earth style left the spot. What the hell, the stream double is shelling, if the shell is gone, it's a fart. Look at me Sakura Hanabuki. Little Sakura excitedly sprinkled mini detonators into the explosion. Sasuke and Xionglan felt relieved watching the continuous explosions. Orochimaru slowly floated up from behind Sakura with a dark face. Don't blow it up, I'm not there. Ah! Little Sakura screamed and jumped 3 feet and fled from the spot. Sasuke and Karin looked like Orochimaru with shocked faces. Xionglan said excitedly. What brother Naruto said is true, these villains are really resurgent. Sasuke clenched his fists with a dark face. Damn it! Is it too late to make up for it? The question marks on Orochimaru's face. Is this trademark a matter of late last hit? Do you have any fear of the strong? What brain circuit is in your brain? For a moment, Orochimaru doubted whether he would become stupid by finding such a retarded body as his body. But after all, it is the body that has been inspected for a long time. Orochimaru reminisces about the battle just now. Sure enough, Uchiha's Sharingan was the best. Orochimaru licked his tongue. To be able to skillfully use Sharingan at such a young age is worthy of inheriting the name of Uchiha. I really still want you. Orochimaru withdrew his face masking technique and smiled at Sasuke. Ask for flowers. Sasuke was furious when he heard Uchiha attack his message. Who the hell are you? Have you met Uchiha Itachi? Orochimaru didn't answer, but continued. There is more power in your eyes than Itachi. He showed an excited expression to Sasuke. My name is Orochimaru, if you still want to see me, do your best to get ahead in this exam. Defeat the 3 Otonin stepping stones I prepared for you, and let me see the power of the Uchiha clan. Xianglin waved her fist and cursed. If you say something inexplicable, the ghost is willing to see you a second time. Orochimaru chuckled and said. That's not okay. I saw a strange mark on his hands. The head of the whole person flew out like a flying head. Let me give you the power of revenge. You are not suitable to be a flower in the greenhouse of Konoha. Orochimaru bit Sasuke's neck. A pitch-black curse mark slowly emerged on the neck. Sasuke. Xianglin and Sakura-chan looked anxious. How did you encounter such a terrifying and powerful enemy just after entering the exam? With the injection of magic energy, Sasuke's body began to ache violently. This is a small parting gift. Sasuke will definitely need me because he is important. I am very happy to see your power from all aspects. As Orochimaru said, his body sank slowly into the tree trunk. And Naruto on a treetop in the distance stood up slowly. That's not okay, as expected, Sasuke's teacher is Orochimaru. 3 hooks plus body skills enhancement and ninjutsu enhancement, still can't play high-end rounds. Sure enough, Indra's strength depends on chlorine life. However, this elementary mantra is too rubbish. I still need to bring Orochimaru back to study the fairy art used by Mizuki in the Boruto biography. Naruto rubbed his chin and smiled. Immediately, he controlled the telekinetic force and flew directly in the direction where Orochimaru was. On the other side, Anko, who discovered the mysterious death of the candidate, also searched in the forest with anger on his face. As Orochimaru's apprentice, she hated Orochimaru for abandoning her alone in Konoha, and this time she made a conclusion with Orochimaru. Chapter 110. The dead forest at dusk is full of weird feelings. Anko managed to find Orochimaru who was lying dead in the big tree under the perception of the curse mark. She didn't know at this time that it was Orochimaru who stayed where he was on purpose to give Konoha a warning. Long time no see, Anko. Anko gritted his teeth and said bitterly to Orochimaru. You are already a wanted S-rank super dangerous person, so even if I risk my life, I will defeat you here. A complex look flashed across Anko's face. Isn't this the mission of your subordinates who have accepted all your teachings? Orochimaru. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. 4 long pythons blasted directly towards Orochimaru like chains. Anko was pulled out of the body originally embedded in the tree. She pressed one of Orochimaru's 760 hands to the tree. Kunao in his hand walked towards the 2 of them fiercely. Suddenly one hand tightly held Anko's kunao. Who? Anko was taken aback. Does he have a partner? It will hurt me if you do that. Naruto's helpless voice came from behind. When will your impulsive personality change? Naruto. Anko looked back at Naruto who looked helpless. Naruto directly gave Anko a brainstorm. How long do you plan to press this doll? Puppet. Anko was taken aback. Turning his head to look at Orochimaru, the Orochimaru in his hand had already turned into a ball of mud. Earth-style clone. Just now she was going to cast forbidden technique to die with Orochimaru. In the original book, Orochimaru saw this silly girl planning to commit suicide and jumped out from behind her. The current Orochimaru also slowly emerges from the other side. You are Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru looked at Naruto with great interest. You are the reason why the curse mark on Anko's body cannot be sensed. Naruto looked at Orochimaru with a smile and nodded. I don't want to be stared at while doing something I love. Orochimaru asked with a strange face. Since that's the case, why don't you just remove the curse mark? With your ability, you should be able to do it, right? Naruto touched Anko's head and said. This guy insists on becoming a ninja, and it's impossible for me to stay by his side at all times. It's not like you don't know the cruelty of the ninja world. With the power of a curse seal, you may be able to save your life at a critical moment. Although it is only the seal of the earth, the bonus of immortal energy is enough to make Anko soar from the strength of special Genin to elite Genin level. So Naruto just cut off Orochimaru's spirit instead of directly pulling it out like a taki. Anko stared angrily and said. I don't need his power. Naruto looked at Orochimaru, the first time he had seen him officially. Although I glanced at it during the Nine Tails Rebellion before, it hasn't changed like it is now. You are amazing to be able to transform your body like this, or your current body is just a shell. Naruto knows that Orochimaru's body is a white snake sage, and this guy has already completely transformed one from the human category. Orochimaru squinted at Naruto. Looks like you know a lot. Naruto smiled slightly. More than you expected. So you're here to stop me? Naruto spread his hands suddenly and said. I'm not interested in going against the legendary Sunin, I'm just here to save my wife. Anko behind him blushed, and asked Naruto angrily. Can you beat him? Capture him. Orochimaru's trafficker aura is full level. Anyone who has followed him will be impressed by his inexplicable personality charm. Anko was so angry that Orochimaru didn't take her with him when he defected. Gurren, Kimimaro, and Yakushi Kabuto all regard Orochimaru as a god in their hearts. This makes even Naruto, who has the aura of the protagonist, envious. He has an awesome brainwashing process, and he still needs to walk among the beauties tremblingly. I haven't seen you for so long, you are really cold. Orochimaru raised the corners of his mouth when he heard Anko's words. It's a special Genin of the village anyway, you can't always use the forbidden technique I gave you. Orochimaru looked at Naruto and said slowly. If you don't do it, I'm going to leave. This time, I just want to bury my mark on the outstanding talents of the village. Naruto rolled his eyes in disdain. I think you are trying to help the village get rid of Uchiha Itachi's troubles. Orochimaru's pupils shrank when he heard that. With a dry smile, he said. I do not know what you're talking about. And Naruto said slowly. Now the leaf disease is very deep, and the reason is the rotten roots hidden under the big tree. Because of the instigation of the Akatsuki organization, all countries are desperately engaged in an arms race, but Konoha's strength has not increased but declined, busy fighting for power and Li-ji. There is Tsunagaku who is watching outside, and because of the reduced military expenditure, he wants to use Konoha. There are Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Dans fighting inside, and there is Uchiha Itachi who holds the secret of Uchiha's genocide, threatening Konoha at all times. If someone can solve these three problems, I'm afraid the whole Konoha will be reborn, right? After hearing what Naruto said, Orochimaru completely changed his expression. Who revealed their plans? Through Konoha's collapse plan, induce Sand Ninja to attack Konoha and finally fight against the general. Killing Sarutobi Hiruzen will change Konoha's top management, thus changing the status quo of fighting for power and profit. Abduct Uchiha Sasuke, let Uchiha Itachi's hatred transfer from Konoha to himself. This kind of Konoha's collapse plan of killing 3 birds with 1 stone and 1.5 was so easily seen through? Orochimaru took a closer look at Naruto this time. Only then could he feel that the guy in front of him probably knew more than he imagined. No wonder Danzo is so afraid of Naruto in front of him, not only his strength, but also his intelligence. Naruto looked at Orochimaru with a smile on his face and asked strangely. Sarutobi Hiruzen has treated you like this, but you are still facing Konoha, you really have no feelings at all. Orochimaru was silent for a while and slowly sank into the trees. I just find it interesting when I see things that move, and I feel bored when I see things that don't move. The leaves of Konoha haven't been blown for a long time, that's all. I suddenly found that you are more interesting than Sasuke, we will meet again. Chapter 111. Naruto. He's gone. Anko looked at Orochimaru, who sank into the ground like a ghost, and hurriedly shouted to Naruto. Naruto waved his hand indifferently and said, "Run and run, this guy has already slipped away, the only thing left here is a clone." As the hardest existence in Hokage. Although Konoha's collapse plan is clearly pushing Konoha. But once his life was really threatened, Orochimaru would definitely be the first one to slip away, and no one would spare his life more than him. It wasn't until Jiraiya's death that he understood the meaning of life to some extent, and he wanted to live like Jiraiya, but unfortunately he didn't succeed. After discovering Naruto, this guy left a clone body and slipped away. Regardless of the accuracy of the information, he would not joke with his own life. The conversation with Naruto now also allowed him to get the answer he wanted. This Naruto, like himself, also wants to make Konoha more interesting. Naruto casually found the 2 teams that got in during the first exam and reassembled the Book of Heaven and Earth. Then he carried Anko directly to the direction of the central tower. 10 kilometers only takes a few minutes for Naruto 25. This boring exam means nothing to him. When he came to the tower, the Gaara team and the Hinata team had already arrived ahead of schedule. Inyazuki raised his head towards Naruto and said triumphantly, "Haha! Naruto-sensei, I surpassed you this time." Naruto raised his eyelids and sneered. The strength inspection of this month's share has not been done yet. Inyazuka Tiba trembled. Hastily stepped back 2 steps and waved his hands. "Don't I still have to take the Chunin exam? It's over, it's over." After speaking, he dragged Shino and Hinata and hurried away. Naruto followed Anko to the monitoring room on the top of the tower. There are already several Anbu waiting here in advance. "How? Did you find anything?" Seeing Anko, Anbu hurriedly asked. Immediately, they saw Naruto following behind and froze for a moment. This guy's habit of hitting people for nothing has long been passed down from Anbu by Yamato. Anko said solemnly. "It's Orochimaru. The situation is serious, let's suspend the exam. Cannot be terminated." An old voice came from outside the door. Sarutobi Hiruzen led the 2 Anbu in from the outside. "Third generation project." Anko stood up. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand to indicate that there is no need to be polite. Anko said anxiously. "Orochimaru is an S-level rebel ninja. He can even destroy a small ninja village alone. All countries are watching him. Now that he appears in Konoha is a very dangerous signal. Why can't the exam be terminated?" Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't panic at all, but smiled and expressed concern to Anko. "Are you all right? You bumped into Orochimaru." Anko was stunned for a moment, and she was really moved in her heart. She said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "I'm fine, Lord Hokage, it just so happened that Naruto saved me in the examination room." Naruto on the side pouted. "Even at this time, I still don't forget to put on the airs of my mother." Naruto knew he was showing himself. Since Anko has nothing to do, it means that he made a move. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that as long as he grasped Anko and the others, he would inevitably protect Konoha. As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen pretended to be excited and thanked. That Ludo, thank you for saving Anko this time, otherwise Konoha will lose an elite. Then he turned around. If something unexpected happens next, I'm afraid you will have to take action, because this is just like what you said, it is a big trouble that threatens the entire Konoha, and if it is not good, the entire Konoha will perish. Naruto glanced at third generation, then said with a smile. Okay, if it's really dangerous for Konoha, I will take action. Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed when he heard the words. If Orochimaru does something wrong, isn't that the danger of destroying the village? If the threat of destroying the village is not met, then he can easily deal with it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Naruto with a smile. Since you have passed the second test, you can go back and rest. The third test will be in a month. At that time, all celebrities, nobles, and rich businessmen will come to Konoha to watch the ceremony. You will be on the test field protagonist. He felt that as a young man, Naruto must be full of vanity. They will definitely not miss this good opportunity to make a name for themselves in the ninja world and win glory for the village. Naruto looked at third generation with a surprised face. No more qualifiers. Qualifiers. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. What is that? Naruto waved his hand and laughed. It's okay, that's fine. After saying that, Naruto left immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto's leaving figure strangely and murmured. Qualifiers. Then he said to Anbu. Bring me a copy of the qualified list after the second exam. Yes. 4 more days passed. Originally there were nearly 100 examinees, only 7 teams arrived in the central tower. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback looking at the names on the list. This is how he knew why Naruto asked if there was a qualifier. There are a total of 21 people, 15 of them are from Konoha, and 3 teams are newcomers, and 1 team has just taken the Chunin test 250. Those who know are naturally aware that the freshmen graduating this year are all famous families, and Naruto's teaching is powerful. But no one knows, no matter how you look at it, Konoha is using the advantages of his organizer to provide convenience. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the match list with a frown. How about a qualifier? Then he thought Naruto shook his head. Since there is another one after Itaka who completed the test alone, there is no need to conduct the preliminary round. They will naturally see Konoha's strength in the official competition. In the original book, Sarutobi Hiruzen was an intelligence-gathering battle to let the Konoha village Xiaoqiang see clearly the strength of Gaara, who came to the central tower in Sand Shinobi village without injury in an hour and a half. Now that there is Naruto as the guarantee, naturally there is no need to worry too much about those who are all gourds. It's just that the original one-on-one exam format has to be changed. Most of the newcomers like Konoha are teamed up with enhanced specialties, and the true individual combat effectiveness is really worrying. Therefore, the final game must be played in groups. So Sarutobi Hiruzen made the decision directly. Set the exam time in 1 month, and now Guangfa Famous Station invites famous families from all walks of life to watch the ceremony. Chapter 112. The second exam ended without any surprises. The butterfly effect produced by Naruto did not lead to a qualifier for studying opponent intelligence because of Gaara's strength. Yakushi Kabuto respectfully knelt in front of Orochimaru and reported Sasuke's performance in the exam. Yet, Orochimaru nodded after listening to the report. Is it easy to adapt to the power of the curse seal? Yakushi Kabuto responded in a low voice. Yes, Master Orochimaru, Sasuke has been following Naruto to practice body art these years. I am afraid this is one of the reasons why he can easily adapt to the power of the seal, but... Orochimaru suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Xiongdu and asked. But what? However, it seems that the power has suddenly increased 10 times, and Sasuke is somewhat inflated. He went to Naruto to learn from him after the match. In short, it's more miserable now. Pill number. Big Snake. Sure enough, Itaka's younger brother is mentally handicapped, right? That guy has to think twice even if I want to deal with him, and ran to trouble Naruto after only gaining the power of the first stage of the curse seal? Orochimaru rubbed the corners of his eyes, then waved his hands. Forget it, leave him alone. He looked at the birds singing and the fragrance of flowers outside the house, and there was a complicated expression in his eyes. But it's really quiet. No, it should be said that this country has become too peaceful. Other countries are busy expanding their armaments. Yakushi Kabuto stood up slowly and smiled. Can you take it now? In Yakushi Kabuto's view, Orochimaru's goal should be to regain his own Hokage position. Orochimaru looked out of the courtyard with an inexplicable expression. Yeah, although I don't know if it's meaningful to take the old man's head. A flash of frenzy flashed through Yakushi Kabuto. Yeah. Orochimaru looked at Yakushi Kabuto and narrowed his eyes with a scrutiny expression. Yakushi Kabuto said without fear. I think you're still hesitating. Then he reminded Orochimaru. In the future, the forces of each ninja village will collide fiercely for a long time. Then he changed his voice. Of course, Yinin village is also on the list. You want to be the fuse. For this Sasuke is the other gunpowder prepared. Orochimaru looked at the bag and laughed. You see it so thoroughly, it makes me feel a little uncomfortable. With some dissatisfaction in Do's calm tone, he said. Where is it? I don't know about Das, Sak, and Kim. Those three idiots almost dragged Jinchuriki out from the beginning. It seems that you haven't fully trusted me yet. W. Orochimaru looked at the jealous pocket and smiled slightly. I don't think there is any need to tell you about the abandoned son who is abandoned at will, right? Isn't this the proof that I trust you? Yakushi Kabuto looked at Orochimaru after hearing this, and felt a lot more comfortable seeing his serious expression. So, Sasuke is up to you. I gave him the curse mark, he seems to get used to it without any effort. So I think before someone intervenes, I want him to activate the second stage of the seal. Yakushi Kabuto was taken aback when he heard this. You mean? It's not like you, are you in a hurry? A frivolous figure appeared in Orochimaru's mind. It's just to avoid extra complications. Do. If you want to stop me now, you have to kill Sasuke. You can't kill me. Even if you are very powerful, you are only as good as Kakashi. Yakushi Kabuto turned his head to stare at Orochimaru. He felt his loyalty to Orochimaru was deeply trampled. However, Orochimaru suddenly grinned. Just kidding, well, you go, I still trust you. Yakushi Kabuto turned his head sharply and left the Yinin village station. Orochimaru looked at the departing pocket and thought. That expression? What the hell are you thinking? You didn't really kill Sasuke, did you? As a genius spy, no one can know what Yakushi Kabuto really thinks. Ten's undercover, Sand Shinobi Village undercover, Own undercover. The experience of these years has long since made him forget who he is. Orochimaru just gave him a chance to rediscover himself. Even Orochimaru is not confident enough now that Yakushi Kabuto is still true to himself. After all, he has been sent back undercover for 4 years. Orochimaru didn't expect at this time that Yakushi Kabuto was loyal, and he was so loyal that he went crazy. All day I feel that Orochimaru will be the god who will unify the ninja world in the future. Yakushi Kabuto left the station and went straight to the hospital. At this time, Sasuke was not protected by Anbu arranged by Kakashi. After all, most of his injuries were from being beaten when he provoked Naruto. Looking at Sasuke, who is covered in bandages, with black lines all over his head. The beating was not ordinary. What are you doing here? Sasuke looked at Yakushi Kabuto impatiently. He naturally remembered the guy who stole his limelight in the first exam. Yakushi Kabuto smiled and said to Sasuke. I know you're the same age as Naruto, right? Or maybe you're a few months older than him. You've been called a genius since childhood, but you can't even touch his clothes. Kakuzu, I'm afraid you don't feel very good inside. Sasuke's face was livid, he stared at the pocket, and said sharply. What do you mean? You came here to mock me? Yakushi Kabuto shook his head and smiled. Did you feel that power? Sasuke's pupils shrank. Are you from Orochimaru? Instead of admitting it, Yakushi Kabuto changed the subject. Orochimaru-sama has been to many places after being kicked out by Konoha. One of the places called Akatsuki, he saw Uchiha Itachi. According to what he knows, it's completely idiotic to want to avenge him with your current strength. If you want to become stronger, Lord Orochimaru can help you do so. Sasuke's face turned dark when he heard Kato's words. Uchiha Itachi. Even if Naruto told Sasuke the orders from the Konoha executives, Qian Zhao. But that doesn't stop Sasuke from hating Uchiha Itachi. After all, under the guidance of Naruto, Uchiha Itachi has become the lackey of the Konoha executives. Obviously a bloodless coup is possible, but the innocent Uchiha clan must be wiped out, even the ordinary old, weak, sick and disabled. This has gone beyond what needs to be done to suppress the mutiny. Of course, this is all for Naruto to improve the strength of the second pillar. In case the filial son is washed clean. Sasuke's Manjiki to whom to drive. Based on Sasuke's talent, it is estimated that he will not be able to use Manjiki in this life. Now hearing the news about Itachi, Sasuke was really excited. What will it cost me? What do you want me to do? Yakushi Kabuto smiled slightly. Your body. Sasuke looked at the bag in horror. Damn it! You actually want me to sell my body? Bet. Pocket. Chapter 113. Yakushi Kabuto walked out of the hospital with a disgusted face. He suddenly felt that he still had to find a way to heal Kimimaro, making him the most suitable body for Orochimaru. I don't know who Sasuke learned so many strange ideas from, who knows if Master Orochimaru will be influenced by him. After hearing that Lord Orochimaru didn't want his body, Sasuke showed sincere contempt for Orochimaru's ability to seize the house, and then agreed to learn the advanced form of the curse seal without hesitation. It's just that Sasuke's injury is too serious now. Going to directly convert Mantra 2 now is undoubtedly going to die. So Yakushi Kabuto and Sasuke made an agreement to find him after Sasuke recovered from his injury. Anyway, it only takes less than a day to complete the advanced curse seal too. On the other hand, Naruto, who was waiting for Konoha's collapse plan, began to wander around bored. With his current strength, unless it is a lottery above A level otherwise, other rewards beyond cage level will not improve him much. Instead of wasting destiny points, it is better to save them and directly draw S-rank ones. It's just that the 100 million destiny value makes people feel a little bit pained, and there is no rush for this matter. So Naruto decided to go to Ichiraku Ramen 127 to get in touch with Iris. However, when he opened the door curtain and entered, an old man with white hair and a red robe was looking at Calamus. If it weren't for the ramen noodles underneath, the halazi might have been left on the table. Naruto frowned. Jiraiya? This guy is back? As one of the few people in the original book who really cared about Naruto, Jiraiya's death also succeeded in making Naruto wake up. Sakura's licking dog since she was a child has changed to living for herself and fighting for those who care about her. Naruto, who was lonely since he was a child, has always regarded the bond between people as his most precious thing. Coupled with its carefree personality, it is natural to express it directly if you like it. In the early days, Naruto was Sakura's #1 licking dog, but Sakura treated her as trash when she blatantly showed love. Even so, Naruto is still persistent and tries his best to be a qualified licking dog. Obviously he is not doing well, but he has to show a look of indifference. When the two pillars defected, little Sakura cried to death. In order not to make the goddess sad, Naruto directly promised to bring back Sasuke, Kfei. Since then, he has embarked on the ultimate dog-licking journey to find a husband for his goddess. At that time, Naruto lived for the people he cared about. Put other people's feelings more important than life. However, upon receiving the news of Jiraiya's death, the group of people around him found that all they cared about was the information Jiraiya brought back. So one night, Naruto matured in an instant. He changed from protecting the people he cared about to protecting the people who cared about himself. And Jiraiya's death has become one of the few regrets among many Hokage fans. Seeing Jiraiya appear in front of him at this time, Naruto has a feeling like a world away. He walked up to the calamus with a smile and said, "Come to a bowl of tonkatsu ramen, ask for extra spicy." Calamus understands what he said, and Naruto takes a look. The tonkatsu ramen can't be spicy, but the char siu is sweet. Jiraiya looked at Naruto calmly. This is the child of the fourth generation. When Orochimaru was kicked out of Konoha, Tsunade left disheartened. Jiraiya naturally knew that she should go too, otherwise she would be the next one to be squeezed out. So he embarked on the road to find the Destiny Child again in the name of hunting Orochimaru. Over the years he has also wanted to come back and see. But in front of his mentor and apprentice, he chose to escape after all. Now he returns with this Orochimaru. Naturally, he wanted to take a look at his apprentice's son. It's still named after the protagonist of his own book. He inquired from the tavern. It seems that this Jinchuriki is not doing too badly. Even ordinary villagers know him as the son of the fourth Hokage. It's just that the son of the fourth Hokage is a bit of a dandy, and he seems to be gnashing his teeth when he is mentioned. So he was going to see Naruto for himself, so he appeared in the Ichiraku ramen restaurant. Here's your ramen. Add chili yourself. Iris put the ramen in front of Naruto angrily. For her, changing the taste of the noodles made by the ramen master at will is simply a humiliation to the chef. But Naruto is not so particular. As a person who traveled from a big gourmet country in his previous life, his favorite cuisine is undoubtedly Sichuan cuisine, so how can we not put chili in the noodles? Naruto pointed to the chili oil and asked Jiraiya, "Would you like some? I specially prepared this, it's really enjoyable." Jiraiya was taken aback. Then he opened his hands and exaggeratedly shouted, "Sao Nian! Do you recognize me, Toad Sage, the Toad Sage, the Toad Elf of Mount Maiboku, so you are going to please me?" Naruto. Rub. Late stage of secondary disease. Naruto turned annoyed and gave Jiraiya a look. Love to eat, don't eat, and let go. Jiraiya a lag. Who said no to eating? He took it and added a few spoonfuls directly to the noodles. The calamus on the opposite side stretched out its hand to remind that. Next moment, Jiraiya stuck out her tongue and blushed and shouted, "Water! Water! Calamus, very spicy." Naruto on the side laughed. The eating habits of the ninja world are light like some places, and there is only one with a heavy taste like Naruto. It took him a long time to find this kind of chili oil similar to Choutian pepper. Basically, no one except himself can stand this level of spiciness. Jiraiya pointed at Naruto excitedly and said, "You actually poisoned Naruto." He gave Jiraiya a look of disdain, and then put the pepper on his face in front of his face, and finished the drink expressionlessly. Jiraiya frowned suspiciously at Naruto's remaining noodle soup. "Isn't his spicy?" So Jiraiya took another sip of Naruto's leftover noodle soup. Immediately, sweat broke out on his forehead, and his face was almost covered with anger. Naruto looked at Jiraiya, who was hot and crazy, and laughed. "You fairy is weak, you can't even eat spicy food, how did you become the master of the fourth generation?" Jiraiya hesitated when she heard the words. "You know me?" Naruto chuckled. "Of course, the master of the fourth Hokage, one of the legendary Sunin, what? Is this time to stop Orochimaru?" Jiraiya's pupil shrank, and she looked at Naruto in shock. "Why does this guy seem to know everything? Is the son born to my apprentice so awesome?" Chapter 114. Jiraiya looked around nervously. Then he said seriously to Naruto. Talk with me elsewhere. Naruto shrugged indifferently. Immediately Jiraiya took him directly to the vicinity of an unworldly spring near the village. There are also several young ladies in swimsuits playing in the water in the mountain spring. Naruto. Jiraiya asked Naruto with a serious face. Who told you this? If it wasn't for the idiot expression he was looking at through the telescope just now, Naruto might have believed him serious look. Naruto didn't answer Jiraiya's question directly, and by eyes telling the truth would only make him more confused. He turned to look at Konoha behind him and asked. What do you think of Konoha? Jiraiya was taken aback. Konoha. Then he looked at the peaceful village and said unconsciously. Peace. For those low-level civilians, Konoha village definitely represents peace. As long as you don't get involved in high-level political struggles or disputes in the ninja world, Konoha is definitely what those common people yearn for the most. Naruto did not contradict what Jiraiya said. Because he knows that what Jiraiya said is true. The reason why he chose to escape from the village is precisely because Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions captured the hearts of the vast majority of Konoha village's civilians. What does the intrigue among high-level officials have to do with me as a commoner? Even if Konoha's number one blood inherits the limited family, after the family is exterminated, it is just a chat after dinner. It took Sarutobi Hiruzen several decades to successfully dilute the village that originally only had ninjas into a Konoha where civilians and ninjas merged. Originally, with the support of the ninja, 100% Hokage became a joint election by the villagers, which made public opinion extremely important in the Hokage election. So when Danzo failed to elect Orochimaru to be Hokage, he once complained, as long as you have a little reputation in Konoha, it will not be like this. Jiraiya knows exactly this. So kind he can't break this peace created by Sarutobi Hiruzen. But he couldn't agree with the practice of sacrificing his companions in exchange for peace, so he chose to leave Konoha to travel alone. He wanted to find the son of prophecy that Toad Sage said, and wanted to see if he could change the conflict in this world. Naruto smiled after hearing the piece. What about the ninja world? Jiraiya was taken aback, thinking of what he had seen and heard in various countries over the years, and all the information collected to track down Orochimaru's tracks. Jiraiya's face became heavy. Naruto laughed at this moment. Isn't there constant disputes? The small country still serves as a buffer zone for the big country. Even big countries have begun to hire illegal mercenary organizations to participate in small-scale wars. The friction between countries has intensified. The daimyo, nobles, and so-called monarchs who are so idle are eager to start a new round of ninja wars. Jiraiya's pupils shrank when she heard Naruto talking eloquently. Because he knows that what Naruto said is true. Cloud Shinobi Village is crazy about expanding its armaments by relying on its good relationship with daimyo. This aroused the strong dissatisfaction of Iwagakure, the feud. They hired Akatsuki to participate in the war between countries, and the conflicts among countries were on the verge of breaking out. The merchants in the underground world like Cardo are constantly squeezing small countries. Nobles from all over the world are also tired of the small troubles of cultivating ninjas for gambling. The number of ninjas in each ninja village has increased sharply, and there are tens of thousands of registered ninjas in each village of the 5 major countries. Seriously missing tasks have resulted in more intense competition between the villages. The whole ninja world is like a barrel full of gunpowder. A little friction and it's ready to go. At this urgent time, Konoha village is peaceful. It was as if Konoha turned himself into a fat piece of meat and waved to the hungry wolves in other villages to come and eat. Seeing Jiraiya's surprised expression, Naruto smiled slightly. He stood up slowly and smiled at Jiraiya. I live in Konoha quite comfortably, and I am quite satisfied with the current peace. But there are always fools trying to break the peace. Did you know? Thousands of years ago, the entire ninja world was controlled by a country called the Country of the Motherland. The world controlled by the Country of the Motherland is peaceful, without any disputes and wars. The reason is that the country of the motherland is led by the legendary goddess Sasuke Kaguya. The powerful strength makes no one feel any resistance. If the world can be restored as one, wouldn't the entire ninja world be restored to a state of peace? Jiraiya looked at Naruto in horror. You want to unify the ninja world? Naruto shook his head with a smile and said. Ask for flowers. Ninja world? No, I want to rule the world. As long as there are those useless daimyos who only know how to eat, drink and play, the world will never usher in true peace. There are so many countries in a place with a bigger fart. 5 villages can be beaten to death with weapons. Jiraiya, there is a weapon that either brings peace to the world or destroys it. This is what the real destiny does. People's desires will never stop, but fear can stop the growth of desires. Do you want real peace? Then let the world tremble under your feet. Jiraiya looks at Naruto like a madman. It's impossible, not even the legendary ninja god Senju Hashirama, not even the rebirth of Sage of Six Paths. 0. Sage of Six Paths. Naruto curled his lips in disdain, he's just a son of Sasuke Kaguya. And it turns out that the so-called peace he got from overthrowing his mother is even more nonsense. White Zetsu produced during Kaguya's reign was only 100,000. Since entering the Sengoku era, the entire ninja world has suffered more than tens of millions of casualties. Jiraiya looked at Naruto in bewilderment. The land of the fathers, or was it overthrown by Sage of Six Paths? Naruto laughed. These are not important. The important thing is that when you have eternal life and invincible strength, you can create a new order for this world. Whether it is peace or destruction, it is only a difference. And you came here this time to bid farewell to your own teacher. It means that you clearly know that if Konoha is not sober, he should be eliminated. And in my opinion, the ninja world is the same. Naruto knows that the Tsutsuki family has the existence of the Tsutsuki god who devours thousands of planets. God knows who is stronger than the gods in the world of One Punch Man. Although I can't die, it doesn't mean that my daughters-in-law can't die, just like Saitama and Hungry Wolf fighting Genos innocently. Naruto didn't like this kind of thing happen to him. So he wants to complete the gathering of luck in this world as soon as possible, so that he can truly do whatever he wants. If Shippuden no longer has the aura of the protagonist, then force yourself to be the protagonist. Chapter 115. Jiraiya left in a daze. He was shocked by Naruto's remarks. Naruto told him that he was the son of prophecy that he had been looking for. It's just that the world has changed a little. It seems that he, the son of prophecy, does not need to guide himself. Because he actually felt that Naruto's rhetoric made sense. The ninja world wars all started when the upper class was dissatisfied with the status quo and chose to expand the territory. Every ninja world war ended because of the heavy casualties in the major ninja villages. True peace seems to require the emergence of a ninja god like Senju Hashirama. And Naruto just awakened wood style, and he is also Nine Tails Jinchuriki. This makes things that were originally impossible become a glimmer of hope. And Naruto told Jiraiya. The main purpose is to make up for the regrets of September 20th when I was watching dramas in my previous life. He didn't want Jiraiya to choose to make a move at this time, after all, he was one of the few plot characters who looked pleasing to the eye. If Jiraiya tried to stop him from rooting out, he would not hold back. Fortunately, now it seems that Jiraiya is as she thought. He is well aware of Konoha's ills. Jiraiya in the plot did not intend to show up. Because I really can't see Yabusa teaching Naruto blindly. So he took the initiative to show up to help Naruto lift the 5-element seal, and taught him the summoning technique. But after the event, he also told Ebisu not to disturb Konoha's senior management. In Konoha's collapse plan, he only prevented Orochimaru's summoning beast from destroying the village, and did not go to rescue Sarutobi Hiruzen. And these are enough to show Jiraiya's attitude towards Konoha, he just came to see his teacher off. Now, after hearing about Naruto's inducement, he completely gave up the idea of stopping Orochimaru. After Naruto resolved this matter, he also contacted Zabuza in the Land of Waves. These months, Zabuzan successfully took over Cardo's business. As one of the best underworld businessmen in the ninja world, Kato's jaws were stunned by the wealth he controlled. At this time, the news of Kato's death has not been revealed yet. Many businessmen have not begun to retaliate against the vulnerable group of ninjas who forcibly killed themselves. And Naruto found Zabuza and Shiro again. At this time, they lived in Kado's base very comfortably. After all, they have been hunted down by Kirigakure. With such a secret base, they can hide for a while. What should I do next? Zabuzan frowned at Naruto and asked, "It won't take long to hide it. I don't know that once the news of Kado's killing spreads to the celebrity circle, the culprit who killed Kado will inevitably be offered a high reward by many wealthy businessmen. They absolutely do not allow the existence of ninjas who dare to attack them. Once this precedent is set, no matter how much money they make, they will become fat pigs slaughtered by ninjas." Naruto waved his hand indifferently. "Don't bother with them. You have to remember that strength always comes first. The ninja world is about to usher in a new pattern. Before you start again, you need to improve your strength." Saying that, Naruto threw the handwritten second Hokage's water style to Zabuchan. "Your ninjutsu foundation is really poor. The silent killing technique alone has too many limitations. Here is the powerful water style simplified or mastered by second Hokage. You have learned them during this time. Don't be stunned when you hear the words." As a result of his stunned look at the scroll in Naruto's hand. Sure enough, it contains a full set of water-style ninjutsu, and even the water dragon bomb, which needs 44 seals, has been simplified to 4 seals. Zabuzan looked at Naruto in shock and asked, "You give me such an important thing as a traitor, won't the top management of the Sleepy Leaf care? You must know that the ninjutsu of a village is an important strategic resource. Especially the Hokage who is famous for water style and second Hokage. He developed ninjutsu that even Kirigakure would salivate over. High-level Konoha." Naruto laughed, "They don't have time to care about such a trivial matter now. At this moment, they are probably still worrying about how to get famous in the Chunin exam." Naruto then changed the topic. "The other purpose of this visit is also the same." No longer beheaded for a moment, what purpose? Naruto smiled lightly. "I want you to raise all of Kato's funds and bet on the big names and wealthy businessmen in the Chunin exam." Buleten Jean heard the words and widened his eyes. Who dares to accept such a large amount of money? Naruto looked at it speechlessly and then did not cut another glance. "You underestimate those big names too much. The wealth accumulated over thousands of years has reached a terrifying level, and I just need a reason." He looked at Naruto with a question mark on his face. "What reason?" Naruto grinned. "A reason to start a war." Immediately, his eyes widened. Naruto looked at the horrified Zabuza with a smile and patted him on the shoulder. "Saunian, do you want to see the world's nuclear peace? Work hard to improve your strength. If you can survive to the end, you should be able to see the peaceful and prosperous world you want." After saying that, Naruto's figure directly turned into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone. Seeing Naruto disappearing, he frowned. He asked Bai who was beside him. "How should we trust him?" There was a gentle smile on the white face. "I am the tool to kill the adults again, I just need to follow and kill the adults again." Buleten Jean heard the words for a moment, then nodded. He should have died a long time ago. If what he said is true, then we will try to live until the end. Then the room fell into silence. If Naruto saw this scene, he would think of a way to get the hormone fruit to fulfill the dreams of these two gay friends. And Naruto, who was far away in Konoha, also received the message from Shadow Clone at the same time. I have to say that as long as Chakra is strong enough, the function of this thing is much more convenient than imagined, and even Naruto has to feel that Senju Tobirama is the real ninjutsu genius. Sure enough, 1.1 hatred can greatly promote a person's potential. In order to deal with the evil Uchiha, Senju Tobirama has developed too many awesome forbidden techniques. It's a pity that he was banned by his brother in the end. If these forbidden techniques are popularized, it won't be the turn of the Uchiha family to become the largest family in Konoha. Just one impure world reincarnation can make the Uchiha family overwhelmed. As for the offerings, just kidding, are there still few enemy prisoners captured alive in the two sides fighting? Exchange the enemy's life for your own combat power. As long as you have no brains, you will not dislike this forbidden technique, which is cruel to use. It's a pity that it is obvious that Senju Hashirama's brain is the kind of whole. This kind of ninja world is a family. Hello, everyone. The idea of the virgin was born into the genetic weight of Ashura Chakra. In the end, the Senju family disappeared into the history of the ninja world. Chapter 116. Moonlight Gale's body was found in Kikyo City. Sarutobi Hiruzen urgently summoned his ninjas to gather in the Hokage building. Someone may have heard of it, and the body of Moonlight Gale was found near Kikyo City. What? Blast! How can it be? This is impossible. Anko shrank his pupils and frowned and asked. Did Orochimaru do it? Kakashi on the side said calmly. Not necessarily, we can't simply draw a conclusion. Heiichi should be responsible for monitoring the ninja villages who came to Konoha to take the Chunin exam. It is reasonable to say that ordinary people would not be discovered when he escaped, but it cannot be ruled out that it has something to do with Orochimaru. They both frown and frown. Then suspend the Chunin exam and capture Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and said. No, that guy showed his identity in front of Anko and threatened not to suspend the Chunin exam. What's more, the Chunin exam where the allied countries gathered together, once Masakiha became the laughing stock of the ninja world in an instant. Mitokado Homura on the side looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a frown. What happened? He had never heard the news at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained with a smile. Orochimaru has 25 abilities to conquer a small country. After he left the village, all countries paid attention to him. Besides, he left Konoha with resentment. All countries are in love with him. The Jainins below were silent. The well-informed Jainin naturally knew the truth about Orochimaru's affairs. The legendary Sunin, said cast out and cast out. Konoha, don't let the other villages die of greed. Fortunately, Orochimaru did not show any intention of joining other villages. Instead, he set up a small ninja village. I don't know what he plans to do. And Sarutobi Hiruzen's only miscalculation in this matter is Jiraiya. He never thought that Jiraiya, who he cultivated with the strongest will of fire, would choose to leave the village. Over the years, I have been trying to find a way to bring Jiraiya back to Konoha. He knew that Jiraiya's character would never compete with him for the position of Hokage. And just yesterday, someone in Anbu reported to him that he saw Jiraiya in Konoha village. I have sent Ebisu to contact Jiraiya. I am confident that Jiraiya will definitely take a shot against Orochimaru as long as he fights a little bit. But what he didn't know was that Naruto had already approached Jiraiya first. Jiraiya in the plot naturally found out about the tragic life of Naruto when she came back from her travels. Coupled with the teaching of an unreliable Ebisu, Jiraiya's dissatisfaction with Sarutobi Hiruzen reached its peak. So when Ebisu approached Jiraiya, he refused third generation's request to return to the village without hesitation. In desperation, Ebisu had no choice but to use the aggressive method to say that she believed in Jiraiya. But what Sarutobi Hiruzen has done these years has already chilled Jiraiya. So Jiraiya finally chose to stand by and watch Orochimaru's plan. It just stopped the summoning snake, which was relatively destructive to the building. Regarding the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he just said that he believed that the third generation disappeared. However, Naruto in this world is not as miserable as in the original book. Under his own control, Naruto's life is not much different from that of a dude. Naruto is also worried that Jiraiya's nostalgia will choose to fight against him. That's why he took the initiative to showdown with Jiraiya. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't know these things at all. At this time, he was still immersed in the joy of Jiraiya's return to the village and Naruto's double hole card as a guarantee. The parallel feet below asked similarly nervously. You mean that the allied countries will join forces with Orochimaru to betray the spit? Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Kakashi on the side explained calmly. Those alliance treaties are just casual agreements, and the past ninja wars also happened like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the floating hearts and knocked on the table. There is too little information now, so there is no need to speculate. Udadan Koharu nodded aside and said. Anbu has secretly sent people to collect intelligence from various countries. If you act rashly, you will be in danger. The enemy probably has the same intention. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the corners of the ninjas below and raised their mouths slightly. And, I trust you guys. The people below looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with different expressions. Sarutobi Hiruzen said confidently. As a last resort, the only way to gather Konoha's strength is to fight. With the leaves of Jiraiya and Naruto, it is not at all that Jiraiya can touch porcelain now. Sarutobi Hiruzen was confident enough to let Orochimaru back and forth. This is when he justified his cowardice and incompetence. According to Naruto, if Orochimaru launches the Konoha collapse plan on Konoha, it is impossible for him not to take action. Even if he doesn't make a move, Jiraiya will definitely not see Orochimaru destroy Konoha. With double protection, Sarutobi Hiruzen has unprecedented confidence at this time. However, after the meeting, Anko came to the Hokage office. At this time, there are pictures of Hokage in the past hanging in the house. Sarutobi Hiruzen is watching fourth Hokage ecstatically. If this guy hadn't died for love, how could he have so many troubles? A more obedient puppet, but his brain can't turn around. Lord Hokage. Anko. Sorry, Anko couldn't sleep or eat when she thought about Orochimaru. As Orochimaru's apprentice, she didn't know how to deal with the harm Orochimaru brought to the village. Even after hearing the communication between Orochimaru and Naruto's fingertips, she still couldn't understand the behavior of shooting her companion. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Anko's confusion. He smiled. Yes, the will of fire was instilled very firmly. Do you regret coming back alive from the dead forest? Anko lowered his head. If he died with Orochimaru, maybe Moonlight Hayate wouldn't need to die. Never mind at this point, you have nothing to do with Orochimaru. Then he pretended to lament and said to Anko. Now there is no ninja in Konoha who can compete with him, even I am afraid I can't. Anko said unwillingly. If the fourth Hokage is still around. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned black. Which pot does not open and lifts which pot, is this what I want you to say? Don't say that, he died saving the village, and that was 13 years ago. He is gone, we must save Konoha with our own strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice. Actually, there is another ninja who can fight Da367 Shawan, but... Anko was taken aback. Only... Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. It's just that even if he is me, I can't directly order him to take action. Jian Yuan is the son of a hero. Anko was taken aback when he heard the words. You mean Naruto? Is he really that strong? Naruto shows different strengths in front of different people. He felt that Hokage's point of view of it is different from a lion fighting a rabbit with all its strength is extremely pretentious and very emotional. Therefore, the entire Konoha does not have a unified and clear understanding of his strength. Anko just knows that he is very strong and will use wood style. But she just thinks that Naruto's strength is about the same as Tenzo Yamato's. After all, his wood style is mostly used to build houses, and there are games that are played later. Thinking of this, Anko's face turned red. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded to Anko. If there is anyone in Konoha who can stop Orochimaru, it must be Naruto. Well, if Orochimaru's plan succeeds, I'm afraid Konoha will fall into war. Saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the Hokage hat on the table and put it on his head. Unfortunately, Naruto may resent me because of the 4th generation. Even if something happens, you don't need to blame yourself, I'll blow it off. As he spoke, he stooped out of the house. The back view reveals endless remorse, and Anko behind him looks shaken. Sarutobi Hiruzen left the office with a smile on his mouth. He has known the relationship between Anko and Naruto for a long time. Chapter 117. Tomorrow is the official start of the Chunin exam. Konoha village has gathered a large number of wealthy businessmen and nobles at this time. All were immersed in a jubilation of prosperity and peace. Ha ha ha. Akamichi Choza laughed and patted Yamanaka Hiki on the shoulder and teased. It's great that your family is a girl, I heard that she has a close relationship with Naruto. Unlike the kid in my family, more than half of the family's expenses are food expenses. Luju at the side rolled his eyes. Idiot, your family is special. He put Hai on the shoulder and said with a look of disgust. Women are really troublesome. Hai nodded in agreement. Yes, sometimes I really don't know how to get along with them. Luju nodded in sympathy. That is to say, the man has really worked hard, I don't know what Naruto's head is thinking. Akamichi Dingza turned his head and stared at the menu depressedly and said. Humph. It's as if I'm the only one who is the bad guy. Then he pointed to the menu and shouted. Hey! Boss! Add everything above. 2 copies. Liu and Hai rolled their eyes when they heard that. The Akamichi clan basically didn't have much other expenses except food. At this time, the door of the barbecue restaurant was pushed open. Welcome! Several people turned their heads to look. Shikamaru stood at the door scratching his head with a look of lovelessness. Akamichi Dingza laughed. Ouch! A powerful reinforcement is here. Come on, Shikamaru has something to offer too. Shikamaru looked at the drunk trio and sighed. Oh, hello. Father, come on, you should go back too. Liu Jutong blushed impatiently and asked. What are you talking about? What a long-winded the festival is to be lively. Shikamaru rolled his eyes helplessly. What kind of holiday is this, what a hassle. Luju swore a lesson. Stupid, the official Chunin exams have been like festivals since before. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. I'm going to take the exam tomorrow, really, let me call you. Luju was taken aback when he heard the words. Are you going to take the test? Shikamaru. Please, father. Forget it, anyway, I brought my words, and my mother said don't forget about tomorrow's business, otherwise she will make you look good. Luju's whole body trembled, and the alcohol in his body immediately dissipated a lot. He waved his hands in disappointment. Forget it, it's important. Immediately, the 3 of them left the barbecue restaurant resentfully. On the other side of the Sand Shinobi village resident, Temari kept cleaning his folding fan, and Kankuro checked his puppet again and again. The movements of the hands all prove the complicated mood of the 2 of them. Is it tomorrow? Temari suddenly raised his head and asked Kankuro. Kankuro spit out without looking back. Yes. Temari then asked Kankuro with a gloomy face. So? What to do? Kankuro smiled wryly. Temari, we are ninjas, and children of Hokage. Even he couldn't imagine that his father would use his own children as bait to start a war. Not so long ago. After Baki submitted Orochimaru's alliance letter, he received Hokage's instruction. The purpose of letting the 3 of them take the Chunin exam this time is to release Gaara's dormant technique in the name of the exam to attract Konoha's attention so that Tsunagakure can take the opportunity to attack the unsuspecting Konoha. Since the Nation of Fire and the Nation of Wind are allied, This caused the daimyo of the country of Wind to submit a large number of commissions to Konoha. It also significantly reduced the funding of the ninja village in the country, which greatly reduced the number of ninjas in Tsunagakure. Suddenly, Tsunagakure seems to have become an adopted son whose father does not love his mother. This caused great dissatisfaction among Tsunagakure's top management. If it hadn't been for the help of 4th Kazekage's magnet style to find alluvial gold and barely deal with it, perhaps Sand Shinobi Village would have become the first ninja village to be disbanded due to emptiness. So this time, Kazekage decided to injure Konoha no matter what the cost, and then let daimyo feel the power and majesty of Tsunagakure, and let him know the importance of risk management. Are you going to start another war? Temari sighed. Once the flames of war are provoked, they will meet Konoha with swords. The alliance treaty bought with a great sacrifice will be broken again, and many people will die. Kankuro on the side hastily signaled that Temari has ears on the wall. Hi, hi. Temari. He sighed and whispered. This is the will of Kazekage-sama. At this moment, Beiki pushed the door open. That's right. It's all Kazekage-sama's will. After all, ninjas are just tools for war, and that alliance treaty is just a tool to threaten our existence. This is a super A-grade task, treat it with heart, and leave it to Gaara tomorrow. 3 people nodding should be. Only Beiki looked guilty. Because Kazekage told him, in order not to attract Konoha's attention, they won't get any support. Even Beiki wanted Sand Shinobi Village to perform military exercises on the border to attract Konoha's attention, but was rejected. That is to say, once the war starts, he and the 3 of them will all be victims of this plan. Even Beiki couldn't tell Gaara 3 brothers and sisters about this. After all, my own father sold the 3 daughters directly for the sake of the village, and no one knows if they will make any drastic moves. Everyone spent a sleepless night with their own thoughts. The next day, Konoha village was full of firecrackers. Everyone seemed to be having a holiday, and there was no feeling that the ninja was about to do his best in full view. The teams that passed the second test slowly walked out of the huge arena in a neat line. The first team of Yunnan village, the first team of Sand Shinobi village, and the 5th team of Konoha village. Seeing this situation, the people talked one after another. Is it true that Konoha is the strongest? Basically, those selected for the official competition this year are all rookies. Look. Okay, that's last year's number 1, Hyuga Niji. This year's enmity Uchiha Sasuke of the Uchiha clan is also there. I heard that this year's team battle is a team battle, and the emphasis is on mutual cooperation. In this way, I think the Inoshika CH team has a better chance of winning. After all, their main clan is as good as one. It makes sense, so who did you suppress? I beat Niji, hehe. A wealthy businessman from the land of wine sneered at these idiots. They don't even know the horror of Sand Shinobi village participating genin this time. That's the village's secret weapon. That is, the husband of my daughter-in-law's ex-boyfriend's best friend works as a ninja in Sand Shinobi village. I only got first-hand information. This time at the stud Sand Shinobi village, you can definitely earn a lot of money. Thinking of this, he is already dreaming of the happiness that he will soon be among the ninja symbols overnight. And at this time west, a lazy figure slowly walked out of the gate. Chapter 118. Yon, what are you doing here so early? Don't you have to sleep with your wife? Naruto yawned and strolled in through the arena gate. Sasuke looked at Naruto proudly. His eyes revealed endless uncontrollable coercion, wanting to venture out. After several days of wrestling with Shinigami, Tai now has swelled to the point where he can't recover his own strength. He can't wait to compete with Naruto right away and let him know why the flowers are so popular. Shikamaru rolled his eyes boredly. My father was severely taught by my mother. And after Naruto came on stage, the audience booed. An orphan of 4th Hokage who only exercises body exercises every day, has 9 tails sealed in his body, and makes troubles all day long, which makes the villagers of Konoha dislike Naruto very much. Those merchants from other villages who didn't know why, the customers asked strangely. "What are you doing?" "The yellow-haired one, son of the fourth Hokage." "What? He turned out to be the son of the fastest man in the ninja world. Doesn't it mean that he is very strong?" "It must be. I think he is on the team alone." "Is he the same as Uchiha Itachi back then? A born genius." Unexpectedly, when these words came out, the villagers on the side rolled their eyes one after another. "What kind of genius? It's just that 347 is just a crane tail who only knows physical skills. He didn't even go to ninja school, and he knew how to run circles around Konoha all day long." Later, it seemed that he didn't even bother to run circles. Every day run a few kilometers, do some push-ups and it's over. The outsiders looked suspiciously at the villagers. "Are you kidding me? How can a crane tail who has never been to a ninja school take the third official exam alone? Go through the back door? He is the son of fourth Hokage, and third generation takes good care of his grandson. Is that so?" Everyone looked at Naruto suspiciously. He was obviously taller than the rest of the candidates. When Naruto below heard the boos, he kindly sent 2 middle fingers to everyone to express his gratitude. The audience at the scene cursed, but no one dared to throw garbage at Naruto in protest as in the plot. After all, this Naruto is not the Naruto in the sacred timeline who craves bonds. Anyone who dares to provoke him, he will avenge him on the spot. Shiranui Genma, who was in charge of the host, looked at Naruto who kept provoking the audience, sweating coldly. "Well, Naruto, it's the Chunin exam now, you are the protagonists today, you have to perform well." Naruto curled his lips boredly. The protagonist of Hang Mao, if it wasn't for the sealed book, he would be lazy to take this exam. However, as a man, what he said would naturally have to be realized. Since he promised Sarutobi Hiruzen to take the Chunin exam, he had no intention of releasing pigeons. "Stop talking nonsense and start now." Naruto's arrogant behavior caused the audience on stage to whisper. It is only today that some people are playboys. Sarutobi Hiruzen at the top of the stands didn't care about Naruto's behavior. As long as he can come to take the Chunin exam, it will be great news for himself. Go and arrange the battle list. Don't let the Sand Shinobi Village team directly collide with Naruto, so that the instant kill is not shocking enough. Go and separate them, and then meet in the second round. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen's order has just been given. Kazekage disguised as Orochimaru has come to the stands. "Oh! What a rare visitor, isn't it just because of the wind and shadow?" Orochimaru greeted Orochimaru with a smile, and the joy in his tone could be heard by anyone. Gaara looked at Rasha fiercely under the stands. It was this guy who not only sealed the monster in his body, but also killed his uncle, deceiving his mother that he didn't love him. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. "It's been a long journey, are you tired?" The complacency in the tone can be heard as long as you are not stupid. Orochimaru looked at Kfei, himself, a poor old man who didn't know anything, and felt a pang of sadness in his heart. This guy doesn't even know that he has betrayed his relatives. Orochimaru said eccentrically. "Where? It's a good thing the meeting place is in Konoha, otherwise, if it's in Sand Shinobi Village, I'm afraid you will be exhausted when you arrive at the meeting place. I think you'd better decide your successor earlier." Sarutobi Hiruzen burst out laughing upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha! Don't think of me as someone next year, I plan to work for another 5 years." Orochimaru frowned upon hearing this. The last hope of a peaceful settlement is snuffed out by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked up to the stage without noticing it and said with a smile. "Let's get started, then." Then he shouted to the audience with Chakra loudspeaker. "Dear guests, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to all of you who came to Konoha to watch the selection exams. Next, let the 8 teams pass the preliminary rounds for the official selection competition. Please watch it to your heart's content. At this time, Shiranui Xianjian received a new battle form secretly handed over by Bing Gruteng. He turned to the candidates and said, I want to say a few words before the game. MJU 4 NDA 2 NTA 0 MJI 1 Mzmzm Zixaji equals. Everyone looked at the battle table in his hand and was stunned. The battle group has changed slightly, please confirm your opponents again. Naruto turned to look at the battle table. Originally 1v3 myself turned into 1v2. The candidate for the battle is the Orochimaru undercover team where Yakushi Kabuto was originally. At this time, Red Copper Armor and Jian Michin were staring at him with a sneer. That new undercover agent left just in time. During this period of time, this guy is too out of touch in front of Lord Orochimaru, and he still has the feeling of fighting for favor. This made the two old undercover agents very upset. It's better now that Yakushi Kabuto guy is gone and let himself play well in front of Orochimaru. Thinking of this, the two looked at Naruto again. What is the son of the 4th Hokage, in front of Orochimaru? Even if the 4th Hokage comes, he must lie on his stomach. It's just a crane tail who exercises physical skills every day, not everyone can become Konoha's blue beast. Naruto on the side looked strangely at the Red Copper Armor and Ken Maisumi who were full of malice towards him. Are all Orochimaru's men this brave? As an intelligence officer, not to mention knowing his true strength. But in the eyes of Konoha's senior management, he has shown more than just Chunin, right? One of these two has been modified to absorb Chakra, and one has undergone a preliminary fluid modification. Just this little strength. How did they have the courage to be so arrogant to themselves? Chapter 119. When the battle list came out, the audience booed again. He also said that he didn't go through the back door, and actually rearranged the battle times. Didn't he originally play with Niji's team? Now there are 2 of them, and it's still the little-known genin. Obviously, the temporary decision to change the players this time once again made Naruto stand in the wind of public opinion. Shiranui Genma made the final rule statement to everyone. The rules are that there are no rules, and the winner is not determined until one side dies or admits defeat. Of course, if I think that the score is over, I will stop the game and not resist. Having said that, Shiranui Genma glanced at Tsunagakure and Otonin village. Obviously this rule is completely aimed at these 2 villages. It is also the convenience of Konoha as the organizer. The purpose is to prevent Wei Kun from killing this precious family's 2nd generation. 6 Paths Toss and Gaara and others did not speak. No comment on this rule. The first group of combatants is Uzumaki Naruto and the Red Copper Armor team, you stay, and the rest go to the lounge. W. Following Shiranui Genma's voice. Everyone except the parties breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there is no need to fight this pervert. Everyone present said that they were all beaten by Naruto. No one wants to be Naruto's opponent except Urjusa who thinks he can do it again. Even Gaara is no exception. After that, besides Naruto, Jian Michin and Red Copper Armor. The rest of the people left the venue one after another. Only Red Copper Armor and Jian Michin looked at Naruto with a sneer. Don't think we'll show mercy because you're the son of the 4th Hokage. Strength is the only criterion for judging a ninja, and making someone like you a Chunin is simply an insult to a ninja. Naruto. As soon as this remark came out, the audience on the field cheered for the 2 of them. That's right. Refuse to go through the back door. Teach him a lesson. I rely on your arrogance, and I decided to suppress you. This is what we Konoha shinobi should have. Teach him a lesson. In the VIP auditorium. The corners of Orochimaru's eyes twitched and twitched. Although it was just a random discard, it was a little too stupid to be so stupid. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression is not much better. He whispered back and said in the same order. Go and blacklist these 2 idiots for me. As a ninja, is it true that you don't collect any information? Just the identity of Naruto Ninja School's actual combat teacher and the feat of creating hundreds of shadow clones before the start of school can't be found out. It's so stupid that it's not suitable to be a ninja at all. Even becoming a ninja will only put your teammates in danger. The red copper armor with a mask sneered, and rushed towards Naruto with Chakra gathered in his hands. Many candidates in the auditorium frowned. How did this idiot pass the second exam? Snap! The palm of the red copper armor caught Naruto, who was motionless. Looking at Naruto, who did not resist, the red copper armor laughed loudly. Are you so scared that you can't even hide? Kid, the Chunin exam won't work by going through the back door. Feel your chakra draining. That's right, this is my unique ninjutsu, chakra absorption. As long as my palm touches the other person's body, it is a wonderful ninjutsu that can absorb the energy of the other person's spirit and body. Now you are already a bird in a cage after being touched by me. When your chakra is sucked up, no matter whether you have strength or not, you will become powerless. Watch me suck you dry. This remark immediately made the audience gasp in admiration. As expected of Konoha, there is such a secret technique. It really doesn't give fourth Hokage any face at all, it's just merciless in the fight. Great job! I've given you all of my wealth. Seeing Naruto deflated on the field, they all boiled up. It seems that all these years of fear of foxes and pent-up repulsion because of fourth Hokage's life-saving grace have all been vented. And many ninjas who knew Naruto's true identity and strength looked at the red copper armor full of black lines. This guy actually tried to drain the chakra of Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Is there anything wrong with your brain? It's okay to suck someone by yourself. And as expected. Looking at Naruto's red copper armor that did not resist at all, he felt something was wrong. A steady stream of chakra rushed towards his body, but Naruto didn't struggle at all. Instead, he looked at the red copper armor with interest. Obviously it should be a fierce battle. But at this moment, red copper armor and Naruto stood still like two statues. It's just that as time goes by, the cold sweat on the face of the red copper armor increases. Asking for flowers? Impossible. Why hasn't your chakra been drained yet? I've already absorbed no less than 1 Janin's chakra. On the other side, Jinchūriki also noticed something was wrong. He rushed forward and dislocated his body, his whole body locked Naruto's body tightly like a python. Quickly admit defeat, or I will strangle your neck. Originally, I gradually felt impatient because the two of them stood like reminiscing about the old days. Now Jinchūriki's shot finally rekindled the enthusiasm of the audience. It's amazing. His body is like a snake. Come on. Stretch him. Jinchūriki looked at Naruto, who did not speak, and sneered. It seems that you still want to rely on your poor status to survive. Unfortunately, Hokage has no deterrent effect on us at all. Die. 0. As he spoke, he directly controlled chakra and increased the strength of his arm to strangle Naruto's neck directly. Suddenly there was a burst of cheers from the audience. Only Naruto looked helplessly at the two idiots and sighed. How did you stay undercover in Konoha for so many years without being discovered? At this remark, the faces of Ji Tonglu and Jinchūriki changed drastically. Nani? However, at the next moment, a terrifying suction came out through Naruto's chakra. The pitiful chakra of the two of them poured out of their bodies in an instant along with their vitality. The eyes of red copper armor and Jinchūriki, who were still extremely arrogant, were full of horror. I think. Before the third word was uttered, the body quickly shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chakras suck. Tensagen comes with abilities. Satsuki Shiren can use this ability to instantly absorb the chakra that casts Naruto in the later stage. The chakra absorption technique of the red copper armor is no longer comparable to Tensagen's ability. It's completely different. In just an instant, the two of them were directly sucked into mummy by the terrifying suction force. In the horrified eyes of everyone, two lifeless shriveled corpses fell directly from Naruto's side. Congratulations to host for successfully killing Gen in red copper armor and gaining 5000 destiny value. Congratulations to host for successfully killing Gen in Jian Michan and getting 4500 destiny points. For a moment, the entire venue looked at the seemingly harmless Naruto in horror. Chapter 120. What ninjutsu is this? It's scary. It turned into a mummy in an instant. Is this the power of the demon fox? After the panic, the audience all talked about Naruto. This sudden and bizarre way of death makes people feel extraordinarily terrifying. Orochimaru in the stands unconsciously licked his lips and thought to himself. Is this Chakra sucked dry in an instant? Does he still have this ability? Gaara looked at the two dead and snorted coldly. Boring. For someone who can defeat him, it is only natural that such a situation occurs. Genma Shiranui inspected the bodies of the two men, and the military officer glanced at Naruto and announced. Victor Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto raised his hand symbolically. The audience on the field did not cheer as expected. Shang Mian fights Mi Chiu. The status of 160 Naruto, coupled with the saving grace of the fourth generation, made most Konoha village residents think that Naruto never existed or needs to be better. It's not interesting. Naruto glanced at the stands around him, and directly manipulated his telekinesis to fly straight to the lounge. Tujnin, who maintained order, removed the two corpses. Genma Shiranui stuffed a toothpick again. His face was a little ugly. Naruto's attack was so sudden that even he didn't have time to stop it in time. He failed two candidates at the beginning, which made him seem particularly unqualified as a referee. The next round begins. Abarame Shino's team will face Niji's team. Above the lounge. Xiao Li immediately jumped up when he heard the words. Very good. Finally it's our turn. Youth is exploding. Niji and Tian on the side are full of black lines. Sure enough, individual battles are better, team battles or something, it's too embarrassing. And the tooth on the other side stood up instantly. Damn! Why is it Shino's team, making it look like he's the captain? And Shino puts his hands in his pockets and doesn't know what an opponent is. He said lightly. Let's go. Hinata timidly responded at this time. This made the teeth on the side even more angry. Hey! Hinata, don't treat him like the captain. Akamaru, let's tune. Wang. The two teams came to the arena respectively. Since Naruto is too easy to deal with opponents, there is no need for field repair work. Let the horses come here. Inyazuka teeth yelled at the Niji team on the opposite side. Invincible youth. Xiao Li raised his fist and responded loudly. The remaining four took 2 steps back to hide their embarrassment that they wanted to dig out 3 rooms and 1 living room. To have these 2 socially obsessive guys as teammates is simply bad luck in 8 lifetimes. The onlookers looked at these 2 middle school guys with black lines all over their heads, and they suddenly felt that the quality of ninjas had dropped a lot. Shouldn't a qualified ninja be calm and calm, have undergone hard training and tempering of will? Why are these guys so startled that they are all little brats? Let's get started as soon as possible. Niji stretched out his hand and said to Shino, who was covering her face tightly. Shino nodded quickly. As a socially phobic person, this is simply suffering. Hinata. Come on. Come on, let's fight both. Tian on the opposite side greeted Hinata excitedly. As the 10th class who was also pulled by Naruto from the senior grades to brush up the destiny value. He has been familiar with Konoha Xiaoqiang for a long time, as if he was one of his own. Niji on the opposite side also breathed a sigh of relief. He can't hurt Miss Hinata. Niji's father was rescued by Naruto, and the still-alive Hyuga Hizashi made Niji still the good brother who swore to protect Hinata since he was a child. Whether it is as a branch house or as an uncle, he cannot shoot Hinata. Now pulling Hinata over every day is exactly what he wants. Then he looked at the remaining 2. Naturally, he knew the strength of Inyazuka at a glance. What he is afraid of is another dull-gored Jinao who keeps silent all day long. Because when he rolled his eyes, he was shocked to find that this guy's body was densely covered with bugs. Even when he saw the dense worms, his scalp was numb. However, in the subsequent sparring, due to the limitation of Caged Bird, Shino's ultra-wide-range attack became his nemesis instead. There are always small insects that will continue to approach his body through the blind spots of his vision. Akamaru. Let's go. Wow. Inyazuka gave a loud cry. Akamaru on his head jumped off the top of his head with a howl. Imitation Beast Ninja Beastman clone. With a bang, Akamaru fell to the ground and turned into the same appearance as Fang. And the teeth gathered chakra on the limbs. Imitation Beast Ninja four-legged technique. With a howl, the two Inyazuka teeth rushed towards Xiao Li at the same time. Xiao Li shouted excitedly. Youthful of firepower. He took off the weight on his feet, and then rushed towards the two Inyazuka teeth. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Wow! With the same physical technique and the same movement, Xiao Li directly collided with the two teeth with 1 against 2. Naruto naturally decided to help him develop some more moves for an unlucky kid who used his teeth until the finale. But after thinking about it for a long time, it seems that the biggest advantage of our family is that they are better than ordinary people in physical skills. The rest are specially trained ninja dogs who can be almost as good as ninjas in terms of physical skills. To put it bluntly, the Inyazuka clan was originally responsible for the investigation and security, and the combat aspect can only be said to be an auxiliary enhancement. So Naruto simply asked Inyazuka and Akamaru to learn Konoha Kenji together. When the fight started, Akamaru's transformed Inyazuka Kaiba was almost as strong as Kaiba himself. In this way, it is equivalent to changing from a one-on-one to a serious one-on-two. And the strengthened nose and sharp claws can also occupy a considerable advantage in close combat. In this way, it can be considered that many of the unique advantages of their Inyazuka clan can be brought into play. After all, it is 2B to drill 1.1 by turning circles to drill like a ground drill. Especially when the speed is too fast, he can turn himself dizzy. I even had to use urine as a positioning because my speed was too fast and I couldn't see the enemy's figure clearly, which caused my skills to be empty. This kind of move is too embarrassing for Naruto. If you have this kind of kung fu, it is better to practice Konoha Ryuganken to increase the strength of physical skills. Coupled with the innate physical advantages and the 8 inner gates that specialize in strengthening physical skills. The forbidden technique Table Lotus, which relies on rotation to increase its attack power, can be used as a flat A for Yae. So when Naruto trained the 12 Xiaoqiangs, he was the one who practiced 8 inner gates most smoothly except for Xiao Li. The battle between Yae and Xiao Li completely ignited the enthusiasm of the scene. Countless spectators cheered after seeing the wonderful gymnastics. And at this moment, Chapter 121. A gunshot suddenly attracted everyone's attention. What is that? Everyone looked at Tian Tian in bewilderment. At this time, she was wearing body armor, holding an AK-47 and shooting towards Hinata frantically. A swarm of bullets poured out towards Hinata as if they didn't want money. The muzzle fire and the speed invisible to ordinary people shocked all the audience present. What kind of weapon is this? It's so powerful. However, what shocked everyone even more was Hinata on the opposite side. I saw her posing a strange action, which is somewhat similar to the gentle fist of Hyuga's family but completely different. Hinata muttered in a low voice with embarrassment. Flowing water breaking rock fist, flowing water formation. Following Hinata's actions, her hands, like phantoms, instantly produced an invisible vibration. So fast. Ning on the opposite side saw Hinata's movements 25 times, his face changed. Is this the trick that Naruto taught the lady alone? Flowing water breaking rock fist. The punch used by Silver Fang, the world's S-class hero of One Punch Man. As Naruto's #1 fangirl and the destiny of Hinata. Naruto is a satisfying C-level reward that took hundreds of thousands of life points to draw. Don't look at only C grade. This is because it's just a form of training. It does not give people direct Kage level rewards. And use this set of punches to ultimate Silver Fangs. There is no doubt that it has reached Kage level strength. Especially in the case of fighting with people. Cooperating with Shang Bang's physical body that is not inferior to Raikage. He can even touch the threshold of Chaoying. Don't look at the ridiculously high upper limit of the world of One Punch Man. But the strength that these S-level heroes can display is more than one level behind Saitama. With Saitama's strength, he can easily beat the entire Hokage world. But among the S-level heroes at the next level, apart from Blast, only Tornado has reached Super Kage level in overall strength. But for genin like Hinata, Flowing Water Breaking Rock Fist is definitely far superior to Hyuga's Gentle Fist. Because even without the cooperation of Hyuga's White Eyes, it can still easily hit extremely precise attacks. This is equivalent to directly exercising the naked eye to the same effect as the White Eye. And the only difference from Gentle Fist is that, unlike Gentle Fist's pressure points to limit the internal damage of the enemy Chakra. And this kind of boxing is undoubtedly a perfect match with Bai Yan. The natural white eyes allow her to easily use Flowing Water and Rock Breaking Fist without having to go through hard training to see through her eyes. The attachment of Chakra also allows Hinata to achieve the same attack power without muscle strengthening. In this way, there is no need to worry about Hinata not being able to give Naruto a soft bite. As long as the oncoming bullets are close to Hinata's hands, they are easily blocked by his teeth-sticking fingers. The application of the Flowing Water Array can achieve the same defensive effect as Revolving Heaven with a smaller Chakra. No matter in terms of durability and defense strength, Revolving Heaven is incomparable. Hinata's fingertips hit extremely small bullets with incomparable accuracy, and the movement is as unstoppable as flowing water. At the same time, the electric destructive power that can smash the rock cloth crushes the bullet instantly. The constant shooting of bullets and the constant falling of bullets under Hinata's feet gave the audience an unparalleled visual impact. On the other side, Tien did not give in at all. As a civilian ninja whose talent is second only to Little Sakura among the 12 Little Strong, the powerful summoning talent is directly transformed into a walking arsenal with Naruto's fire support. The power brought by the gun is far from being incomparable to the shuriken sent out by throwing. The energy produced by each bullet is absolutely comparable to the additional advantage attribute Chakra nature transformation. The key is that this attack does not consume Chakra at all. Tien kept shooting at Hinata like a walking gangster, throwing away the used weapons, and soon there were bullet casings and used up AK-47s under his feet. Reload? Non-existent. For things like guns and ammunition, Naruto is completely the lowest D-level lottery, and it's the kind of one-draw-one warehouse. Among the many parallel worlds, the proportion of the technological world is still quite high. This thing is about to become a consolation prize in the D-level lottery, and Naruto throws it all to Tien as a surprise for picking up girls. Sarutobi Hiruzen in the stands stared at Tien's weapon eyeballs. This thing. It can really change the pattern of ninja war. He can see that except for summoning, which consumes a little Chakra every day, other attacks do not need to release Chakra at all. If this thing can be fitted to genin, this is equivalent to the fact that every genin of 967 can release an attack comparable to that of Chunin, and it is also the kind without consumption. With this weapon, the crowd tactics will become a joke. As long as there is enough ammunition, it can be used as 1,000 horses. And Sarutobi Hiruzen is not the only one who wants to understand this. All wealthy businessmen, famous families, and ninjas with a little vision all considered the terrifying strategic value of this weapon. With this thing, ordinary ninjas are not opponents. If there are enough of them, basically all ninjas under Jainin will be out of work. For a moment, everyone looked at Tien with burning eyes. Even Niji and Shino on the side are rarely cared about. The battle between Hinata and Tian is like a confrontation between cold weapons and hot weapons. The two seem to represent the changing of the times. At this time, Tian saw that Hinata was unable to attack for a long time, so he immediately put away his AK. Then she gritted her teeth and shouted to Hinata. "I'm serious." Bang! An obviously ultra-technical Vulcan Gatling appeared in Tian's hands. With her trigger down, the terrifying blue fire instantly swept over like a torrential rain. Chapter 122. When the blue fire Gatling comes out, everyone in the entire examination room was numb. What ninja is this? Isn't this power a little too much? Vulcan Gatling. Based on the Gatling machine gun, it is a 6-tube automatic weapon driven by external power, with a rate of fire of up to 7,200 rounds. The length of the whole gun is 1,829 mm, and the mass of the whole gun is 114.8 kg. Launch 20 mm electric shock primer ammunition, such as M53A1 armor-piercing incendiary bomb, M56A1 high-explosive incendiary bomb, MSSA1 ordinary bomb, and the initial velocity of the warhead is 1030 milliseconds. Originally, it is pressed on the aircraft, using electric motors, hydraulic presses or steam-driven turbines as power to rotate the barrel and add voltage to the ignition circuit to launch. However, under the action of Chakra, a force beyond Newton's control, Naruto successfully developed the ninjutsu that transforms Chakra into power, and then Chakra urges the operation of this terrifying lethal weapon. The powerful recoil pushes Tian to retreat continuously. The terrifying rate of fire of hundreds of rounds per second directly made everyone's scalps tingle. The most critical thing is that it is equipped with 20 mm terrorist incendiary bombs. No grass grows where the bullet passes. Hinata on the opposite side turned his head and ran away the moment Tian took out Vulcan, without any hesitation. With her current chakra, it is absolutely impossible for such a horrible thing. The biggest advantage of ninjas for this thermal weapon is naturally their flexible mobility. Chakra attached to both feet, and Hinata slipped away without hesitation. The deafening roar directly hit the walls of the arena. The flames attached to the incendiary bomb and the terrifying impact brought by the bullets blasted a big hole in the arena's wall in just a few seconds. Everyone stared dumbfounded as Tian stopped the Vulcan cannon panting in his hand. This power has already caught up with the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique released by 4th Hokage. The problem is that the user in front of me is just a genin. The attack released by a genin turned out to be the same as that of a Kage-level powerhouse. This left the audience in the entire examination room dumbfounded. Even Gaara, who has always been expressionless, changed his face. If the bullets fired by the AK-47 were as powerful as Kimimiro's 10-finger combo, he could attack and defend easily with the sand shield. The ninja tool of Namo Gatling Bodhisattva in front of him can definitely penetrate his sand shield with ease. Unless I use absolute defense to block her attack. Temari and Kankuro on the side are even more creepy. This TM is genin. Originally thought that it was enough for Sand Shinobi Village to postpone the ninja level of several of them to take the genin exam. As a result, Konoha's sixth sons actually used ninjutsu attacks comparable to genin. This trademark is still playing a fart. And every day on the field is not a trace of joy. Because she knows she's lost. With her current chakra, the cannon installed on the plane can be activated continuously for 1 minute. Now that I have shot empty, it means that I have no power to fight anymore. She sat down on the ground, looked at Hinata who appeared in front of her with a depressed face, and sighed. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. It's too difficult for your instant body skills to target people's hearts. Hinata bowed her head in embarrassment when she heard the words. Mainly because Naruto taught well. Tian looked at Hinata with a jealous face and said. No, I will ask him to learn this boxing technique later. Instant body skill is a special step of flowing water breaking rock fist. It moves smoothly and quickly like flowing water, making the enemy unpredictable. Even though Tian Tian has an unparalleled talent in sniping, it still pales in comparison to this kind of skill that exceeds the field of science. And the end of the battle between the two girls made Jinao and Niji, who had not yet started fighting, heaved a sigh of relief. With the current strength of the two, no matter whether it is Shino's bug or Niji's revolving heaven, they will definitely not be able to stop the attack of Vulcan's machine gun. If you are accidentally swept by the aftermath of Tianation's attack, even if you don't die, you will definitely lose your fighting power. The end of the battle between the two women finally allowed them to start fighting with peace of mind. Then Shino and Niji gave the audience a very boring match. Bugs all over the sky came out of the ground and Shino's body and rushed towards Niji. Niji, on the other hand, used his gentle fist to accurately hit the approaching parasites. It's useless, your blind spot is destined to be restrained by me. Shino's proud twin Niji said, Chongdama. The bugs all over the sky directly covered Niji's whole body like a tide. And Niji smiled slightly. Unfortunately, I am not the same now as before. I saw him slowly remove the forehead protector on his forehead. The forehead that should have been engraved with the caged bird formula has no mark. Number Nanny. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who knew the inside story, looked at Niji in shock. He was shocked to find two brothers Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Hizashi from the stands. At this moment they were looking at Niji with wide smiles, and then looked at Naruto with grateful eyes. It was Naruto who directly broke the caged bird seal with his Tensegan. Even the branch house of Satsuki Hamura's direct lineage of the moon has not engraved such a thing as caged bird. Where did your Hyuga family of the earth's lineage come from? So many bear problems. After studying the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family through the Book of Sealing, Naruto went directly to Hyuga's house to solve the curse of caged bird for Hyuga Hizashi and other branch houses. Hyuga Hiyashi originally resisted the branch house system very much, and now he has also mastered the right to speak of the Hyuga clan. Once the group of elders in the elders lost the control of the branch house by the curse seal, it became a natural thing to abolish, "Are you okay?" the clan system. And this time, the two brothers used Niji to announce that the Hyuga clan has cancelled the branch house system that uses the caged bird as a cage. At this time, Niji showed a confident smile. Facing the sea of insects all over the sky, he is not afraid at all. Revolving heaven. The absolute defense belonging to the Hyuga clan instantly appeared in front of everyone on the scene. Countless parasites were instantly blown away by the defense formed by Chakra. Niji said to Shino proudly. It's useless, I have no flaws now, your bugs can't get into my defense anymore. However, Shino still put his hands in his pockets and said calmly. I will win. Why is it complicated? Because my bugs burrow. As soon as the words fell, countless parasites appeared under Niji's feet and devoured Niji directly. Chapter 123. Dark Horse. Last year's number 1 grade was defeated by an unknown rookie. New guy? You call that a new guy? Can't you see that big hole in the wall? That's right, Tian Tian seems to be running a weapon shop, right? I don't know if her ninja tools will be sold. Don't be kidding, that kind of powerful weapon looks like Konoha's secret ninja tool, how could it be sold? However, while people are discussing, a huge banner suddenly slipped down from the lounge of the arena. Congratulations to the Tianming Arms store for its opening. During the Chunin exam period, all weapons are 15% off, and if you buy 10 AX, you will get an RPG rocket launcher for free. The huge banner instantly attracted people's attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen in the stands shouted to Anbu with an ugly face. Go and stop him, this ninja tool must not be sold to other villages at will. And Orochimaru on the side suddenly smiled playfully. Didn't you expect Tang Hokage to stop the legitimate business of his own villagers? Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted his eyes and said with a smile. It's just the children in the village playing around. These ninja tools were developed secretly by the village and cannot be sold at will. Orochimaru looked back mockingly, and didn't say anything more. And outside the arena, Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses while looking at a dark man who fell to the ground. It really doesn't matter, Master Orochimaru, that guy alone wiped out the monsters in the entire Kusanagi village when he was 6 years old, and Kusanagi village is still full of ice and snow. Then he changed into Anbu's costume and walked towards the arena. At this time, the parallel has already arrived at Naruto's side in an instant. He frowned and ordered Naruto. Naruto, Hokage-sama asked you to take back the hanging banner. The circulation of ninja equipment will cause great harm to Konoha. And Naruto cocked his legs and said with a smile. You know what a fart, I'm trying to eliminate the gap in force between countries, only when people recognize the fear of war is the time for world peace. They are all the same, frowning and watching Naruto not knowing, so. Are you kidding? Once this kind of ninja equipment is exported to other countries, the casualties of genin and even chunin in our village will suffer a devastating blow. After saying the same thing, he opened his legs and walked towards the rope hanging the banner. And Naruto's squinted eyes suddenly released a cold light. A terrifying chill quickly spread along the solace of Naruto's feet towards the parallel feet, kfed. An icicle stood directly on the solace of the parallel feet. Do you dare to try? Naruto's cold voice came from behind. He looked at the ice pick under his feet and swallowed his saliva. I just thought you were the bodyguard of the 4th generation, so I was kind enough to explain it to you. If you still don't know what to do, I don't mind letting you disappear. The terrifying killing intent made Bingzuan break out in cold sweat. Developed a 6th sense Naruto, his mental impact is more terrifying than the so-called top conqueror's haki. After all, the strongest conqueror's haki is nothing more than a preliminary intervention in reality. And Naruto's spiritual energy has already reached the level of superpowers such as telekinetic power. The oppression he radiated at will directly made Bingzuo Tong directly lose the ability to act. After Naruto withdrew his telekinesis, and Azure sat on the ground with the same buttocks. Naruto has already walked to the fence of the stand at this time and sneered. Go back and tell Sarutobi Hiruzen to cherish the rest of his time. At this time, the battle between Xiao Li and Ye has reached a fever pitch. As Guy said, Li isn't just bad at ninjutsu and genjutsu. Even physical skills are far inferior to the students of the same period. The reason why he was able to become a leader in gymnastics was all due to 10 times or even 100 times more effort than ordinary people in exchange for the qualification to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. However, under the intervention of Naruto, everyone who is the same as the 12 Xiaoqiang is doing the same amount of training as Xiao Li. Since then, Xiao Li's qualifications at the end of the crane have become his biggest shackles. If it weren't for his belief that he is not afraid of death, he opened more 8 gates than others. At this time, Xiao Li may not even have the qualifications to fight against others. In the ninja world, talent and blood are more important than hard work. The original commander took 1 month to reach Xiao Li's gymnastics level after 13 years of hard training and removing the weight. Even if Inyazuka is not as talented as Sasuke, his talent in gymnastics is definitely at the forefront among the top 12. Coupled with the same intensity of training as Xiao Li. At this time, the teeth should surpass Xiao Li in terms of physical fitness. It's just that in terms of cultivating 8 inner gates, he doesn't have Xiao Li's belief in risking his life to fight at any cost, so at this time he only opened the safety zone of the former 3rd gate. At this time, Xiao Li has already opened the 5th gate Dumen. The blue veins on the forehead and the bloodshot face looked particularly shocking. And the teeth on the other side are not too far behind. He and Akamaru transformed into a 2-headed dog. 8 inner gates brings Chakra bonus and ultimate to the body, allowing the speed of the 2-headed dog to reach a speed that is not inferior to the wolf tooth. The terrifying impact of the two created waves of dust in the air. Li Lianhua. True spike. A huge impact came out, and 3 figures flew out of the smoke and fell into the distance. Xiao Li. Tooth. Several people looked towards their teammates one after another. At this time, the two people and the dog all fainted with staring at the stars. Looking at Niji who was sucked dry of chakra and Xiao Li who fainted every day, he sighed. We lose. Jinai pulled down his comatose teeth and checked and found nothing serious, then put his hands in his pockets and said aggressively. It's inevitable because I don't see the possibility of us losing. Shiranui Suinma looked at Tian Tian who had already admitted defeat and raised his hand and announced. Victor Aberame Shino Squad. As soon as this remark came out, the whole venue erupted in deafening cheers. It was in stark contrast to Naruto's boos before. Everyone was shocked by this wonderful competition, whether it was the terrifying ninja equipment, the physical skills of Hinata, Xiao Li and Fang, or Shino's insect control technique, they were amazed. Orochimaru in the stands said with a smile. It's very lively. The third generation on the side nodded and said. Because it was a great game. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. There are indeed reasons for this, but for the ninja leaders of each village and the daimyo who are the clients, the next match is the most important thing. There is no more exciting match than this one. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He looked aside and hung up the new list of matches. Uchiha Sasuke Squad vs Gaara Squad. Chapter 124. Temari in the lounge looked a little nervous. The plan is about to begin. Is it really okay? Gaara snorted coldly. Just follow the plan. Don't forget your identities. Kankuro and Temari were taken aback. Then his face calmed down. That's right, they are ninjas, and ninjas just need to obey orders. Sacrificing themselves at critical moments is what they should do. In another lounge, Shikamaru frowned and looked at the three of Gaara scratching their heads. He always felt that these people were not just a simple competition, as if there was something unspeakable hidden. Then he reminded the three of Sasuke. Be careful, you guys, they are not that simple. However, at this time, Urjuzi is in a period of soaring self-confidence. Even if Naruto comes, he dares to give AL without hesitation. What's more, it's just a little-known ninja from another village. As this year's #1 rookie and the only Uchiha orphan in legend, Sasuke naturally attracted the attention of all parties. As soon as Sasuke came on stage, there was a burst of cheers. Several nobles laughed and discussed the outcome of the match. Sure enough, Uchiha won this game. No, I'm looking forward to Tsunagakure's newcomer more, I can't guess wrong. Ha, in a world where whoever wins wins, the progress of things is often unpredictable. The daimyo who supported Sasuke calmly gestured to the two Jainins with his eyes. Then the two nodded and retreated. Most of the ninja leaders and daimyo who came to watch the game came for this game, and huge amounts of money were injected into off-site bets. This includes all the funds that they have suppressed Kato if they don't kill them. Under Naruto's behest, Zabuzan put all of Naruto's funds on Gaara. With such a huge capital injection, this completely panicked the Chamber of Commerce behind it, and the name of this small country is one of the dealers. So when Gaara and others entered the arena, several Jainin sneered and blocked the only way for the three of them to enter the arena. A game as low as the Chunin exam level is best used for gambling, and there are several big names who come here for this purpose. So in the next game, Usand Shinobi Village must lose. Kankuro and Temari looked at them sympathetically. They didn't even dare to speak to Gaara because of Gaara's ferocious expression. The leader, Jainin, looked at the three of Gaara with a sneer. This is... Boom! 2 crane claws instantly killed 2 Jainins. The eyes full of killing intent combined with the excited smile make people shudder. Clap clap clap! Crisp applause sounded from the passage. That's right, it's this spirit. Naruto's lazy voice made the three of Gaara tense. The unrecovered sand rushed towards the voice where Naruto was. But a chill came. The sand in midair has been frozen in place. Don't be nervous, your opponent is not me, but I bet heavily on you. This time I'm just here to cheer you up, come on, let Erzusa know what reality is. Gaara's eyes were red with anger from Naruto. Kankuro and Temari took 2 steps back in horror. This is after Naruto told Gaara the truth and he showed this horrible expression again. Naruto looked at Gaara and touched his chin. Sure enough, the character can't be corrected in a while, then I wish you good luck. Don't underestimate the Uchiha family, even though it's just Sangoku. After the voice fell, Naruto's figure slowly disappeared in place. Kankuro and Temari also breathed a sigh of relief. They also don't know how strong the man in front of them is. But they knew that if Naruto intervened, Sand Shinobi Village's plan would definitely not go as smoothly as originally planned. Gaara leaned on the wall with one hand. Suppressing the killing intent in his heart, he calmed down his mood. Then the 3 of them walked into the arena slowly. And now outside the village, a large number of Sound Ninja and Sand Ninja gathered. Sand Shinobi Village began to draw summoning spells in different directions. The 3rd Squadron, ready to act at any time. It's okay here too. Hear the signal and start acting. Do in the venue looked at the sun in the sky and murmured. It's almost there. And Sasuke sneered and pointed at Gaara. 3 people. Hurry up and get rid of you, I have to settle accounts with Naruto. Xianglin on the side was not happy. Hey, Seth, did you forget that you were beaten by Naruto a month ago and stayed in the hospital for so long? Sasuke, who was pretending to be aggressive, froze for a moment, and said angrily. I'm completely different now than I was before. Xianglin nodded again and again. Asterisk. That's why you were beaten by brother Naruto a few days ago and couldn't get up from the hospital bed. The little Sakura on the side said awkwardly. Don't quarrel, you are still competing now. Hey! Hey! The 2 turned their heads in unison to look at each other. The 3 of Gaara on the opposite side felt as uncomfortable as eating flies. Damn, Lao Zi is doing the task with his life here, and the little kids on the opposite side are like playing house. It's also genin, why is there such a big difference in fate? It's all the damn Konoha shinobi's fault. The 3 of them couldn't help thinking of this anymore. Temari opened his fan and directly revealed 3 stars, and suddenly deleted it towards the 3 of them. 3 stars. Attacky. The gust of wind mixed with chakra hit the 3 of them like sharp blades. Xianglin frowned. He clenched his fist and slammed it down on the ground. The huge chakra blasted directly into the ground along the fist. Not fine enough, chakra to make it up. A huge earth wall was instantly smashed up by him, acting as an earth flow wall and blocking the 3 of them. Many ninjas at the scene were stunned at the violent scene in front of them. It's not that powerful. But this behavior of not treating chakra as chakra is too much. It is enough for the chakra that broke out to release 10 earth flow walls, but she used brute force. In this regard, Xianglin, who is a purebred Uzumaki family, pushed her glasses and said that she has chakra. Little Sakura! Xianglin yelled. Putting their hands together, dozens of shadow clone rubbed Ray's Nan and rushed towards the 3 of Temari. The little Sakura behind her responded, and quickly made a mudra with both hands. Avatar technique. The original number of Xianglin's avatars increased tenfold in an instant. Hundreds of Xianglin, who couldn't tell the truth from the fake, rubbed the balls and rushed up. The faces of the 3 of Gaara changed. They could feel the terrifying chakra contained in those transparent balls. A Chidori is enough to pierce Gaara's absolute defense, let alone a Ray's Nan who has stronger attack power than a Chidori. At this time, Temari no longer cared about hiding his strength. I saw her summoning a huge summoning scroll and shouting. Summoning technique, /dance. Chapter 125. A ferret wielding a huge scythe popped out of the summoning scroll. Along with a gust of hurricane, ferret loomed in the air. Wherever it passed, terrifying slashes passed through Xianglin's shadow clone and little Sakura's illusion. Bang bang bang! White smoke from the shadow clone explosion sounded in all directions. With a scream, Xiangrin hid directly behind Sasuke, using him as a shield. Sasuke snorted coldly. Quickly seal with both hands. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. A huge ball of fire shot out from Sasuke's mouth, and instantly blasted towards the ferret that was charging. The ferret screamed, and turned into a white mist with a bang, returning to summoning. Hwoke Fang. The wind and flames created by Chakra are completely different from those produced by nature. Normally, the flames in the natural world can be easily extinguished by the vacuum formed by such a large hurricane in 957. But the wind attribute Chakra is restrained by the fire attribute Chakra. When the two meet, the fire style is instantly swallowed up by the wind attribute Chakra fire style and becomes more vigorous, rushing towards Temari. Temari startled. Is this the fire style exclusive to the Uchiha clan? Gaara snorted coldly. A huge cloud of sand suddenly rose from the ground and instantly blocked the fireball. The explosion and high temperature were all blocked by the sand a few meters away from the three of them. Temari and Kankuro breathed a sigh of relief. Although it is said that the two delayed the Chunin exam. But in the final analysis, they are just ordinary Chunin level ninjas who have no blood inheritance limit and no talent. Perhaps it is because the Kazekage bloodline is much stronger than ordinary ninjas in terms of chakra. But from the first and second exams, it can be seen that the two of them did not reach the special Jainin level of strength after all. It's not even close to the strength of special Jainin level. To put it bluntly, the strength of the two at this time is completely incomparable with Sasuke. At this time, Sasuke has opened 3 Tomo Sharingan under Naruto's intervention. Moreover, he has practiced physical skills since he was a child, and he has already entered the 3rd gate before the 8 inner gates to master it easily. It can be said that this battle is completely between Gaara and Sasuke and Xiangrin. Ordinary people like Temari, Kankuro, and little Sakura are totally out of reach. Sand. Sasuke sneered. He just took off the weight and disappeared from Gaara's eyes in an instant. Gaara's expression changed. The Mazo next to me rose up almost instinctively. Bang! Gaara turned around sharply, only to see that the sand shield's defenses were scattered as if hit by an invisible force. So fast! Unlike Gaara, who is obsessed with authorities. The audience in the stands can clearly see that Sasuke is working fast. The whole person directly produced some afterimages and continued to attack around the sand of Gaara. Bang! Temari and Kankuro looked shocked. Because they saw Gaara next to them was punched and flew out. Gaara! Temari yelled worriedly. However, at this moment a few kunao appeared out of thin air and shot towards her. Temari frowned. The fan in his hand flicked lightly and directly fell to the ground without fan. A boring little trick. I saw her slamming towards the open space. A hurricane swept through. Like a wind blade, Chakra left a few drops of blood in midair. Naruto in the stands shook his head. Sure enough, little Sakura's talent is really bad. Even if Ranghong specially taught her the illusion that she is good at, but this so-called goodness is only compared to ordinary people. It seems that the only way out for little Sakura is Tsunade's 100 healings mark. This way of cultivation requires a strong chakra control talent. And this method of accumulating chakra is the only way to make up for the weakness of little Sakura in chakra talent. Kankuro on the other side saw the blood in the air and sneered. With a sharp wave of his hand, the black ant behind him rushed out in the direction of the blood dripping. Don't hit too. Xiangrin's voice came, let you feel the belief of a girl who can penetrate rocks. In the eyes of Kankuro MMP, Karin inserted an arm into the ground and directly raised a arrogant rock towards his puppet. As a last resort, Kankuro had to take back his puppet. Accompanied by the smoke and dust of falling stones, Karin charged directly at Kankuro, who was the puppeteer. Fighting puppet masters and fighting close combat is naturally well-known basic information. Not to mention the perception and medical ninja with the same excellent chakra control and Kagura's mind. A blue chakra appeared in Xianglin's hand. Chakra scalpel. Concentrating chakra on the hand can cut any part of the body for further medical treatment, and can also transplant any organ. It can also be used to interrupt the opponent's muscles and meridians in battle, and can even be used as a weapon to cut the opponent. The most important thing is that this thing can cut the chakra line of the puppeteer, linking the puppet with bare hands without using a chakra knife. Xianglin instantly came to the back of the black ant. The powerful sensory power easily cut off all the chakra lines connecting Kankuro to the black ants. Kankuro looked at Karin with a bitter face. Is this guy a medical ninja? You must know that the puppeteer's chakra line is not so easy to cut off. At this time, Kankuro couldn't do the micro-operation of Cho-grandmother's disconnection and connection at all. Black Ant's chakra line is cut off, and unless he retracts the link again, he cannot control it again at all. Scythe Uranium Technique. Temari waved her fan again to force Karin back. If it hadn't been changed to a group battle, this operation alone would have made Kankuro completely passive. But even so, Xiangrin's huge chakra and fine chakra operation still put Temari and Kankuro to shame. The pure-blood Uzumaki family has enviable talents in chakra volume and chakra control. And Gaara on the other side is not much better. Relying on Mazonangu since he was a child, his physical training is almost zero. Almost all of his attribute points are focused on spirit and defense. 0.6. When facing a strong enemy like Sasuke with a full speed point and a supporting dynamic vision Sharingan, it is almost a target. After being knocked into the air by Sasuke again, Gaara's spirit is facing a breakdown. Blood-red eyes stared at Sasuke, with a ferocious smile on his face. Kill you! Kill you! Circles of sand wrapped themselves into balls. A sand eye condensed from mid-air and became Gaara's viewing tool. Absolute defense. The 360-degree defense without dead ends achieved after wrapping the sand into a ball. Although this thing is completely a target for Naruto. But for a bodily ninja, it is completely nemesis. Gaara showed a sneer in the sand, her hands kept making seals. An erratic voice also slowly came from the ball. Yin Shen Zi Chen. Mao Su Zi. Si Wu Su Wu. Ping Yi Ti. Chapter 126. With a bang, the sand shell shattered. A miniature Shihao crane appeared in front of the audience. Sasuke frowned, he felt the huge chakra from Gaara. What is this? And Sarutobi Hiruzen in the stands suddenly widened his eyes. Jinchuriki. He looked at Kazekage in shock. You actually let Jinchuriki participate in the competition? But Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen mockingly. Don't you have a Jinchuriki in your genin team? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback when he heard the words. FK, I almost forgot about Uzumaki Naruto, this guy is too strong, every time I subconsciously exclude him from genin. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Gaara with an ugly face. The strength of the half-tailed Gaara has greatly increased. The strength and speed of the sand, as well as the amount of chakra have increased greatly. The sand arm that looked like a crane's arm directly slapped Sasuke out, hitting the wall fiercely and sending out a burst of smoke and dust. Sass! Everyone exclaimed. The host Daimyo 25 stood up abruptly in the stands, BD. However, he suddenly found that there seemed to be a bunch of pure white feathers floating around in the sky. Nirvana abode technique. Daiming's eyelids began to pull down unconsciously, BD, my, money. Plop. The daimyo who was still clamoring fell into a coma. And not just big names. All the audience in the venue began to drowsy. Gaara and Sasuke's wonderful duel on the field seemed to fail to attract their attention, and they all lost consciousness. Kakashi. This is. Guy frowned looking at the feathers all over the sky. Well, it's illusion. Kakashi responded. The two seal at the same time. Untie. In an instant, chakra in the body was disrupted and the illusion in front of him was lifted. Konoha shinobi who are above Chunin also reacted. This super large-scale illusion can be easily unlocked by a ninja with some basic common sense. Shikamaru lay on the ground early and pretended to be dead. Naruto also found a comfortable position next to him and pretended to be under the illusion. This made Jinai's eyes under the sunglasses twitch and twitch, wondering if he should faint. Baki looked at Feather and swallowed. Is the visor already in motion? That's about. He looked at the third generation and Hokage at the top. At this time, the two looked at each other affectionately at the same time. Next moment, a huge smoke bomb exploded directly between the two of them. The loud sound and smoke made Otonin and Sand Ninja other than Konoha move instantly. Signal. Do it. Summoning technique. The technique composed of nearly 10 people directly summoned a huge two-headed giant snake. The faces of Kankuro and others in the examination room froze. The battle has begun. The two of them ignored the exam and jumped out of the exam room. Angara let out a roar, and the originally small body instantly swelled into a gigantic one-tailed shower he, appearing in the center of the examination room. What's this? Sasuke looked at the monster in front of him in shock. Even if he opened the second stage of the curse seal, it is still not enough for a full-body-tailed beast. Guy in the auditorium saw the smoke from the roof and yelled. Master Hokage! Several Anbu suddenly passed by the auditorium, stopped them and shouted. Leave it to us. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not panic at this time. Master Hokage? What do you mean? As third Hokage, although compared to other Hokages, he has a good dish. But he is not in vain for the shadow of other villages like Sand Shinobi Village. Master Hokage! They ran to the third generation with equal nervousness. Suddenly a few kunao shot directly at him and sent him flying. Master Hokage, run! He stretched out his hand with difficulty and shouted at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The corner of third generation's mouth twitched several times. Sure enough, even if these commoner ninjas were promoted, the strength gap was far from that of the famous ones. He was stunned by a few kunao with full blood. It seems that after the end, the Hokage guard will have to be re-elected. A white-robed Anbu captain ran beneath the smoke. He gave orders to several Anbu who were at a loss. Huaban go down below to protect the daimyos. The rest Anbu just wanted to step forward to support Sarutobi Hiruzen but was stopped by the captain. Wait a minute, the situation ahead is unknown, take a look. The third generation in the smog is cursing in my heart. I'm stupid? Observe what a fart, shouldn't you rush to support? At this moment, Kazekage directly held Sarutobi Hiruzen hostage and jumped to the top of the house. The sound ninja F4, which was originally stacked like an arhat, separated instantly and jumped towards the roof in all directions, directly opening a purple enchantment. Humph, it's finally our turn. I have been in a state of transformation, and my whole body is dissatisfied with desire. Humph. You all smell of sweat. Don't be like this, we are all partners. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the truncated support and finally changed his face. Your Excellency Kazekage, I didn't expect that 040 would betray Konoha when he arrived at Sand Ninja. Orochimaru sneered. The so-called treaty is just a cover-up to make the opponent careless. The boring game is over, and history will change from now on. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally advised. Do you want to trigger a war? We should avoid the use of force and seek to solve the problem with nuclear bombs. It is still too late, Your Highness Kazekage. Orochimaru didn't nod but said with a strange expression. When you get old, you get carried away by peace. Miss Sarutobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression finally changed drastically. Orochimaru. To say that what he fears the most is undoubtedly the most proud disciple in front of him. Because he knows that at this time, he is definitely not the opponent of Orochimaru, one of the Sunin. A drop of cold sweat fell on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead. He looked down at Anbu. But they found that they were watching a play dumbfounded outside the barrier. Under the white robe, Yamato kept thinking about what Naruto said about Konoha, high level, and dark roots. He said to his men. Steady, protect the villagers first, Trust Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 127. At this time in the venue, Kakashi and Guy saw Saiza Yanzen and were going to the roof to support. Yakushi Kabuto led several Oden and Jainin to stand in front of the two. It's really nerve-wracking. Kakashi scratched his head and sighed. Might Guy said belatedly. I didn't expect the enemy to be disguised as Anbu. Is that the guy who used illusion? Not far away, Naruto, who was pretending to be dead with Shikamaru, turned over, looked at Kakashi, and thought to himself. I don't know if these two people are what I think. If they really cover their heads and run to support third generation, it's impossible to stop them. However, as Naruto imagined, Guy is a reckless man, but it's not that he has a problem with IQ. The first element to be a Jainin is the judgment of the situation, not strength. Kakashi and Guy looked at each other, and at the same time they looked at Chizuru in the arena. There is no doubt that in the eyes of the two, the threat of this big guy in front of them is more important than Hokage. I advise you to get out of the way, we are not in the mood to fight with you. Kakashi frowned, the first priority now is to stop the damage caused by the Mamoru to the village. Thinking of this, he thought of wood style that suppresses tailed beasts. What about Naruto? His face changed and he looked around. But he saw Naruto beside Shikamaru who was scratching his butt and pretending to be dizzy. And Shikamaru next to him complained softly. Don't move, won't you be discovered if you move? Kakashi roared at the two with black lines all over his head. That's enough for the two of you. This is a tailed beast, so hurry up and help me. Shikamaru sat up helplessly. What did I say? I told you not to move, you were discovered. Naruto rolled his eyes at Oden who suddenly jumped in front of him. Get in the way of my A, don't make people tickle. He stretched out his hand and made a tiger mark. A huge barrier suddenly rose around the periphery of the venue. The formation of Flying Thunder God. The sealing barrier released outside the village when Namikaze Minato sealed 9 tails. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen led Anbu's powerful enchantment that could only stare outside the enchantment. If there is this enchantment, Chizuru's attack will never be able to hit outside the venue. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Then he suddenly realized something was wrong. Shit, won't the audience in the venue suffer from this? As expected. The trapped Gaara consciousness instantly became irritable. The giant shrine crane took a deep breath and slammed it on the stomach. Wind-style practice empty ammunition. The terrifying wind ball instantly swept the entire venue. Kakashi, Guy, and others suddenly changed their faces. Even Yakushi Kabuto is full of grass and mud horses. Under the influence of Shikaku Chakra, Gaara's consciousness began to be confused, and now the attack is completely indiscriminate between enemy and friend. Beiki! Keep your Jinchuriki quiet! Yakushi Kabuto yelled at Beiki below in pain. Beiki pretended to be helpless and said. Only Kazekage-sama can stop the unconscious Jinchuriki, and I can't do anything about it. As he said that, he took Kankuro and Temari to hide behind Chizuru, who was out of reach of the empty bullets. At this time, he suddenly realized that Feng Ying was right not to send people to support him. He thought that the fewer the number of people, the less accidental injuries. How did he know that their Feng Ying had failed long before the Chunin exam? The one who gave the order earlier was Orochimaru who was sending Jinchuriki to Konoha. Kakashi looked at such a large-scale training empty ammunition with an ugly face. An attack of this size is not something ordinary ninjas like them can defend against. The reason why the tail beast can be used by Senju Hashirama as a tool to balance the combat power of various countries. It is entirely because the scale of a ninjutsu they release is 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times that of ordinary ninjas. They themselves might be able to hide or defend themselves. But these civilians can only wait to die in place. Seeing that the entire venue was about to be strewn with corpses. Suddenly a huge golden chakra enveloped the entire auditorium in an instant. All the viewers were woken up by this huge chakra which disturbed the operation of chakra in the body. They were stunned to find that they were protected by a huge fox head. This is a demon fox. Idiot! What a fox! This is Naruto. Some smart people immediately guessed the source of this power. Everyone looked towards the middle of the fox head, and sure enough, they saw Uzumaki Naruto sitting in the auditorium knocking on Erlang's legs. And next to him are several sound ninjas who were bound tightly by wood style. Yakushi Kabuto swallowed hard. Sure enough, has this guy been able to use Nine Tails Chakra proficiently? And it's easy to use wood style too. Yakushi Kabuto sighed helplessly. If he intervened, there is basically no possibility of success in this plan. At this time, Sasuke below looked at Naruto in shock. Impossible? Is this guy so strong? Sasuke's memory at this time still stays in the time when Naruto abused his brother. At that time, Itachi had not opened Manjiki. So in Sasuke's heart, the strength of Itachi who has activated Manjiki is stronger than that of Naruto. And Baki also looked at Naruto with an ugly face. Nine Tails. Jinchuriki of Konoha village has already mastered the skill of using the power of the tailed beast, and his proficiency is much better than that of the out-of-control Gaara. At this moment, his mind is full of troubles. What he wants most now is to rule Fengying, and the information is wrong so that the follow-up companions have to retreat quickly. But when he looked at the shadow of the wind on the roof, but he was surprised to find that after the smoke cleared, Kazekage's face had already changed to Orochimaru's. Impossible! Baki looked at the roof in shock. Where is Kazekage Tenjin? Why is it a big snake? A bad premonition flashed in his mind. Could it be that his people were really completely abandoned? At this time, Orochimaru on the roof is reminiscing with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Your stupidity made Konoha fall into a mess, Wang Zhao. I won, teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Nine Tails Chakra below the venue and sneered. Humph, you won't know the result until the end. I should have taught you this way, right? I knew this day would come sooner or later, but... Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly turned fierce. It's not that easy to take my head off. However, Orochimaru laughed dumbfounded at the threat of the third generation. You're not counting on that Nine Tails kid, are you? Teacher, this is not your style. Shouldn't he have touched your bottom line long ago? Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered. I believe in the fourth generation and the will of fire. Once Konoha is in real danger, he will definitely take action. Orochimaru looked at third generation sympathetically. I also said that it's better to decide who is the fifth Hokage earlier, because the third generation, that is, you, will definitely die here today. Chapter 128. Orochimaru. Marino Ibiki and everyone in the torture department looked solemnly at the city wall that was smashed by the summoning snake. One of the subordinates hurriedly asked. What should we do? Are we going to support? Marino Ibiki shook his head. No, it's dangerous to act in an unclear situation, and it's even more dangerous if Orochimaru is the mastermind. These new ninjas asked with a strange look. Is Orochimaru such a dangerous person? None of them had experienced the legendary glory of Sunin, and they didn't even know their status among the leaves. Marino Ibiki introduced. He was originally a student of 3rd Hokage. Nani? Then why did he become a traitor? Marino Ibiki fell into silence. In the past, when deciding on the 4th Hokage, I heard that Orochimaru claimed that he was the most qualified candidate, but he was not accepted by everyone. He left the village not long after. Orochimaru may be because of this things have a grudge against third generation. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen drove Orochimaru out of Konoha in the name of human experimentation. But Sarutobi Hiruzen did not spread the news to the village in order to save himself a little way out. After all, the apprentices I have taught know that this 720 high-end combat power may be used at critical moments. Even small countries know to keep an eye on the movements of one of the famous Sunin in the ninja world. As a politician, Sarutobi Hiruzen will naturally not completely fall out with him. It's just that he never thought that his will of fire promotion was too good. Sunan, who was only thinking about Konoha, decided to kill him and replace him with a qualified Hokage to help Konoha move forward. And at this moment a ninja appeared instantly. Report, a big snake appeared near Konoha East Gate, followed by about 100 sand ninjas, and they are now fighting with patrolling ninjas. Ibi Mori heard the words and hurriedly ordered. 1 or 2 groups stay to help civilians evacuate, and the rest go to the East Gate. Yes. There are a lot of flat land and suburbs in the outskirts of Konoha as a buffer zone. The huge summoning snake swept across like a bulldozer. A ninja landed from the roof and joined the seal to attack the big snake. But under the huge size, even the fire style is like a fireball. Summoning, which is independent from ninjajin, is extremely powerful as an official setting in the early stage. In particular, the snakes, toads, and Katsuyu summoned by Sunan are natives who practiced in the ninja world before the invasion of the Tsutsuki clan. This kind of giant is basically very difficult to deal with without cage-level powerhouses. Back in World War II, Hanzo almost single-handedly wiped out the Konoha troops on the Rain Shinobi village battlefield by relying on the salamander. If it weren't for the defeat in other battles, even the 3 of Jiraiya, who were Jainin at the time, would have been on the spot. At this time, Jiraiya outside the venue looked at the arena covered by the enchantment in a daze. Once this barrier is out, he knew Sarutobi Hiruzen was dead. Because it means that Uzumaki Naruto decided to intervene. He took a last look at the teacher who had taught him, a complex look flashed across his face, and then he turned and walked towards the big snake in an instant. As Ebisu said, Orochimaru, one of the Sunan, can only be dealt with by himself, who is also one of the Sunan. Orochimaru at this time is not the disabled ninjutsu who was banned because he was too strong. Even a big snake is particularly troublesome for Konoha now. Kakashi in the venue gathered a lot of Odanin around and scratched his head. It seems that there are quite a lot of people. Guy nodded and said. Careless, even Hokage-sama. The two looked down at Chizuru, and then at Naruto, who was not working hard, and sighed. In short, let's find a way to solve this big guy. Yakushi Kabuto glanced at Naruto with lingering fear, and then led several Odanin with a sneer. You are afraid that I do not exist. At this time, the audience who was awakened by Naruto panicked. Watching the ninjas fighting above their heads and the crane shrieking in the middle shivering. Gaara looked at the enchantment next to him, his eyes were full of madness. It's you. It's you again. Kfia. Gaara roared. A huge sand arm suddenly appeared on the ground and moved towards Bai. The spectators in the stands were so frightened that their legs trembled. Sarutobi Hiruzen created a scene of peace for them forever. The ninja war seems to have nothing to do with them civilians. Now that the war happened in front of their eyes, they felt the fear faced by ninjas. Even under the protection of Naruto Nine-Tails Chakra, everyone still wanted to rush out to the sidelines in an attempt to leave here. The ninjas among the crowd naturally knew that it was impossible for them to leave the barrier. They shouted with ugly faces. Don't run around! Don't leave the protection of Nine-Tails Chakra! But in the face of such a terrifying attack, how could it be possible to stop it with just a few shouts? Everyone swarmed to get out of here, but as a result, many unlucky guys were directly trampled into the crowd. Naruto watched all this with cold eyes and didn't try to stop it. Just like Pain became a hero after he attacked the village. If they hadn't sacrificed, they wouldn't have accepted themselves as a demon fox at all. Only when they know it hurts, they will have a long memory. The civilians in the ninja world have this kind of PG behavior without seeing the coffin. So Naruto agrees with Nagato's concept of making everyone feel pain. After all, there was a word in the previous life called empathy. When the mushroom eggs were planted in the country of the small days, people all over the world felt the same fear. So the world went nuke. If Orochimaru's plan is followed. After the whole Konoha collapse plan is over, how many FG civilians Chunin in the encounter will be killed? How can there be such a good thing? Why do you have to protect this group of selfish guys who don't even pay their taxes and only know how to gossip all day long? Then Naruto looked towards the roof. At this moment Orochimaru looked at the chaotic Konoha with a few tears in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly. Are you crying with joy? Or, you will feel a little bit sad if you want to kill my master. As a hero who single-handedly destroys the Senju and Uchiha clans by virtue of his ordinary blood and the background of the Sengoku clan. Even though he was more or less anticipating what would happen to him next, his expression did not waver at all. No matter what damage he did to Konoha. But he has developed the Sarutobi family into the largest family in Konoha. It is not an exaggeration to say that the first family of Konoha. After all, there is no Senju family and Uchiha family who are cheating. Even the Hyuga clan can't fight against the Sarutobi clan with 5 ninjutsu and talents on the sealed scroll by relying on body skills alone. So seeing Orochimaru's tears, Sarutobi Hiruzen taunted without hesitation, without any intention of persuasion. Because he knew his apprentice, since he came, both of them must die. Chapter 129. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's taunt, Orochimaru slowly raised the kunao in his hand. Amid the surprised expressions of everyone, he stabbed at his own palm. With a puff, blood spattered. Then he put down the arm supporting Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck and yawned, rubbing the tears from the corners of his eyes very naturally. Yawn, I've been sleepy since just now, and now I'm finally sober. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly. I knew it was. Ever since he knew it was Orochimaru, he believed from the beginning to the end that he would never do anything directly to himself, and there should be some rituals. Orochimaru let go of third generation and slowly walked aside. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his proudest apprentice and said, I know you're not a man who would act out of hate, you have neither purpose nor motive. Orochimaru slowly stopped his figure. Yes, but there is still a purpose. If I had to say it, it would be fun to see something that moves, but it would be boring if it doesn't move. Windmills that don't turn, although sometimes you feel very good when you look at them, but basically they are worthless. Now I want to use the gust of destroy Konoha to make the wind army start turning. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled crookedly upon hearing this. Humph, you haven't changed at all. He knew that Orochimaru was alluding to Konoha having not changed for a long time. Ever since he failed to compete against 4th Hokage last time, he has always maintained a denial attitude towards the top of his own faction. After all, anyone would be outraged to be robbed of the Hokage position by an unknown junior. At that time, Orochimaru agreed to Danzo's consent to participate in the Hokage election. On the other hand, 4th generation, when he shared the news with Kushina after hearing that he became a Hokage, he was completely surprised and confused, which showed that he did not believe that he would become a 4th Hokage at all. And at that time because of the war. The election of the 4th Hokage is completely appointed directly by the daimyo, and then handed over to the villagers for voting. It's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen at that time had already firmly controlled the relationship between public opinion and daimyo. Even if he pushes an ordinary Jonin as Hokage, he can easily succeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was non-committal about Orochimaru's evaluation of himself. He thought he had done nothing wrong to allow Konoha village to enjoy peace for so many years. If it weren't for something wrong with Naruto here. At this time, he controlled the 2 major powers of Nine Tails and the Uchiha clan who controlled Nine Tails. It is not impossible to lead Konoha back to the top. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto who was paddling on the rostrum with a complicated expression. At least this is Konoha's last reliance, he believes that what Naruto said about Konoha's destruction is true. After all, it is different from the original. For so many years, Konoha has never treated him badly, even if it was not voluntary. But Naruto has still been Konoha's playboy for nearly 10 years. At this time, the audience in the auditorium all ran to the outside of the arena. Although I can't get out of the barrier. But they are still far away from what they think is a dangerous situation. Of course it's just what they thought was safe. Naruto, who lost his protection target, decisively withdrew Nine-Tails Chakra. Hey, I'm going to support Hokage-sama, you guys continue. Naruto chuckled, and left the stands in an instant. A few Odanin who didn't know how to live or die were about to step forward to stop them, but they were stopped by Yakushi Kabuto. Leave him alone, just stop Jainin who lives here from going to help. Although the 4 purple flame formation is very powerful, but it can't stand the strong attack of many ninjas. After all, without transforming themselves, the 4 Odanin are at most only at the special Jainin level. As far as Chakra is concerned, if it is really bombarded by the enemy with ninjutsu, even through the way of enchantment, it still can't last long. At this time, the 4 Odanin looked at Orochimaru who was about to attack and hurriedly opened the inner barrier. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Oh, it seems that there is no way to go out easily. Orochimaru laughed. Duplicity, for you to let those burdens come in, it will only hinder your battle. Hiruzen rolled his eyes when he saw the bird flying above him, and he was kind to this guy to come in and try. Naruto came to the barrier and cheered loudly to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile. Yo! Old man! Come on! FK him! Sarutobi Hiruzen in the barrier is full of MMP. However, the opponent at this time is not something he can fight with distraction at all. I saw the two suddenly jumping up at the same time. Quick seal in the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ninja WA Shuriken technique. The roof tiles suddenly flew one by one and hit Orochimaru. Ask for flowers. Naruto outside the barrier complained. Aren't you afraid of stepping on the air? Anbu beside him is covered with black lines. Too naive. Orochimaru sneered. Directly dodged in a blink of an eye and shouted. Shulker snake hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and hurriedly focused on Orochimaru's hands. As a result, after Orochimaru finished speaking, he opened his mouth suddenly, his tongue turned into a python, and instantly bit Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nima, where's the promised hidden shadow snake hand? Where's your hand? Orochimaru taunted loudly in midair. This level of attack, I really don't want to grow old, Sarutobi-sensei. However, the next moment, the figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly turned into a pool of mud. Earth-style stand-in. Orochimaru frowned, looked behind him suddenly. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen has already formed the Madra. Earth-style earth flow river. In an instant, the mudslide rushed Orochimaru away. However, Orochimaru, who was rushed away, laughed indifferently. Is that all? Sarutobi Hiruzen snarled. It's not over yet. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire Dragon Bullet. At the same time, 3 kinds of ninjutsu swept towards Orochimaru in an instant, drowning it in an instant. Orochimaru's screams sounded from the mudslide. Several black robes outside the barrier Anbu said with a look of admiration. A combination of fire style and earth style. As expected of Master Hokage. Naruto on the side pouted with disdain. This trademark is also called combination? Look down on lava style. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen's review ninjutsu is famous in the ninja world. But Naruto never had any idea of learning from him. Because this thing is purely relying on multi-attribute ninjutsu to be released at the same time, it really has no technical content. The reason why he is called a ninjutsu professor is entirely because he can perform attribute ninjutsu that is incompatible with the place at any time, so that he is in an advantageous position in the battle. And when he really met the strong man of Sweji boundary, his so-called double-check ninjutsu basically had no advantage. And at this time in a corner of Konoha village, a ninja wearing various national uniforms landed in front of a pothole, Maru. Chapter 130. Who? Trespassing on Anbu. Suddenly, an Anbu wearing a cat face mask rushed out to stop the family ninjas. The leader Hyuga Hizashi sneered. Anbu? Roots. Although the roots were incorporated into Anbu by Sarutobi Hiruzen on the night of the Uchiha genocide. But the root base is still preserved by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Anbu, who was guarding, saw that the ninjas of each family had their scalps go numb. Almost all the famous families in Konoha are included here. Headed by the Hyuga clan, the Inoshika Ch clan, the Abarame clan, the Inyazuka clan, and almost all of Konoha's names appear here. Are you going to mutiny? Anbu snapped. Hyuga Hizashi sneered expressionlessly. Mushin? No, we're planning a coup. Hyuga Hizashi's words 503 just fell. Many families rushed up directly. That Anbu's face changed drastically, and he was killed on the spot without any reaction at all. All the ninja leaders are elite Jonin. With the commoner Anbu recruited by Sarutobi Hiruzen now, it's elite Chunin level at best. There are no more than 10 Jonin level team leaders, let alone Kakashi, an elite Jonin who was kicked out of the Anbu team by him. At this time, the strongest Anbu is undoubtedly Tenzang Yamato, but at this time he is watching a play with Naruto outside the barrier of the Chunin examination venue. At this time, most Anbu are scattered in Konoha's important secret place to prevent Orochimaru's invasion, and the root base at this time is in a completely empty situation. Under the leadership of the powerful Jonin, many ninjas directly paid off the few remaining Anbu. Hyuga Hizashi and others quickly searched for some shady documents made by Anbu and Gen Mo over the years. When the last restriction was broken, everyone was shocked by the thick piles of information. Since third generation took office, he has started a research program on Hashirama cells. To this end they sacrificed countless ninjas of the Senju clan who voluntarily participated in the research. What shocked them even more was that they actually found the information of Senju Nawaki, the grandson of Senju Hashirama, in the information. Not to mention participating in the ninja war as a genin. Under Orochimaru's personal care, he was attacked by an enemy trap in the rear for no reason, and after Orochimaru arrived at the speed, all the internal organs were dug out. And it's all thanks to the plans of Shimura Dance and Sarutobi Hiruzen. And it is the cloning of the internal organs of the descendant with the strongest blood of Ashura, and after the tragic death of dozens of babies, the only knockoff version of wood-style ninja Tenzo Yamato was successfully born. And secretly sent the direct line of the Senju clan to the most dangerous battlefield. There are countless measures to divide the female family members of the Senju family and marry Konoha civilians to dilute the Senju blood. As of the end of the Third War, there is no direct lineage of the Senju family in the entire Konoha except for the only hand. Even Tsunade has been plotted against on the battlefield. Konoha Sunin was not a Sunin back then, just a normal Jonin. Surrounded by erroneous information and surrounded by Iwagakure ninjas. It was also at that time that Orochimaru wanted to kill Jiraiya, who was seriously injured, to save himself and Tsunade. And Jiraiya chose to trust Orochimaru without hesitation. Fortunately, the strength of the three was strong, and they were finally rescued until the arrival of reinforcements. And later sent to the dangerous Rain Shinobi village battlefield to confront the demigod Hanzo. It was originally a game of death. As a result, because Hatake Shomo made Kamui big on the Sand Shinobi village battlefield and killed Scorpion's parents, the battle situation changed dramatically. Hanzo was worried that Konoha would cause trouble for him, and finally released the three of them. And it was this time's fame that made Sarutobi Hiruzen lose his last chance to assassinate Tsunade. The strong who have grown to Kage level cannot be solved by assassination. So Sarutobi Hiruzen played the emotional card again. In order to benefit from the rise of the Kato clan, a marginal family in Konoha village, he sent Kato Dan to approach Tsunade, preparing to take Tsunade completely under his command. As a result, this disappointing thing died in the Third Ninja World War. Originally, the role of Kato Dan was to increase the bond of Tsunade just like Irika. As a result, because of his death, Tsunade was disheartened and changed into hemophobia and left Konoha directly. Not only that. This also includes orders from Danzo to order Orochimaru to study human experiments, data. Using public opinion to kill Hotaki Sakumo, who was threatening the position of Sarutobi Shinoshuke Hokage at that time. Use Kirigakur to annihilate the Vortex Kingdom, and take the opportunity to master the sealing technique and Jinchuriki. Use Cloud Shinobi Village to prepare to kill Hyuga Hizashi, and then split the branch house and clan plan. Use Uchiha Attack to destroy the Uchiha clan in advance. Everyone looked at this heinous pile of information and was furious. What made many ninjas even more angry was that they found information about the assassination of their own people in these materials. Just like the first time Uchiha Itachi received the root mission to kill a ninja wearing small black sunglasses. That is the people of the Abarame clan. Hyuga Hizashi's eyes were burning with anger. If Naruto hadn't appeared to save himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have provoked the branch house conflict and divided the Hyuga clan. He suppressed his anger and said lightly to many ninjas. Let's go, Naruto-sama is waiting for us at the meeting place, we can't be like these two bastards, even if it's a coup, we have to stand above justice. Everyone looked at each other and nodded directly. A group of people used the sealed scroll to collect the materials and rushed towards the venue. This time, they want to expose this hypocritical Hokage, and ruin this scum who only knows how to hide in Konoha and watch everyone die. The reason why Konoha village was established is to protect the children of various families from the invasion of war. Instead of 0.4, it is a tool for someone to make profit and develop. And when everyone was angrily looking for trouble for Sarutobi Hiruzen. On top of a mansion in the central area of Konoha village, two men wearing red clouds and black-bottomed windbreakers slowly stood on the roof. Itaka-san, how does it feel to be back in your hometown? The grinning Kisame teased Uchiha Itachi, who would have thought that someone in your village would hire us to kill the leader of your own village? The price is still a tailed beast. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Kisame blankly. Then he looked at the room below with a complicated expression. Could it be that what I did was wrong? After all, this scene was staged again. And in the mansion at this time. An old man half wrapped in a bandage slowly opened one eye. Chapter 131. Master Danzo. Two figures suddenly appeared beside Danzo. It is Danzo's henchman Yamanaka Wind and Abarame take root. Although the roots were disbanded, the necessary henchman Sarutobi Hiruzen remained with Danzo. After all, even if this kind of personal brainwashing confidant is disturbed and placed in Anbu Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is worried that they will cause trouble. Danzo looked up to the roof. Suddenly a black shadow broke through the defense, holding a huge stick and smashing directly at the three of them. Danzo stared coldly. Yamanaka Feng, who was on the side, pulled out a ninja knife and directly blocked the attack of the coming person. Haha, Mr. Itachi, your Konoha village killing tricks are almost catching up with our Kirigakur. Danzo heard someone's voice and took a closer look. A Kirigakur forehead protector with a scratch on its head, and Kisame with a shark face appeared in his eyes. Weasel. Danzo's pupils shrank. He suddenly looked at another figure on the roof. The expressionless Uchiha Itachi appeared in front of his eyes. Danzo's expression changed. The hard bone that Sarutobi Hiruzen said at the beginning has really come back. Danzo snapped at Uchiha Itachi and asked. I didn't think you were like that. Uchiha Itachi didn't have any expression changes because of this. He just said lightly. I'm a member of the Akatsuki organization. This time, I was simply hired by Konoha. Danzo's face turned livid immediately. Konoha's employment? Are you kidding me? Itachi slowly pulled out a kunao and said lightly. Employed by Konoha Hyuga, Abarame, Inoshika Ch and other famous families to cooperate with them in launching a bloodless coup. Voice just fell. The shurikens all over the sky suddenly swung down towards the three of them. Danzo's complexion changed drastically. Coup? This group of famous ninjas actually gathered and walked the old path of the Uchiha clan. Earth-style earth flow wall. A wall suddenly appeared in front of the three of them to block the shuriken. However, the detonating talisman wrapped around the shuriken instantly shattered the wall. While at the same time, this sudden explosion suddenly attracted the attention of the entire Konoha village ninja. The family ninjas lurking all over Konoha suddenly attacked the Hokage series of ninjas. Revenge for the Uchiha clan. Down with the brutal rule of the third generation. Destroy the evil Sarutobi and Chimura clan. Many people were directly attacked and killed by their companions while they were at a loss. This sudden change made Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen in the barrier stunned in place. Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely panicked when he saw Konoha shouting everywhere. The reason why he is fearless is because he is confident that even if he dies, the possibility of Sarutobi Asuma becoming the new generation Hokage is still higher than that of all ninjas of the same class. As the guardian of the 12 ninjas, he not only has an outstanding reputation, but also has great favor among daimyos. If nothing unexpected happens among the ninjas of Asuma's generation, Hokage is none other than him. And so it is. Asuma, who was raised as a Hokage since childhood, even though she was rebellious since childhood. But after being sent to the Daiming mansion for repairs, he also recognized his father's difficulties, thus firming the two Jade guidelines. Treat Hokage and daimyo as two separate polities. This kind of political awareness as a superior, if it is not because of the accidental death at the hands of Kakuzu and Hiden. The sixth Hokage is unlikely to be held by Kakashi anyway. After all, Kakashi highlights individual heroism, which undoubtedly pales in comparison to the aspect of governance. Originally, third generation was confident that even after his own death, with his heroic sacrifice, he could still bring great prestige bonus to Asuma's selection of Hokage status. But now this sudden situation completely changed Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Third Hokage snapped at Orochimaru. Do you really want to destroy Konoha? Orochimaru on the opposite side also looked confused. Who the hell is this? I was obviously just fooling around Sand Shinobi village to deliver food. How could it suddenly bloom in all directions? Sand Shinobi village crazy? Is this going all out? Wrong. Orochimaru suddenly remembered Naruto who met him in the Forest of Death. He immediately turned his head to look at Naruto outside the barrier, his face darkened. It's you. Naruto looked at Orochimaru innocently and waved his hand. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen also noticed Orochimaru's problem at the moment. He is obviously ignorant of the current situation. When Orochimaru asked Naruto, he also turned his gaze. After seeing Naruto, he also had an extremely bad premonition in his heart, and he asked Naruto with the last sliver of luck. Naruto, do you know what's going on? Naruto spread his hands innocently and said. Can't you tell? This is a coup. Naruto snapped his outstretched hands together. The huge wooden golem suddenly rose from the venue. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Wood-style wooden golem technique. Kakashi and Guy, who were resisting Shikaku, changed their expressions. The two left Showerhe's side in an instant at the same time. Seeing the huge monster suddenly appearing beside him. Losing his mind, Gaara directly manipulates Shikaku to open his mouth and is ready to bombard with tailed beast bomb. Yet the black sphere has just formed. The wooden dragon wrapped around wooden golem's neck directly bit on Showerhe's huge body. With a wave of suction, flowers blossomed from the body of the wooden dragon. Gaara, who had been eroded by Shikaku Chakra, slowly woke up. What is this? Gaara exclaimed. Baki behind him also changed his face drastically, and lost his voice in shock. Impossible. Wood style. This is the nemesis of the tailed beast. The information that first Hokage sold the tailed beast is not a legend until now. And Gaara, who lost Chakra 447, fell into a coma directly. Showerhe woke up from his body, and shouted excitedly in the voice of a spy. My uncle finally came out again. The next second he saw the huge wooden golem beside him and Naruto with a playful face. My grass? Ashura. But before it reacts, two figures suddenly appeared beside Naruto. Everyone looked over in unison. The Kirigakure forehead protector on the head of the figure made them frown. Mist Shinobi Ninja Village. Kakashi's expression changed when he saw the person coming. Will the ghost be killed again? Zabuzan took out a broken jar from the scroll and handed it to Naruto. This is exactly the Fufuti cauldron where Jinchuriki was sealed. After Naruto gave the order to bet again, he directly confessed that he and Shiro took advantage of the opportunity of Sand Shinobi Village to attack Konoha and ran to steal it. Seeing this thing, Shui's face changed drastically. This thing. Wind-style practicing empty bombs. Jinchuriki was as excited when he saw this thing as he was when Nine Tails saw Naruto on the altar in the Night of Nine Tails. He directly patted his stomach and sprayed a big mouthful of high-pressure wind bombs towards Naruto. The terrifying force instantly enveloped the entire venue. Without Naruto's support, the four purple flame formations of the poor group of Otonin didn't hold up for even a second and shattered on the spot along with the tall building. Chapter 132. After all, this sealing technique is performed according to the strength of the user. The Otonin 4 don't even have Janin's strength without changing their transformations. After abducting Sasuke, the four of them transformed collectively and managed to defeat the same people, Shiranui Shenjian, and others. Facing the attack of the tailed beast at this time, the four purple flame formations of the four of them were instantly shattered like a toy. Even the entire viewing platform was instantly shattered. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in the ruins in some embarrassment and his face became ugly. He looked at Yamato and other Enbu on the side, and motioned for them to step forward to protect him. But Yamato under the mask had a complex expression and waved his hands to make his subordinates stand still. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally changed his face completely. Even Enbu was infiltrated. Naruto waved his hand at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile and said, "No need to make gestures, since the moment you decided to cast distinguished heavenly gods on me, this scene is already doomed. Originally, I gave you a lot of opportunities, but unfortunately, you guys who play politics are too dark-minded, and don't like variables beyond your control. I'm also tired of your game of looking back and digging behind your back. Destroy it." After Naruto finished speaking, he glanced at Chizuru behind him and slapped the ground abruptly. Wood-style birth of the tree world. Terrifying tree vines rose from the ground one by one, and instantly tied up Jinchuriki tightly. "Damn! Brat! Let me go! You just came out!" Jinchuriki screamed unwillingly. However, Naruto didn't intend to talk nonsense with him at all. I saw him turn on the Tensagen Chakra mode in an instant, and stretched his arms towards Shui's body. The terrifying chakra was drawn out from Gaara immediately and sealed into the Fufuti cauldron. Jinchuriki shouted angrily. "No! You nasty BD!" But in front of Naruto at this time, a mere tailed beast didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. As Naruto's exclusive Tensagen, he doesn't need the power of the Gedo statue to draw the tail beast chakra like pain. With his powerful strength and the huge Nine Tails chakra in his body, Naruto can directly suppress the tailed beasts and forcibly pull them away and seal them. And as Chizuru was withdrawn, Gaara's vitality gradually faded away. Below, Temari and Kankuro yell anxiously. "Don't want!" But Naruto didn't stop what he was doing. Temari gritted his teeth and took out the fan behind him and waved it violently. Scythe uranium technique. Although she knew she couldn't hurt Naruto, she still attacked Naruto without hesitation. The same is true for Kankuro on the side. The black ant and the crow swung at the same time and attacked Naruto. And at this moment, a thunderbolt and golden chains flew across the air, resisting the attacks of the two. Sasuke sneered and extinguished the Chidori in his hand and said, "Your opponent is us." Hateful. Temari and Kankuro looked at Sasuke with wide eyes. But it couldn't break through the defense of the two of them at all. Gaara looked at Temari and Kankuro, who were worried about him, with a relieved expression on their faces. In the end, with the passage of life little by little, there is no sound at last. Gaara! The two cried out in grief. Baki on the side shouted with a livid face. The plan has changed. Quickly retreat. However, at this time, Kakashi, Might Guy, and others quickly surrounded him. Konoha is not a place where you can come whenever you want. Naruto came to Temari's side in an instant. Temari waved the iron fan angrily and threw it at Naruto. However, although he has not completed all the Saitama training methods at this time, his physical strength has reached an extremely terrifying level at this time. With a flick of his hand, Temari's iron fan was instantly blown away. Then, under Temari's horrified eyes, he pinched her chin with his hand and laughed. You are also a ninja, shouldn't you not be affected by this kind of life and death? Temari didn't speak, just stared at Naruto. Seeing this scene in front of them, Kakashi and others were a little silent. The definition given by their ninjas since childhood is a killing machine that focuses on war and should not have any emotional fluctuations. Many people have made difficult choices between companions and tasks. Everyone knows that this is against the order, but still can't help making mistakes. Naruto looked at Temari, who was full of hatred, and smiled. He activated his telekinetic ability and pulled Gaara down to his side. At this time, Gaara only has the vitality like a candle. But in the next second, a golden divine light emanated from Naruto's body and instantly enveloped Gaara's body. Cure. It belongs to one of the superpowers possessed by the Leo Gold Saint Seiya. Healing injuries and diseases from the atomic level, with the strength of the Golden Saint's ability, as long as it doesn't die instantly, it can basically be saved. The tailed beast Jinchuriki died, but the tailed beast took away a large amount of Jinchuriki's physical energy at one time, so that the cells of the body did not even have the energy to divide, so they entered death. Relying on the atomic level dimensionality reduction healing of Saint Seiya, Gaara's body instantly regained its strength. Number Gaara. Temari looked at Gaara, who slowly opened his eyes in shock. Gaara also looked around blankly. Aren't I dead? Naruto looked at the three siblings and laughed. Sand Shinobi Village doesn't want you, we Konoha want you, now you are my captives. One of the surrender conditions for your Sand Shinobi Village's defeat is to exile the three of you to Konoha. Kankuro on the side shouted angrily. Who said we don't want Sand Shinobi Village anymore? Naruto looked at Kankuro like an idiot and said. You don't think the three of you can escape from Konoha after casting the Do's technique, do you? Wang Haozhao, to put it bluntly, you are just abandoned children who attract firepower. If Baki didn't protect you with all his might, you would have died long ago. Saying that, Naruto glanced at the ugly Baki. It stands to reason that he, Jainin, should have retreated immediately after confirming that Gaara released Shikaku. Compared to the three genin who are not even Chunin, his life as an elite Jainin is more important. Kankuro looked at Baki in disbelief, not knowing how to explain it. He turned his head to the side unconsciously. This made Kankuro sit down on the ground in a state of desperation. At this moment, Sasuke frowned and came forward to Naruto and asked. What is going on? Naruto glanced at Hyuga, Hizashi and others who slowly gathered from a distance and showed a sneer. Obviously, now is the stage of a coup d'état, and completing the unfinished business of your Uchiha clan is only in accordance with the way that Lord Third Hokage is used to. Chapter 133. Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely shocked when he saw the toy-like Shikuru in Naruto's hand. That's a tail beast. It was sealed so easily. Nine Tails Night. The deaths of the fourth-generation couple seem like child's play. Naruto was playing with the Fenfu teapot in his hand. He looked to a corner and threw it away. A pitcher plant rose slowly from the ground to catch the crane thrown by Naruto. And this time even Orochimaru was not calm. He looked at Black Zetsu in shock and lost his voice. Xiao organization. Half of White Zetsu looked at Naruto strangely and said to Black Zetsu. The employer this time is so straightforward, isn't he afraid that we will run away with the crane? Black Zetsu kept silent and just stared nervously at Naruto. This guy is the monster who defeated Tiendao Pain and snatched Zero-G back then. Naruto smiled and took out the ring and put it on his hand. Don't call me so ruthless, anyway, I am also the leader of your Xiao organization. One place of this remark. Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi, and others looked shocked. Only Black Zetsu rolled his eyes. You leader, our leader doesn't admit that Pain didn't lose his fighting power in that battle. Naruto smiled and didn't refute. At the beginning, his own chakra was flawed. If he was driven by Nagato's body, he might really consume so much energy that he ran out of chakra and lost the battle. 833. After all, Nagato fought against Eight Tails, Jinming, and Uchiha Itachi with his own strength in the case of lameness without losing the wind. In the end, Uchiha Itachi, who opened the infinite chakra plug-in, found a weakness and sealed it. Without Uchiha Itachi's betrayal, 10 Tails would have been revived without the need for Madara in the fourth battle. But that was Naruto many years ago. The horror of Naruto's strength at this time is beyond the imagination of Black Zetsu. If it weren't for the qualitative gap between Six Paths and Super Shadow, Naruto was worried that his body would not be able to withstand the bombardment of the truth-seeking ball. Now he wants to directly release Kaguya for a wave of anger. But it's only been 2 years. By the time Naruto has completely completed the Saitama training method, there will be no threat to the entire Hokage world. Naruto's intuition told him. When Saitama's body is combined with a Six Paths level soul, it's time for him to open the seventh sense small universe and put on the Leo golden cloth. Once he becomes a real golden saint, even if the so-called Satsuki god comes, Naruto can easily press him to death. So at this time, Naruto is not worried about Akatsuki's betrayal at all. At most, I will bother myself to finish the coup in person. The consequence, Kfia, of doing this may be to be secretly accused by those stupid civilians in Konoha village. But as long as the public opinion is manipulated properly, they will be grateful to themselves in a few years. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been doing this all these years. He does not have strong strength, and public opinion is the most powerful weapon in his hands. Naruto shrugged at Black Zetsu, pretending to be sad. I really want to join your Xiao organization to create nuclear peace in the world. Looking at Naruto's appearance, Black Zetsu muttered to himself. But Lao Zi's purpose is not for world peace, but for the destruction of the world. This world is mother's nursery, and sooner or later, you will all return to your mother's embrace. Black Zetsu didn't want to entangle with him anymore. He watched the Fufoti cauldron slowly sinking towards the ground. Now that the payment has been received, this employment is fully established. The Konoha executives, the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan will all be history. Hey, to be honest, I still like the infighting in your big ninja village very much. I believe this news will be very valuable in other ninja villages, right? On hearing this, Orochimaru flung out an arm. Shulker snake hand. Bang! The giant python hit the place where Black Zetsu was but missed. His Konoha collapse plan this time is to eliminate the self-styled Sarutobi Hiruzen, so that Konoha will not slack off in the next arms race and be destroyed. But at this time, the discovery direction of the matter is obviously far beyond his current expectations. At the beginning, Shisui chose to control the Uchiha clan because he was worried that the enemy village would be spied on because of Konoha's coup. Now Naruto directly wiped out Konoha's top 2 famous families without hesitation. Once this information is inquired by other ninja villages, they will definitely send ninjas to take advantage of the fire. This completely defeats the purpose of Orochimaru hitting the Sand Shinobi village, waking up the leaves, and pushing the windmill. Naruto looked at Orochimaru, who made the shot a little funny, and said with a smile. What? Shouldn't you be happy? Shouldn't your Konoha collapse plan be to destroy Konoha? Now it seems that you just want to send off your teacher decently. After Naruto finished speaking, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said lightly. The will of fire, you have forgotten all. Do you know why Konoha village was founded? That's because Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara don't want future generations of children to go to war. Look at the years of your rule, how many minors have been thrown away on the battlefield by you. Kakashi graduated at the age of 5, and Chunin went to the battlefield at the age of 6. Is it an honor? This kind of thing abounded in the Sengoku period, and Senju Hashirama established Konoha village precisely because he did not want the cruelty of war to affect children. And look at the Konoha you rule now, the Senju clan has disappeared, and the Uchiha clan has also disappeared. I don't think there is anything wrong with you doing this for your own people. You may be a good head of the Sarutobi clan, but it's clear you haven't figured out what Hokage's job is. You have forgotten that your position was bought by Senju Tobirama with his life. With Senju Tobirama's flying thunder god, and all that trash from Cloud Shinobi village if it wasn't for you trash. Your structure is too small to be a Hokage. It's just that you are lucky, you have a good apprentice. After Naruto finished speaking, he looked at Orochimaru and smiled. This guy understands your future ending, so he wants you to die in the most honorable position. Naruto, Sasuke, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The relationship between this person is exactly the same as that of Naifeng, Bulleten Jingyun, and Xianba in his previous life. If Orochimaru hadn't stepped in. So what is waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen must be to know that the extermination enemy is Sasuke of the third generation and Naruto, who was isolated, suppressed, and excluded since childhood, has hidden dark character outbreaks and liquidates him. After all, if Orochimaru didn't come, Jiraiya wouldn't go back to the village to meet Naruto, and Tsunade wouldn't go back to the village to be Hokage. Without these fetters, it is absolutely impossible to prevent Naruto from blackening with just one Irika. Even with so many fetters, when controlling the power of 9 tails, the blackened Naruto born from the negative emotions on Naruto is so strong. Without these fetters, Naruto will be blackened sooner or later. After all, Naruto has a teacher Kakashi with a crooked A, and a little Sakura who licks Sasuke and beats Naruto all day long. It can be said that without Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan, sooner or later Naruto broke out because he couldn't suppress the darkness in his heart. In the end, Naruto and Sasuke teamed up to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen and destroy Konoha. It is exactly the same as Fengyun Xianba Tianxia. Fengyun join forces to kill Xianba and break up the world. And Orochimaru just understood this, so he decided to give his teacher a ride in person, so that he would not be late. Chapter 134. After listening to Naruto's words, Orochimaru fell silent. Because what Naruto said was right, he was not the kind of person who would destroy Konoha for such a boring reason as revenge. This is his last sympathy for his teacher. There are 3 purposes this time. One is to remind Konoha that the war is about to begin. The second is to let Konoha see the face of Sand Shinobi village clearly, and by the way, remove the hidden dangers in advance, and send a tailed beast to Konoha by the way, completely dispelling the possibility of Sand Shinobi village fighting against Konoha. The third is to rob Sasuke. It's just that the main purpose of robbing Sasuke is not to use it as a container for his own body, but for that restless factor wandering outside Konoha, Uchiha Itachi. Ever since he fought against him in the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru concluded that this guy's threat was even far greater than Sand Shinobi village. Sasuke is a ticking time bomb in Konoha. Once he is exploited by someone with a heart, Uchiha Itachi will definitely vent his anger on Konoha. Sasuke is his younger brother who is reluctant to kill everyone. Helping Itachi Heart Commander is more important than the entire Konoha and Uchiha clan. Getting Sharingan, getting Sasuke's body, that's just an excuse. Orochimaru, who cooperates with Danzo and holds a large amount of Konoha's confidential research materials, naturally knows how poor the talent of Sasuke, who has the death light effect of the whole family, is to open a hook jade. What's more, Uchiha letter alone has easily cloned a large number of Manjiki Sharingan by virtue of Orochimaru's discarded research materials. Orochimaru looked down on a mere waste of 2 hooks. So Orochimaru's purpose is just to take Sasuke away from Konoha, and to pull the hatred of Uchiha Itachi, the out-of-control spy, onto himself. Naturally, Tsunade also understood the plan of his teammates, so after knowing that Sasuke had defected, he only sent a bunch of genin symbolically. You must know that before Naruto was dispatched, the first Ninja 4 had just laid down 2 elite genin. Tsunade didn't even think Naruto they could catch them. After receiving the engagement information, she hurriedly sent Kakashi and Guy to the rescue. Today's Naruto crossed the bar, completely disrupting Orochimaru's plan. Even he was thinking at this time whether to withdraw now or continue the plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Naruto firmly and persuaded. Now Sand Ninja and Yin Ninja are invading Konoha, you actually launch a coup now? This will cause a lot of civilian casualties. We should leave the internal problems of Konoha to solve after the matter is over. Naruto, however, was unmoved by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. To fight against the outside world, you must first secure the inside, and the purpose of Sand Shinobi Village this time is purely to frighten its own idiot daimyo. The entire Konoha has at best 100 shinobi. There is no doubt that these are all abandoned sons. Using hundreds of lives in exchange for daimyo's economic support for me, you guys are really bad at playing politics. After Naruto finished speaking, he shook his head, looked at Orochimaru and said, "Will you still fight? If you do, I guarantee that no one will bother you. If you don't, my people should come." Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed. "Your people?" The man looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a half-smile. "These years you have put all your energy on those idiots and civilians. You don't even know what the real rules of this world are. Do you think that after the Senju and Uchiha clans are wiped out, no one will threaten your status? Naively, all of this is just a civil war between the Tsutsuki clan. You self-righteous idiots think that after the 2 clans are wiped out, there will be no such strong as Senju Hashirama. Ashura never dies, Indra never dies, and this world will never escape the cycle. If there is no invasion of the Tsutsuki clan, even Naruto and Sasuke will still enter the next cycle after their death. The reincarnations of the next generation Ashura and Indra will not live in peace just because of the passion of Naruto and Sasuke. And Naruto has an extremely bold guess. The so-called Pure Land is actually Tsutsuki Hago Romo imitating Kagaya to create the ultimate weapon against the Tsutsuki clan. Even Black Zetsu, a makeshift cripple, can survive for thousands of years unscathed. How could Tsutsuki Hamura and Yui, 2 guys who inherited nearly half of Kagaya's power, die of old age? And the truth-seeking ball behind the Sage of 6 Paths bought and hung during World War II proves this point. You must know that truth-seeking ball is something produced by Chakra condensed into ultimate. Sage of 6 Paths even told Mingzhou that he has no power, which is pure nonsense. And at the end, Sage of 6 Paths summoned the successive Hokages from the Pure Land to summon them from the first ball space summoning, which can also be seen. Ask for flowers. For Tsutsuki Hago Romo, the Pure Land is completely a tool that can be controlled at will. So Naruto sorted out the stories of Tsutsuki Kagaya, Tsutsuki Hago Romo, and Hamura based on the plot and clues of the anime he watched in his previous life. Kagaya descended to earth. Not reconciled to being reduced to a form of nourishment, he sneaked into a form and ate the fruit of the sacred tree. In order to fear the revenge of the Tsutsuki clan, Kagaya used his nationals to create White Zetsu to resist the Tsutsuki clan. Since the existence of the sacred tree will continue to absorb the life force of the planet. As one of the 3 holy places of the planet's natives, Hamawang couldn't sit still anymore. Because the strength is very different from Kagaya who ate the fruit of the sacred tree. He decided to use magic to defeat magic. So they used tricks to separate Kagaya's mother and son, and hand over the local fairy art to Yui to make him fight against Kagaya. And after successfully sealing Kagaya, pulling out the sacred tree and dividing it into 9 big-tailed beasts. Sage of Six Paths also finally knew that what mother was afraid of was the Jinchuriki clan. After evaluating his mother's strength, he felt that it was impossible for White Zetsu to defeat the powerful Jinchuriki clan. Then he teamed up with his younger brother Hamura to create a pure land covering the entire ninja world. Let Hamura's soul attach to Chakra to manage the pure land. And he created Ashura and Indra in this world. And let the two reincarnate to fight, create wars, thereby create strong people, collect souls to strengthen the pure land. It can be seen from the current situation of the Minato couple in Naruto's body. All ninjas who practice Chakra have their souls bound to Chakra. Once dead, the soul will return to the pure land together with Chakra. With the death of more and more ninjas, the size of the pure land will become larger and larger, and the Chakra contained in the pure jade will also increase. Waiting for the Jinchuriki clan to attack. Sage of Six Paths can draw the soul of the strong from the pure land at any time to fight against the Jinchuriki clan. Senju Tobirama's impure world reincarnation is classified as summoning, and it is undoubtedly a time-space ninjutsu that unintentionally connects the present world with the pure land world through human genes. If Naruto's guess is correct, then the boss behind Ninja World is not Black Zetsu or Kaguya at all. It's the Jinchuriki Hago Romo Hiroshi who exists in the ninja world in the form of Chakra. Chapter 135. Who knows what the size of the Pure Land is now? Thousands of years of fighting, the amount of Chakra contained in it, Naruto suspects that it is more than the Chakra fruit of the sacred tree planted by Kaguya. Just when the Jinchuriki family was still working hard to fight against the natives of various planets, and sacrificed themselves to plunder and develop and plant trees everywhere. Jinchuriki Hago Romo and Hamura have found a sustainable way to harvest Chakra. It's just that this is based on the fact that there is no theory of reincarnation in the ninja world. But in fact, many strong souls in the Jainin world have ascended to heaven, which shows that the ninja world obviously also belongs to a small planet in a big world. After death, it should be managed by a special god like Yama, just like the Dragon Ball world. But Yuyi and Yamura directly cut off the souls of all the ninjas for Chakra. This approach is more cruel than the destruction that the Jinchuriki family gave the ninja world from the material level 320. Naruto didn't know how powerful the Sage of Six Paths was at this time. However, it can be seen from Suzanne's purchase of hangings for Mingzhou and the other two. He gave a little Chakra so that the two could face off against Six Paths Madara, who he said was the closest to Kaguya. This is enough to show that Kaguya is not a threat at all in the eyes of Sage of Six Paths at this time, and there is no need for him to take action himself. Therefore, a large reason why Naruto did not completely overturn the poker table is because he was afraid of this old Yunbai who was hiding in secret. Although it is just a guess, if it is true, before Saitama's physique is fully awakened, with his existing abilities, he is definitely not that guy's opponent. After all, his Chakra can only see less than 20,000 now. For the thousands of years of Chakra accumulated by countless souls in the Pure Land, it is estimated that even a fraction is not a fraction. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto in a daze. Ashura? Indra? What are those things? Naruto looked at the ignorant third generation and laughed. That's right, it's impossible for a native like you to know these ancient secrets. What I want to tell you is that this ninja world is ultimately based on strength. Of course the strength I'm talking about is naturally not the full strength of a village as you think. There are powerful forces in this world that make numbers meaningless, such as Naruto said, green fluorescent light suddenly radiated from his whole body. Truth-seeking balls emerged from his back and slowly floated behind him. Tensagen Chakra mode. He reached out and aimed at the huge summoning snake that was sweeping towards the east gate. In Orochimaru's frantic eyes and Sarutobi Hiruzen's horrified eyes, the giant snake, which was more than 10 miles away from them, was instantly pulled into the sky by it. What kind of blood inheritance boundary is this? Orochimaru excitedly asked Naruto. Inspired to pursue the truth of the ninja world, he was completely not calm after seeing Naruto's appearance at the moment. Naruto's palm clenched slowly. The giant snake in midair also began to howl in pain and was gradually shrunk into a snake ball. Next moment. Bang! The 1,000-meter-long three-headed giant snake was directly crushed by Naruto on the spot. The power of the psychic power that belongs to the Saint Fighter is fully displayed at this moment. Blood inheritance limit. Naruto gave Orochimaru a disdainful glance. This is a blood trap. To be precise, it is the power of a god. A god who can truly create the world. And Naruto has nothing wrong with saying that. Because Hokage's initial ball space is created based on the full attribute Chakra of truth-seeking ball. It can be said that the truth-seeking ball is the basis for creating space. At this time, Orochimaru has completely forgotten about Konoha's collapse. God. Truth. The truth of the world. This is his lifelong dream. At this time, he used a sentence from Naruto's previous life, that is, although he has a little filial piety, but not much. One's own life and love of ninjutsu and the study of truth are definitely higher than Konoha's collapse plan. The three siblings Baki and Gaara below looked at Naruto dumbfounded. What kind of horrible monster is he fighting against? Now he has become a victim of Konoha's replacement regime? The tailed beast that I had been afraid of for many years was sent away in front of this man like a pet. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at such a powerful Naruto with despair in his eyes. Although he knew that Naruto was strong, he never thought he could be so strong. I surrender. Yuanfei Hiruzen said to Naruto coldly. The sweet dream that I have planned for decades was accidentally punctured by a mere 13-year-old child. I will hand over the position of Hokage. I hope you can stop this war, otherwise it will only make other villages take advantage of it for Konoha. Naruto said with an extremely strange expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen. When did you become so naive? Where did the brutality of exterminating the Senju and Uchiha clan go? This is a political struggle, either you die or I die. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed drastically after hearing this. He looked at Naruto with a ferocious expression, his eyes full of disbelief. And as soon as Naruto's voice fell, there was a violent explosion sound near the center of Konoha. That's where the Sarutobi clan resides. At this time, a big white clay bird is hovering in the air above the station. Strange birds fell from the sky and landed precisely on every house of the Sarutobi family. Art is an explosion. Deidara shouted excitedly into the sky. Unexpectedly, the first big mission was to directly attack Konoha village. Hundreds of puppets below are like locusts harvesting the survivors of the Sarutobi family who survived the explosion. In front of two cage-level powerhouses who are good at one-to-many, this so-called Konoha's top famous family is completely reduced to fish. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared from the roof with his eyes wide open. He bit his finger and pressed it hard on the ground. Summoning technique. A white old ape appeared in front of Ape 0.7 Tobi Hiruzen. Monkey, why did you summon me at this time? The ape demon asked with a strange face. Then he saw the figure of Orochimaru and suddenly realized, he said solemnly. I said I shouldn't have let him go. However, the third generation at this time does not intend to entangle these things at all. What he hates the most now is Uzumaki Naruto. Ape devil. I saw him yelling. The white monkey instantly turned into a huge pillar and appeared in the arms of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He pointed the pillar at Naruto and snapped. The Senju family and the Uchiha family have nothing to do with me. They were all done by Danzo. I regret it afterwards. What you are doing now is weakening Konoha's strength. Today's Sarutobi family is the #1 fire-style family in Konoha village. Chapter 136. Naruto looked at the distraught Sarutobi Hiruzen indifferently and said. This title once belonged to the Uchiha clan. Then he shook his head and went on. It's useless, this is a coup, not a joke. Sarutobi Hiruzen completely gave up the last hope. Ape devil. The golden cudgel in his hand suddenly grew longer and stabbed towards Naruto. Naruto calmly stretched out his palm and directly blocked the golden cudgel. Impossible? That's the Vajra body of the ape demon. At this time, the face of the ape demon on the other side appeared on the golden cudgel and said in shock. This guy's body actually makes me feel pain. At this time, Orochimaru on the other side suddenly stabbed Naruto with his sword. Naruto raised his eyebrows and retreated to dodge Amazono's attack. He looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru was silent for a while and then said sullenly. He's my target. Seeing this, Naruto chuckled, and decisively jumped a certain distance backward. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to look like Orochimaru with an ugly face. On Orochimaru's face, 25 once again showed the iconic evil smile. It just so happens that we have almost tried it, and we have played enough. After all, it is not a course in the ninja school. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the direction of the family and his face became calm again. He knew that if he didn't solve the two people in front of him, he couldn't support the Sarutobi family at all. Besides, his son Asuma was also there outside the court. After so many years of training, Asuma is already a qualified elite Genin, and he can always resist for a while under his leadership. That's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly took off the imperial robe on his body, revealing the battle suit he had prepared in advance. Have you predicted your own death? Orochimaru chuckled as he watched Sarutobi Hiruzen in full armor. The eyes of the two became sharper. All the chakra on his body was mobilized, even the ruins under his feet began to crack, and the whole earth seemed to be shaking. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and sneered. I won't show mercy just because you are stupid. It's exactly what I want. After the end, I will decide whether to take you back to the ninja school to relearn according to the degree of completion of your ninjutsu. Don't let me down too much. Anbu, who was watching the battle all around, looked at the two in shock. Amazing! Such an incredible chakra! It seems that even the air is oppressed on the body. Naruto looked at the two people who were gaining momentum and threw a stone casually. With a soft sound, the two rushed towards each other suddenly. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen throws a shuriken. The shuriken suddenly split into numerous shadow clones in the air and shot towards Orochimaru. And Orochimaru directly formed the handprint of summoning technique and sneered. Summoning technique. Reanimation jutsu. A wooden coffin suddenly appeared from the ground forming a shield in front of Orochimaru. Using summoning technique for defense. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the wooden coffin in front of him with a serious expression, frowning. Then he looked at the numbers on the coffin with incredible expressions in his eyes. And this coffin is... Seeing that the third coffin was about to be raised, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted anxiously. Must stop the third one. As he said that, he manipulated the shuriken and walked towards the coffin, and then changed his handprints repeatedly in an attempt to press down the coffin with the words Yuzi. But Orochimaru's chakra is obviously stronger than third generation. In a tug of war, the last coffin was slowly raised from the ground. Naruto on the side showed such an expression. He felt the very familiar chakra inside the coffin. Fourth generation. Hokage. Namikaze Minato. Many people speculate that the coffin with 4 on it is 4th Kazekage Luasha, who was murdered by Orochimaru not long ago. But at this time Yunin village is a nominal ally with Sand Shinobi village. If the corpse of the boss of the ally is directly summoned, then Sand Shinobi village will be damned if it doesn't turn back immediately. So Orochimaru's last coffin can only be 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. It's just that Orochimaru's summoning failed because the soul of the 4th generation was sealed in Shinigami's stomach at this time in the original book. But now it's different. Namikaze Minato was released from Shinigami's belly by Naruto. So this time Orochimaru easily summoned all 3 of them. Teacher, what do you think they will think of Konoha you are managing now? Orochimaru opened the 3 coffins with a smile. The ominous premonition in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart became more and more obvious. After a puff of smoke, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Namikaze Minato appeared in front of the crowd. How are you going to deal with it, Sarutobi-sensei? No, third Hokage-sama. The previous generations of Hokage took 2 steps forward, with a slightly dull expression on his face. Naruto looked at the two of them carefully. He wanted to try to figure out the relationship between the Pure Land and the souls of these 3 people. Long time no see, monkey. Senju Hashirama spoke first. And Senju Tobirama followed with a joke. Oh, it's you, you're getting old too, Sarutobi. Namikaze Minato on the side looked around in a daze. What's going on here? How come I'm back again? He just got 110 out of Shinigami's stomach for a few days. Why does it feel like he's just playing around? Sarutobi Hiruzen on the opposite side looked ugly. Although he had expected it, he still panicked when he saw the 3 of them. But at this time Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer cares about his hypocritical image. He said unceremoniously to the Senju brothers. I really didn't expect to meet you 2 brothers again in this situation. I am really sorry. Originally, they should have died with a beautiful longing for Konoha. Senju Tobirama turned to look at Orochimaru who was behind him and praised. Impure world reincarnation? Is it this young man who summoned us with the forbidden technique? Great guy. Senju Hashirama on the side frowned. Tobirama, I told you to destroy all these things. Shut up, bro. There is no good or bad ninjutsu, it's just that different people use it. Under Tobirama's scolding, Senju Hashirama suddenly became apologetic. At this time, Namikaze Minato noticed Naruto beside him. He greeted Naruto with joy. That's a lot. Long time no see, what's going on now? Naruto rolled his eyes at Namikaze Minato who was naturally dumbfounded. As you can see, I am in a coup d'état, preparing to overthrow Sarutobi Hiruzen's brutal rule. Ha! Chapter 137. That's the end of the daily life of the elderly, it's almost time to start. At this time, Orochimaru interrupted the chat of several people. He slowly took out the kunai with the spell from his arms and put it into the back of the heads of the 3. Do you have to fight no matter what era you are in? At this time, Senju Hashirama's tone revealed endless helplessness. But because the body is not connected to the Pure Land, I can't control my expression flexibly. As suffering sinks into the body, bursts of white mist emanated from the bodies of the 3 of them. The originally stiff body began to turn rosy, and it was almost no different from a living person except for the eyes and the cracks on the body. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the opposite side yelled angrily. You fooled the dead. No good will come of playing with time. Do not make jokes. Suddenly a black shadow suddenly appeared in the chaotic scene. I saw him holding a stack of documents with a cold snort. For the deceased, isn't it more disgusting that you treat children and villagers as test subjects? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head to look, and his expression changed drastically. I saw Hyuga Hizashi holding a stack of top-secret new seals. And next to the top secret is a big family of the Senju clan. Are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the document in his hand in surprise. Hyuga Hizashi looked at the contempt on 3rd generation's face coldly. I didn't expect you to do such a heartless thing for the mere position of Hokage. The other 3 Hokages all turned their heads to look over. The sharp-eyed Senju Tobirama immediately noticed Senju Uzui on the document. Senju Tobirama frowned and asked. What is this? Orochimaru's pupil shrank, and a strong feeling of discomfort appeared in his heart. Back then Orochimaru was a qualified ninja. Together with Tsunade and Jiraiya, he fights outside to protect Konoha. That year Tsunade entrusted his only younger brother to himself. Also in that year, Nawaki was inexplicably killed by the enemy's detonating talisman even though he was at the rear of the battlefield, and even his internal organs were emptied. Until a few years later, Danzo asked himself to carry out the research on wood-style blood succession limit. The experimental subjects used were the bodies of children of various races. Because the corresponding experiments have been carried out before, basically all ended in failure. Until Danzo pulled out the guts he didn't know where he got. At this time, facing Senju Tobirama's inquiry, Naruto nodded to Hyuga Hizashi. This is the information he asked them to send to the venue by name. Hyuga Hizashi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and gritted his teeth angrily after receiving the instruction. This is the last direct descendant of the Senju family. Novice was secreted as a secret agent for experiments after his death. The two Senju brothers were taken aback. The last direct descendant. Novice. When Senju Hashirama died, Novice was not yet born, and Senju Tobirama knew that his eldest brother was the grandson, but how did he become the last direct descendant? My Senju family is one of the true founders of Konoha, and it should be the third largest family. Looking at the two people full of doubts, Naruto said with a smile regardless of the sweaty third generation. The Senju clan is gone. What? The faces of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama changed drastically. Regardless of the Fourth World War, after Senju Hashirama was resurrected, he just lamented the occurrence of the war. That's because he didn't know that the Senju clan had been wiped out at the time. And my granddaughter became a Hokage, no matter how I think the Senju clan is doing well. But now Naruto told them on the spot that the Senju clan was wiped out. Both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama turned livid. They are all people who came back from the Sengoku period. Senju Hashirama's biggest motivation for founding Konoha is to protect the children of his clan from the harm of war, and not to die on the battlefield at a young age like his younger brothers Itama and Wajian. In the final analysis, he established Konoha for his people. If he knew that peace would come after the establishment of Konoha, but his own people would die, I am afraid that the first thing he would do would be to destroy Konoha. After all, Senju Hashirama's black belly far surpasses that of Uchiha Madara. Whether it was playing games when he was a child, or inserting Madara's waist behind the Valley of the End, what Senju Hashirama showed was not at all the kind of open-mindedness he showed in the Fourth World War. Uchiha Madara regards Senju Hashirama as the worst brother, and only against him will he be defenseless against his own back. As a result, he was stabbed in the final battle because of his trust in him. In terms of black hearts, Uchiha Madara, who has been played around, is definitely not as good as Senju Hashirama. Now I hear that the Senju clan has been exterminated. Senju Hashirama showed even more anger than Senju Tobirama. Because when he was in power, the ninja clans were only in the integration stage. There is no Senju Tobirama period past his fusion to form the true will of fire. In his opinion, the existence of Konoha should protect the children of the Senju clan from the flames of war. Treat the other ninjas participating in the peace plan equally while maintaining the peace of the Senju clan. This is Konoha in Senju Hashirama's dream. If there is no Konoha of the Senju family, it has a feather relationship with Senju Hashirama. So when Naruto said that the Senju clan was extinct, the anger in Senju Hashirama's eyes was extraordinarily strong. What is going on? Hyuga Hizashi held the documents in his hand and said. Since the death of second Hokage, the Senju family has been sent to the forefront of the ninja war. After fighting in World War II and World War III for decades, Senju's Senju family was wiped out. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama turned livid when they heard that. Even so, the Senju clan can't be exterminated, right? Even in the Sengoku period, there has never been such a cruel war. The children should always be left behind. Even if all ninjas with combat effectiveness are sent to the battlefield, the Senju clan should not be wiped out. There should always be old and weak women and children. However, Hyuga Hizashi held up the document in his hand and said. This is the remaining old and weak women and children. Because there is no wood-style suppression, the third generation has launched a plan to study the wood-style blood inheritance limit, to say which family is most likely to awaken wood-style. Hyuga Hizashi said and glanced at first generation and second generation. There was only one successful case in the end, a child who had the internal organs of first generation's grandson Novice transplanted. One place of this remark. 2 courses of Chakra explode with a bang. Chapter 138. Sarutobi. Hiruzen. Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth and looked at 3rd generation. The geese were pecked by geese all day long, and I had been on guard against Uchiha all my life, but the Senju family was wiped out by the small family I supported. Fire style. Baked oil marinated eggs. A sudden fire dragon burst out from 3rd generation's mouth. He knew that at this moment, no matter what excuses he made, his only hope was to defeat the enemy in front of him and escape from the sky, leading the Sarutobi clan to start again. When he let Orochimaru live, he would bet Orochimaru would give himself a chance. But he underestimated the angry Senju brothers too much. Facing the sneak attack of the cage-level powerhouse, Senju Tobirama instantly formed 3 seals and spewed out a large amount of water-style chakra from his mouth. Water style, water barrier technique. Even without the addition of natural water, Senju Tobirama turned the site into a lake. Although it is not as wide as Kisame's water style, it still easily extinguishes Sarutobi Hiruzen's fire dragon flame bullet. And Senju Hashirama on the side didn't hesitate at all. With a clap of both hands, a large number of vines suddenly drilled out of the ground and rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Earth-style birth of the Sea of Trees. This time there is no need for Orochimaru to wipe the consciousness of both of them. The 2 furiously went straight to Sarutobi Hiruzen and killed 923. Facts have proved that computers are fundamentally different from Babel. Even if the strength of the 2 of them is not even 1/10 because of the sacrifice, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen is not even 1/100th. But with a strong sense of fighting, he could easily lift the suppressed head of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, the 2 who have been fighting in Sengoku for a long time have completely crushed Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old Yinbai who has been behind the scenes for a long time, in terms of physical skills. After a few rounds, Sarutobi Hiruzen had received more than a dozen big feet on the face one after another, and his mouth was almost crooked by the furious Senju Hashirama. Naruto on the side watched with gusto. This is the true combat effectiveness of 1st generation and 2nd generation. When watching anime, the 2 were replaced by 2 shadow clones by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it was outrageous to die. Earth-style earth flow wall. A dodging 3rd generation with a bruised nose and swollen face from the beating hurriedly spit out a mouthful of thick phlegm, turning into a cliff more than 10 meters high to separate himself from the 2. However, what he didn't pay attention to was that a stalk of Konoha was pierced on his raised wall at some point. Flying Thunder God technique. Swish! A figure with yellow hair appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a sudden kick, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just gained a firm footing, was kicked down from the cliff with a dazed expression on his face. Namikaze Minato. By this time his eyes had lost their luster and turned into a ruthless robot controlled by Orochimaru. After all, he had been watching the show for a long time, and the 4th generation, who had been brainwashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, would never take the initiative to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen. So Orochimaru directly turned on the manual hang-up mode. And Naruto also noticed. After Orochimaru controlled Namikaze Minato's consciousness, a strange force controlled Namikaze Minato's soul through the spell on the seal. This kind of power is very similar to the Shinigami he encountered when Naruto used the dead ghost before. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, more convinced that impure world reincarnation is not as simple as a simple summoning technique at all. Combined with the White Zetsu Legion created by Kaguya, impure world reincarnation is a perfect match with White Zetsu. Even Senju Tobirama, who is known as the master of the forbidden technique, wants to develop this forbidden technique of summoning the dead for no reason. Because this is obviously beyond the reach of Kage level. It is obvious that someone deliberately linked the coordinates of the Pure Land to the present world, and then recreated the impure world reincarnation with the help of Senju Tobirama. As for the purpose, the kind of White Zetsu who only knows to rely on physical skills to move forward is not even as powerful as a Chunin. If they are used as sacrifices to revive the spirit, CFDH, souls in the Pure Land and transform them into biological weapons, the strength will be improved by more than one level. Coupled with the infinite chakra accumulated in the Pure Land for thousands of years. Immortality plus infinite chakra are enough to make White Zetsu a powerful war troop. Perhaps there are many ninjas who will not work for the caster, so this technique of controlling the soul and using instinct to fight becomes the key to creating an undead army. There is absolutely no comparison between 100,000 White Zetsu and 100,000 Jonin. Regardless of the limited strength of the ninjas produced by Yakushi Kabuto summoning, the genes he can find are only nearly 100 years old. The Sage of Six Paths holds the souls of all the powerful for thousands of years. If he wanted to, he could instantly make all of these 100,000 White Zetsu into Jonin level or even Kage level powerhouses. And his purpose is naturally to deal with the Tsutsuki family that may come in the future. Interesting. Naruto looked at the desperate Sarutobi Hiruzen with a playful expression on his face. At this time, the vines under his feet instantly bulged and tied Sarutobi Hiruzen tightly. Ape Devil! Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled again. The old ape looked at the previous generations of Hokage below with an ugly expression. Not to mention him, even the immortals of the three holy places would not be willing to easily become enemies with these three people. But after all, I have been with Sarutobi Hiruzen all my life. It's just pathetic, Sarutobi, it's all your fault for not killing him in the first place. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried hard to break free from the vine but couldn't. He dressed rough and said to the ape demon. Don't you want to do it next? The ape demon sighed. It's too late. Please ape demon, at least don't let the Sarutobi clan disappear. The ape demon took a deep look below, and turned into a Ryuyi golden cudgel again to break the tree on Yuan Fei's body. And the Senju brothers below just watched coldly and did not interrupt. They also didn't want to let Sarutobi Hiruzen die so easily. The two are not like Uchiha Madara who was betrayed by the tribe, they both love their tribe deeply. Senju Tobirama waited until Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely ready and asked coldly. Do you still want to resist? Maybe it would be more comfortable to just wait for death. Sarutobi Hiruzen was holding a golden cudgel, his face was livid, and he suddenly made a handprint. At least let you no longer appear in this world. Ninjas don't need to appear as gods anymore. Shadow Clone Technique. Chapter 139. With the appearance of several white mist, the fourth generation Shadow Clone appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto on the side frowned. 4. Orochimaru plus successive generations of Hokage are only 4 people. Adding the body of Sarutobi Hiruzen is already superhuman. However, Naruto laughed when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen glance at him inadvertently. This guy still didn't give up, thinking that the controlled Shinigami could threaten his own existence. He has no idea that Naruto is Zanpakuto who owns the real Shinigami. For this kind of spiritual body, the lethality is simply destructive. When Namikaze Minato was liberated last time, Naruto had some guesses. He suspects that this guy has something to do with Tsutsuki Hamura. The two brothers made a mess of Pure Land gods, and no one knew what their plans were. But Naruto knows that the two at the Six Paths level will never simply die of old age like in the original animation. Even Sasuke at the end of the Fourth World War can use resurrection, reincarnation, and immortality as his routine means of carrying the darkness of the ninja world. The two who inherited the power of Kaguya could not easily die of old age like ordinary people. Even Black Zetsu, a product of yin and yang escape, can get immortality, let alone them. But at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually hit his own head again, which was unexpected by Naruto. He thought that with his now exposed strength, he could make Sarutobi Hiruzen realize the reality. But now it seems that this guy has jumped the wall. Brother Senju Hashirama frowned seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's seal. The ghouls are completely sealed. As distant relatives and allies of the Uzumaki clan, the two of them naturally knew the forbidden technique of the Uzumaki clan. How did you have this sealing technique? Orochimaru behind him took off the mask on his face with a slight sarcasm and said with a smile. That's because the country of Uzumaki has also been destroyed by Kirigakure, and all the sealing techniques are now sealed in Konoha's seal. Senju Tobirama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with an ugly expression. In the Vortex country destroyed by Kirigakure, the sealing technique appeared in Konoha's sealed book. The reasons this represents are naturally shuddering. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to hide anything anymore. He looked at Orochimaru and the others coldly and said with a sneer. I just want Konoha village to be able to control the tailed beast forever. Not everyone has the power to suppress the tailed beast like you, first Hokage. Senju Hashirama was furious. A-hole. The Uzumaki clan are our allies, and the Jinchuriki will naturally select them to join Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen just sneered. How can this kind of terrifying power be reassured in other villages? Uzumaki country has its own Uzumaki village. At this time, the phantom of Shinigami has slowly appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and his shadow clone. Orochimaru, once you were my most proud disciple. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the crowd and said fiercely, I want to bury the mistakes I made together with you guys who shouldn't exist. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice fell, Shinigami's arms penetrated his body directly through his soul. The black sealing technique appeared on his exposed abdomen. Orochimaru couldn't see the Shinigami yet, and even he hadn't been exposed to the ghoul sealing technique. Frivolous remarks, in the history of the Konoha organization, you are only a temporary leader. Even if what is left is a stone statue, it will weather and rot soon. Only by unraveling all ninjutsu in the world can we find the truth of this world and truly obtain eternal life. Orochimaru said loudly with crazy eyes. Naruto looked at Orochimaru with emotion. I have to say this guy is really a genius. Although he does not know the source of Chakra. But just by intuition, he found the right direction of eternal life. Because Chakra practiced to ultimate and reached the 6 paths level can indeed live forever. And Orochimaru has completed the reverse growth during the Burrito Pass, and he is the only one who does not cut but strengthens in the Burrito Pass. Illusion. Darkness technique. At this time, Senju Tobirama decisively performed this ninjutsu that limits the field of vision. He knew that ghoul sealing required the caster to grasp the target before casting it. So he hurriedly restricted Sarutobi Hiruzen's perception. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is a cage-level powerhouse after all, and he had already planted his own chakra mark in the previous battle. The arm belonging to the Shinigami pierced directly into the bodies of Orochimaru and successive Hokages through the shadow clone with precision. And Shinigami began to murmur an unknown spell. The sting from the soul made Sarutobi Hiruzen howl in pain. The souls belonging to the 3 Hokages were forcibly pulled from the bodies of the impure world reincarnation by the arms of the Shinigami. Dark Row technique is released due to Senju Tobirama being controlled. Idiot! At this moment, Naruto watched Sarutobi Hiruzen sneeringly and spit out 2 words. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's main body hurriedly manipulated the soul arm on his body and grabbed Naruto. However, a powerful backlash suddenly came from Shadow Clone. Sarutobi Hiruzen burst into sharp pain, and with a bang, the 2 Shadow Clones controlling Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama exploded. Impossible! This is a forbidden technique that can seal 9 tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by the Senju brothers who looked at him with a sneer. At this time, Naruto kindly explained with a speechless face. Although it is only a low-quality product, the ghouls are sealed for the soul. If Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama don't resist, you may be able to seal them easily. Speaking of this, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen sympathetically, and even the last hole card was completely invalidated. If Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama are resisting, it would be foolish for Sarutobi Hiruzen to seal the souls of these 2 people. He couldn't even seal Orochimaru, let alone Senju Hashirama, a pervert-level super shadow. Even if they can't, I will hold you back. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, and the arm on the main body suddenly rushed towards Naruto. However, at the moment when it was about to be grabbed into Naruto's body, Shinigami's arm stopped. Its ghostly eyes revealed fear. Because what appeared in front of him was the zanpakuto that looked like a kitchen knife. New. Chapter 140. Impossible. This is Shinigami. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the scene in front of him in shock. The powerful Shinigami enshrined by the dignified Uzumaki family stopped their arms in fear. Bankai Tensa Zangetsu. Naruto sneered. The Black Death Tyrant outfit instantly appeared all over his body. I should have warned you last time. Crescent Sky Rushes. A terrifying slash instantly issued from the slender blade. It gradually enlarged in midair and finally smashed fiercely on Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest. Even Shinigami behind him let out a wail from the depths of his soul. The mighty Ryutsu's ever-expanding hack fell directly on Hokage Rock on the edge of Konoha village. The shadow rock belonging to Sarutobi Hiruzen was directly cut in two from the middle by the slash. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama looked at Naruto in surprise. This 150 looks extremely young ninja has such a powerful strength. Not quite as powerful as controlling Nine Tails Madara's difficulty of the beast though. But no matter how you look at it, this is just a random blow by Naruto. Congratulations to host for successfully killing Konoha village Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and gaining 1 million destiny points. Naruto put it away slowly. Zangetsu said to him. I gave you a chance, Orochimaru, I'm getting impatient. Orochimaru looked ugly and stared at Naruto. Naruto stretched out two fingers to Orochimaru and said lightly. Now I give you two options. One is to rejoin Konoha, or wait for Konoha to kill you. Orochimaru asked with a mocking expression on his face. You think you can kill me? Naruto said to him with a look of disdain. It's nothing more than troublesome, secretly looking at the soul fragments you left on the bodies of those subordinates. You can try. Orochimaru's heart trembled. He is the only one who knows this secret, but the other party actually directly revealed his biggest secret. This made Orochimaru's vigilance towards Naruto more and more heightened. I'm a traitor, aren't you afraid that it will cause dissatisfaction with Konoha's senior management? Naruto looked at Orochimaru with a strange face. High level? Who do you think will be Konoha's high level after today? Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment, then remembered, this guy is in a coup d'état. Judging from the chakra fluctuations in Konoha's battle, it is estimated that Danzo's situation is also more or less ominous. Konoha F4 directly removes the two real powers, so the whole Konoha is probably in his hands. But Orochimaru said with a smile. Don't underestimate the remaining two. Udaten Koharu and Mito Homura have a very good relationship with daimyo. If they prevent you from becoming a Hokage, it may not be so easy for you to gain power. Hearing Orochimaru mention those two veterans and daimyo, Naruto laughed out loud. Even Orochimaru couldn't avoid the shackles from this feudal society's thinking. Naruto said with a sneer. Daimyo? What kind of thing is that? Is it strong? Is it hard to kill? This kind of waste holds the power of the Fire Nation, don't you find it strange? The law of the jungle is the eternal truth of the world. Why is Ninja Village just a tool used by these countries for war? Why should ninjas protect those wastes who only know how to eat, drink and have fun behind the battlefield? Because of money? There are many ways to get money, the fastest of which is to control the country by yourself. Why are there constant wars and frictions in the ninja world? It's all because every country is ruled by a bunch of good-for-nothings who only know how to enjoy themselves. When they get bored, they just need to move their fingers and send ninjas to die for them. This is unreasonable. The king dies in the country, and the emperor guards the country. If you want peace, you don't need these wastes that eat dry food. Senju Hashirama established the ninja village and changed the structure of the ninja world. Then new changes should come. Have you heard of the integration of military and government? Government grows out of the barrel of a gun. Orochimaru looked at Naruto in astonishment. It was as if a corner of his mind had been slammed open. About the ninja world, peace, war, ninja, and the balance between power are constantly reversing in my mind. Yes. Why should our group of powerful ninjas obey those who have no strength and only know how to eat and drink? After leaving Konoha, didn't he easily take over the country of TNZ? Even a businessman like Kaido can control the land of waves at will, why can't Konoha control the land of fire? Orochimaru's eyes grew brighter. As if a new world opened from his heart. Interesting. This proposal is so much fun. Hey! It's not good for you to do this, it will make other countries afraid of causing a siege. At this time, a voice came from the side, interrupting Orochimaru's train of thought. Several people turned their heads and found that it was Senju Hashirama who had lost his target. Little ghost, I admit that you are very strong, but your strength is not strong enough to ignore the entire ninja world. I can feel the 9 tails in your body, but your amount of chakra may not even be comparable to that of Uchiha Madara back then. If the daimyo is moved, the daimyos of the other 4 major countries will definitely use their power to persuade Ninja Village to attack yet. With Konoha's strength, it is impossible to withstand the siege of the 4 major villages. Even with you, when your chakra is exhausted, Konoha will still be destroyed. Naruto smiled slightly when he heard the words, and the amount of chakra in his body is more than 7,000 calories. If you add 9 tails, it may have reached nearly 20,000 cards, which is already stronger than Naruto's 9 tails chakra mode in the 4th battle. But it is extremely difficult to unify the ninja world with this kind of strength. You must know that once you attack the daimyo, the war that will start must not be as simple as it ends. In order to prevent this kind of thing from happening to them, the other daimyos will spare no effort to kill Konoha, and they cannot let this precedent start. But Senju Hashirama overlooked a problem. That is, Naruto has a huge modern 5.7 weapon to support it. Perhaps firearms have limited damage to ninjas above Chunin. But it was a disaster for Genin. There are nearly 80,000 ninja coalition forces, at least 70,000 are Genin. This also means that as long as the ammunition is sufficient, human sea tactics will be useless in front of Konoha. This is the trump card that Naruto dared to ignore the entire ninja world. Not to mention that at this time, I am already 1 step away from the 6 paths level. I am the destiny system. Once the 4 wars are set off by oneself, the ninjas in the entire ninja world will inevitably be involved. The death of any ninja can create a bond with himself to obtain destiny points. This is the real purpose of Naruto. The quickest way to get more destiny points, perform AN lottery prizes beyond the 6 paths level rewards, and completely get rid of the threat of the Tsutsuki clan. Chapter 141. If you want to achieve your goals, you need to have strong capital. Now that Naruto has conquered Orochimaru, he can fully use Orochimaru's ability. I said, Orochimaru, shouldn't you also make good use of your strengths? Orochimaru rolled his eyes, apparently he had other understandings of this sentence, but how could Orochimaru, who is as smart as he is, not understand? Haha. Just say it, you want my science and technology, don't you? Or want to use my forbidden technique? Naruto nodded in satisfaction. You old loach is indeed much smarter than some people. I just want to borrow your technological ability, it would be great if I could improve my weapons. While saying these words again, Naruto deliberately pulled Orochimaru to a quiet place aside. After all, there are some things that Senju Hashirama should not know. What exactly is the 25 weapon you're talking about? I have to check it out. Besides, my technology is powerful, but my forbidden technique is the most powerful. Why don't you want my forbidden technique? Naruto explained. The risk of the forbidden technique is too great. The reason why it is called the forbidden technique is because once it is cast, it will cause serious consequences. Not only is it harmful to the practitioner, but it will also cause other irreversible effects, which is not the first choice. The current expert duels are all completed in the blink of an eye, and the probability of using the forbidden technique is too small. It doesn't work for me at all. What I want to do is to create a strong army in the future. Do you get me? Orochimaru nodded in understanding, but there was still a hint of doubt on his face. Didn't you say that the military and the government should be integrated? But how can it be achieved? Now the undercurrent of various forces in the village is moving, it seems that it is not so easy to complete your plan. Naruto waved his hand and said, don't worry. I have thought of everything you can think of, as long as you do it with me, I will never treat you badly. Orochimaru. You are a genius, but you have gone on the wrong path before. Now is a good opportunity to reform yourself. Whether you want to seize it or not is entirely up to you. You should think it through. Orochimaru immediately showed a smile. Of course, I have already thought about it, as long as it allows me to continue to do experiments, I don't care about anything else. I'm looking forward to your dream, it would be great if I could see you sooner. But how could someone like Orochimaru change so quickly? Naruto naturally had his own ideas in mind. He reached out and patted Orochimaru's body lightly. I'll take you to see my army weapons, and then you'll understand what to do. Orochimaru did not expect to gain Naruto's trust so quickly. After going through the passage all the way, I finally came to the secret base, where rows of machine guns and various weapons were neatly arranged together. There is no problem if the number is large enough to start the Ninja World War. Orochimaru's eyes lit up when he saw it. I couldn't put it down for this novel thing, and immediately picked up a machine gun and looked at it carefully. What is this thing? It's really interesting to look at. As he said that, Orochimaru also made a shooting motion. Fortunately, there were no bullets in it, otherwise it would be really easy to go off. Naruto took the machine gun from Orochimaru's hand and weighed it in his hand. This is a good thing. The rate of fire of the machine gun can reach a terrifying rate of fire of 1000 rounds per minute. This thing is not a threat to Chunin and above, but it is a big killer to Genin. Naruto looked into Orochimaru's eyes and asked a question. How long do you think it would take to raise a Chunin? Orochimaru paused before saying. It takes about 5 or 6 years to train a Chunin, and the pass rate is not very high. Why are you asking such a question all of a sudden? Naruto nodded. That's right, it takes several years to cultivate a Chunin, and the number of Genin eliminated is even greater. But I only need to train a normal person for a week in front of this weapon to kill all Genin. The ninja composition of a village today requires most of the Genin to perform the trivial tasks. Although they are not threatening, I have a large number of them, and our Konoha village Genin alone cannot fight against them. But if equipped with these guns after training, they will be invincible, more than enough for a large number of Genin. Besides, I'm also preparing other weapons. It's really good as an auxiliary tool. Orochimaru showed a look of disbelief. Having said so much, I want to show it. I want 343 to see how powerful this thing called a machine gun is. I can't just listen to what you say. Naruto didn't talk nonsense, and directly took out a puppet for practice and placed it not far away. After installing the ammunition chain, raise your hand and pull the trigger directly. In an instant, a flame burst out in the narrow space, and the huge sound drowned the two of them. The huge sound and fire seemed to become the symphony of the whole world. After a chain of ammunition was fired, the doll in front of him had long since disappeared, replaced by eggshells and debris all over the floor. Even a pervert like Orochimaru was stunned when he saw this scene. This thing is too scary. Orochimaru's face turned pale, and his voice trembled a little. He wasn't afraid of the firepower of the machine gun, but that Naruto actually possessed such an invention. It seems that Naruto is not just talking. It seems that the scariest person in Konoha village is not Senju Hashirama, but you Naruto. Why didn't I find out before? Naruto snorted softly. Humph. I didn't expect your handsome Orochimaru to be flattering. It's really rare. Chapter 142. Orochimaru smiled wryly. Ha ha ha, how can people not bow their heads under the eaves? In fact, our purpose is the same, isn't it just cooperation? But I do have some suggestions, I don't know if you want to hear them or not. But it's okay to say. Naruto was very curious about the suggestion made by someone like Orochimaru. About your suggestions on firearms, didn't you say that you want to use my technology to strengthen them? I can do this, but I also have my own requirements, that is, I must erase my previous black history. Naruto nodded. It's natural, but you can't come out so blatantly in the future, it won't affect anyone well. At least you have to wear a cloak to cover your face when you go out in the future. Orochimaru also didn't refute, sometimes it's better to be low-key in this kind of friendship. If his enemies came after him, Orochimaru would have to deal with those troublesome things himself, so he might as well keep a low profile. It's all right, but Naruto. The last thing is very important, that is, you must provide me with a safe place. I need to move the lab near our Konoha village, where I can modify weapons in large quantities. At the same time, it can also strengthen the cooperation between us, don't you think? Naruto nodded. I have thought about this a long time ago. Compared with the underground mouse laboratory you hid before, it is simply too shabby. I will draw a piece of land in the forest behind Konoha village as your territory, where you can do experiments with peace of mind. I'll tell you, Orochimaru, though, that you can't have contact with other people in the village. Orochimaru froze for a moment. Why? Is it okay for me to come to the village once in a while? No. The appearance of your image in the village is a kind of panic for the villagers. If there is a problem, I don't have the time and energy to wipe your A. I still have a lot of work to do. Naruto's goal is to accumulate enough mandate points to complete his goal, how could Orochimaru understand that? Even if he said it, he wouldn't understand it. The big Snake King smiled awkwardly. It seems that the image of my Iwan among the villagers of Konoha village is really too hip. Well, as long as I can complete my research goals, as for the cooperation between us, it is also a pleasure. Naruto waved his hand. Go back and do your business first, I will contact you when the time comes. Now Konoha village still has a mess to clean up, and I have a very important task for you after a while. After the incident subsided this time, less than half a month later, the village once again regained its former vitality. The previous days are still the same, how to live or how to live. But Naruto's heart really can't calm down, because there are too many things to do for him. The most important one is that the Hokage of Konoha village is gone now, and the next Hokage heir must be selected. For this matter, the senior leaders of Konoha village have been arguing endlessly, but there is still no correct result. In Konoha village, there are a total of senior consultants. They are Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura, both of whom are very old men and women. And Hokage's full-time consultant Naruto is in the prime of life. In Hokage's office, when several senior leaders were discussing, the door was suddenly pushed open. Naruto walked in leisurely and sat down on the stool. I said you old fools have been arguing here for so long, and there is still no clear result. In my opinion, there is only one person who can be a Hokage candidate today. Naruto asked. Naruto, don't play charades now, the work up and down in our village can't be carried out normally. If you have any good suggestions, please come forward. Think about the 3 legendary ninjas in our village, have you forgotten all of them? As soon as these words came out, everyone present suddenly realized. The 3 legendary ninjas in Konoha village are Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Tsunade. It's just that Orochimaru's identity is quite special now, so it is naturally impossible to become Hokage. The remaining 2 are Jiraiya and Tsunade. Udaten Koharu suddenly realized. How can you be an old fool? We have forgotten these 2 people now. But where are the 2 of them now? We don't even know. Especially since Jiraiya started to travel around the world, he hasn't been back to the village much. As for that Tsunade, he knows how to eat, drink, play and gamble all day long, but he still doesn't know where to hide his debts. Naruto didn't think so, he explained. It's really one-sided when you say that, although Jiraiya's whereabouts are uncertain, he will contact us regularly. If you want to find him, you only need to send him a letter from the bird to get him back. As for Tsunade, although he has a little problem, but his ability is fully qualified for Hokage's position. As for where she is now, you can look for it slowly. Mitokado Homura suddenly slapped the table, which shocked everyone present. Bang! It's a waste of time for us to argue about such a simple matter here. Jiraiya doesn't have the intention to be Hokage at all, he can't be locked up, and only Tsunade can do it. Hearing this, Naruto immediately stated to them. Then leave this task to me. I will definitely bring Tsunade back and let him do Hokage obediently. What do you think? Before anyone could react, Naruto had already slipped out of the door. In fact, this is completely in Naruto's control. The reason he wants Tsunade back is because he wants to get the legendary Sunin together. After all, these three people can be said to be the strongest fighting force in Konoha village at present. If I can get the help of the three of them in my future career, it will be even more powerful for me. But as for where Tsunade is, you can guess without even thinking about it, it must be in the casino. 30 kilometers south of Konoha village, Zhao, has a small town where casinos are almost everywhere. Because of the location of Konoha village, the traffic is very developed geographically. Therefore, there are a lot of merchants coming and going from all walks of life, and they have gathered here to form a small town with a very large flow of people. And in this small town, there are all kinds of taverns, casinos, and entertainment facilities. It provides maximum convenience for passengers passing by. Naruto originally thought that he would slowly find Tsunade in this small town with more than a dozen casinos. I didn't expect to hear a noisy sound just after arriving in the town. When I got closer, I didn't expect Tsunade to be in the middle of the crowd, playing drunk with a group of people. It doesn't make sense for me to be a good boy. It's such a coincidence that I found Tsunade at a glance. God treats me really well. But it saved me a lot of time. Tsunade is still dizzy now, holding a bottle of wine in his hand, and he is drinking crazy. Chapter 143. And Shizun on the side is fighting, and it seems to be a fight. After Naruto watched for a while, he understood what was going on. It turned out that Tsunade came to this restaurant to eat and drink after just gambling. I didn't give the boss any money, so I kicked Tsunade out this time. Naruto immediately stepped forward to make a rescue, and after a good talk, he paid for the drink and pulled the dazed Tsunade aside. I said, Shizun, what's the matter with you? You and Tsunade got mixed up in this field. She didn't even recognize Naruto because the people were too confused just now. So it's you, Naruto, I didn't expect you to grow up so big. But then again, why did you appear in such a place? Naruto waved his hand and said. Now is not the time to talk about these things, I have something important to tell Tsunade about how he is drinking like this now. Master Tsunade is always like this, but if I want to hangover, I have a way. Speaking of this, Shizun directly lifted Tsunade up, and then punched him hard in the stomach. Tsunade vomited straight away, throwing up all the wine in his stomach. After vomiting, Tsunade was indeed sober 207, but his speech was still a little dazed. Ah! Shizun! What's the matter? We haven't played enough gambling today. Shizun helped the master to the side bench and sat down. Master Tsunade, I have something important to ask you now. Tsunade immediately laughed when he saw it was Naruto. Haha! I thought who it was, it turned out to be Naruto, you little brat, you actually found this place, so just tell me what's going on. Naruto stopped talking nonsense, so he told everything about what happened in Konoha village recently. Finally, the purpose of coming here is summarized. Now we have no Hokage in Konoha village, so I came to you this time to be a Hokage. I thought Tsunade would immediately agree, but unexpectedly he became drunk. Hokage? I don't care about this position, I will go to whoever I like. My old lady is spending time here now, is she happy? Why is Tien going to sit there? I won't go back. Naruto has known Tsunade's toughness for a long time, but he didn't expect that it has exceeded his expected range, CFDB. This girl is not a good person. I said Tsunade, now is not the time for us to be willful, but Konoha village needs you to get back on its feet. Don't you want Konoha village to be touched by other forces now? If our Konoha village has no leader now, other forces such as big customers will definitely take advantage of it in the future. At that time, our Konoha village will really become a daimyo village. I think you don't want this kind of thing to happen to him. Although Tsunade has a tough personality, she does things very delicately, so she can naturally take this into consideration. What you little devil said really makes sense, but I can't just go back with you for nothing, isn't that old lady too shameless? Tsunade took advantage of the alcohol, but unexpectedly made a request. Naruto was very helpless, so he asked. Tell me, what are the conditions, as long as I can agree? As long as you take me to the casino tonight and you can win, then I'll go back with you as a Hokage tomorrow, how about it? I, Tsunade, always mean what I say, and I am an existence that does what I say. Naruto is completely speechless, others wanting to fight for this position are already bloody. Unexpectedly, Tsunade detested the hot position. You have to bargain with yourself. But for his future goals, Naruto can only agree to her small request. Isn't it just gambling? It's a piece of cake for me, come with me. So these three people swaggered to the entrance of the casino again. As soon as he arrived at the door, he was surrounded by a crowd of people. At this time, some people in the crowd kept muttering. Look, look, the fat sheep is coming again. That's right, I lost so much money just now, I didn't expect him to abduct another little brat from somewhere. Hurry up and follow him back to live. We will definitely make a lot of money. You must not let this fat sheep run away. The fat sheep that these onlookers are talking about refers to Tsunade. Because Tsunade always loses every bet, and the accuracy rate is as high as 100%. As long as you follow Tsunade to win against your opponent, you can make a lot of money. As long as a master has participated in the game, he will definitely lose, so it is like pulling wool, and is called a fat sheep. Naruto gave Tsunade a blank look. Other people call you a fat sheep, but you are not angry at all. Tsunade said nothing. I've been used to it for a long time, anyway, I have this kind of physique. Then today we are going to forcibly break your physique over, let's see mine tonight. So the three of them came to the casino in such a swaggering manner. Wherever they went, there was a large group of people behind them, trying to take advantage of them. At the biggest gaming table, 3 people entered the state after taking their seats. At the gaming table, it was the underdog. Just when Tsunade was about to overweight, Naruto stopped her. Tsunade looked at Naruto suspiciously. What are you doing? I'll teach you a trick, if you want to win, you have to listen to me. When you subconsciously want to press a size, put the money in your hand directly on the opposite goal. This kind of technique is called negative, and your original luck is very bad. But if you do that, then your 100% chance of losing becomes 100% of winning. Tsunade didn't care. How can this method win? I told you that I will lose 100% of my luck. I said Tsunade, you should give it a try, success or failure depends on this round, anyway, you have nothing to lose. Tsunade then thought about the new theory, so he decided. Originally, I liked the throwing and small pressure gun technique, but immediately replaced it with large pressure. What everyone didn't expect was that this time the so-called fat sheep in other people's mouths actually made a comeback. Seeing Tsunade, who finally won once, his eyes widened, he couldn't believe himself, all this was real. The whole person stood there dumbly, and began to wonder if he was actually dreaming. It's not real, I'm not dreaming. Tsunade pinched his cheek hard and found that he was not dreaming. Chapter 144. Then Tsunade looked suspiciously at Naruto who was beside him. I said, Naruto boy, you are the one who made trouble, right? The matchmaker spread his hands to indicate that he had done nothing. I said, what's the matter with you, let you find a way to win money and still blame me? What's more, I didn't do anything. It's just that you followed my advice, it's as simple as that. You win this one, it's all about Tsunade, your own luck has changed. If you don't believe me, it will be clear at a glance if you continue to throw chips according to this idea in the next hand. Tsunade still didn't believe in evil, so he made another bet. This time, according to Naruto's method, he deliberately cast the die-casting chips on the point that he didn't like. Wow! Another win! My god, it looks like Tsunade is going to be lucky today, and our legendary fat sheep actually has a turnaround against the wind. The people around also exploded, and began to spread word of mouth, talking about it one after another. But Tsunade didn't believe it, so he continued betting hand after hand. After playing like this for the whole night, in the early morning of the second day, the money around the two of them had already piled up into a hill. Tsunade finally let out a long sigh and spoke in one breath. Hey! It seems that all of this is God's will. It's all God's arrangement, I have to go back to be a Hokage. If that's the case, let's go back and ship all the money back by the way. In fact, Naruto has always had a question in his heart, and at this moment he finally couldn't help asking. I said, how much money do you owe to the outside world? I've always wanted to know. Tsunade opened it, fingers began to count, and it took a while to speak. Not much, probably only about 30 million. That's just 6 times the money we're making now. The black lines on Naruto's face. If you calculate this based on your salary as a Hokage, it may take 300 years to fully pay it off. By the way, how did you get into gambling? Tsunade thought carefully before saying. I have to ask my grandpa about holding Hashirama for this kind of thing. Actually, my grandfather, who made Hashirama himself, also had a bad habit before, that is, he likes to gamble. I have learned from him since I was a child. It turned out that nothing can be changed. It turned out that the so-called god of ninja, Senju Hashirama, did not expect to have such a dark history of revelations. Haha, you two are really interesting. The money was fully loaded into a carriage before it was all loaded. When Naruto returned to Hokage's office with Tsunade, Narashikaku was taken aback. I said that your efficiency is too fast. You just went out yesterday, and you got him back today. Naruto patted his chest and said. This kind of thing is a piece of cake for me, you see if it is so. Tsunade swaggered and sat directly on Hokage's seat, and said to Nara. I said, Naralu, you are an old man in our village anyway, why is your efficiency so poor? Don't you just want to find someone from Hokage? Am I coming back? From today onwards, I will officially become a Hokage, and I will handle everything about the village. As for the other 2 high-ranking Konohas, there is no need to let them participate in this matter. When you get old, you should take good care of yourselves. What do you do with our affairs every day? When Tsunade speaks, he has a kind of haki, which makes people around him feel irrefutable. He is obviously a natural leader. Now that Hokage's position has finally been taken over, it means that Konoha village already has a backbone. Narashika-isa is naturally very happy. Master Tsunade, what you said is absolutely right, then in a few days we will be preparing for Hokage's enthronement ceremony. I'm starting to prepare to announce this now. Nara then left Hokage's office, leaving only Naruto and Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade suddenly changed his tone and said to Naruto. I said Naruto, although I don't go back to the village all the year round, I have heard about you more or less. Why? Even I, Tsunade, are in admiration for being able to possess such great strength at such a young age. However, it's better for us to be clear about some things. After all, you and I are smart people, so there's no need for us to beat around the bush. Ask for flowers. Naruto smiled knowingly. As expected of being one of the legendary Sunin, he really has a style. Since we are all our own here now, I have also made it clear. Now Orochimaru is in my possession, it has become my subordinate. You must know how much trouble Ambassador when brought to our Konoha village before, you are also very clear. Tsunade nodded, he naturally knew how dangerous the embassy guy was. Among other things, Orochimaru alone is enough to destroy a small country and an ordinary ninja village. If Orochimaru is allowed to continue to maintain the cockpit and develop its strength, then Konoha village will always be exposed to the conspiracy of the big snake. It can be said that the previous Orochimaru was an untimely bomb, which may cause a fatal blow to Konoha village at any time. The incident that happened not long ago almost killed Konoha village. If Naruto hadn't made a timely move, the situation would be much more dangerous now than before. Orochimaru and I have known his character since we were young, but I just didn't expect him to be subdued by you. But I think you must value something in him that can be used. Otherwise, with your strength, I'm afraid you would have wiped him out long ago. There are no other outsiders here who have any plans, Naruto, you can tell me. I'm standing with you. Looking at Tsunade's appearance, Naruto already had his own plan in mind. His original plan was to put the legendary three on his side. In the future, we will be able to establish a country with military and political integration, and have reliable people to provide support for ourselves. I just didn't expect things to develop so smoothly now. Orochimaru has taken refuge in himself, but now Tsunade actually wants to seek cooperation with himself, and is on his side. It couldn't have been better. Then let me tell you the truth, I am not satisfied with the current ninja world structure. Why can those big names sit on most of the resources and enjoy all these things? Chapter 145. And the ninjas who work hard can only get a small change. Don't you think all this is fair? You must know that the absolute combat power here is the ninja, not those ordinary daimyo. As long as they exist, we will never be able to move forward. So my goal is to build a country that integrates the military and the government, and that is the direction in which ninjas will develop in the future. Hearing this, Tsunade burst out laughing. Haha! I really didn't expect you to have such great ambitions, but this is also in line with your ability. Only a powerful person can say such a thing. To tell you the truth, I actually don't care what the future of Naruto's country will be like. As long as Konoha village can prosper and develop, that is my greatest wish. So in fact, the goals of the two of us 687 are the same. As long as you have my Hokage as your background, you can easily do whatever you want. If you have anything to do in the future, just ask, as long as I can do it, I will help you. Naruto replied immediately. No need, I have something to tell you now. That's the forest behind our village. I need to requisition it for Orochimaru to use as a research base. Tsunade was taken aback. What did you say? You want Orochimaru to set up an experimental base here? What if he's trying to wreak havoc? Naruto explained calmly. About this matter, you can rest assured that Orochimaru will definitely listen to me, because I put a spell on him. If he is disobedient, I just need to move my finger, and he can die without a burial. What's more, you also know Orochimaru, he is purely the kind of bully. As long as you meet a master who is stronger than him, you will definitely be able to subdue him. And my ability can completely control Orochimaru, and he can't make any fools. You can rest assured about this. Tsunade nodded, then asked. Then just tell me how big an area you need. It is enough to enclose a forest area of about 100 mu for me 5 kilometers behind Konoha village. I won't build these bases on the ground, but hide them deep underground, so that people in the village can avoid panic. Then we've reached a consensus. After Naruto settled with Tsunade, he left Hokage's office. There is still a lot to do for Naruto. Unexpectedly, I saw Sasuke just outside the door, and he also appeared outside the door. Sasuke, what are you doing here? Sasuke glanced inside through the crack of the door, and then said. There is one thing I have to tell you, Naruto, that is, I also want to become stronger. I used to think that you were the tail of a crane, but now I finally see clearly that your strength is far above mine. So I want to practice with you, how about it? For Naruto, Sasuke is an indispensable right-hand man. Although he is not very old now, it is not difficult to become stronger. Sasuke, if you want to become stronger, there are many ways. But in the end how to choose, still depends on yourself. Sasuke seemed to have considered this issue a long time ago, and expressed his thoughts firmly. I want to practice with Orochimaru, I have seen his strength. Orochimaru is completely different from the other ninjas in our village, only he has that kind of ambition. I will definitely grow up quickly under his training. Naruto suddenly remembered that Sasuke followed Orochimaru to practice. But that just saves some hassle. Now Orochimaru has belonged to himself, so as long as he is obedient, it can be said that the more the better for Sasuke's practice. So Naruto immediately agreed to Sasuke's request. Isn't it just Orochimaru? Just let me tell him, you get your luggage ready now, let's go now. Sasuke was a little different, and didn't realize it for a while. What did you say we're leaving now? Yeah, what do you think, we have to go to Orochimaru to teach you how to become stronger now. But wouldn't this be too hasty, I still have some things to do. Naruto stopped talking nonsense. What do you want to do now? Hurry up, I only give you 1 hour, let's gather at the gate. So Sasuke disappeared at the door in a flash, and hurried home to prepare. An hour later, Sasuke showed up at the gate of Konoha village on time. I thought he would prepare a lot of luggage, but I didn't expect that he was just carrying a small backpack. There doesn't seem to be anything heavy inside. I'm all set, now where are we going to find Orochimaru? But our guy can be said to be erratic at ordinary times, but he has a very important secret base. The location is in Yunnan village in TNZ country. Sasuke is very curious about this matter. How many secret bases does Orochimaru have? Naruto spread his fingers and made some calculations before speaking. According to my estimation, there are about 6 in total, but the largest base of them is Yunnan village. As for other questions, why don't you just ask him face to face? If we go at our current speed, it will take about 2 days, so we need to speed up. I was speechless all the way, but after arriving at Yunnan village, I saw that there was no one there at first sight, not only felt a little strange. Sasuke is also wondering about 5.3. Naruto. Do you think Orochimaru escaped? Absolutely impossible. Although Orochimaru is not a good guy, he is still good at keeping promises. Besides, it's not that there are no people here, there are a few people hiding in the village. It seems that he wants to try the skills of the people who come here, and only qualified people can see him. Then this mission is up to you. Sasuke. Naruto patted Sasuke's shoulder. If you want to learn ninjutsu from Orochimaru, you must pass this level. Sasuke said nonchalantly. It's just a test. If there's anything else, you can take care of it. So the two swaggered to the entrance of Yunnan village. Chapter 146. Sasuke wanted to see where the people were hiding in the village, but after looking for a long time, there was no sign. Then directly opened Sharingan. With the blessing of Sharingan, the two people hiding behind a big tree were instantly locked. The kunao in his hand flew out towards the big tree in an instant and nailed it firmly. Then two familiar figures appeared, none other than Orochimaru's Shikigo and Suijutsu. Like Xiangling, these two are the products of Orochimaru's science, and there are many transformation experiments on them. It was also Orochimaru's transformation that made them very powerful, surpassing their peers by a few blocks. Sasuke, you're really safe and sound. Sasuke stared at the two with narrowed eyes and said coldly. If you are sensible, leave quickly, I don't want you two to lose too badly. Shuiyu and Kongwu looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. You know, Master Orochimaru wants us to come here to guard, not to listen to your big talk. If you really want to meet our Master Orochimaru, then show some real skills instead of talking about it here. As soon as Shuiyu's words fell into his hands, seals began to form. The speed was so fast that even the Sharingan couldn't see clearly. Water style. Water spout. In Yunnan village, where there was no drop of water, a huge stream of water suddenly emerged from the ground. A water dragon hovers straight into the sky, and this momentum is impossible without a large number of chakra. It can be seen that the strength of Shuiyu in front of him absolutely surpassed that of an ordinary Jainin. Sasuke knows how powerful Suijutsu is. After all, he grew up with Orochimaru, so he must not relax in the slightest. He held the short sword tightly in his hand, and with the other hand he took out a detonator from his pocket and threw it out. Boom! An explosion cut off the waterspout, but what Sasuke didn't expect was that the waterspout healed again. A larger current flooded the entire village in an instant. Naruto immediately stepped back to the top of a tree to observe all this. Sasuke was not afraid, and the short sword in his hand flew out suddenly and directly pierced Suijutsu's eyebrows. It's just that the moment the short sword touched Shuiyu, Shuiyu's body turned into a puddle of water and disappeared. Hey? Water body? Where is the main body? Sasuke's thinking speed is extremely fast, and he has a countermeasure in an instant. Lightning style. Reikari. A large number of chakra gathered in the hand burst out a dazzling lightning. The current spreads rapidly through the water, and all living things in its path will be affected. In an instant, the whole village was passed by a powerful electric current, and Shuiyu was forced to reveal her real body. It's just that Shuiyu's body is already very weak now. Naruto sees it all, and Sasuke's main chakra attribute is lightning style. And Suijutsu's is water style. It can be said that Sasuke is born to be able to restrain Suijutsu. If he doesn't win, he will be a ghost. Enough. You have passed the test. Shikigo jumped out and stopped Sasuke. If she doesn't come out, I'm afraid Shuiyu will be seriously injured again this time. Sasuke put away lightning style and nodded in satisfaction. I thought you guys were so good, but the result really disappointed me. Naruto also came to Sasuke and said. Sasuke, don't be too complacent, it's just that your lightning style just restrains water style. If you encounter an opponent's ability to restrain you in the future, then it's not necessarily true one. But anyway, let's get down to business, let's go. Kongo shouted from behind. Wait a minute, I'll show you the way. Naruto ignored him, and just let Sasuke walk to the back of the village. Orochimaru's base is located in a dense forest behind the village. After the two arrived, they went directly into the cave. When I came inside, I realized that the space here is much bigger than I imagined. The roads extending in all directions and the densely packed rooms are simply too numerous to count. Fortunately, there is a rough map between the corridors on each floor marking the functions of many rooms. This Orochimaru really has the money to do so many things. Where did he get the money? Naruto explained. People like Orochimaru have a lot of ways to make money, and with his strength, he can just have a few small countries. Other people's warehouse is your own, it's that simple. Over the years, Orochimaru has done countless things like this, and it can be said that he has accumulated a lot of money. Otherwise, where do you think his money came from? Did it fall from the sky? Sasuke also understood. I see. I've heard before how bad Orochimaru is, and now it's even worse than I thought. That's not bad, that's called cunning. Only people like him can survive in adversity. Are you surprised? Naruto went all the way down the stairs, and he walked up 10 flights of stairs before reaching the bottom. I'll go. The scale of this place is too big, and this guy Orochimaru has researched a lot. With this scale, it is several times larger than the research laboratory in Konoha village. Naruto saw that there are rooms on both sides of the corridor on each floor, and many scientific instruments are placed in these rooms. Not even Naruto himself has seen it. Suddenly, in one of the laboratories, a person was soaked in a huge glass jar. The man had a large number of tubes on his body and was obviously still a living person. What kind of research is that? It's too scary. Sasuke asked, frowning at 403. Naruto understood what was going on with just one glance. The experimental body in this jar is the product of wood-style cell research. Because there are several small pots next to this pot, which are filled with dense tree roots. This is the research of wood-style cells. It seems that Orochimaru has never given up. I want to reveal the secret of the longevity of the Senju clan, and also the key information to unlock wood-style ninjutsu, all of which are here. Fortunately, his research has not been successful, and these are only semi-finished products. Just then Orochimaru came out from the nearby laboratory. He was wearing a white coat all over his body, and he looked a little unaccustomed to it. Oh! Naruto-sama, I have waited for you. When are we going to move? I'm ready here. Just wait for your order and I can leave. Orochimaru suddenly noticed Sasuke, not only puzzled. This is Sasuke? Why are you here too? Naruto poked his finger. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I'm here to explain two things. The first thing is that I hand over Sasuke to you and train him well. Orochimaru promises again and again. Don't worry, Sasuke won't suffer from following me, I will give him all my abilities. Chapter 147. What's the second thing? The second thing is that I want to know where your wood-style research project has reached. Orochimaru paused, thinking he had heard it wrong, but he realized it immediately. It seems that you already know, but it's not a secret. Right now I've been stuck on the final practical phase of research and wood-style cells getting out of hand. Although there was a successful case before, there was no way to bring out the strongest strength of wood-style. The success story that Orochimaru mentioned is Yamato of Konoha village, whose wood-style ability is the result of Orochimaru's research. It's just that Yamato can only display a little wood-style ability, which is far behind Senju Hashirama. It can be said that Yamato is also a semi-finished product. Why don't you try cell activation? Orochimaru froze for a moment when he said that. Cell activation? Where did you hear that? Humph. Of course I know these things. Have you ever heard of a country that has disappeared called Sky Country? Sky Country? Of course I've heard of it, but that country disappeared many years ago. What's the connection between the two? Of course there is a connection, the master of the activation of the cells I said is in the kingdom of the sky. Orochimaru still couldn't believe it. This is absolutely impossible. Since that country disappeared, it has never shown up again. Besides, the people of Sky Country have long since died, so how could medical ninjutsu be handed down? Naruto didn't care. He looked into Orochimaru's eyes and said word by word. Well then, how about the snake hitting one for the two of us? What bet you say? I, Orochimaru, have never lost. This is what Naruto was waiting for. If I can find the evidence of the kingdom of the sky and bring back the ability to activate cells, then it means I have won. If I win, then you have to promise me one thing, that is to give all your abilities and skills to Sasuke. How about it? Orochimaru nodded. So what if you lose? If I lose, you can also make a request that is not too excessive, and I can guarantee to satisfy you. Naruto, you are really kind, but I, Orochimaru, am not the greedy type. I only need one small request, that is, you must guarantee my funding requirements for all experimental purposes. Naruto didn't care. Let's talk about it after you win the bet. But now Sasuke has to stay with you, you can start teaching him from now on, and after a while, I will give you what you want when the country of the sky is dedicated. In addition to the research on wood-style cells, I still advise you not to study too deeply. That thing is not something you can control, and the risks it brings are too great. Because there are some things that you can't research with superb scientific instruments. Your next task is to train Sasuke well. I will inform you separately about the plans for some gun modification later on. Although Orochimaru felt a little upset, he had no choice. So when will I be able to move into that base in Konoha village? Naruto waved his hand. This matter is not in a hurry for the time being, because I have to get that thing in my hand before I can set up the next game. There are so many things happening in Konoha village recently, Naruto decided to use this free time to take a good rest. But after thinking about it for a while, he decided that it would be better to find a few more helpers after all to do things alone. Nowadays, if you want to develop and strengthen your own power, you must make more people for your own use. If you want to say who is the most reliable person with yourself, there is only one person in the whole village who is more suitable, and that is Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga Hinata is not only the future princess, but also an indispensable existence for Naruto. It's just that Hyuga Hinata's strength is too weak now, and it is necessary to find a way to quickly improve Hyuga Hinata's ability. After thinking about it, Naruto immediately had a general direction in his mind. I can directly take him to practice together. Doesn't this mean that I have a helper and someone talking by my side? I'm such a genius. Going ahead, Naruto immediately found Hinata. When Hinata saw Naruto appearing in front of her eyes, her face turned red all of a sudden. Naruto, why didn't you say hello to me in advance when you came? Didn't I come here to say hello to you? I came here to tell you if you want to become stronger and protect the village. Of course I want to be able to become stronger, this is the way of ninja that I have always followed. As long as there are your words, it is enough for you to stay with me from now on, and I can make you stronger. However, this matter still needs to be done step by step. When Hinata heard that she was going to stay by Naruto's side all the time, she blushed even more. Do you want to stay by Naruto's side all the time? But I still have to go to school, what can I do? Naruto leaned directly in front of Hinata and whispered to her. Don't you want to be with me? Hinata suddenly felt that the brain was congested and almost fainted, but Naruto helped her up in time. After a long time, he hesitated and said something. Okay, everything is up to your arrangement. Haha. I have already made arrangements for school and home, so you don't have to worry about this, getting Wang Zhao. I promise that in a short period of time, your strength will definitely reach the top few in the entire ninja world. Before that, I will first choose a weapon for you according to your ability. There are several weapon shops in Konoha village, and the two went to the largest one together. Naruto began to choose among the full arsenal. But no matter how you distinguish it, you feel that these things are all ordinary goods. After all, even if ninjutsu is very powerful in the ninja world, weapons are also a symbol of strength. Hinata, what kind of weapon do you want to buy? Hinata chose carefully before speaking. As long as it's Naruto, I like whatever you pick for me. Naruto was speechless at once. Wouldn't it be better to simply customize a set of the best equipment for her whole body? Chapter 148. It's just that ordinary weapons are still a bit too ordinary, and it is impossible to improve Hinata's strength in a short time. It would be great if we could get those weapons from Six Paths. It's just that those artifacts of Six Paths need to consume a lot of chakra, and ordinary people can't control them at all. Once the chakra is depleted, it's left to be slaughtered, so it's not for Hinata. So Naruto pondered for a long time before asking the shop owner. Boss, Do you know what special materials can be used to create custom weapons? The boss who sells weapons just blurted out without thinking. Does it need to be said? The kunao of 4th Hokage was specially customized from me. At that time, he used a kind of meteorite alloy to make it, and a total of 100 pieces were made. The craftsmanship of this kind of meteorite is very difficult, but the toughness and flexibility of the formed weapons are indeed unmatched by ordinary weapons. Naruto asked again. Then where can this kind of meteorite be obtained? The boss shook his head like a rattle. I don't know about this kind of thing. I just remember that 4th Hokage sent those materials to me. As for where he found them, I don't know 407 at all. All of a sudden, Naruto was troubled again, but he didn't expect Hinata who was beside him to speak up. Naruto, I do know something that can make special weapons. Our Hyuga family has always circulated a saying that it is a magical weapon made of a special meteorite. But I only heard this kind of thing from adults once, but I have never seen it. However, there are indeed detailed records of the book collection place in our family, but I am not qualified to enter it in my current capacity. And I heard that only half of the records are recorded in our family, and the other half is no longer known. Naruto thought to himself, is there really such a special weapon-making material in the world of Hokage? Why have I never heard of it before? If it weren't for this occasional inquiry, I am afraid that this secret will never be known to others. But when I think about it carefully, if there is such a material to make weapons, then there must be only those artifacts made by Dao. Otherwise, how to explain the special attributes contained in those artifacts? Thinking of this, Naruto has a new idea. Since there are records of this special meteorite in the family of the Hyuga family, there should be records of the Uchiha family as well. After all, in terms of blood, the Sharingan of the Uchiha family is closer to the Six Paths reincarnation ability. There must be other secrets hidden in them, but Sasuke has never heard of these things. By the way, it's hidden on top of that stele in the basement of the Uchiha clan. How did I forget all about it? Hinata, I thought of a very good plan. If I guessed right, the Uchiha clan should hide the other half of the records about the special material. Hinata stared at Naruto with wide eyes. Naruto, do you want to go in and find these 2 books about records? Of course it is, what else? But in our family, there are heavy soldiers. Even I am not qualified to go in case someone gets caught. Naruto comforted. You can rest assured about this, I will be fine and will never reveal my whereabouts. But you can go with me too, so as to help me make a cover. The Hyuga family is the largest family in Konoha village. They occupy a very large area and are heavily guarded. It can be said to be very difficult to find what you want in hundreds of houses. Fortunately, Hinata is very aware of these. Under the leadership of Hinata, the 2 avoided the patrolling guards, and finally climbed into the wall and came to the place specially used to hide books, Kusai. Before entering, Naruto carefully checks for any barriers or other traps. After careful inspection, but did not find any such things, cannot help but feel puzzled. Don't you people of the Hyuga clan be afraid of someone going in and stealing? Why didn't you even set up the most basic formation protection? Hinata explained. Inside Konoha village, we have people patrolling everywhere. Besides, with the ability of Bun, no one can hide. But the study area is an exception. People here must never roll their eyes. It is a special place for our Hyuga family because we are afraid that other people will directly use their eyes to search for various valuables in the room. As for why there are no traps, I don't know much about it. The elders in the family have never told me about this. Although Naruto didn't know much about it, he sneaked into the room with Hinata while the patrolling guards didn't arrive. After entering, I found out that there is a hole in the sky. Although the study room is not very big from the outside of the house, when you enter the inside, you will find that the bookshelves here go straight to the ground. Rows of bookshelves are densely arranged here like stairs. As for the part under the feet, it was completely hollowed out. If outsiders don't know, they may fall directly into the endless abyss below. Fortunately, no one stretched out their hands very well. The moment they sensed something was wrong, they grabbed the bookshelf on the side with one hand and hugged Hinata in his arms with the other. Hinata's face turned red again instantly, she just looked at Naruto silently and didn't say anything. I said, why isn't your place an institution? It turns out that all the institutions are placed here. If anyone just falls down without paying attention, the ghost knows what kind of trap is hidden below. But the bookshelves here are too high. According to my estimation, they must be at least 100 meters deep. Joked yesterday. According to what I know about my family, the more important things will definitely be placed at the bottom of the bookshelf, we can only go down and look. As for the above things, there is no need to look them up again. Of course, Naruto also thought so, but he couldn't see his fingers below, so he had to find some light source. Just when Naruto was about to take out the fire pocket on his body, Hinata stopped him. You can't use any light energy here, otherwise it will trigger the guards outside. This place is intentionally designed for us Hyuga people, because only people with white eyes can walk here freely. Chapter 149. Once any light is found here, I'm afraid it will attract the attention of others. There are many photosensitive devices in it. Naruto nodded, thinking that the anti-theft measures here are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. You Hyuga clan, you don't usually seem to be so scheming, but you didn't expect to be so vicious in your actions. It seems that sometimes we can't just look at the surface. Hinata. You must hold me tight, now I will slowly lower down, from now on you are my eyes 17. Let me know as soon as you find anything down below, and I'll help you block some of the other mechanisms. Hinata nodded, then rolled her eyes. Naruto grabbed the solid bookshelf with one hand, and slid straight down, not knowing what was underneath. Fortunately, there is a reminder from Hinata. I'm now able to see what's going on below, at a depth of 300 meters. Naruto must be careful, there are 20 silk threads staggered at a distance of 100 meters from us. Never touch these lines of sight, or the alarm will be triggered. Naruto nodded, and then at Hinata's request, the two of them crossed the silk threads in a tacit understanding and successfully reached the second floor. As the depth increases, the ambient temperature here also decreases. By the time we reached a depth of 150 meters, the temperature had dropped to 0 degrees. How can it be so cold here? It's too unreasonable, do you still have a refrigerator? Hinata said helplessly. What's a refrigerator? I've never heard of it. Then Naruto remembered that there is no such thing as a refrigerator in the current ninja world. A refrigerator is a machine that can cool down, and it will become popular in a few years. But what is the use of this refrigerator? Do you want to cool the summer? Naruto was amused by Hinata's question. Ha ha ha. Hinata, you are so humorous, the refrigerator can preserve food at low temperature. In the future, fresh vegetables can be stored in the refrigerator every day, and they will still be very fresh after a few days. That's the basic purpose of a refrigerator. But what Hinata said next almost left Naruto speechless. But Naruto, our family always buys fresh vegetables first, and never keeps them for a few days. Why do you have to leave it for a few days? The Hyuga family can be said to be a wealthy and powerful family in Konoha village. Of course, the daily necessities of life cannot be compared with that of ordinary people. In today's living conditions, where ordinary people have so much fresh food in their homes, only Hinata's can do it. After all, Hinata has lived in a comfortable environment since she was a child, so she naturally doesn't know the usefulness of such things as refrigerators. It seems that you still have a lot to learn from me in the future, don't worry. Let's just take our time. Hinata nodded, and then said. Down carefully, there is another mechanism 20 meters away from us. What does that organ look like? It's some moving knives, what should I do? Sharp knives that move? But why can't you hear a little bit of sound? Is there any pattern to them? Hinata looked at it for a while before saying. There are no rules, what should we do now? Now Naruto is not only difficult to appear, but now he can't see anything at all in this dark environment. It is impossible to make a judgment at all, how to get past the organs on the next level, and they cannot be triggered yet. Naruto. I seem to have discovered a strange place. Where? There seems to be a row of buttons a meter above those blades, let's go and see. Naruto understood and immediately descended to the prescribed place. At this time, dozens of sharp knives are flying non-stop 1 meter below the feet, and it will be difficult to handle if they accidentally fall. But at this distance, Naruto could actually hear the movement sound tracks of these sharp blades. As long as you can hear the sound, it's fine, but the sound is too small. Hinata, let's see what's going on. Hinata grabbed Naruto's hand with one hand, carefully hung his body in midair to check carefully, and found some good things. In the position I saw just now, there was a row of densely packed password buttons. How can there be some keys here? There are some numbers in addition to some letters that are used every day. What the hell is this for? Asking for flowers. Hearing the word button, Naruto immediately had an idea in his mind. If I'm not mistaken, this shouldn't be the password disk that stops the mechanism blades under my feet. Hinata, think about it, is there any strange password combination that you have heard from the family? Hinata thought about it carefully and still had no clue. Not at all, my family won't let me come here, how could they tell me such an important password? Well, if the password is unknown, I have a way, and I don't know if it will work. Any solution? That is to try your birthday, maybe it will work. Stop kidding Naruto, how could it be my birthday? It's impossible for me to get a birthday password at home, and it's such an important place. That's right, the more impossible things are, the more likely they are, try it. There's nothing to lose anyway, is there? 1. Hinata nodded, and then entered his birthday. When she pressed the last button again, she was very scared. Fortunately, Naruto by her side kept encouraging her, so she finally pressed that button. Then the two quietly waited for something else to happen. After a full 3 seconds, a series of mechanism sounds finally began to occur. The sharp blade that was originally spinning was suddenly guided by some mechanism at this time, and began to gradually shrink, completely retracting into the wall. I didn't expect it to be true. But how did you know these passwords, Naruto? No one explained. I'm just guessing, but in fact, your status in the family is very high. Although they train you very hard on weekdays, they actually love you. Isn't it normal for a father to use his daughter's birthday as a password? At the same time, other people will never think of this. The simpler the password, the more responsible it looks to outsiders. Hinata nodded, recalling the injuries she had suffered from her father's rigorous training. Looking back now, it's actually just an attitude towards myself hating iron but not steel. Chapter 150. And after each training session, she would arrange for her mother to take good care of herself, but she didn't show up. Hinata, your Hyuga clan is divided into 2 parts, the main family and the branch house. As the sole heir of the clan, you should shoulder the responsibility. Being able to use your birthday as a password here also represents your future status in the family, which can be said to be very high. At this moment, Hinata finally understands how important she is to the Hyuga clan. The temperature at this time has been as low as -°C, which can be said to be very cold. Fortunately, the ninja's physique is very special, able to resist the severe cold. When the two wanted to move down again, they found that the temperature at the position below 200 meters dropped sharply. Even a layer of frost has formed on the eyebrows. September 13th, Naruto couldn't help feeling a little confused. The temperature here is too low, it's so high. If you go down rashly, I'm afraid you will really be frozen into ice cubes. Then what to do? Naruto. Naruto thought about all the key factors here, and then figured everything out. Since the organization here is completely built according to the system and ability requirements of the Hyuga clan, then Hinata, you must be able to solve it. Think carefully about the unique ability of the Hyuga clan. I see, it must have something to do with controlling Chakra. The Hyuga family has the ability to control Chakra very delicately, which is very similar to the medical number. In the past, Hinata used Chakra to wrap herself in front of those who possessed the crystal shield ability, so as to avoid being assimilated. And that ninja's name is Gurren. Ordinary people absolutely cannot guarantee to protect their bodies with Chakra. Only the Hyuga clan can do it. Is this the key point? Thinking of this, Naruto said to Hinata. Now you try to push the Chakra in the body and form a Chakra shield on the surface of the body. At the same time, Naruto also began to control the Chakra on the body, completely enveloping himself. Under normal circumstances, this Chakra protection is completely imperceptible to the outside world. And it is also an existence that cannot be seen, but its protective ability can indeed play a role. Especially for temperature, it has extremely strong insulation properties. Sure enough, after covering the surface of the body with Chakra, I no longer feel a trace of cold. It really works, Naruto, you are a genius. I always feel extra safe with you by my side. No one is also a little proud, but now in the dark, he can't show it. Now that we have found a way to crack it, let's go down and have a look, what good things are there. Then he grabbed the bookshelf all the way, and slowly slid to the bottom, his feet finally stood firmly on the ground. Although Naruto still couldn't see any items, he still came to a special bookshelf under Hinata's instructions. Naruto, the books on the bookshelf in front of you are all forbidden books with very obvious marks on them. Let me first look for other records about our family legend. Then Hinata used his supercilious ability to flip through them one by one. I thought I would have to wait for a while, but I didn't expect that after only 3 minutes, Hinata found the book. I found it, it's this book. It's so fast, hurry up and tell me what's going on. Hinata then read the passage in full. It is recorded in the book that a meteorite fell in the ninja world a long time ago. After the meteorite fell, a huge deep pit with a diameter of 600 meters was smashed in an open space. When the meteorite fell, it had already melted due to friction with the high temperature of the atmosphere. Later, when the power of the ninjas gradually expanded, they began to forge weapons. Later, someone gradually thought of using the inner meteorite iron to make artifacts. And it is recorded that the person who first used that weapon was the Sage of Six Paths. Sage of Six Paths divided the cloud iron into 19 parts. Among them, 9 copies were forged by him, each with 9 different artifacts, and the remaining 10 copies have never been found until now. Some people have tried to find these legendary meteorites, but so far they have not seen any results. No one knows that in the world of ninjas, there is no more powerful artifact than the one previously created by the Sage of Six Paths. It's just that I didn't expect that those artifacts were actually made of meteorite. If he could find the remaining meteorite iron raw materials, he might be able to create an invincible artifact. Just thinking of this, Hinata stopped reading. And then, what happened next? Hinata replied. Without this book, there are only these things recorded in it. What I told you just now is just a general idea. It would be too much to read it all out. But this book only records this legend, and the records about those meteorites have never given an answer. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help laughing. Haha, so that's it. This book only records some values and origins of meteorites. It seems that the second half of the book must be in the hands of the Uchiha clan, but they also hid it. As for why the people of the Uchiha clan didn't announce this matter, or they went to find the meteorite alone, it is unknown. Naruto, what are we going to do now? There is simply no way to find the second half of the volume. And the Uchiha clan no longer exists, not to mention how to find the secrets they hide. Naruto explained. You don't have to worry about this 5.0. In fact, the Uchiha clan has their own ancestral hall, and there is a big secret hidden in it. If I'm not wrong, there must be something we want in it. What's more, there may not be more than 3 people who know this secret. Hinata felt very strange, so he asked. Does the Uchiha family still have a shrine? Why have I never heard of it? Of course you don't know, because since the Uchiha family was wiped out, there have been very few things about them. And you were too young at the time, how could you know these things? But now we have a plan for the next step, so let's go there to see if it's really what I expected. Chapter 151. The two carefully retreated to the outside of the study, and at the same time restarted the original mechanism. It's really exciting, I have never dared to break into this kind of place. Hinata was overwhelmed with excitement, and at the same time her heart was pounding. Apparently Hinata has never done this kind of thing before. Sometimes, don't follow the rules, you can try something you dare not do, then you will have different discoveries. I will take you to more interesting places in the future, but for now, let's go to the gathering place of the Uchiha clan. Or maybe it's where the Uchiha clan used to gather. The gathering place of the Uchiha clan was very large, and the place of the ancestral hall is the southwest corner of their gathering place. If this place is on weekdays, it can be said to be very strict, with people from the Uchiha clan guarding it. Ordinary people have absolutely no chance to enter. And every time there are some major festivals or the death anniversary of the elders, only people from the Uchiha clan will be allowed to enter. 25 It's just that now there is no such bustling scene as it used to be. It was also the first time for Naruto to come to this kind of place, so he couldn't help being curious. After Naruto pushed open the very large door, he came to the corridor in the side hall. The first thing that catches the eye are the spirit tablets and other miscellaneous items left by the people of the Uchiha clan. After the Uchiha family was exterminated, it seems that no one came here to clean up. After bypassing the ancestral hall, walking to the back is a narrow passage. This passage was very dark, even Naruto could feel a cold air emanating from it. Chukian was a little afraid of this road, and hugged Naruto's arm tightly. It looks really scary here. Naturally, many people from the Uchiha clan died here. But there is nothing to be afraid of. Can the dead crawl out of the ground? After Naruto lit a torch, the two walked directly through the long and narrow tunnel. This corridor is not narrow, and after lighting the lights on both sides one by one, it has begun to get a little bright. It's just that the sounds coming from around are all the footsteps of 2 people. It came to the end in less than 2 minutes, it was a closed stone gate, and above the she-gate was the unique symbol of the Taebo clan's palm leaf fan. After pushing open the heavy stone door, the two came inside arm in arm. The first thing that catches the eye is the rows of numerous bookshelves. These bookshelves are densely packed with all the books about the Uchiha family. Hinata pointed to the books on these shelves and said to Naruto, I think those things should be on these bookshelves. Naruto shook his head. If the things we want to find are placed in this kind of place, I'm afraid they have already been taken away by others. Although it seems that there are no traces of being cleaned here, do you really think that the high-level management of the property will not send people to search here? So the things that can stay here are all rags to us, and have no value at all. The two held hands and continued to search here. After walking around, no other entrances were found, which is a bit strange. If I remember correctly, that place must be here, and there must be other secret passages. Hinata, use your white eyes to see if there are any other passages or mechanisms under the house. Hinata nodded, so he opened his white eyes directly, and instantly everything was clear under his eyes. I found it. There is a secret passage behind the wall over there, and there is also a mechanism next to it that can be activated. It's the one on the wall, and there's a button behind the picture. Naruto directly reached out and tore off a painting, and then saw a red brick hidden behind. After pressing down heavily, a secret door opened directly behind a wall again. Looking down the secret door, it is a deep corridor leading to the ground. Going down the aisle, sure enough, I finally came to the shrine of the Uchiha clan. The first thing that catches the eye is the inscription on the inscription full of dense spells standing in the middle of the ancestral hall. These inscriptions can only be read by those who use the Sharingan. And after using Rinnegan, you will be able to see some other special hidden information. It's just that the text on these inscriptions has been completely tampered with by Black Zetsu. The members of the Akatsuki organization haven't fully shown up yet, and for Naruto now, the Akatsuki organization is still a huge security risk. And the plan that Heiju concocted was also the biggest threat to him. So now we must find a way to erase the things in this set of inscriptions. Hinata continued to use his white eyes to observe everything here. When he glanced at the inscription, he suddenly found that there was the information he wanted. I found the location of the meteorite record and recorded it on this inscription. How is this possible? Naruto was a little surprised, because this inscription was completely designed for the Uchiha clan to use supercilious eyes. How could it be possible to see some unique information on it? What do you see on it? Read it all out for me. Hinata also began to tell Naruto word by word according to the words above. It says that within the range marked by the fish in the cloud iron, there are a total of 10 pieces of meteorite. These cloud iron are exactly what the artifact is made of. Sage of Six Paths put these 10 meteorites in 10 different locations. Naruto asked immediately. Where did you put it? The first piece of meteorite was placed on Mount Meiboku. Mount Meiboku didn't expect to be there. What about the rest? Unexpectedly, Hinata shook her head. Only such a place is recorded, but the following sentence says that only when the first block is found, can other information be found. That is to say, meteorites like this can only be found piece by piece, and they are placed in different positions. This matter is true, Naruto did not expect Sage of Six Paths to be so cunning. Only the Uchiha clan can see this stele placed here. But some of the inscription information recorded on it, but only people with supercilious eyes can perceive the difference in it. It's clear that they don't want this information to be discovered by the Uchiha family. Because under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for people from the Hyuga clan to come to this kind of place, so this secret will never be discovered. Chapter 152. This Sage of Six Paths is really a cunning fox. He divided the information into 2 volumes, the purpose is to prevent others from discovering it. If we hadn't stumbled into this clue and started looking for this clue this time, I'm afraid no one will find it again in this life. Hinata seems to be doing the right thing by having you here this time. I'm afraid only the 2 of us know this secret. If we find all those meteorites, wouldn't it be great to create an artifact that is exclusive to you? Hinata asked. Naruto. Why do you have to be so nice to me? Because I want to treat you well. Why do you need a reason for this? At this moment, there was a sudden noise in the village, and many people started running. Then there was an explosion, and the smoke rose instantly. Not good. Someone has invaded Konoha, go and have a look. The 2 came to the place where the explosion happened just now at the fastest speed and saw that they were 2 people from the Xiao organization. Kisame and Uchiha Itachi are fighting against Kakashi and Might Guy. I was thinking about the people from the Xiao organization, but I didn't expect that I would come to my door. Since you're here, don't leave. Naruto immediately landed firmly between the 4 with 1 step. Kisame looked at Naruto in front of him and couldn't help smiling, the row of shark-like teeth looked disgusting. Are you that little devil named Naruto? I've heard of your name. I didn't expect to see you today. It's really interesting. Naruto looked at Hoshigaki Kisame coldly. It's really hard to find nowhere to find it. It doesn't take much effort to get it. The Xiao organization is where fugitives like you gather, and I will definitely not show mercy. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Kakashi said behind him. Naruto, be careful, these two guys are not so powerful. Kakashi, don't worry, the two of you will just watch the battle from the sidelines, and I will take care of them. Dried Persimmon Kisame said boldly. Just because you are a little devil? Today I will let you know how powerful our Akatsuki organization is. As soon as the words fell, the dried persimmon ghost rushed up directly. The shark muscle sword in his hand suddenly slashed. Naruto knows how powerful the guy in front of him is, but he still has no proof in front of him. After easily dodging away, he flashed directly behind Jinchūriki ear. The speed was so fast that no one present saw it. Then a hard kick kicked Hokage Kisame in the back. The strength is simply terrifying. Jinchuriki never thought that he would be so careless. Kicked out by Naruto, the whole person flew into the air and turned into an arc to eliminate the cure. Everyone present was stunned. The master of Akatsuki organization was so vulnerable in front of Naruto. This. Naruto, how did you do it? Kakashi's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Naruto ignored Kakashi, because there is Uchiha Itachi in front of him who is the most difficult to deal with. But Naruto has no intention of fighting Uchiha Itachi. Because he knew that Uchiha Itachi was originally undercover in the Akatsuki organization. After seeing this scene, Uchiha Itachi was also slightly surprised, and then fell into a calm state again. I didn't expect Naruto to have such a skill at such a young age. I don't know how my move will work. Uchiha Itachi instantly opened the Sharingan, and Naruto's eyes met it. In the blink of an eye, he entered the illusion world of Uchiha Itachi. But this is completely in Naruto's plan, he just wants to enter the illusion world on purpose. Only in this way can we have a good talk with Uchiha Itachi. It's just that Naruto in the illusion world is tied up by a lot of flowers, and a large group of crows are constantly flying in front of him. Then Uchiha's shadow appeared in front of him and looked at Naruto coldly. A smile appeared on the corner of Naruto's mouth, and then he broke free directly without any effort, and returned to his free body. This scene shocked even Uchiha Itachi, who considers himself a master illusionist. This is impossible. How can you still move freely in my illusion world? Uchiha Itachi. Don't be surprised, I came here on purpose to let you drag me into the illusion world. I know your true identity and purpose, I came to you to talk about some things. Uchiha Itachi clearly didn't quite believe it. Oh? You said you know my real identity? Then tell me. In order to gain Uchiha Itachi's trust, Naruto said. What you did before was only for the safety of the whole village, and it was not your fault that you massacred the Uchiha clan. That's just an order from that incompetent old man Sarutobi Hiruzen, you're just a man at the mercy of others. None of this is your fault. As soon as the words came out, Uchiha Itachi believed half of them, but he still asked blankly. Go on, tell me something that makes me believe you. You were also assigned to be an undercover agent when you entered Xiao's organization, and I know that too. But now, no one believes these words, except me. Third Hokage is gone, and the only person you can trust in the village is me. Isn't that enough to explain anything? Uchiha Itachi, you are a smart man, and you are a smarter master than anyone else. You could have had a better future and a brighter future, you shouldn't have gone down this path. However, since you have reached this point, your undercover operation must continue. Because you are also an indispensable part of Zhaoqian, in the next plan, how about we reach a cooperation together? Uchiha Itachi thought for a while before saying. Since you already know everything, just say it if you have anything to say. Naruto stopped talking nonsense. Now I want to completely reform the entire ninja world and turn Konoha village into a military political country. And it's a superpower, but I need your help pure. The future of the ninja world is like this. If you don't follow my path, I'm afraid there will be a catastrophe in a short time. It will be difficult for us to deal with it at that time. You are a smart person, think about whether you want to cooperate. A country with military and political integration? What to do? The method is very simple, that is to overthrow those big names who are lazy and have real power first. Those people are the stumbling block for our ninjas, as long as we have them, we can't move forward. Chapter 153. You must know that we are the world of ninjas, not the world of daimyo, so why should we be led by those scumbags? Uchiha Itachi fell into deep thought. Naruto's statement and goal were very clear to him. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi hadn't moved for a long time, Naruto continued to add. You are a rare talent, and I know you care most about your brother Uchiha Sasuke. I have arranged for Sasuke to start practicing, and his destiny will follow me to success. At that time, we only need to establish a country with military and political integration, and your Uchiha clan will prosper in this world again. Uchiha Itachi shook his head helplessly. Your idea is very good, but I have an incurable disease, and I'm afraid I won't see that day. But I'd love to see that day come. No. I can cure you. As soon as the words came out, Uchiha Itachi stared at Naruto with wide eyes. He never believed that his illness could be cured. It would be great if it was true. Real. Really? We can make a deal, as long as I can cure your disease, we will cooperate with 693. How? Make a deal. What I, Uchiha Itachi, was forced to do. If I hadn't lived in this family, maybe I would have started a family already. Already living with the one I love, but nothing can be changed. If there is a chance to make up for these regrets in the future, I am willing to cooperate. But as for Sasuke, I want to know where he is now. I gave him to Orochimaru, because the snake can give Sasuke all the skills. Orochimaru? Aren't you pushing him into the fire pit? Naruto shook his head. You don't know, although Orochimaru was not a good guy before, of course he is not a good guy now. But I have tamed him as my own, and he will never do anything against Sasuke. You can rest assured about that. If Orochimaru has any bad intentions, I will know immediately. With my abilities, I can fully guarantee Sasuke's safety. Uchiha Itachi nodded. He had seen Naruto's powerful, CFCG, strength. Naruto, I didn't expect you to be so powerful at such a young age. It seems that I will be able to achieve something by following you from now on. However, there is another question, that is, how do you plan to deal with the dried persimmon ghost shark? Except for you, I will get rid of the members of the small organization one by one. As for this Hoshigaki Kisame, I will take it away today. You should also know how big of a problem this guy, Officer Kisame, has been. Until now, he is still a heavily wanted criminal, so I have to get rid of him. Uchiha Itachi let out a long sigh. Hey! Is it finally possible to make it to this day? If that's the case, I won't stop you anymore, we will keep in touch after I go back. As for Kisame, you can do whatever you want with it. Then Uchiha Itachi directly removed the world of illusion. The two returned to the real world again, only in the eyes of others. The time between the two of them staring at each other was only a second. But in fact, the two of them have already spent more than 10 minutes in the fantasy world. This is just a difference in the speed of time in the illusion world. If Uchiha Itachi is willing, he can even create a continuous passage of time for more than 10 days in the illusion world. And for the real world, only 1 second can pass. When dealing with those ordinary ninjas, only this move is needed to break the opponent's mind. If Naruto hadn't made a timely move this time, Kakashi would have been the one who got caught. Although Kakashi is also very powerful, he has no advantage in front of the Sharingan illusion. Naruto, be careful, the other side's eyes. Kakashi was late at this time and said to Naruto. Kakashi, it was too late for you to say that. What follows is just a scene between Naruto and Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi looked at Kakashi and the others, then said. Our Xia organization will never let you go. Now you are just relying on your numbers. I will definitely be back. After speaking, he jumped and fled directly to the outside of the village. Kakashi and Might Guy wanted to catch up, but were stopped by Naruto. "Stop chasing him, even if we catch up, we won't get any advantage, we'd better get rid of the other guy first." "Are you talking about the dried persimmon ghost that you just sent flying? Where is he now?" "He'll be here in a minute." Just at this moment, a huge water dragon suddenly appeared above the sky and rushed down towards the few people. Water style. Rampage Water Dragon Bomb Technique. The communicative sword in the hand of the officer Gaizumi directly slashed towards Naruto in the air. The speed is several times faster than before. At this time, the dry silica gel was completely red-eyed, and he would never forget the humiliation just now. It can be said that people like Kyunchi Gaizumi are very perverted in their hearts, especially in this kind of situation, they have suffered such a big loss. As long as there is hatred, he will solve it on the spot, but this time he picked the wrong person. Every time the shark muscle broadsword hits the opponent, it will absorb a large amount of chakra, and Naruto naturally knows this move. Therefore, every time he attacked, he dodged perfectly, and did not fight with interfering Kisame at all. On the contrary, Kakashi and Might Guy didn't even know that he had such a trading sword attribute. After just 2 encounters, the little chakra left in Kakashi's body was directly absorbed. A ninja chakra, after losing it, can be said to be no different from an ordinary samurai. Although Kakashi is a Jonin, the amount of chakra in his body is very small, so all his battles basically rely on brains and tactics to win. After encountering dry silica gel, which has the ability to absorb enemy chakra, it becomes completely useless. After all, any skill is vulnerable in the face of absolute strength. After being drained of chakra, Kakashi's body immediately went limp, but he still stood up strong. Looking at each other in disbelief. "How is it possible that my chakra was absorbed in an instant?" The secretary Kisame watched with arrogance as the social sword in Kakashi's hand was about to be chopped off. Chapter 154. You ninjas in Konoha village are nothing more than that, they are all ants in my opinion. Today, I will let you experience the true horror of my dried persimmon ghost shark. Naruto suddenly appeared between the two at the moment when the shark muscle sword fell. The fist in his hand was as fast as lightning, and he hit Kyunchi Gaixier's abdomen heavily, and his whole body flew into the air again. However, this time, the dry and wet ghost glue stabilized in mid-air, still arrogantly shouting at the two of them. "I've been waiting for this opportunity to let you try another big move of mine. Water style. Waterfall technique." In an instant, centering on the dry silica gel, it began to rapidly expand and release a large amount of water. It completely enveloped him, forming a huge water ball with a diameter of 1 kilometer. This water polo can actually be suspended in mid-air, and every movement of the dry silica gel can drive the water polo, and at the same time it is moving. Absorb all objects in this huge water sphere. At the same time, the shape of dry silica gel has completely changed. From the originally unhuman appearance, the body began to twist slowly at this time, turning into a complete half-human half-shark form. Sharks can be said to be the overlord of the ocean in the water. They have a strong underwater survival ability and attack mode, and the ghost shark is the representative of this. He is absolutely invincible in the water. Only this time he chose the wrong person. Naruto quietly looked at the huge water ball floating in mid-air, and smiled coldly. "I thought it was something, isn't it just this water polo?" Kakashi and the Might Guy beside him were extremely surprised. "How is this possible? Once we are wrapped in this water polo, we will not survive for 3 minutes. Even if we are not killed, we will suffocate to death. Evacuate everyone in Konoha village and get out of this place. Don't be wrapped up by this water polo, otherwise it will be all over," Naruto said to Kakashi. "Kakashi, Might Guy, don't panic both of you, let's witness the miracle." Kakashi and Might Guy froze in place suddenly, not knowing what Naruto was trying to do, but they weren't acting either. Naruto finally pulled out his Zangetsu slowly at this moment. The invisible energy that erupted instantly enveloped the surroundings, but ordinary people couldn't detect it. Mummy Kisame, then let me see if you can take my trick. As soon as the words fell, the Zangetsu in Naruto's hand instantly condensed a powerful sword energy and held. Like a steel needle, Zangetsu directly pierced a huge round shield, and no one could stop it. Genshi Kisame thought he was completely invincible within his water polo. But when I saw the Zangetsu, I was so surprised that I couldn't move. By the time he regained consciousness again, the corpse had already been separated. The entire huge blister immediately disintegrated after losing its body and died, turning into raindrops and falling down one after another. The whole Konoha village is like being hit by a torrential rain. After being poured, it is wet everywhere, even Naruto is no exception. But Naruto didn't care at all. His eyes were fixed on Hokage Kisame, who fell from the sky and had already been separated from his body, and his big shark muscle sword. Dried persimmon ghost shark's regenerative ability is also very powerful, in the face of desperation. You can even hide your body in the shark muscle sword and wait for the chance to be reborn again. Congratulations to host for successfully killing Hokage Kisame and gaining 1.5 million destiny points. I didn't expect to have 1.5 million destiny points, which is even more valuable than that Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seems that other people in the Xiao organization are also a big piece of fat. Others already knew that Hokage Kisame was completely cool, and this time Naruto didn't give him another chance. Naruto Zanjutsu's blow just now was so powerful that before the opponent could react, he had completely lost consciousness. And there is no possibility of hiding anything in the fallen shark muscle sword. How on earth did you do it, Naruto? You were able to win with one blow. And why didn't he suck your chakra attributes? Kakashi on the side was very puzzled. Naruto explained. Actually, when I touched him just now, part of chakra was already sucked away. It's just that the amount of chakra that the other party sucks from my body is very limited every time, and it's not a big loss for me. Ask for flowers. For me, such a young man is vulnerable and poses no threat at all. The next time you meet such an opponent, you too must be more careful. It doesn't happen every time. I will help you. At this time, Hinata has also followed. Just now, Hinata was deliberately hidden in a safe corner to avoid him being injured. Now that the battle is over, he came to Naruto's side again. How are you, Naruto? Are you healthy? Naruto nodded and said to Hinata. Don't worry, I'm very safe. How could something happen? What you should worry about is whether the enemy can escape from me, haha. 0. Naruto, you really know how to joke. Although you are very powerful, I worry about you every time I fight. So Hinata, you have to become stronger, and you may be able to reach my strength in the future, and become stronger with me. You can do your part to protect the village. Naruto carefully calculated the days, and now there is not much time before Sky Country will show up again. But now I have more important things to do, if the village needs someone to guard it at that time. Defensive measures must be taken. Kakashi, I have something very important to tell you. Kakashi came to Naruto wearily and asked. What's going on? Kakashi, have you heard of Sky Country? Sky Country doesn't seem to have heard of this thing. Is that a country? Yes, it is indeed a country, but a country that has long since disappeared. 117. If you don't know, you can look up our historical materials, and you will naturally understand when the time comes. What I want to tell you is that the country of the sky is about to recover, and it can be said that there is a huge hidden danger for the ninja world. And his first target is our Konoha village, so you have to get Tsunade fully prepared. Kakashi asked back. Aren't you in the village? That's right, I'm going to go out to Mount My Boka for a while, and I may not be back in a short time. Chapter 155. If the Kingdom of the Sky really shows up, then it will depend on you. If you can come back in time, I will also help you eliminate the threat of this empty kingdom. Tell Tsunade to get into action now, to prepare the defense, if there is a quick counterattack. For Naruto now, helping Hinata build a piece of equipment is the top priority, so the operation to Mount Maiboku must be done. After settling things in the village, he took Hinata directly to Mount Maiboku. It's just that this Mount Maiboku, as one of the 3 holy places in the ninja world, can be said to be very difficult to find. But for Naruto, he knows exactly where this Mount Maiboku is hidden. Of course Hinata has also heard about the existence of Mount Maiboku, but she is very puzzled by some questions. Naruto 150, how do you know where Mount Maiboku is? Can you tell me? There's nothing wrong with that. Let me tell you, he's just on an isolated island above the sea. If you want to get there, you have to go through heavy waves, and the ancestors can reach it. It can be said that not everyone can find it. But of course I have my own way. I also know that Mount Maiboku has powerful senjutsu, and Jiraiya among the 3 of us is learning senjutsu. I don't know what this fairy art is like, and why it is so powerful. Naruto also has other thoughts in his heart at this time, because there are still many unsolved mysteries about the fairy art. The first unsolved mystery is that Wetbone Forest is the only place that doesn't show up. Although the location of Rika Cave has appeared in the subsequent biography of Boruto, it is still full of mysteries. The second point is that these spells existed long before Tsutsuki Kagaya came here. So who created and used this kind of fairy art is also an unsolved mystery. However, although there are very few people who practice Zenju, even in the ninja world, they can be counted on one finger. But the strength of Zenju is very powerful. If you can master Zenju, wouldn't you be able to deal with future enemies? Because the Tsutsuki family has a special ability, they can be immune to all attacks of Chakra skills. But there is no defense against Zenju, which is the key to defeating the invasion of the Tsutsuki clan in the future. I have to learn fairy art. In this way, only fairy art is the key to victory. And I can also use the magic to absorb natural energy, so my chakra reserves can reach the point of infinity. Hinata looked at Naruto talking to himself, and asked involuntarily. Naruto, what are you mumbling about? Why do you look so excited? Hey? I just thought of something. Hinata leaned towards Naruto and looked at him curiously. What's the matter? I want to know too. Naruto looked at Hinata's cute look, and told her something. However, there are some key information that can't be told to her all. After all, it is not good to know some things in advance. What I want to tell you is about the use of the ability of Zenju. Do you know what special ability Zenju has? Hinata shook her head. I don't know. Isn't it just chakra? What difference does it make? You don't know that, even chakra has many differences. For example, the size of our ninja's own chakra is different now, and the chakra attribute can be used as a subtle distinction. It's like everyone's ID card is different, but the only thing that is the same is the chakra produced by the human body itself. And senjutsu is chakra that can be transformed into energy from nature. That is to say, as long as you learn the fairy art, you can get inexhaustible natural energy anytime and anywhere. Hinata naturally understood what was going on when she heard this. Are you saying that as long as you learn the art of immortality, you can have endless chakra? I heard that Jiraiya-sama also learned fairy art, no wonder Jiraiya-sama is so powerful. Actually, Jiraiya only used part of the power of Zenju, and it would be even stronger if all of it was played out. Hinata looked puzzled. Why only use a part of the magic power? Isn't Master Jiraiya not good at studying? Naruto shook his head. Of course it's not like this, but it's determined by the characteristics of fairy arts. Every practitioner of Zenju is different, and there will be some subtle changes according to the physique of the practitioner. Therefore, every ninja who practices fairy art will have different degrees of exclusive strengthening directions and abilities. And there is another feature, that is, the higher the combination degree of the big toad's fairy art, the smaller the toad's characteristics. Hinata couldn't understand what this meant for a moment. Naruto laughed. Haha. You'll know about it when you reach Mount Maiboku, but don't tell anyone else about it. Why? This matter is very important, and it must be kept secret. If the location of Mount Maiboku is revealed, people with bad intentions may find it. For the ninja world, once the power is mastered by bad guys, you know the consequences. Hinata nodded. I see. However, I think since the magic of immortality is so powerful, why don't many people learn it? In this way, wouldn't our Konoha village be stronger? Naruto was almost amused by Hinata's naive idea, but he just shook his head helplessly. You will know some things when the time comes, it's getting late, let's hurry up. We have to walk on the sea for a while to reach our destination. In Naruto's heart, in fact, 5.0 already has its own plans. The goal of the main march this time is very simple. The first point is to create a full-body equipment for Hinata. It can be said that it is very critical to quickly improve Hinata's strength and become his right-hand man. The second point is that two people must fully learn the art of immortality at Mount Maiboku. In this way, potential threats to the future will have a greater chance of winning. Although there are not many people who use special weapons in the ninja world, their role should not be underestimated. If you look at Naruto's current ability, just physical skills have completely surpassed most ninjas, and can even achieve the advantage of crushing. But as the saying goes, a single thread does not make a thread, and a single tree does not make a forest, if we can have more helpers. For yourself, you can also share less pressure. Chapter 156. However, the distance to reach Mount Maiboku is a bit far. Naruto roughly calculated that it took more than 800 kilometers to reach Mount Maiboku. After knowing the distance, Hinata was a little worried. Are we going to drift 800 kilometers above the sea? This is too far. You don't have to worry about this, we can build a better ship and go slowly. By the way, you can enjoy the happiness of the two-person world, can't you? Nobody else bothers us above the ocean, don't you? Hinata's face turned red again. She really had nothing to say about such words. But it takes a lot of money to get a boat. At this time, Naruto suddenly thought of the money he won with Tsunade before. I already have my own plan in mind. So Naruto found Tsunade directly, and asked him for a sum of money, which was specially used to purchase a large ship. Tsunade also donated part of the money directly to Naruto without hesitation. For Naruto, the money is completely enough. No matter which world you are in, having money is always better than not having money. And there are many things that cannot be settled by force alone, after all Naruto is not a robber. To do things, you still have to be a gentleman. After coming to the beach, I easily bought a second-hand boat. Although this boat has been around for a few years, it still looks very strong. After raising the sail, Naruto suddenly felt like he had become the One Piece, Luffy. But then he shook his head and smiled helplessly. Now in the world of Hokage, how can I become the One Piece? Let's go to the One Piece slowly later. In this way, Naruto and Hinata sailed together on a ship for up to a month. During this period, Naruto also imparted a lot of knowledge to Hinata. At the same time, he also began to assist her in practicing together. The first is about the gentle fist of the Hyuga family. Naruto has made some improvements based on the Chakra characteristics and ancestral abilities of the Hyuga family. For example, the moves of Gentle Fist can be said to be invincible in melee combat, but it is somewhat unsatisfactory for long-range aspects. And it just so happens that Hinata's subtle control over Chakra has reached a very high peak. So Naruto began to teach Hinata, gathered Chakra in the palm of his hand, and directly transformed into the form of Rinnegan. Different from ordinary Rinnegan, only relying on the power of Rinnegan itself, it can still only be used at close range. But after merging the Gentle Fist moves of the Hyuga family, Chakra directly evolved into Gentle Fist Raise Nan. Gentle Fist Raise Nan. Shushan, this is a move you created alone, now we can formally test how powerful it is. Hinata is actually a genius in practice, and he has fully mastered this trick in just 10 days. Moreover, Hinata was able to knead with one hand, and after Raise Nan played out and aimed at the target, he threw it hard. At the moment of throwing, a very high wave was directly stirred up on the sea surface. It can be seen that the speed of this move Raise Nan has approached supersonic speed. Then there was a violent explosion above the sea surface, and the power of the explosion directly rolled up a monstrous sea wave. Naruto watched the waves with a height of several 10 meters sweeping towards him, and almost toppled the entire hull of the ship. Seeing this scene, both of them couldn't help but get excited. Hinata, you are really a genius. I didn't expect to master such an efficient long-range attack method so quickly. And it's a move you created yourself. Hinata blushed a little, she said to Naruto. These are all thanks to you, if it's just me, it's impossible. I didn't expect Raise Nan to be able to integrate other chakra attributes into a stronger move. Naruto is very satisfied with the results of his current practice. Hinata's progress has far exceeded Naruto's expectations. Now that you have mastered the long-range and short-range attack capabilities, now we need to create 10 pieces of equipment for you. At that time, I'm afraid even the members of the Xiao organization will no longer be your opponents. In this way, in the process of continuous practice on board, Hinata has fully advanced to the peak state of Jainin. After a full month like this, Naruto finally came to the legendary island of Mount Maiboku. From a distance, it is a circular volcanic island. Seeking flowers 0. The climate here is very hot, and all the trees here are large, leafy trees that only grow in that tropical climate. I have never seen the birds flying in the sky and the many strange trees here. What a great place, this is Mount Maiboku, we're finally here. Mount Maiboku. Finally here. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the huge island in front of him, he was in a daze for a while. At a certain moment, I thought I was in the world of One Piece. Huge banana leaves and many plants that have never been seen almost cover the entire island. It looks like it's a vibrant island. As soon as the two stepped onto the island, they saw a black figure appearing in the woods. Naruto protected Hinata behind him, and shouted loudly. Who's sneaking around in there? The figure came out unhurriedly, and after getting closer, it turned out to be a toad. The appearance of the toad looked a little weird, and he actually spit out human words. But it is relatively unfamiliar to others, but Naruto confirmed that he is the high-ranking figure on this island, Fukasaku-sama. Above Mount Maiboku, the highest-ranking person is Myoki Senjin, and his two high-ranking protectors are Fukasaku-sama and another one. Sitting and looking at Naruto and Hinata, he spoke. You are Naruto, I have been waiting for you here for a long time. The immortal Miyamu said that you will come here in a few days, so he asked me to wait for you here. Immortal Miyamu? I didn't expect him to be able to realize such a prophecy. It seems that there is indeed a bit of skill. So it's Shanzou, how long have you been waiting here? It didn't take long, I just waited here for a while every morning, I didn't expect you to come here today. Fukasaku-sama's status is second only to Great Toad Sage, so it can be said that his status is very high. If I want to learn fairy art in the future, I have to learn from him. After looking Naruto up and down, he nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, I didn't expect you, Naruto, to be more talented than Jiraiya. Chapter 157. Naruto blinked, looking at Fukasaku-sama very curiously. Fukasaku-sama, do you know why I came to you today? He made a deep smile. Of course I know, if I'm not mistaken, you should come here for the fairy art. To be honest, there are indeed many people who want to practice immortal arts, but you are the second one who can come here alone. Under normal circumstances, in this island, it is impossible to come here without the guidance of others. Naruto smiled, and finally touched his head with his hand. As expected of you, Fukasaku-sama, your budget is really accurate. However, this time, there is really one thing I want your help with. It's not that I want to learn fairy art alone. You also saw 743, Hinata and I are together. I can't learn fairy art alone. I don't care about her, right? So, do you think it is possible to make him give up learning the fairy bed together? On Hinata's face, there was a trace of blushing, and he looked awkward, as if because this kind of thing would make him feel a little bit embarrassed. He pondered deeply for a moment. It's not a big problem. However, the most important thing about this thing is to look at one's potential. If your potential is sufficient, then you can definitely learn it. If your potential is not enough, no one can help you. It's not that anyone can learn fairy arts casually, otherwise, wouldn't fairy arts be like filling the streets? However, if you let Hinata try it, there is no big problem, at least I am willing to perish. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, but Hinata beside him looked at Fukasaku curiously. Master Fukasaku, I still don't quite understand what is a fairy art. What's the effect? Could it make me stronger? And, how should I learn it? Is there any difference between this thing and ninjutsu? Before Fukasaku could speak, Naruto who was standing beside him laughed. Hinata, you don't actually need to ask him this question, just ask me on the way here. Because, I know this matter very well, and I can explain it clearly to you almost without saying anything. There is a big difference between immortal jutsu and ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, this itself is to use the energy in the body, and then, you can quickly release the skills you want to release. However, if this thing is used for a long time, it will lead to insufficient chakra energy in your body, and then you will be defeated by others. As for fairy art, it must be completely different, because this thing can directly absorb the external chakra Nenghuang. Hinata frowned. I still don't quite understand it. I feel that this word is too profound. It is really difficult for me to understand it. Could it be because I'm really too stupid, and it's also because I'm too stupid that I didn't even understand what you said so clearly? Naruto smiled wryly. Let me explain it to you like this. Ordinary ninjutsu generally requires physical energy, plus your spiritual power gathers together, and then exudes a huge craft. However, if you use fairy art, then you will add the energy of the body to the energy of the mind, and you can also add an additional natural energy. This is the convergence of the three, so wouldn't it be possible to directly burst out a very large chakra energy? In this way, your previous strength can be greatly enhanced. After all, chakra created by 2 energies and chakra created by 3 energies, you should know which energy is stronger. Hinata in front of him, after hearing this sentence, suddenly realized the color on his face. So that's what happened, I finally understand now. If this is the case, then I must learn, but what is this external energy? Naruto blinked his eyes. Of course it's in the earth and the sky. Oh, there's no need to keep talking about it now. After all, it's useless to say more. After Naruto finished speaking, he suddenly looked at Fukasaku next to him. Master Fukasaku, I feel that even if you try to explain it, it may be difficult to understand, so I suggest that you best give Hinata a direct test. Fukasaku at this moment, after hearing these words, instantly rolled his eyes at Naruto, with a wry smile on his face. Naruto, aren't you just kidding me on purpose? I'm already old, and you still insist on asking me to do the trial again. Hey, okay, you just continue to squeeze me, this old stubborn. Then how do you think I should test you? Naruto blinked his eyes, pointed to a huge stone next to him, and this huge stone was at least 50 times the size of Fukasaku-sama. Seeing this scene, Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. Just lift this thing directly, as long as you can lift this huge rock directly, I must have great confidence in your personal ability. Fukasaku took a deep breath, and slowly walked directly to the side of the stone, and then quickly gathered the energy of his body. Directly used the magic to absorb the chakra energy from the outside world crazily. At the same time, it gathered together with the energy of Chaskim in his body, creating a very terrifying aura. In an instant, he lifted up the huge toadstone in front of him with both hands. There was a trace of cold sweat on his face, and his gaze gradually became more and more difficult. How about it? This is the fairy power I used after absorbing 1.3 natural energy. Do you feel very powerful? Want to study hard? As soon as this sentence was finished, it was thrown out in an instant. In the end, the whole person sat slumped on the ground, panting heavily in his mouth. There was a strong exhaustion in his eyes, as if this kind of thing had made him feel a little exhausted all over his body. As for Hinata next to him, a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. At most, I just saw Fukasaku-sama and made a gesture of seal. Then he lifted up the huge stone directly, which seems to have nothing to do with fairy art. Because I didn't see other energies appearing. Chapter 158. Naruto shook his head. No, Hinata, you don't see other energies appearing, it's because our strength is lacking. It's precisely because our strength is not strong, and we haven't learned fairy art yet, so we can't sense the natural energy around us. Just now, Fukasaku-sama must have absorbed the natural energy around him, so he was able to lift the stone. Hinata nodded obediently, with a strong look of excitement in her eyes. Wow, if this is the case, if I learn fairy art, then my eyesight will increase exponentially, so I can directly help Naruto. It won't be a vase in the future, so what should I do next? Naruto also looked at Fukasaku curiously. The purpose of his visit this time is to learn the art of immortality. So until now, he is still a little unclear about how to learn fairy art. As for the current Fukasaku, after hearing these words, his eyes instantly became very heavy. The most important thing for you now is to be one with nature first. To put it simply, you have to die first. Now Naruto has thick black lines in his eyes. Master Fukasaku, if you say this, you will be talking too deeply about the topic. Can you explain it to me a little bit simpler, not too complicated? Besides, Hinata and I don't understand very well. If you can explain everything in a simple way now, maybe we can be simpler and clearer. However, if you make things too complicated, the more we listen, the more our scalps will feel numb, and we won't understand what you mean at all. Hinata nodded. Compared to these things, you just tell me what we should do next. He made a deep smile. In fact, compared to these, the most important thing for you is not to move. As long as you can insist on not moving, and then slowly feel the nature with your own heart. In this way, you can flow and harmonize with nature, feel the breath of nature, and gradually you will become stronger. As long as you can calm your mind, then slowly let yourself not move, and then feel the nature. In this way, as long as you can persist, you can feel the existence of natural energy in a short time. Naruto sneered in disdain for an instant. Cut, I thought it would be difficult, but it's just a matter of not moving. This kind of thing doesn't bother me at all. After all, I feel that this is clearly a very normal phenomenon. Immediately after he finished speaking, he sneered very disdainfully, and his eyes were filled with strong calmness. But in front of Fukasaku, his eyes instantly became very dignified. No, no, if you really think this way, you are very wrong. After all, the difficulty of this kind of cultivation can be said to be quite high. Also, you have to remember that the most difficult thing for an animal is to sit still. Naruto's eyes became very complicated in an instant. After all, for an animal like a frog, even if he is kept still for countless days, I am afraid that others can do it. Because this kind of animal itself belongs to this, and he almost understands this clearly in his heart. So until now, he would feel very uneasy in his heart when he suddenly said such words. Hinata beside him, when he heard this sentence, also blinked his eyes. Master Fukasaku, you have always been very smart, and you have a certain ability to judge almost everything you do. As long as it is something you want to do, there is almost nothing that cannot be done, so, you can see if you can find a way to help us this time. At least if you want to sit still, you really need patience. If you don't have 3 or 5 years, it feels like you can't succeed at all. My own words are a little better, because I have enough patience, so this little thing doesn't bother me. But you should also be clear that what Naruto lacks the most is patience, and no matter what he does, he is almost careless. Is there any shortcut to choose? If there is a shortcut to choose, of course it would be great. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he looked at Fukasaku with unusual eagerness. That's right, come up with a shortcut for me. If there is no shortcut, it will be too difficult. He made a wry smile, and pointed to a big toadstone statue behind him with his finger, and in the mouth of the big toadstone statue, there were traces of yellow objects flowing down continuously. There is a toad oil behind this, which is the exclusive energy of our clan. Apply this thing on the arm, and the natural energy will be directly felt by you. Because as long as you smear this thing on it, the natural energy should be able to enter your body through this toad oil. That way you can feel these natural energies. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly, but there was a trace of worry in his eyes. By the way, I shouldn't have too many side effects after I use this thing. I don't want to completely rely on toad oil, so if there is no toad oil in the future, if I can't sense natural energy, then I am dumbfounded. As for Fukasaku in front of him, after hearing these words, he immediately smiled confidently. You can rest assured about this issue as soon as possible. If Zhongbai 033 hadn't guessed, this kind of thing would definitely not have happened. However, if you smear this thing, it is very likely that you will turn yourself into a frog. As for the current Naruto, he quickly retreated back in an instant. I don't want to be a frog, but you've put this stuff on me, so what do I do next? He made a deep smile. Don't worry, the reason why you are turning into a frog now is because you have too much natural energy in your own body. You have to learn to adjust the energy in your body slowly. As long as you calm down the energy in your body a little, then you won't become a frog. Naruto frowned, but still chose to be obedient. Forget it, in order to be able to learn fairy art, I will fight this time. In the end, he quickly adjusted the energy in his body, and the form of the frog disappeared instantly. Wow, this is really good, it seems that this is not difficult at all. Fukasaku shook his head. If it's natural energy that goes through your body thoroughly and covers all the other energies in your body, then you'll just keep turning into a frog. After turning into a frog for a while, it will directly turn into these huge evolutionary stone statues. The reason why there are so many frog stone statues here is because they are all losers. Chapter 159. Although Hinata is a girl and doesn't look fat at all, she has an unusually large appetite. You must know that Naruto was once the king of Ichiraku Ramen, the champion, and he ate dozens of bowls. It's just that most people don't know this secret. With the blessing of fresh meat, Hinata's appetite was greatly increased, and more than half of the fish were eaten by Hinata. Several people chatted while eating. I have another question to ask you, and that is about meteorites. You should also know about it. Fukasaku-sama nodded. Of course I know this, is there any other things or doubts? Of course I have doubts. I just want to know what is so special about this meteorite. Could it be that the Six Paths Immortal artifact was made of these things? Of course, those artifacts were created with the special techniques of El Udeo. But at the beginning, he didn't join the magic power used by immortals. So the artifact he built can be said to absorb too much chakra from the user. Those who can use Six Paths weapons can only be used by those very rare masters. It can be said that the weapons he built cannot be promoted and are not suitable for ordinary ninjas. But if it is built with the power of Xianchu, then its nature will be completely different. Naruto asked curiously. How could it be different? You can understand it as the change of fairy art for everyone's physique. The chakra properties injected into the weapons made by different people will also have special changes in the metal with different systems. So if you want to build a weapon that suits you, you can only make it yourself. Only then will it be able to fully match the attributes of the chakra infused into it and the creator. If the chakra of its own body is too small, the amount of chakra consumed will be correspondingly smaller when the artifact is used. Although the power attribute will be weakened, other attributes will be greatly improved. Naruto nodded. I see, it seems that the plan to build weapons for Hinata can only be done by Hinata herself. Hinata shook her head after hearing this from the side. How is this possible? I have never been exposed to such things as making weapons. If the construction is not good at that time, I am afraid that these precious materials will be wasted. But Fukasaku-sama said. On this point, you can rest assured that I will give you some operational tips before building the weapon. As long as you have mastered some key points of making weapons, then when it is formally built in the future, naturally there will be no problems. Still hesitating, Hinata looked to Naruto for his opinion. Naruto encouraged her. Don't worry, Hinata has me by your side, nothing is impossible. The next thing we need to do is to practice the fairy art first, and then we will naturally know what to do. However, we can only create one piece of equipment here, and we still need to find more metal materials. As for other materials, we can look for them step by step. Over the next few days Naruto and Hinata started to make great strides. Even Fukasaku-sama was amazed by the speed of progress of the two of them. Originally, it took several years of practice, but the two of them only used it for less than 2 weeks, and they have fully mastered the law of using the fairy art. After Naruto inhaled the surrounding magic chakra into his body, 2 orange marks appeared in his eyes. This is a manifestation of opening a new number mode. And his body didn't have any abnormalities, it turned into any frog-like state. This shows that the degree of integration of Naruto and Jinchūriki is very high. But Hinata is a little different. Hinata's double eyelids turned red after turning on Sage mode. When Fukasaku-sama saw this scene, he couldn't help being a little surprised. It's really unbelievable. I didn't expect someone to be able to integrate Sage mode to 100%. Hinata's ability to integrate Sage mode is so high, I really didn't expect it. Naruto asked curiously. Why is there such a change? What if it reaches 100%? This change in color depth can intuitively reflect the content of Jinchūriki chakra stored in Sage mode's body. If Naruto, you can absorb 10,000 natural chakra energy each time. Then Hinata's body contains 7 times as much 1000 tree T cubes as yours, and this crimson color changes that. In the ensuing battles, with the continuous consumption of the magic chakra, the color on the eyelids will gradually fade until it turns orange. In this way, I can also observe the remaining amount of my chakra at any time, which can be said to be very amazing. There is also the most critical point, which is also very important. Fukasaku-sama suddenly became serious, it seems that what he said is very important. Naruto and Hinata looked at Fukasaku-sama very curiously. Under normal practice conditions, if you want to obtain natural energy absorption as chakra, you need to remain motionless and still. This is of course no problem in normal times, but it will become a shortcoming in battle. Once the timing is not good, it is very likely that the opponent will notice it. But people like Ms. Hinata who can achieve a degree of fit, 100%, don't have such worries. In other words, Ms. Hinata can move freely without, no macho, staying still. You can absorb the natural energy chakra in its natural state anytime, anywhere. Really replenish at any time, use the ability of the novice chakra at any time. It can be said that it has achieved the real 100% endless magic chakra. This is also the peak state of the celestial arts created by the great Toad Sage. According to. But Naruto, don't be discouraged. With your ability, you only need a little practice to reach this state. Of course Naruto is very happy about this, after all Hinata can become stronger. It's a good thing for myself. Since you have come to this point, then I should take you to see the legendary meteorite. As for the ability to build, I will naturally teach you one by one. Originally thought that the piece of meteorite would be placed in a very secret place. Chapter 160. Unexpectedly, Fukasaku-sama led the two of them directly to the top of the highest mountain of Mount Maiboku. The height of this mountain is about 1 kilometer above sea level. Standing here you can see all the surrounding scenery. Beyond a small island, there is an endless dark ocean. And the small mountain peaks here have become so outstanding, there are indeed some scenery that are hard to forget. And just above the top of the mountain was a stone table, on which was placed a piece of meteorite. This piece of meteorite has an irregular shape and contains a lot of impurities on the front. Naruto carefully held him in the palm of his hand, and it actually weighed about 20 kilograms. Fukasaku-sama explained. Don't look at the size of this piece of meteorite, but it can absorb all the metal after it melts. After the metal inside melted, it was only about 2 kilograms. Miss Hinata, what kind of weapon do you want to build? Tell me first. Hinata thought for a moment before speaking. I haven't figured out what weapon I want, I think let Naruto choose with me. Naruto said it without hesitation. Then build a long sword, this weapon can be said to be the best. Unexpectedly, Fusako shook his head when he heard it. No, from my point of view, according to Ms. Hinata 713's own abilities and characteristics, common is not suitable for him. Because he majored in Jujutsu and his meticulous control over Chakra. It would be even better if you could make a pair of bracelets. Master Shenzo explained why he chose to create a pair of bracelets. The bracelet can hide itself very well, and as long as it is injected with Chakra, it can form a protective ability and a long-distance offensive ability after being thrown out. This is similar to the Jujutsu 8 trigrams palms practiced by Ms. Hinata. Not only can it have a very good fit, but it can also achieve the unity of offense and defense. Not only can it reach its peak state in the short-range output, but also the long-range support attack is not at a disadvantage. And here we have a pair of blueprints about making a diamond bracelet. There are also some special inscriptions and spells on the blueprints. If they are integrated into one, they will be able to exert the greatest power. Naruto asked. Who drew this drawing? Why have I never heard of such a thing? Does it need to be said? Kfei, appeared in our Mount Maiboku, it must have been drawn by the great Toad Sage himself. Even the weapons created by the original Sage of Six Paths were designed by our great Toad Sage. So Naruto directly took this piece of cloud, and iron rushed to the place where it was going to be forged. In a dilapidated thatched hut on Mount Maiboku, there are some tools for forging. These tools have long been tattered and rusted. It looks like it's been a very long time and no one has moved. Fukasaku-sama pointed to these tools and said. These things were used once when the artifacts of Sage of Six Paths were created thousands of years ago, and they have never been touched until now. I didn't expect him to be ignited again today. Fukasaku-sama directly found the blueprint of the pair of Vajra bracelets from a pile of miscellaneous boxes, and handed it to Hinata. Take a closer look at the diamond bracelet on the drawing, it is very delicately made. The style is not only small and exquisite, but also shiny and golden, which looks very beautiful. This is not a bracelet, it is simply a handicraft and a work of art. Hinata seems to really like this pair of bracelets. I decided to make this pair of bracelets, and they look very beautiful. No one nodded, as long as Hinata liked something, of course he agreed and supported it 100%. Miss Hinata, before that, I have to tell you about the process of building. When crafting, you must use the power of fairy art to fuse with the chakra in your body. Of course, this furnace will be extinguished. There is no fuel in the fire here, so you need to burn your chakra as a source of heat. During forging, your chakra attributes will naturally be integrated into this piece of metal, making it the most suitable weapon for you. Then, under Fukasaku-sama's instructions, Hinata began the process of forging this weapon. The first thing is to completely melt this piece of meteorite and completely remove the impurities inside. After the metals are left behind, they are the raw materials used to make weapons. Although Hinata has never used these things, it is very easy to learn, and it has mastered these various building tools in just one day. And Naruto is also watching and guiding, and learning these things. Hinata in the thatched hut is sweating profusely. Although the process of building is very hard, it is also very happy. Because this is not just as simple as building weapons, but also a recognition of one's own ability. And you can make your favorite weapon, who can refuse such a temptation? In the final stage of weapon formation, Hinata infused a pair of bracelets with magic. Chakra activated the attribute of meteorite. After finally finishing the work, Hinata looked very excited to see the pair of bracelets he had made by himself. This pair of bracelets was not only made by Hinata himself, but also added some chakra attribute prohibitions and formations. Can maximize the power of this bracelet. After seeing this scene, Fukasaku-sama nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Miss Hinata is not only kind and beautiful, but also has a pair of skillful hands. It turned out to be able to create a magic weapon exactly like the blueprint. Hinata's face turned red from the praise. But before that, I would like to explain to you some usage methods and techniques of this bracelet. I can get started quickly when I use it later. Hinata nodded, and listened carefully to Mr. Kamaku's explanation. A weapon that can be made of meteorite can be said to be invincible, so it can use two attack modes. The first one is to inject ordinary self-chakra, which will use ordinary attack mode, which is completely enough for some ninjas with low strength. If you encounter a powerful opponent, you need to inject chakra. At this time, the bracelet will open the strongest form. The amount of chakra it absorbs will be huge, but fortunately you can replenish it in time. Chapter 161. Miss Hinata, in terms of your perfect fit, you can directly replenish the consumed mental chakra from natural energy at any time to achieve a perfect fit. Even the cage-level powerhouses in your ninja world can't withstand this blow at their peak. It can be said that this pair of bracelets is specially made for you. Hinata nodded. Thank you very much, Fukasaku-sama. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't believe it, because at this time Hinata's strength was comparable to his own. But when he got here, Naruto remembered another thing. Didn't it mean that you only need to get a piece of meteorite to know where the next piece of meteorite is hidden? Hinata blurted out. The place where the next piece of meteorite is hidden is in the vast expanse of desert outside Tsunagakura. What is hidden there? How can I find it? How did you know, Hinata? There doesn't seem to be any note-like information left. Hinata explained. When this bracelet was fully formed, the hiding place of the next meteorite naturally appeared in my mind. It seems that the hidden location of the next meteorite will be revealed only after forging it by hand. However, the information given this time is really too vague, it just marked a general place in the desert. Now we don't need to look for that thing, there are still other tasks to do. When we need it in the future, it's not too late for us to go look for it in that desert. Naruto nodded. There's nothing wrong with that. Then let's test it now, what kind of strength this bracelet can exert. It must not be possible at Mount Maiboku, otherwise the whole island would be destroyed. Let's go to the beach and try. After the three came to the beach, Hinata did not turn on Sage mode, but directly used her own chakra in normal form. Put the bracelet on both wrists and immediately chakra will be injected into it automatically. Gather 8 trigrams palms, then gently pinch a palm towards the front of the sea. All of a sudden, a huge wave rose from the surface of the sea. Immediately afterwards, this wave began to move towards the distance, moving rapidly, and getting higher and higher as the distance went. The highest wave reached 100 meters. It's really unbelievable, I didn't expect that such a light palm can exert such great power. Then let's try how powerful the bracelet in Sage mode can explode. So Hinata directly turned on Sage mode, and instantly her eyelids turned into a pair of crimson. At this time, a large amount of mind skills chakra gathered in a pair of bracelets instantly, bursting out an astonishing energy instantly. With Hinata as the center, a huge chakra breath that is clearly visible to the naked eye begins to spread around. Then I saw Hinata started to use 8 trigrams, and slammed a piece towards the sea with his empty palm. In an instant, the entire sea surface was directly divided into 2, and a huge gap directly raised the entire sea surface. Wherever it passed, the seabed of the entire sea surface was exposed. A huge power, even the clouds in the sky were instantly scattered, and the power formed could be comparable to a nuclear bomb. If there was a big mountain standing in front of it, it would probably be razed to the ground immediately. This is too exaggerated. I didn't expect this kind of artifact to have such a powerful power. Hinata retracted the strength of the bracelet, and then also turned off Sage mode. He was also very unbelievable about this, and happily said to Naruto. Naruto, I really didn't expect to be able to improve so much in a short period of time, and I can really accompany you to do tasks by your side in the future. Naruto nodded. Although Hinata's strength is completely different from before. But now he also wants to test how much power he can exert when he turns on the fairy art mode. So he himself directly turned on Sage mode, and directly grabbed his Zangetsu with one hand. The moment he touched Zangetsu, a picture of heaven and earth falling apart appeared in his mind. He immediately knew in his heart that if the knife was pulled out, the power it would cause would be enough to destroy Fang Yuan. All things living things. I didn't expect that Zangetsu, which is infused with Senjutsu Chakra, can be so terrifying. Originally thought that Hinata's strength was comparable to his own, but now it seems that Hinata has also opened the Sage mode and there is still a big gap with himself. Seeking flowers 0. Of course, these words cannot be said directly to Hinata, and he can only hide them in his heart. Naruto knew that the power of his blow was too terrifying, so he simply gave up this test. Hinata and Fukasaku-sama looked at Naruto with some puzzlement. Naruto had to make up a lie. It's just that after turning on Sage mode, the physical fitness has improved, but I still don't feel much about the moves. I'll test it next time, that's all for today. It's not too early now. We have been here for more than a month, and it's time to go back. Fukasaku-sama still wants to keep Naruto, but Naruto does have very important things to do. According to the calculation of the days, the Kingdom of Space may have recovered again, and it is about to attack our Konoha village. I thought I wouldn't be able to go back in time, but now it seems that I still have a chance to fight against the people of Sky Kingdom. You can just test how the results of this practice are. After taking care of everything, Hinata and Naruto went back by boat again. Having nothing to say for a day, after finally returning to Konoha village, the two came to Hokage's office immediately. Tsunade was frowning at this time, not knowing what problem he had encountered. Very happy to see Naruto back. Naruto, you are finally back. What's wrong? Did something happen to Tsunade? I've been investigating the Sky Country matter you mentioned before, but I didn't expect them to actually resurrect and reappear. Now that you've found them, you can just uproot them. Unexpectedly, Tsunade shook his head. If only it were that simple, every time they are found they are thousands of meters above the sky. And each time there are only 1 or 2 ninjas flying at high altitude for reconnaissance. What's the use of killing those 2 scouts? Fortunately, I have now begun to evacuate all residents of Konoha village. Naruto nodded. You did a very good job. Now we have to gather all our forces, and once they launch an airstrike, we have to respond immediately. Chapter 162. When Naruto came back, Tsunade had confidence in his heart. But now that you're back, I feel somewhat at ease. By the way, where have you two been these days? Hinata said from the side. We went to Mount Maiboku to learn Senjutsu, it's as simple as that. Mount Maiboku? Senjutsu? How about now? We're done, Naruto and I have already learned. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? You've only been out for a few months. It is indeed true, Hinata, and I have fully mastered the ability of Great Toad Sage Immortal Art. I came back this time to test against the Kingdom of the Sky and see what step I can do. Tsunade then pulled out a scroll. 367. This is some information detected by Shikamaru, which records the base of Sky Country. There are detailed information on the location of the controlling country and the deployment of troops. Since you're back, Naruto, let's set off immediately today to get rid of this potential safety hazard. Naruto nodded. For him, the land of space is a very huge threat now. After all, once the country of the sky is dedicated, it means that Sheneng has also prepared the super weapons of the country of the sky. Especially the monster with power comparable to that of a tailed beast in the controlling country. But Naruto has other plans of his own. For this operation, as long as I go with Hinata, the rest of you will protect the village. Of course Tsunade disagreed. Tien asked. Why do you have to do this? Wouldn't it be more advantageous for me to send some people to you? Naruto shook his head. This time, I have other things to do when I go to Sky Country, and you will know it when the time comes. If there are many people sent, it is very easy to be discovered by the other party, which is not conducive to my actions. But there's nothing wrong with Tsunade, just trust me this time. Tsunade looked at Naruto's firm eyes, and finally agreed to his request reluctantly. If you need any help, please feel free to contact me, and I will send someone to convey it to you at any time. Now Tsunade, you just need to make room for me in the village lab. After I come back this time, I will bring you something very useful. It will also be a huge change for us at Konoha village. After speaking, Naruto left Konoha village with Hinata directly. According to the reminder in the scroll, the land of the sky is located at the border between the land of fire and the land of birds. It was a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, but because it was at the junction, the population of that place was not large. The two arrived at their destination in just half a day. Naruto and Hinata had just landed on a huge canopy, and began to observe the surrounding environment. Naruto, why do we have to take such a big risk this time? The two of us are tempted. Naruto said to Hinata. Aren't you still worried about your current strength? Hinata hesitated for a while before finally ordering. Although I also know that the ability of Xianzhu is very powerful, but we should be careful when facing unknown enemies. It seems that you still don't have much confidence in fairy art. But you can't blame you for this matter, because there are some things I haven't told you yet. Hinata looked into my eyes. Naruto looked at Hinata seriously and said every word. From now on, I will only tell you a secret that belongs to the two of us, and you must keep it secret for me. Hinata nodded solemnly. As long as it's Naruto, I'll definitely listen to what you say. With Hinata's words, Naruto's heart is naturally very relieved. Because Naruto will hand over part of his affairs to Hinata next, so that the two talents can have a greater tacit understanding. Although this thing will take some risks, but it is worth the money. Once Hinata accepts who he really is or something, then he will definitely do everything in his power to help him. Instead of becoming an outsider like now. However, Naruto will not tell Hinata 100% of his information, but only part of it. What I'm going to tell you is that I can see what's going to happen in the future. Do you believe it? Hinata nodded without any doubts. I trust you, Naruto. All the opponents we are facing now are actually just young people. In the future, we will encounter powerful life forms from other planets. Their name is the Tsutsuki clan, and the Tsutsuki clan is also the ancestor of your Hyuga clan. Ancestors? How is this possible? Naruto knew that it was impossible for Hinata to accept this matter for a while. So he explained patiently. I think you've also heard the legend about the Sage of Six Paths. Of course I know, I grew up listening to this story, but he is just a legend after all. Actually, what I want to tell you is that this is not a legend, but something that actually happened. The mother of the Sage of Six Paths was from the Tsutsuki clan thousands of years ago, and her name was Tsutsuki Kagaya. Tsutsuki Kagaya gave birth to two sons, the ancestor of the current Hyuga clan and the ancestor of the Uchiha clan who owns the Sharingan. During the subsequent historical process, the two families have gradually lost their blood relationship and began to become independent. The reason why your two families have such special eyes is because you have the bloodline boundary of the eyes unique to the Tsutsuki family. Sage of Six Paths is the originator of the entire ninja world, and he also created 9-tailed beasts. Now the 9 tails in me are only one of the 9 powers. 27. You know how powerful the Sage of Six Paths is. Hearing this, Hinata's face was full of disbelief, but it really came out of Naruto's mouth. In Hinata's eyes, whatever Naruto said, he would be very convinced. Still, she had some questions to ask. Since Sage of Six Paths is real, why doesn't he come out to help when the ninja world encounters difficulties? Naruto shook his head helplessly. Although Sage of Six Paths is the ancestor of ninjas, its lifespan is still not very long. Until now, he has been gone for thousands of years. Chapter 163. And the most important point is that if you want to prolong your life, you must use human blood sacrifices to prolong your life. These people would never do that, and the Tsutsuki people are the complete opposite. A family of big animals can wander among the planets to plunder, burn, and kill them, and can use life as a panacea to prolong life. Sooner or later, they will come to our world again, and then it will be the real end of the world. Everything I'm doing now is about confrontation, and it's going to happen in the future. Now do you understand what I'm doing? Although Hinata didn't fully understand it yet, he already felt the huge pressure on Naruto's shoulders at this moment. If you put it that way, this empty country we are facing is indeed vulnerable. That's what I mean. What we're doing these days, it's just small things. But all the 25 things we are facing need to be resolved, otherwise we will not be able to persist until then. In particular, my ultimate goal is to establish an entire country that integrates the military and the government, which is closely related to the strong strength we want to develop in the future. As for the fairy art we practice now, it is the magic weapon that can deal with the Tsutsuki family. Hinata nodded solemnly, her eyes on Naruto. From now on I will listen to your Naruto for everything. That's good. Now we directly turn on Sage mode and transform into the form of perception. Sage mode actually has two forms, namely combat form and perception form. Even ninjas without perception ability can perceive everything around them with a simple switch. It took the two of them less than a minute to completely absorb the natural energy around them and activate Sage mode. In an instant, everything around them can be seen at a glance, and they are completely perceived by the two of them. The originally beautiful place can be seen through as if seen by the eyes. And in a huge mountain range next to the two of them, there is actually hidden the legendary Land of Sky. It was a huge building, extremely large in scale. Naruto sensed the shape of this building carefully and immediately understood what it was. I didn't expect him to hide in such a place. He was a little surprised yesterday, because he didn't expect that the fortress of the Kingdom of the Sky would be so huge. This is the size of the controlling country. I didn't expect this castle to have a huge width of several kilometers. That's natural. The former controlling country is also a very powerful country. Originally his village was called Kanjian Village. If he just developed the economy honestly, it would be nothing. It's just that as the village became more and more powerful, it began to declare war on the surrounding countries and villages. Of course the other countries at that time couldn't bear it anymore, so they united with the 9 most powerful villages at that time to wipe him out. And our Konoha village is also on the list, and this time he is out to avenge us. And the name of the huge fortress hidden in the body in front of him is called Angkor Fortress. It is a huge fortress that can use internal energy to fly into the sky. Once defeated by Konoha village in the Second Ninja World War, the village disappeared. Naruto knew in his heart the horror of this Angkor fortress. Just the power of a condensed cannonball is enough to produce a country. The energy contained in it can gather huge energy outside the fortress to form a huge energy cannon. Its power is comparable to that of a tailed beast bomb. At the same time, the two have already sensed that there are several ninjas hidden in the nearby ravine. Those ninjas all carried some signs of the country of birds. This is actually the territory of the bird country. It seems that the hiding place here has a very huge relationship with the bird country. The kingdom of birds has no sense of existence, and now they have joined forces with the kingdom of the sky. It seems that in this bird country, they also want to use the power of the 5 fortresses to dominate the entire ninja world. Then what to do? Naruto. Let's sneak in quietly and just completely destroy these 5 fortresses. Follow me and move slowly, don't make any noise. Afterwards, the two followed quietly, having sensed a cave, and directly entered the interior of this huge mountain. There are 2 guards just inside the cave, guarding them strictly. After Naruto dealt with them silently, he continued to go deep inside. After walking a distance of less than 200 meters, I have already seen the arrogant hole hidden in the entire body. In order to avoid being discovered by others, Naruto made a hole quietly. Although they are well hidden, under Naruto's powerful perception ability, all personnel activities inside can be seen at a glance. After Naruto and Hinata entered the interior, they quietly settled some heads all the way without making any sound. After going through several bends, I finally came to the very center of the entire fortress, which is a huge inner auditorium. There are many intricate pipes above the hall, and the 433 are quietly lurking in it. Naruto, look, there are a few people down there, as if discussing something. No one looked carefully. Just over 60 meters below his feet, there was an old man and another young man in a black robe. And that old man was Sheneng. That old man is what we are looking for this time, and he is Sheneng. Who is Sheneng? Why have I never heard of it? It is a descendant of the entire Sky Kingdom, and now it has become a powerful ninja, and it belongs to the category of medical ninjas. It was he who was able to repair the entire fortress of Sky Kingdom and mobilized so many soldiers. If we're a few days late, I'm afraid he's going to actually attack Konoha village. Instead of letting them attack us, it's better for us to attack directly ourselves. In Sheneng's hands, there is a special medical treatment called cell activation. I promised Orochimaru before, to get him, now is a good opportunity. Hinata was a little puzzled, so he asked. What do you want cell activation for? Why give Orochimaru that bad guy again? Using cell activation can directly transform a person's body to reach its peak state, which can be said to be very powerful. Chapter 164. Naruto smiled. Orochimaru, to put it bluntly, is a two-sword, although it makes people feel that he is a very smart person, and he has done all kinds of bad things. However, if you think about it carefully, you will find that some of the things he did are actually related to his experiments. And our Konoha village itself lacks some very powerful masters, and Orochimaru is a master among masters. Plus, I have a way to control him, so since he wants cells this time, I will give them to him directly. Hinata blinked. This Sheneng. In fact, if we take a closer look, we feel that he is quite good. It even saved a lot of good people. Could this kind of people really be bad people? Is he really going to attack Konoha village? It doesn't look like it no matter how you look at it. Naruto shook his head. All of this is an illusion, to put it bluntly, it is all his deliberate pretense. If you are deceived by his hometown, I'm afraid you won't even know how you died in the future, so don't trust a person blindly. No matter when it is, you must calm down. If you can't calm down, it may become very troublesome in the end. After finishing speaking, his eyes became very serious in an instant, and he knew that this kind of thing was almost very important to them. But at this moment, the current Hinata looked at the front very puzzled. Look quickly, there is a fog in front, is there anything in this fog? Naruto frowned, and after thinking for a while, he raised his head and looked at Hinata curiously. Hinata, you should be able to sense that there is really a big crisis hidden below. Are you going? If you choose to go, then I can accompany you directly now, but it is very likely that crises and opportunities coexist. This should be the ruins. In this ruins, you will generally encounter some more powerful opponents, so whether you want to go or not is all up to you. But you can rest assured that no matter what kind of danger you encounter, there is still me here, and I will definitely protect you. I'm still very confident in my own strength. At least to protect you, there shouldn't be any big problems. As long as I'm here, I will definitely not hurt you. The current Hinata, after hearing these words, fell into intense contemplation for an instant. Go, it's strange to be in this neighborhood, and we don't have any clues here, why don't we go to the village below to see first? It's not normal to have so much fog in this village. After the two reached an agreement, they immediately ran down quickly. But in this surrounding, it seems that it has always been relatively calm, and in this fog, there is no great danger. Hinata frowned, looking at Naruto beside him very curiously. Naruto, have you noticed that something is wrong? After all, how could there be fog in this surrounding? Naruto thought for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, it's all because of Sheneng. This is very likely the situation created by Sheneng, and it should not be the case under normal circumstances. However, this Sheneng itself controls some cells, and these cells are enough for people to evolve or enter the illusion. So I suspect that Sheneng's injection of cells into the human body turns people into a terrifying monster, and some fog will be produced around the monster. But all of this is guesswork at best, but this Sheneng is really bad. On Hinata's face, there was a strong shock. She never thought that this kind of situation would happen. If it were like this, then it would be too terrifying. At this time, the two searched back and forth, but they saw an entrance in front of them. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then said softly, "Let's go, let's take a look inside the cave, maybe there will be something we need now." But just after entering it, I found that the room was completely pitch black. Hinata smiled wryly. "Naruto, is such a big place, how should we find it? I'm afraid even if it is abolished, our brains can't find it at all, because the opponent itself is a bit powerful." At this moment Naruto immediately used the magic chakra. I will now use my mental state to check the surrounding situation. After using the mental state, I saw Sheneng not far away. And this Sheneng has been sitting in the middle of the hall, and there is a very strange formation in front of him. Below this strange formation, there is a huge circle, and some supernatural light is exuding from this circle. Naruto saw everything in it, and there was a sudden realization on his face. "Come on, follow me. After all, I already know where Sheneng is, but I saw some boxes in a room next to him. Don't we have too many things to do now? Let's get these boxes first. No one knows what these boxes are. As long as we can get these boxes first, we will know what their next goal is, and the most important thing is to see what's inside the boxes." Dazhao. Hinata nodded obediently. "Naruto, since you have checked the place clearly, you can lead the way." At this time, the two of them also reached a mutual agreement, and then they moved forward very slowly for a few minutes. It didn't take long to enter a room. And in this room, I saw a lot of boxes, but these boxes looked very weird. Naruto frowned. This shouldn't be the key point, it's just in the outer space, and it's also an outer box, the real boxes are still inside. The most important thing for us now is to go inside first, and only after reaching the inside can we possibly get what we need. Hinata nodded, and the two of them moved forward slowly. Chapter 165. There is a very strong safe in that place, so you don't need to guess, there must be something you want to find there. Along the way, the two carefully passed through various channels, and finally came to the outside of the room. Inside the entire fortress, each passage is very narrow, while other places are various giant gear mechanical structures. In other words, the internal structure of the entire fortress, in addition to stones, also has a large number of metal parts. And in front of the door in front of it is a very thick and huge metal door. Naruto stepped forward and knocked lightly with his hand, but did not find any sound. Obviously this metal door is very thick. Damn, this thing must be at least half a meter thick, it's too thick. It seems that if you want to destroy it, you have to use some huge sounds and movements. In this way, we will have very little time left, otherwise you will be found by other pursuers. At this moment, Hinata suddenly said. Perhaps I have a way of making no noise. Let me try it out. Naruto looked at Hinata in surprise, and Hinata rolled his eyes instantly. All the mechanical structures inside the entire metal door can be seen at a glance. The next thing to see is Hinata placing her finger directly in the keyhole light. Immortal Chakra penetrated directly into the internal mechanical structure along Hinata's fingers, like some solid matter. Naruto was very surprised. He had never seen Hinata before, and he would do this trick? Hinata, you are amazing, how did you do it? Hinata explained. This is a special way of cultivation of our Hyuga clan. Dedicated to the control method for delicate chakra. It's just that when we practice, we can only see the flow of chakra, but we can't materialize it. Now with the blessing of Jinchūriki chakra, I can precisely control these chakra to make them into reality. That is to say, I can directly disturb the internal mechanical structure to achieve the purpose of unlocking. For this trick, Naruto really never thought of it. Your trick is really powerful. Wouldn't it be very good if you used it to steal things? Hinata rolled her eyes helplessly. Looking at what you said, it seems that the two of us are like thieves. But having said that, the two of us seem to be thieves now. Ha ha ha. But even if you are a thief, you are still being a good thief. Who says you can't be a good thief? While talking, I only heard the internal mechanical structure start to operate, and it was fully opened in less than a minute. During the whole process, there was only a slight friction sound of the internal mechanical structure, other than that, there was no other movement. When the two pushed open the heavy metal door, the guest saw that it was full of things inside. The biggest thing that catches the eye is a huge metal safe. This metal safe is too big, it's as tall as a person. But there are so many scrolls and books on both sides, what are they for? On both sides of the safe, there are 2 rows of huge bookshelves that are densely packed with various scrolls and books. I left the task of opening this safe to you yesterday. Let me see what good things are on these shelves. Leave everything to me, Naruto. So Hinata began to delve into the huge safe in front of him. And Naruto carefully looked up what are these scrolls? When one of the scroll pages was opened, a forbidden technique exclusive sign was written on it. It turned out to be some scrolls of forbidden technique. There are at least hundreds of such scrolls in this warehouse, and each one is different. I really don't know when this sky country got so many things. But now these things will be destroyed sooner or later anyway, so it's better to take advantage of me. So Naruto began to search carefully, stuffing all the useful things into his backpack. At this moment, Naruto suddenly sensed that Sheneng in the whole hall started to make some movements. Hinata, move fast, we're going to other things now. Opened. As soon as the words fell, Hinata had already opened the huge safe. Sure enough, there was a very delicate dense scroll inside the safe. Naruto stuffed the scroll into his arms without saying a word, and then took Hinata directly to the hall of the entire fortress. At this time, Sheneng was about to leave the hall, as if he was about to do something. Naruto took Hinata and quietly came behind Sheneng. Who? Sheneng seemed to have noticed that someone was there in the shadows, so he immediately scolded. Naruto was immediately visible and came out of the corner. You are Sheneng, right? The master of this empty country. Sheneng was very surprised when he saw Naruto. Who are you? How did you sneak in? I'm the one to end all of this. You really don't think you can destroy our Konoha village with just your fortress? Sheneng widened his eyes. Are you a ninja from Konoha village? How did you find this place? Naruto looked at Shenlong in front of him coldly and said. You don't need to worry about this kind of thing. I came here today to get rid of you. Humph. Where did you come from, the brat? You're talking so shamelessly in front of me. Since you can come here, it means that you are quite capable. But now that you are in my territory, it's not your turn to come here to decide what to say. After speaking, Shen Nong stepped forward to catch Naruto. Naruto stood where he was and didn't make a move. Instead, Hinata at the side directly hit 8 trigram's palms and sent the opponent flying out and fell heavily on the wall. Why didn't Sheneng expect that he would be blown away by a little girl in front of him? At this moment, a heart-piercing roar came from the huge hall above the head. Huge stones fell directly from above. Naruto and Hinata dodged immediately, only to see a large amount of dust splashing up directly after the stone fell. At the same time, a black thing also drilled out of the hole above. Naruto saw it very clearly. This guy is the secret weapon of the Sky Kingdom Zero-Tailed Beast. It is impossible to verify the origin of this thing called number Zero-Tailed Beast. Chapter 166. After walking for about 4 or 5 minutes, I suddenly saw a man appearing in front of me. The man's eyes were red, and Naruto quickly pulled Hinata behind him. He looked at the man in front of him very seriously. Who are you? But the man said very slowly, you should be Uzumaki Naruto. I have to say, you are unlucky to meet me. After my birth this time, I will grow infinitely, and at the same time, I also plan to make this world be swallowed up by darkness. Everything here belongs to my dark territory, so you can appoint now. No matter how you run, it is absolutely impossible to run. Naruto's complexion became extremely ugly in an instant, and some of them couldn't figure out who the other party was. At this time, Hinata felt very irritable in an instant. Naruto, this guy can be seen as belonging to the enemy at a glance. I'll go test his strength now. As soon as the voice fell, he could rush up immediately, but just as he rushed up, he suddenly saw the man in front of him and waved his hand gently. Hinata was knocked back in an instant, fell directly to the ground, and fainted. Naruto's face instantly became very ugly. Damn it, UBD, how dare you do anything to Hinata? The man in front of him suddenly had bursts of mist, and after the mist cleared, his whole body directly turned into a huge red snake. There are also 4 feathers in the head of the red snake, and even the face belongs to the snake head. No matter how you look at him now, he looks very powerful, and the 4 feathers turned into 4 hands in a blink of an eye, wrapping around Naruto's body directly. Naruto's face instantly became very ugly. At this moment, the red in front of her eyes suddenly began to smile sinisterly, with a trace of pimples showing from the corners of her mouth. Oh, I didn't expect that there is such a terrifying guy hidden in your body. It seems that I really underestimated you before. I thought you were very powerful before, but now it seems that you are more powerful than I thought. The one among them is stronger. After saying this, there was a trace of sneer in an instant. After all, this guy was nothing special to them at all. Since you have such terrifying energy in your body, why don't you directly release the terrifying existence in your body? If you release it, then you will become stronger, but since you don't want to release it now, then just leave it to me. I like these energies. Naruto's face became very ugly. He didn't expect this huge red snake to be so strong. This made his face instantly full of strong unwillingness, and he has always belonged to the spirit of not admitting defeat. If this is the case, then I will naturally let you know what strength is, and let you see what real power is. After saying this sentence, he quickly grabbed his fist in an instant. Raise Nan. I only saw this huge Raise Nan hit Red Snake in the blink of an eye, and found that the opponent had become fragmented in an instant. The surrounding fog also disappeared in a blink of an eye. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Hoo, I've already felt that there is something wrong with this powerful energy. Sure enough, my guess is right. At this time, Hinata also woke up in a daze. Naruto, sorry, this is your burden, and it doesn't help you. Naruto smiled. No matter what, you have actually helped me this time. If it weren't for the striker you played, I wouldn't be able to detect the opponent's strength. Okay, let's stop worrying so much now, and find Sheneng quickly. This guy is hiding deep enough, and his current form may be stronger than we imagined. When you see Sheneng, you must pay attention to keeping a distance from him. This guy is a bit scary. And, do you think I don't know? You didn't use all your strength, you just hid your own strength. If you really want to make a move, I will let you wait for the next chance to fight. After Naruto finished speaking to Hinata, he quickly ran into a room, which was exactly where he knew Sheneng was before. Sheneng smiled when he saw the two of them. Asking for flowers. I didn't expect you two little fellows to run quite fast, and to be able to find out where I am so quickly. But even if you two attack me together, you won't be able to defeat me at all. You have always hidden a very powerful force in your body, you can give this force to me. Naruto smiled coldly. You're daydreaming. After saying this, he turned his head and looked at Hinata beside him. Don't use that power unless you have to. It's our trump card, and then attack after identifying his weakness. Hinata nodded, of course he understands that what this sentence is talking about belongs to Sage Mode. If this trick is not a last resort, it will definitely not be used. 0. But the current Naruto, at best, is in an ordinary form. This ordinary form, hitting Sheneng, seems to be unable to cause the slightest damage to Sheneng. He even felt that his strength belonged to some invincible, and if he was hit in the face, it would only take 2 seconds for him to recover directly and quickly. Now Sheneng couldn't help but sneered. All your attacks don't have much effect on me, but mine is a bit cruel to you. After saying this, he punched Naruto directly in the chest, and Naruto was sent flying in an instant. Your Konoha village will be destroyed sooner or later. After I finish you off completely, your Konoha village will be next. Naruto's complexion became very ugly in an instant, and he couldn't accept the other party at all. He would say such a thing, which made him feel that there was an extreme anger in his heart. In an instant, he saw his right hand stretching out slowly, wanting to directly use a very terrifying energy to directly defeat the opponent. But at this moment, Hinata came out. Naruto, let me do it this time, I almost already know the opponent's weakness. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Okay, since you have already said so, then this time I will leave it to you, I believe in your strength too. Chapter 167. Hinata. Come on. You can do it. As soon as the words fell, the tailed beast bomb and the fairy art gentle fist big ball raise nan were also thrown out at the same time. In an instant, the two moves that gathered huge energy collided, and almost in an instant, Hinata's raise nan directly devoured the tailed beast bomb. Then Vice Admiral wrapped it up with the astonishment of the zero-tailed beast. Almost in an instant, the number zero-tailed beast was also involved by raise nan, and the whole person was directly taken away. The gentle fist raise nan flew close to the ground for several kilometers like an intercontinental missile, and then changed its flight direction instantly. Draw a beautiful arc towards the sky and go straight to the sky. 10 seconds later, it exploded at the edge of the atmosphere. A huge ball of fire instantly dyed the entire sky red, and the wind force brought by the shock wave of the explosion blew the sand and stones on the ground into the air. After a while, the whole world finally calmed down at 2:30. Naruto immediately came to Hinata's side and looked at her excitedly. Hinata. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Hinata also nodded. I didn't expect it either. But it seems that there are too many chakra gathered just now. The explosion just now won't affect other people. It's okay, no one lives around here at all. Look there! Naruto looked at a figure lying on the ground in the smoke not far away. That turned out to be Sheneng. But he was already in a half-dead state. Naruto came to Sheneng and looked at him coldly. I didn't expect you to escape under such circumstances. The moment the zero-tailed beast was hit, you got out of that shell and ran for your life. It seems that the so-called zero-tailed beast is just your puppet. Sheneng was covered in blood, and his mouth kept bleeding. He also wants to use the ability of cell activation to restore his body, but now his body has already reached its limit. There is simply no way to get back to health again. But he was still not reconciled, his eyes fixed on Naruto. I didn't expect that I would be defeated by a little girl. I really can't be reconciled. Shen-nong. You do have some skills, but it's a pity that you took the wrong path. It would be great if you could cooperate with me obediently, and you wouldn't end up like this. Is there anything else you want to say? Shen-nong looked at Naruto in disbelief. How is this possible? How did you defeat the zero-tailed beast? It is impossible for ordinary Chakra to harm it. Naruto looked at the dying Sheneng coldly, without the slightest pity in his eyes. That's because you don't know that there is something called fairy art. Shen-nong was dumbfounded when he heard the word Xianchu, and murmured. Immortal art. Immortal art. But isn't this something only in legends? How could it be true? Ha ha ha. I thought you were so powerful, Sheneng, but I didn't expect that you didn't even know the magic of immortality. I really think highly of you. Sheneng spat out a mouthful of bloodline again because of his excitement, but he still murmured. I can't believe that I was defeated by this kind of thing. Sheneng screamed crazily, extremely excited. But no matter how he struggles, his fate has long been doomed. I'm just curious that people like you, Sheneng, want to challenge the authority of our Konoha village. The fate you recorded today is entirely your own fault, and you can't blame others at all. After speaking, Naruto directly stabbed Shen-nong's heart and ended Shen-nong's life. After Sheneng was dealt with, it was the underground fortress. After all, that was the most important secret weapon experiment base. This kind of thing stays in the world forever, just a scourge. If you want to keep this thing in this world, then the people of Bird Country will definitely find a way to use it again. Instead of letting them take advantage of it later, it is better to completely kill this sign now. The next thing to do is very simple. Just one raise nan is enough to completely destroy the entire fortress. After doing all this, Naruto took Hinata directly back to the village. But this time Naruto did not go directly to the Hokage office, but returned to his home with Hinata. Hinata asked a little puzzled. Naruto, why don't we go to the Hokage office? Naruto said to Hinata mysteriously. Of course, it's to show you something good, you'll know when you come with me. Hinata's face was a little red, he didn't know what kind of medicine Naruto's gourd was selling. After entering the room, Naruto directly took out those special scrolls from his body. These scrolls were obtained from the fortress before. And every scroll is carefully selected by Naruto. Although the outside is a little whitish, the inside is still like new after opening it. Driven by curiosity, Naruto saw the 5 flowers 8 gate, which was recorded in it. There are a lot of ninjutsu practice methods and spells to seal formations. Hinata asked in surprise. Where did you get these things? These were all found in that fortress, and they are top-level core secrets. It records some powerful forbidden techniques and some magic circles in this world. I think it can come in handy, but I don't know if it can play a role at critical moments. What pleased Naruto the most is that there are actually many secret arts that have been lost in ancient times. But what makes others the happiest is that they have got something about activated cells. Naruto, since you want to build a country that integrates the military and the government, the direction is very good, but we are still too young now. What's more, we haven't graduated yet. Naruto disagreed, he said to Hinata. Age is just one of the constraints, but it doesn't represent all. 1.3. With the strength of the two of us, there is no need for such things as schools. Schools are only for the purpose of selecting outstanding people among ordinary people. It is just a screening measure. How can your life be wasted time and life in a place like school? Now I have obtained the research scroll on cell activation. If this research can be carried forward, then maybe we can build our entire Konoha village army. I've been wondering whether to give this research to Tsunade. Hinata asked suspiciously. Why do you think so? Wouldn't it be better to leave it to Master Tsunade? Because there is only one copy of this scroll, if it is given to Tsunade, Orochimaru will not be able to use it. Chapter 168. Compared to Tsunade and Orochimaru, I believe Orochimaru is more advanced in science and technology. Only the embassy can put this research into practice on a large scale as quickly as possible. Hinata didn't quite understand, she said to Naruto. But this Orochimaru is out of his mind, if it is left to him. If it is used for research in other directions, wouldn't it be a huge threat to us? Just relocate all of Orochimaru's bases so that he can be under my surveillance. Instead of giving each of them a piece of research, it is better to let the two of them cooperate directly. As long as Tsunade looks at Orochimaru, there will be nothing wrong with this guy. Yes, that's it. But this time, Naruto can't beat this time of action. Naruto didn't intend to take Hinata with him, but gave her a mission. What mission? You go and find 25 Xiao Sakura and Kairin, I have something to arrange for the two of them. Without any hesitation, Hinata immediately agreed to my request and left directly. Then Naruto found Orochimaru's base as quickly as possible, where he saw Orochimaru moving something. After seeing Naruto coming, the embassy immediately greeted him with a smile. I guessed that you would come back so soon, so I packed and equipped these things in advance. Sure enough, right next to Orochimaru's base, rows of horse-drawn carriages had already started to set off. And Sasuke was standing aside, watching them quietly. I said you, Orochimaru, thought too soon. Are you following me secretly, or are you a roundworm in my stomach? How did you know I was coming? Orochimaru said. It's just a special feeling, I don't know what's going on, but how could I follow you? Even if I want to follow, I don't have the strength, right? Stop kidding me, Orochimaru. This time, the purpose of my coming to you is very clear. The transaction between the two of us has been completed, and I have brought you what you want. After the masters heard it, their eyes lit up. It can't be true, could it be that you really brought the activated cell? That's natural. Of course Naruto said, means what I say. Hearing this sentence, Dashiwen suddenly seemed to think of something, so he asked. If I'm not mistaken, the violent explosion that happened in the sky not long ago was caused by you. Naruto did not refute, but told Orochimaru truthfully. That's natural. That battle was specifically aimed at Chenin of the Kingdom of the Sky. Now the Valley of the Sky is completely destroyed, and I got this thing from them. After collecting it, Naruto threw the scroll in his hand directly in front of Orochimaru. After Orochimaru passed the scroll, he carefully held it in his palm as if he had found a treasure. Orochimaru, it's too early for you to be happy. If you want to research what's inside, I'm afraid you'll have to spend some time. However, I have one request for you, that is, you must move to the base provided by Konoha village as soon as possible. And you have to find a way to upgrade the weapons in my arsenal for me. Orochimaru readily agreed. That's natural. As long as I can master the ability to activate cells, then my research will be greatly improved. As for the weapon upgrades you mentioned, it's just a piece of cake for me. Naruto still agrees with this point very much. After all, Orochimaru's technical strength is not comparable to that of ordinary people. In addition, I have another point to tell you, that is to find a way to gather all the genin in the village. Do you want to gradually make them familiar with these upgraded firearms? However, this matter must be carried out in secret, and it must not be noticed by other people in the village outside," Orochimaru assured, patting his chest. "As for this matter, it is enough for you to leave it to me." At this time, Naruto told Orochimaru about his other arrangement. "For this cell activation study, you have to work with Tsunade." Hearing this sentence, Orochimaru froze on the spot. "Why does it have to be like this? Don't you know that Tsunade and I have always been at odds? If Tsunade is allowed to cooperate with me, I'm afraid there will definitely be disagreements on this matter. And Tsunade's violent temper is beyond my control. If he wants to do something, I can't stop him at all." Naruto couldn't help feeling a little amused. "Tell me about you, Orochimaru, who usually looks very majestic. Why are you afraid of Tsunade?" The big snake king resignedly vomited bitterness to Naruto. "It's a long time to talk about it. When Tsunade and I were in the same team, he always bullied me and Jiraiya. Of course, when I usually bully Jiraiya, I am indifferent. 560. And on weekdays, I don't take the initiative to provoke Tsunade, but Tsunade usually doesn't like me. If she catches me offending him, he will have to beat me to death. And some things that happened before did offend Tsunade. Now you put the two of us together to do research, doesn't that make us deliberately conflict?" Naruto said to Orochimaru. "You don't have to worry about that at all, I'll speak to Tsunade alone. And I think it's for the two of you to use your best skills to study cell activation. If the ability to activate cells can be fully promoted, then the strength of each of us will be greatly improved. Once the research is successful, I will officially launch the launch plan for my military political integration country. Don't you wish that day would come sooner?" Hearing this, Orochimaru was immediately interested. "Is this true? I didn't expect you to be ready to take action so soon. I'm really looking forward to this day. As long as I have your words, I will definitely work harder to study and strive to fully promote the ability in this area." But before that, Naruto still has some things to tell Orochimaru. Chapter 169. It would be best if the cells could be activated and this thing could be applied to every ninja. But there must be enough experiments before the actual promotion, and there must be no side effects, understand? Orochimaru guarantees. Although you don't trust me in Orochimaru's character, you must trust me in Orochimaru's sense of responsibility for the technical aspects of scientific research. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Your words are enough. But are all these people who are with you going? Naruto looked around and found that Orochimaru's men numbered at least a few hundred. If they all reach Konoha village, it will definitely cause panic in some villagers. You can only bring a few people who are close to you, as for the others, you can dismiss them all. Of course, Orochimaru also understands the truth very well. I have already thought about this point, I just need to bring a few personal people around me. One of them is that Yakushi Kabuto has to be by my side, he can be said to be my apprentice. He has learned almost all my skills, and he is a rare assistant by my side. In addition, Kongwu and Shuiyu must be brought with me. As for the others, they are optional, but they are just handy men. After arranging everything, Naruto came directly to Sasuke. Sasuke still has that aloof look, but now he has an extra long knife by his side. This accessory knife is the long knife that Sasuke has been using ever since. Although I don't know what material it is made of, but this long knife is sharp on the first level. For Sasuke, this long knife can be said to be very handy. It's been a long time, Sasuke, how are you studying with Orochimaru now? Just like that, I thought Orochimaru would teach me something good, but he just gave me a knife. Until now, I have only taught some basic ways of using swords. This is actually expected by Naruto, because with Sasuke's current physique, it is impossible to learn too fast. Otherwise, his physique will not be able to keep up, and it will only make him overworked. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to grow up quickly, unless God has the magic of immortality. There is nothing actually wrong with Orochimaru's arrangement. It's just that if you really want to cultivate at this speed, I'm afraid Sasuke's strength is far behind his own. So Naruto said to Sasuke. Sasuke, do you want to grow up faster? Of course I want to. This has always been the goal I've been pursuing. What can you do? Naruto. Naruto approached Sasuke's ear mysteriously, and whispered to him. Of course there is a way, but the process is a bit difficult. Because you need to tell Orochimaru personally, after all, the place you want to go is Rika Cave, where the legendary White Snake Immortal is located. Sasuke looked at Naruto with some surprise. Do you mean to let me learn fairy arts? Yes, that's what I mean, and you have to go with Orochimaru, because only Orochimaru can find that place. The description of Rika Cave in the ninja world is actually very vague. And even in the Boruto legend, it was a mistake to enter the place about Rika Cave. So Naruto really doesn't know where that place is. But judging from the current situation, the only place where he can be found is Orochimaru. So Naruto immediately called Orochimaru over. When I heard about the location of Rika Cave, the embassy was also very confused. Then it turned into a helpless smile. Ha 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 Naruto, you think too highly of me. I've been looking for places like Rika Cave, but so far I haven't found any clues. If my god-tier player had really found it long ago, my current strength would not be what it is now. I'm afraid the snakeskin has already degenerated into a dragon. Of course Naruto knew that Orochimaru was not lying. The purpose of his calling Orochimaru was to guide it out of all the possible locations. I trust you, Orochimaru, on this point, but can you mark the location of the Rika Cave you were looking for? Or where it's likely to be? At this moment, Orochimaru suddenly became hesitant. Naruto saw right through what Orochimaru was thinking. Because places like Rika Cave can be said to be very hidden, and many people want to go to that place to learn fairy arts. And if Orochimaru handed over the previously collected information to others for nothing, then he would definitely not be happy. Especially in the case that he has not yet learned the art of immortality. So Naruto said patiently after seeing through his mind. Orochimaru, I know what you're thinking, but what you were worrying about before is completely unnecessary. My purpose this time is very simple, it is to let Sasuke learn the art of immortality. And this time only the two of you are going, I will definitely not follow. Orochimaru looked at Naruto suspiciously. Don't you want to practice immortality? Naruto shook his head. I have learned the Great Toad Sage's fairy art now, and I am not interested in other fairy arts. As long as you sort out all the information you collected before, you will definitely be able to find that place. Naruto, when did you, Lee does, learn the Great Toad Immortal Art? Just in the past 2 months? What's wrong? You actually learned the Great Toad Immortal technique in just 1 or 2 months, it's simply incredible. You're the greatest genius I've ever met. It seems that I, Orochimaru, followed you on the right path. You Orochimaru don't even think about flattering, let's go. Orochimaru's large army took all the scientific instruments and equipment, and set off towards Konoha village. It's just that this time Naruto chose a direction to go directly towards the back mountain. The purpose is to prevent other people in the village from seeing this scene. Otherwise, it will definitely cause panic. Because these goods were too much and too heavy, they walked for several days before finally arriving in the forest behind Konoha village. Chapter 170. Orochimaru looked at Naruto very curiously. What about Hinata? If I remember correctly, that little girl has always been by your side. I'm very worried that you will be in danger, so he usually chooses to follow you. Naruto gave Orochimaru a blank look. This matter doesn't seem to have much to do with you, so don't mess around. But your voice is indeed quite eerie, no wonder so many people are afraid. Orochimaru also felt very speechless. What can I do about it? This kind of voice is natural. Even if I want to change my voice, I can't do it at all. However, you are considered a genius. It's fine to learn the fairy art in a short period of time, but you can actually let Hinata learn the fairy art. It seems that I did not make any mistakes in choosing to follow you. After all, it can almost be judged from your current operations that you are a person of great luck." Naruto gave Orochimaru a blank look. "You still believe this?" Orochimaru smiled. Of course, he didn't just believe in this, but because as long as he was with Naruto, he found that many people would improve greatly. And this guy has always belonged to the great luck. Many times, it is obviously a situation where 847 must die, but he can always survive directly. After a while, finally arrived at the destination, Naruto pointed to the cave in front of him. "This is where you live from now on." Orochimaru's eyes widened in an instant, and he looked around carefully. "You mean to let me live here? No matter how you look at it, it looks like a barren mountain, right? And it has always been so empty. Under such an empty situation, there are no professionals around, but you choose to let me live here, isn't it a bit inappropriate?" Naruto looked directly at the other party with helpless eyes. "There's nothing you can do about it. After all, if you appear in Konoha village, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of panic. Have you forgotten what you did? To put it bluntly, you are still to blame. And now you are within the scope of Konoha village. If there is anything, you can let your subordinates come to me quickly. As for the outside, it does look rather desolate, but the interior is very spacious, and how fetch should be designed is entirely up to you. No matter how you say it, it's just that you have been involved in some laboratories. At that time, you can make it more advanced." Orochimaru gave Naruto a blank look. "Forget it, as long as it's a place. Anyway, I'm just a street mouse now, no matter where I am, everyone will shout and beat me, and only you are willing to take me in." At this time, I suddenly saw Hinata and ran over in a hurry. "Phew, Naruto, I've already notified a few of them, and it shouldn't take long for them to come over." Orochimaru looked at Hinata with very strange eyes. "Others are either very surprised or frightened when they see me. Don't you get scared when you see me?" Hinata blinked. "Naruto has told me before that you have to follow him, so I must have made some mental preparations in advance, and naturally I won't be afraid. Welcome Uncle Orochimaru to Konoha village." Orochimaru smiled awkwardly, at the same time he lost his self-confidence a little bit. Didn't he feel that his appearance was not scary anymore? Can't even scare girls? This is too exaggerated. This made him gradually, slightly disappointed in his heart. "Hey, okay, if that's the case, then I'll design my laboratory well. Afterwards, if you have anything to do, you can come to me directly. Anyway, my laboratory itself is relatively close. It will be very convenient for us to communicate with each other, and we can quickly get in touch almost in the blink of an eye." Naruto suddenly looked at Hinata with curious eyes. "Hinata, when are they coming?" Hinata thought for a moment, maybe a few minutes. "But, Naruto, why did you call them all of a sudden? Can you be a little bit more secret? After all, I am also very curious about this kind of thing." Naruto smiled. "Of course I am preparing to greatly increase the capabilities of our team, so I am going to let them learn to get out of bed. Of course, there is no way to teach them the fairy art we have learned. We have no ability to teach this thing. But Orochimaru can, because he has some news. If he is willing to announce the news, I believe that we will all be able to reach our destination soon." Orochimaru's eyes instantly became very complicated. "Naruto, you are clearly planning to squeeze me out. This piece of news itself is very important to me, and it was only after a long time of research that I managed to come up with it. I originally wanted to study by myself, but if you announce it, how many places will I be in?" Naruto smiled. "Helping Sasuke alone is helping, but helping 4 or 5 people is also helping. You should understand this in your heart, and the more people you help, the better they will remember you. In the future, it will become easier and easier for you to integrate into the big family of Konoha village, so in general, I am doing this for your own good. Hinata stood by, blinking her eyes cutely. For some reason, he always felt that Naruto was giving the other party a ecstasy soup. But he didn't have any evidence at all, so he didn't dare to talk nonsense at all. He could only stay by the side honestly, pretending that he didn't understand anything. The current Orochimaru also shook his head helplessly. Hey, anyway, I have already promised you this matter. Since it is something that has been promised to you, it is definitely impossible for me to go back on my word now. According to your personality, it is absolutely impossible for me to go back on my word. Let's just have a few people. Anyway, the end result will be the same, and because there is no need to be stubborn with you, it will only appear more boring. But why haven't those guys come here? Don't they know? My patience itself is limited. Chapter 171. Now that I am Hokage, I can give you enough protection, as long as you don't do anything wrong in the future. Cooperate well with me, and when the time is right, I will give you a legal identity. In the future, you can do whatever you like, but remember that you must never break the law again. Isn't that too much of an offer? That's exactly what my master Maru wants. Next, Naruto gave some plans of his own to Orochimaru and Tsunade. The first step is to fully develop the technology of cell activation. The second step is about the transformation of firearms in your arsenal. It would be the best if the firepower of these firearms could be raised to another level. Another point is that no one wants to make ninja tools invented by Borutoden at that time. As long as there are enough ideas, with Orochimaru's ability, those things can be created in advance. For example, among those functional ninja tools, Naruto is most obsessed with outdoor ninja tools and miniature scrolls. After all, there will be many types of scrolls that you can carry on your body without you drawing them. Compared with before, each scroll will take up a lot of space on the body. After miniaturizing the scroll, it will be able to increase the space storage rate by dozens of times. When Naruto told Orochimaru what he thought, Raven felt a little unbelievable at the time. How come I didn't think of miniaturizing the scroll before? Naruto, you are a genius. After the construction of my base is completed, I will make the first scroll of this kind, and everyone in our village will be able to distribute it. But I'm a little puzzled, what are these mini scrolls for? Will it have a smaller storage capacity? In fact, it is normal for Orochimaru to have doubts about this. After all, these things are too advanced for Orochimaru and Tsunade. And not only that, but it was too advanced. So Naruto had to explain to them. Then let me give you a popular science, and you must listen clearly. Although this mini scroll is 10 times smaller in size, it still has quite a bit of capacity. It can be 100% the same as the capacity of ordinary scrolls. As for the capacity problem you think about, it's not a problem at all. Orochimaru nodded. But what materials do we need to make this scroll? The current scroll material can't do it at all. After all, if Chakra is injected into the scroll, it can't bear it at all. Naruto has already thought about this. After all, if the volume is reduced, the material needs to be stronger. Judging from the material tolerance range of ordinary scrolls today, it is simply unbearable. Orochimaru, you're on the right track. You are indeed a scientist, so I asked you to come here this time to ask you to solve this material problem by yourself. If I can do everything myself, what will you do? Orochimaru laughed helplessly. Haha. Naruto, you are really an expert at employing people, and even this has been calculated by you. You Orochimaru, I don't know if you are praising me or putting me down. Of course it's a compliment, Naruto. I, Orochimaru, don't have the guts to go against you. Just because of your advanced thinking ability, it can be said that there is no one before or after. Why is my big snake following the right person? Naruto couldn't be bothered to listen to Orochimaru giving himself a high hat, so he set his sights on Tsunade. Tsunade, then I will leave things here to you. Keep an eye on this Orochimaru. Don't worry, with me here in Orochimaru, I will never dare to make trouble. At this time, Hinata rushed over with little Sakura and Karin. Naruto. I rushed over as soon as you came back, how is it going? Everything is fine. At this time, little Sakura saw that Orochimaru was also here, and felt a little scared in her heart. After all, what happened before is still unforgettable. Orochimaru didn't have a good image in everyone's mind. Naruto. Why is Orochimaru here? What are you doing here? Little Sakura was very puzzled when she saw that Orochimaru was carrying some things with his large troops. Naruto pointed to those who were loading and unloading and said, "A base is going to be built here, dedicated to researching things. Ask for flowers. Sakura, this time I brought you and Karin so that you can practice with Sasuke here." Little Sakura and Karin immediately became energetic when they heard Sasuke's name. Where is Sasuke? Where is it? Keikono at the side immediately began to perceive, and instantly locked on to Sasuke who was dozing off at the side. Because Sasuke was right behind a big tree, the two didn't notice it just now. Karin's obsession with Sasuke is very strong, and immediately after she found Sasuke, she joined her. Little Sakura looked on and was jealous, but she couldn't do it in front of everyone. I said, why are you two so obsessed with Sasuke? I really don't understand. But this time, I have fulfilled your dreams for both of you, and I can always stay by Sasuke's side in the future. Little Sakura not only rolled her eyes. Pull it down, what kind of practice is this? Isn't it just to bring the two of us here to serve as Sasuke's subordinates? Naruto, can you be so kind? Naruto also knows little Sakura's temper, she is the kind of person who doesn't know how to win. As long as you follow little Sakura's interests and hobbies, she will definitely be compliant. Especially Sasuke is still her biggest weakness, that is simply irresistible. Little Sakura, I didn't bring you two here to be Sasuke's subordinates, but to practice together. Have you ever heard of magic? Senjutsu? Of course I've heard of it. Master Hinata once went to Mount Maiboku to practice Senjutsu. But what are you talking about? Naruto said mysteriously. I came to you this time to let you learn fairy arts. Little Sakura looked at Naruto in disbelief, but she definitely didn't look like she was joking when she looked at Naruto with a serious face. Should we go to Mount Maiboku to learn Senjutsu? Who knows? Naruto shook his head. Of course not to Mount Maiboku, but to another place called Rika Cave, have you heard of it? Of course I know, Rika Cave is the place where the White Snake immortal lives. Should we go there to practice? But I'm not ready yet. The time is enough for you to prepare, it's not that you haven't found it yet. When I find you, go with Sasuke and Karin. Chapter 172. Damn! Let me be happy for nothing, you dare to call us here even if you haven't found it. Although I haven't found it yet, it's almost here. All the clues are concentrated on Orochimaru. Your task is to find a way to collect information about Rika Cave on Orochimaru. As long as the three of you work together, you will definitely be able to find them quickly. As soon as I heard Orochimaru little Sakura, I felt chills all over my body, and my voice became much lower. I said, Naruto, why do you have to contact Orochimaru on your toes? You have to know that this guy was. Of course I know, it's just that Orochimaru is harmless now. Otherwise, he would not be allowed to appear here. He is now one of us just like us. One of our own? But what if he is against us? Little Sakura's 577 questions were asked one after another, Naruto concluded at the end. Here you can definitely follow Sasuke with confidence, as it is not a threat at all. It's so close to our Konoha village, and there's Tsunade here, what are you afraid of? Don't you want to be stronger? Don't you want to be with Sasuke all the time? These 2 points are the goals that little Sakura has been pursuing. Of course, she will not let go of this good opportunity. I know Naruto, you can rest assured that I'm here. I will never let Karin take away my Sasuke. After arranging things here, Naruto actually has his own next move. That is to arrange actions on the military-political integration country as soon as possible. After all, the sooner the better. And the biggest obstacle now is the group of people from the Akatsuki organization. Hinata approached Naruto and asked softly. Naruto. What are we going to do now? Naruto asked back. Hinata, what do you think is the biggest obstacle to establishing a new country? Hinata said without hesitation. Of course it is to make more allies. This sentence made Naruto understand the predicament that he has been unable to break through. That's right. Allies are not only those around you, but also those in other villages. If reforms are made on the road to building a country with an integrated military and government, other villages will definitely disagree under the pressure of the daimyo 17. Then put pressure on our Konoha village. If we just rely on physical solutions blindly, then we will not take advantage of it. The people who bleed will always be our ninjas, and those big customers can still sit back and relax in the rear. It's better to let us ninjas unite together, this is the best weapon against daimyo. Naruto. Then where is the first ally we will make? Have you figured it out? Well. Tsunagakure. There are two goals in this trip, the first one is to make allies. The second is to find the meteorite hidden in the desert by the way. If you can find the meteorite, I can build you a second weapon. Hinata thought so too. That's it, let's go now. So in the next few days, after arranging things in the village, Naruto took Hinata to Tsunagakure. The location of Tsunagakure is very special. It is a village located in a large desert. Although it is surrounded by an endless desert, it is also very prosperous there. The village that can be called the number one in the Kingdom of Wind can be said to have powerful ninjas. It's just that now Tsunagakure can be said to have no leader. Because Orochimaru had already wiped out 3rd Hokage before. That's exactly what worries Naruto today. Because no matter what you want to form an alliance, you must have Feng Ying as the person who presides over the overall situation. But now, Tsunagakure has no leader, it is impossible to do it. Facing this feature, Hinata gave a good idea. Although they don't have Feng Ying now, we can help them accomplish this goal, isn't that all right? As long as we help a trusted person become Hokage, then he must be grateful to our Konoha village. As for the matter of forming an alliance, it is naturally a matter of course. Naruto nodded. But the question is, who should we let run for the position of Hokage now? Does Gaara need to go? But he is too young now. It is absolutely impossible for the senior officials in the village to agree. Although no one knows, Hokage will still belong to Gaara in a few years, but now he is still immature. After much deliberation, there was still no other suitable candidate. In the end, I decided to take a step forward. Along the way, it took the two of them 3 days to reach this desert. Traveling in this desert can be said to be very difficult. Fortunately, Hinata and Naruto are very fast, and they have crossed most of the desert in less than 2 days. By the time the two came to Tsunagakure, it was already the 5th day. Looking at the door, you can see the huge earthen wall directly surrounding Tsunagakure. The height of this earth wall is about 100 meters, which can protect the interior of Tsunagakure from the wind and sand outside. It is also a means of defense against foreign enemies. The reason why Tsunagakure was able to become one of the 5 major villages is precisely because of this geographical advantage to defend against foreign enemies. It seems that the internal environment of Tsunagakure is still not clear. They are still very cautious about outsiders, so it seems that there are still many people who are still preparing for external defense. Hinata, take a look, those huge bows and crossbows on those earth walls are specially used to deal with the invading ninjas. After taking a closer look at the earthen wall yesterday, it's very difficult for an ordinary person to get in, unless he has a special ability to get through at 1.5. Although it is very difficult for ordinary people to get in, there is no pressure for the two of us. It depends on whether these guards have this ability. Now the guards here have to check their ID when they come in and out. Hinata, have you brought it? Naruto. Don't you have anything with you? Of course I brought it, isn't it the forehead protector of our Konoha village logo? Each village has a specific forehead protector logo, which is used to prove which camp it belongs to. Although the internal situation in Tsunagakure is not clear now, it has not completely cut off contact with the outside village. The relationship between Konoha village and Tsunagakure is relatively good. Sure enough, after passing the so-called interrogation, I saw the sign of Konoha village, so I let it go directly. Chapter 173. After coming in, the first goal of the two is to find Gaara first. After all, Gaara, Kazekage of the future, although I don't know what other circumstances you have, but it is necessary to meet up. At this time, the sky has gradually dimmed and entered the evening. After the two waited until it was completely dark, they directly activated their perception ability and found Gaara's residence. It was originally thought that Gaara, as the son of third Kazekage, would have some other special treatment. But I didn't expect him to live in an inconspicuous basement. And there were no Anbu people around to protect him. I really didn't expect Luo to be in such a miserable situation. There is no one around to protect me. Naruto shook his head helplessly, and then brought Hinata to Gaara's door. Just when he was about to knock on the door, he saw that the door was not closed, but was ajar. Then he gently opened the door and saw Gaara sitting on a chair beside him. At the moment when Naruto let down his vigilance, a cloud of sand directly attacked Naruto. Naruto dodged it without any effort. Looking back, Gaara was already standing at the door, raising one hand and staring at him. Who are you? How dare you break into Tsunagakure? Naruto immediately opened his hands to show that he was not malicious. Gaara. I'm your friend and I'm here to help you. Don't you remember me? I'm Naruto. Unexpectedly, Gaara didn't appreciate it at all. Another cloud of sand came directly at Naruto. This time Naruto was not at Poison God, but reached out and waved directly in front of him. A strong wind directly blows all the sand onto the wall. This powerful force immediately shocked Wei Luo. At this time, Naruto looked into my ear and said to him word by word. I keep looking for you today, just to talk about some things. I don't want to fight with you. Obviously Naruto has to show his strength, otherwise Gaara probably won't listen to him. Gaara. I'm here to prove to you that I mean no harm to you. I'm here to help you. At this moment, Gaara still looked at Naruto blankly. Today's Gaara is still in a semi-black state. Now it is absolutely impossible to do anything outrageous to irritate him, otherwise, the atrophy in his body may riot again. This time Naruto didn't intend to alarm other people, so if it was a riot, it is very likely that this trip will be disrupted. It can only be done step by step. Originally thought that Gaara was stunned by Naruto's blow just now, but he didn't expect him to attack again. Then see if you can accept my move. If you are still alive, come talk to me again. Sand Waterfall Funeral. I saw Gaara's one-handed palm slowly closing, followed by the sand surrounding Naruto's body began to slowly gather. Hinata on the side was a little worried and was about to make a move, but was stopped by Naruto. Don't do anything this time, follow my command. Wei Luo manipulated the sand in his hands, directly entangled one of Naruto's arms, and then squeezed it tightly. The power of the Sand Waterfall Funeral is extremely powerful. Once it exerts force, it can directly crush a person's bones. But for celebrities, this kind of pressure is simply pediatrics, and it will not cause any harm at all. When Gaara clenched one hand into a fist, he found that Naruto on the opposite side looked like a normal person. How? How is it possible? Then Gaara stepped up again. Naruto was finally about to make a move, he only moved the muscles of his body, and all the sand on his body instantly disintegrated. Uncontrollably fell to the ground and never moved again. This scene directly made Gaara stare at all this with wide eyes. Gaara, can I sit down with you now and have a good chat? Or should I try again? Gaara's strongest killer move actually didn't have any advantage in front of him, and at this moment he also completely fell into despair. Then he sat down on the stool and collapsed. Naruto, what are you doing here looking for me? I've done so much before, I'm sorry about the Konoha village thing. Then Naruto and Hinata strode directly into the dark and narrow room. After entering, I realized that the basement was extremely small. The total area is only 50 square meters. And the furniture in this room is even more pitiful, except for a bed and a chair, there is nothing else. Seeing this scene on the first day, I couldn't help feeling a little distressed. It's really pitiful, to live in such a shabby place. Anyway, other people in the village should help. At this point Gaara finally spoke again. It's useless. The high-level people in the village are in a mess now. How could anyone care about a smart person like me? It's a miracle that I've survived till now. If it wasn't for the tailed beast in my body, they would have buried me long ago. The two of you are probably sent by Konoha village Hokage, so just tell me what's going on. Some people know that some things cannot be told the truth, but they can use the 847 language skills to achieve their goals. The purpose of my coming this time is to find you, not Hokage sent me. I don't care about this, I just want to know what you want from me. Iluo still looked at the two of them coldly. Foreign countries, I believe you should have heard about the existence of the Akatsuki organization. Gaara nodded, these things Gaara heard when Granmacho was chatting with other people. I know all of this. I heard that they mainly hunt tailed beasts to make something. But what does all this have to do with me? I know you are very depressed right now, but I can help you complete your inner path of redemption. Gaara said dismissively. Nowadays, in the entire village, the person who has the most right to be spoken is only Chopama. Usunagakure must also have someone who can be the master of the house, and I think this candidate is only Chogranny. Naruto nodded. I believe that in the entire village, only Granmacho can be the closest person to you. And her puppetry is also very powerful. So I want to use your relationship to make Cho-grandmother the current Kazekage. Chapter 174. Gaara frowned, and looked around again. You should have seen it yourself. I am now imprisoned in a cell. The person imprisoned in the cell has no right to speak at all. Even if I really have this kind of idea, it is impossible to realize it at all. With so many people outside looking at me non-stop, it would be strange if I could go out. After he finished speaking, he shook his head helplessly, and a bitter smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Hinata stood beside him and nodded lightly. In fact, he also had the same thought in his heart. That's right, Naruto, you can't take him away. This time, your attitude of imprisoning him will be very tough, so no matter who you are, it is actually completely impossible to take him away. If you choose 853 take people away, they will get angry directly, and they will directly attack you. Naruto shook his head decisively when he heard this sentence. This kind of thing doesn't matter, as long as he can be rescued. Gaara, are you willing to help me? As long as you are willing to help me, then the next situation can be handed over to me directly. Gaara looked at Naruto seriously. Why are you willing to help me? After all, you should also know what kind of person I belong to. If you help me, it will have some influence on yourself in the end. Naruto smiled. It's normal to help you, and if I choose not to help you, I'm afraid I will regret it in the end. Whether you want to or not, you just give me a hearty word. As long as you want, then I can choose to help you. If you don't want to, forget it. Gaara thought for a moment, then finally raised her head and smiled at Naruto. You've already said that, if there's anything I don't want to do, I'll trouble you and I'll wait for your good news. Naruto nodded, feeling very relaxed in his heart instantly. At the same time, he also feels that his mentality has become very friendly in an instant, and he likes such a state. In the end, I pulled Hinata and left decisively. Hinata looked at Naruto curiously. Why did you choose to help him? Isn't it a bit redundant for you to help him at this critical moment? Also, if you use this method to help him now, it is very likely that you will put yourself in danger. Naruto smiled. No way, I need allies. In this new era, the most important thing is to have allies, and everyone's strength is useless. No matter how strong your personal strength is, you will still encounter some opponents, so at this critical moment, as long as you have enough allies, then you can gain a foothold here. If you don't have any friends, you have no way standing in this era. The most important thing now is to release him from the pledge. After finishing speaking, the two of them walked out directly, and they all returned directly to Konoha village. After returning to Konoha village, Naruto took Hinata and found Sasuke first. Sasuke frowned. This time, why did you come to me all of a sudden? After all, I have always been very clear that you should always belong to the Three Treasures Palace. Since you chose to find me suddenly this time, it must be because of your personal reasons. Let's just talk about it. Naruto blinked his eyes. Sasuke, you still know me better. In fact, I came to you this time because I need your help with something. I want to save Gaara. You should be very aware of this guy's strength, and this guy has always been a real potential stock for us. So I don't want him to be held in the cell in Yinsha village. If you really have the opportunity, can you find a way to release him? Sasuke frowned, looking at Naruto with weird eyes. Naruto, tell me, what exactly do you want me to do this time? Naruto smiled. I knew that no matter what I did, I couldn't hide it from you. Actually, to put it bluntly, I just hope this time, you can contact the people from Tsunagakure, and tell them that after I told them my purpose, I will release them directly. Now I need some of their strength, and I also need their strength to become very strong. At this moment, Sasuke nodded very calmly after hearing these words. Okay, don't worry, now that you have opened your mouth, I will definitely help you. If you haven't spoken, I don't know how to help you, but since you have spoken now, then I know exactly what I should do. Wait for my good news. Then, he straightened up and walked out very slowly. Hinata looked at Naruto curiously. Obviously you can do this kind of thing by yourself, and it's just time to go out for a run, why don't you like it? If you go out for a run by yourself, this problem can be easily solved, and it doesn't seem to be troublesome. His eyes were full of strong curiosity, and at the same time, he couldn't understand the situation at all. He even felt that there seemed to be some weirdness everywhere in the surroundings, and this kind of weirdness made him always feel that something was slightly wrong. Naruto smiled, his mentality became very peaceful in an instant, and he also felt that his mood improved a lot in this instant. Don't worry, 3.7 I already know this kind of thing very well, and it's because I know a lot, so I don't need to pay too much attention to it. The most important thing is that this guy Sasuke can't be idle, and he will be busy with more things in the future, and this aspect of things is in his charge. It's good to let him show up more now and show off the limelight. As long as he shows up more now, it will become stronger and stronger in the future. After saying this sentence, I couldn't help laughing, and my mentality seemed to be very stable. Everyone feels very weird, and also feels that this kind of thing is almost relatively important to them. Such a thing is also considered a good thing for them, and it happens to make them stronger and stronger in a short period of time. Chapter 175. Hinata looked at Naruto strangely. Then aren't you afraid that he will be completely blackened after he comes out? In fact, he is being detained now, and he is just worried that he will be completely out of control after being blackened, and troubles will inevitably arise at that time. So generally speaking, everyone is doing this for his own good. Naruto nodded. I understand this, and I also know that they are indeed doing it for his own good, but although it is for his good, this matter is not as easy as imagined. Hinata, keeping him imprisoned has no effect at all. After all, even if he has been imprisoned crazily, he is still a talent in the future. So there are some things that are predestined in themselves, and it's not that you can directly control them if you just say you don't close your teeth. Around the early morning of the third day, Sasuke had rushed over. Okay, you have obtained special permission. This is their envelope. With this envelope, you can directly take people away from the prison. Naruto's very weird 25 eyes glanced at Sasuke. To be honest, I didn't expect you to do things so fast. You really surprised me. At first, I felt that you were indeed a talent, but judging from the current situation, I'm afraid you are much more witty than I imagined. There was a trace of strangeness in the eyes. Even thinking about this kind of thing makes him feel very incredible, and it is difficult to have this kind of patience under normal circumstances. Moreover, it can be judged that one can reach such a level, and one must be very tough. Even, they also know that such an opportunity is completely more serious for them. As long as they can seize the opportunity in front of them, they will naturally become stronger and stronger. I even feel that my mentality has become much calmer, as if I already know the situation in front of me well at this time. Sasuke, are you going next? I am also very curious about this point. If you want to go, just tell me directly, and then we will go together. Sasuke shook his head. I won't go, you go. Naruto nodded, and left decisively. But not long after leaving, I suddenly saw Kakashi rushing over. Very weird eyes glanced at Sasuke. What is Naruto doing? How do you look at it? You seem to be talking strangely now, did something happen? If there is anything, you can tell me directly, I want to see what's going on. When Sasuke heard this sentence, he shook his head helplessly, and told the whole story. Kakashi frowned. Naruto is like playing with fire. His approach is simply very irrational, and if he says something wrong, he may play himself into it. I still don't support his approach. The eyes also look very serious at this time. They even feel that this kind of thing is particularly abnormal for them. It is even very likely that there will be a lot of accidents in this incident, and this kind of unexpected phenomenon will make them feel very wrong no matter how they think about it. But as long as they can seize the good opportunity in front of them, other things are more reasonable for them. Forget it, I'll keep an eye on it. After all, I'm really worried that Naruto will have an accident. He almost doesn't consider any consequences when he does anything. If you are used by thieves, the consequences are almost unimaginable. Then he walked away quickly, but his eyes did become very sharp. As for the other side now, Naruto took the letter, and Hinata came into the cell. Gaara looked at Naruto with a wicked smile on his face. Naruto, is it possible that you got the envelope so quickly? Didn't you expect your speed to be quite fast? It's actually more exaggerated than I imagined. After hearing this sentence, Naruto couldn't help laughing for a moment. That is necessary, and, if it is really necessary to calculate, Grandma Kyande should already be on the way. I've already notified him before, so I have to say that almost all of this is within my budget. Gaara's complexion instantly became very ugly. You actually informed Grandma Cho? Why did you inform him of such a thing? Hinata looked at Naruto strangely. He never saw Naruto make a shot, and he never saw Naruto call. What's going on? But he didn't take these things too seriously. At this moment, Naruto looked at Gaara very calmly. Let's go, it's time for us to leave, and we can let you have a good time. Gaara smiled, but stood up resolutely and walked out. After walking out, the moment she was exposed to the sun, a wicked smile appeared on her face. The sun feels great. After saying this, he glanced at the two people who were used to seeing the prison cell with very sharp eyes. Naruto looked at Gaara calmly. 377 I advise you not to be arrogant, to suppress the evil spirit in your heart, otherwise if you dare to hurt these two people, I will send you to the cell again. There are some moments when I advise you that it is better not to act rashly. If you dare to act rashly, the consequences will become unimaginable. Gaara couldn't help but smiled directly, and felt very calm in an instant. TCH, it doesn't matter in itself, and it's just two guys, let them go if you let them go. After finishing speaking, he walked directly and slowly towards the front. The three of them walked for a while and came to the depths of the forest. At this moment, Kakashi hastily caught up. Naruto, are you sure you want to let him go? If you let this guy go, it will be difficult if you want to get him back. It took a lot of effort to catch him, because this guy is really strong, so ordinary people really can't suppress him. Naruto smiled. It doesn't matter, no matter how evil this guy is, I can catch him back anyway I let him go. The most important thing is that our current Konoha village itself is particularly unstable, so it is naturally good to be a partner. Chapter 176. Kakashi smiled wryly. Forget it, since you have already said so, let's just listen to you this time. I hope you are doing the right thing this time. At this moment, Grandma Cho came out from the front, the corners of her mouth raised, and she looked at Naruto with gratified eyes. Naruto, thank you very much this time, after all, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid I might not be able to see Gaara again. This child is quite stubborn, so this time I came here to take him away, and I will definitely discipline him after I go back. Naruto nodded, indicating that the other party can take the person away directly, which is exactly what he thought in his heart. And he has always felt very indifferent to this point. After all, the most important thing is to take people away first. Anyway, staying here all the time is indeed a bit unsafe. Okay, after you bring him back, you must discipline him carefully, after all, he always feels that his aura is not stable. This time, as long as she brought him back, then Grandma Cho would be indebted to him indirectly. And once the favor is owed, sooner or later he will still have to pay it back, and at that time it will be equivalent to tying the other party's promise with himself. Coupled with the fact that the opponent's strength itself is strong, it is much easier to gain a foothold here in an instant. This is exactly what he thinks now, and only in this way can they become stronger and stronger, so that they will not be in danger. Mother-in-law Cho smiled, and in her heart, she felt very relieved in an instant. After all, as long as the problem can be solved, then he can feel very indifferent to other things. At this time, Gaara, who was walking in front, suddenly twisted her neck. I said, where do you keep being mother-in-law and mother-in-law? What's the matter? Since you said you were going to leave, can you hurry up? Don't you know that my time is precious? Naruto frowned, and immediately found that there was something wrong with the other party's way of speaking, and always felt that the other party's way of speaking seemed a little weird. This feeling caused a strong uneasiness in his heart, and he even felt very weird. Grandma Chiyo's complexion also changed slightly. Not good. It should be going black again. Kakashi was ready to fight immediately, turned his head and looked at Naruto with very helpless eyes. See, I've already told you that this guy can't let go. But you just don't believe me all the time. No matter what I say, you seem to have some distrust of me. This makes me feel physically and mentally exhausted in my heart. Naruto smiled wryly. No, it's not that I don't believe you, it's because this matter itself is really helpless, and it's not something that I can solve casually by myself. Since this has already happened, at most it can only be regarded as fate, so this is also a no-brainer. Kakashi shook his head helplessly, his eyes became very serious at this moment. At the same time, they also looked at the front seriously, as if no matter what troubles would happen in the front, they would try their best to solve some things. Naruto turned his head helplessly and looked at Granny Cho beside him. Grandma Cho, what should we do next? I'm afraid we need to do it. The current mother-in-law Cho nodded slightly after hearing this sentence. You guys do it, after all, in his current state, I'm afraid he has lost himself, and in this state, the only way to do it is to do it. Only then nodded, feeling relieved in his heart, and what worried him most was that Grandma Cho never wanted to do anything. If the other party has been unwilling to let go, then it has to be said that this matter will be troublesome. Fortunately, the other party still agreed. As long as the other party is willing to let go, then there is some room for negotiation on this matter. He only saw Gaara in front of him, and suddenly opened his mouth. Fire style. Great fireball technique. The attack hit Kakashi, who was closest to him, in an instant. Kakashi's complexion changed slightly, seeing the giant great fireball rushing towards it. He also quickly dodged for a moment. In the end, a trace of lightning appeared on his body, and these lightnings quickly hindered the fireball's attack before the blink of an eye. In the end, the body was seen rushing towards Gaara in an instant. Lightning style, Raikiri. This attack also looks the same, very smart and powerful. You may know that it is a mistake, and directly hit the opponent in the blink of an eye. However, I found that the other party has always seemed very heavy at this time. However, it was found that it had no effect at all. Naruto seized this opportunity and quickly rushed to the top in an instant, and at the same time, he was attacking directly with spiritual power. Look at me, Raise Nan! A spiral shot from the right up and down towards the bottom, and I saw real smoke rising from the ground, which completely affected the sight of everyone present, and there was no way to see clearly what was going on ahead. Something happened. As for the current Grandma Cho, her eyes narrowed slightly. This time the cooperation between each other is considered perfect, but is it really successful this time? Although the attack power looks good, if it is successful like this, it seems to belong to some unlikely goals. After finishing speaking, I couldn't help but smiled softly, and I had a very strong self-confidence in my heart. I also know that this battle will become very difficult, and judging by the current situation, it will definitely be a hard battle. Hinata stood by, always with a deadpan face. After all, he knew that Naruto hadn't shown his true strength this time. If he had used immortal skills, the opponent would have been completely dealt with already, but he was unwilling to use them all the time. As for Naruto's eyes, there is also a trace of weirdness, and at the same time, the eyes are also full of some shocking colors. To be honest, the trick just now was to use Kakashi as a bait, and then I was responsible for attacking from the side. At first, I thought that this trick was almost seamless, but now I suddenly realized that it belongs to all of us. It's too simple. Chapter 177. In Naruto's eyes, there was a hint of contemplation, and his face was full of hesitant unwillingness. This guy's current strength is still slightly strong. Since this guy's strength is so strong, I must find some way to solve it this time. Is it really necessary to use fairy art? But it is absolutely not allowed to use fairy art when it is absolutely necessary. After all, the lethality of fairy art has always been very powerful, and its power is infinite. If he really used the fairy technique, it might have a great impact, so he doesn't want to use this trick now. Compared with these, he hopes to stay here quietly. At least the Gaara in front of him is blackened, but his heart is not bad. Therefore, he doesn't seem to attack too hard. If he attacks too hard, then it is very likely that some more bad phenomena will occur. At this moment, Grandma Cho, standing beside her, looked at Hinata in front of her with smiling eyes. There seems to be a lot of fog around, and the situation seems to be a little bit bad, but you don't have to worry too much about this situation. Because I have already identified 780 points. If this thing is not wrong, it should belong to Kakashi's technique. After a while, the fog will become thicker and thicker. You have to focus all your attention on that guy, only in this way is it correct. Why? Hinata nodded, and looked at Gaara very seriously for an instant. Gaara's eyes are very calm now, and at the same time he has already discovered these strange features at the first time. However, he didn't pay too much attention to this peculiar phenomenon at all. After all, these things were all things he had discovered in the early days. There is indeed some genius in using this trick, and using this trick can indeed effectively reduce the chance of being caught in an illusion. But the opponent is me, so it's completely useless, so don't play this kind of hide-and-seek played by children at all. The current Kakashi stood up very slowly in an instant, with a strong seriousness on his face. He never thought that the opponent's speed would be so fast, and at that moment, he quickly threw 3 darts. CFBD. However, seeing Gaara in front of him, he easily avoided the attack by twisting his body. At the same time, a flame spewed out from the mouth. Fire style, great fireball technique. This huge flame rushed to the front in a blink of an eye, and the surrounding fog disappeared in a blink of an eye. This time the opponent's attacks also appeared to be very swift and fierce, and they didn't give too many ways to survive at all, and they felt very heartless just watching them. However, at this critical moment, he still rushed to the front directly and quickly, and finally launched an attack directly. Standing in the dark, Naruto couldn't help but frown when he saw the fight between the two getting more and more intense. After all, if the normal situation is followed, this is clearly his battle. Why does it seem that there is no relationship with him at all now? This is because he feels helpless in his heart. Why does it seem that there is no relationship with him at all now, even if he feels helpless in his heart? But this is still looking at each other very sharply, and at the same time, it can be clearly felt that the aura of the two people has become completely different, and they both seem to have a slight sense of strength. This kind of strong sense of strength has already been felt, and his strength is almost all extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, it should be very difficult to have such a strong strength. From this, it can be seen that the strength is very good. The strength can be seen from here, the strength is very good. Only in this way can they easily defeat each other in the next period of time, and make their mentality a little more peaceful. There is no need to be too anxious about this kind of problem, otherwise the problem will become bigger and bigger. As for the scene, Hinata's face became very ugly, and it seemed that the two had entered a stalemate. Could it be that Mr. Kakashi was under the illusion, that's why the two people were in a stalemate with each other at this critical moment, and no one launched an attack? If this is the case, then the situation is too strange. As for the current Kakashi and Gaara, they belong to a large stake. At Kakashi's feet, some flames were burning from bottom to top. These flames also look very stiff, and they are constantly burning back and forth. This kind of burning situation made them all feel a little scared when they looked at it, and they never thought that such a weird situation would appear. Gaara smiled. I have to say, judging from the current situation, you seem to be a little bit better than Naruto. Naruto, this guy is really stupid, he doesn't think about things like eyes at all. However, your strength seems to be much stronger than theirs. I have to say that you can clearly feel a very unique power that you always exude from here. The eyes are full of seriousness at this moment. However, you used the earth-style technique to hide your whereabouts, so I found out very late. I have to say that you are indeed relatively powerful, but if you only have such a little strength, I am afraid it will be more or less powerful. Some are not enough. After saying this sentence, he grabbed the opponent with his hands in an instant, and finally hit him hard. But it was discovered that they all belonged to Shadow Clone, and Kakashi also drilled out of the ground again. At this moment, Naruto saw this, and his eyes were full of strong shock. It never occurred to me that the way of fighting this time would be so special, and it still belonged to such an ultimate, and the shortcomings and advantages of it could be discovered so quickly. Not bad, it seems that before, I belonged to this guy who was slightly underestimated. After all, the strength of this person is much stronger than usual. After finishing speaking, I couldn't help laughing instantly, as if thinking of such things would feel very excited. Chapter 178 Naruto's eyes became very serious at this moment. Hoo, it's almost time for me to start. It's a good thing I learned a new technique recently. It's just that this new technology has not had time to conduct some experiments. I thought that there would be no chance this time, but I didn't expect this opportunity to be very fast. It just allows me to seize such an opportunity to test whether my new technology is strong or not. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but a slight smile emerged from the corner of his mouth, as if thinking of such a thing would make his heart feel very excited. Thinking of this kind of thing will make him feel very shocked, and at the same time, he also knows that this kind of thing happens to be their top priority, and he must not be sloppy. At this moment, his eyes became very serious in an instant. Look at my big ball raise Nan. After this sentence was finished, I saw a huge spiral. In an instant I shot it down fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the ground turned into bursts of dust, which erupted in an instant, a very terrifying aura. However, at the moment of the final attack, it was clearly seen that the opponent was not at all nervous at the last critical moment. Naruto frowned, completely confused about what the other party meant. After all, no matter who encounters such a strange situation, according to the normal situation, they will feel a little nervous, or their mood will become very complicated, but why is the other party still laughing at this critical moment? Come out! What is going on here, and why does the other party have this kind of mentality? This made Naruto's eyes reveal strong curiosity, and he was a little confused about the state at the first time. After all, if he were a little more normal, he would not feel that the current weird situation should be. These 10 points made him feel a kind of extreme disobedience in his heart. On the contrary, I still feel that there may be some dangers in this surrounding at any time. This is completely a dangerous situation, and the situation has become very dangerous. The eyes of everyone standing in the distance are full of strong shock. It even belongs to such a too-fast situation that some are completely unacceptable. This is the first time they have seen this phenomenon before. Even more, they never thought that the current situation could be produced, which was very shocking to them. After all, if it were a little more normal, it would be completely impossible to become what it is now, but judging from the current situation, it seems that it can be directly successful. Generally speaking, this is a good thing for them, and it can also greatly increase their strength. Grandma Qianmian smiled. Hinata, I have to say, you really followed a good character this time, at least if you just judge from the situation in front of you, this guy is really strong. It is indeed a very rare talent to be able to be strong to the point where it is now. If you are in a normal state, it is generally difficult to reach such a level, so I have to say that you are still very good. After saying this, he blinked his eyes directly and resolutely, and his eyes seemed to be full of strong smiles. Hinata smiled wryly. Naruto told me before that he has developed a new skill, but he kept it as a concealment and didn't tell me directly. This is also the first time I saw it today. So strong. To be honest, I still feel quite shocked until now. After all, it would be better if he could tell me earlier, but he has always been too good at hiding. Well, all along, I didn't have too many other ideas, but I have always hated other people's concealment. The more I found out that someone concealed me, the more I felt that my little heart was a little bit resistant. Can't live. Even because of this, I still feel that my heart is deeply hit, which is completely in this state now. Ask for flowers. Naruto, at least no matter how he fights, he must have nothing to do, because he is very strong. I hope he can make himself stronger in the next period of time. Only by getting stronger can he have an outstanding performance. At the same time, his heart was full of strong worries, as if thinking of such a scene made him feel particularly uncomfortable in his heart. After all, it can almost be confirmed from the battle in front of them that the level of this battle is likely to become very complicated for them. Only after a complete victory can there be an answer. If there is no way, the consequences of victory will be unimaginable for them. I only saw that at the last moment, a spiral hit the opponent's body, and it actually knocked the opponent to the ground. At the same time, this slowly woke up. But at this time, after everyone slowly approached, they suddenly found that the other party had become completely different. The face of the other party has long been compared with before, it has changed into another state, and it is not the guy they know at all. This made everyone present feel very surprised instantly. Naruto frowned. What's going on here? It's obvious that I was fighting with another person, why did he suddenly change his appearance? This is so strange, it seems a bit too strange. After all, if it is a little bit normal, I feel that it should be in a different state. There is a strong shock in the eyes, and there is even a deep surprise. I also feel a little bit suspicious. After all, if life is according to the normal situation, it should be a completely different posture now. However, judging from the situation in front of them, they always feel that there are some weird situations everywhere, which makes them feel slightly suspicious when they look at it. Life feels like no matter what they do, the same thing is wrong. Chapter 179. This point made them feel very shocked in their hearts, and they couldn't understand the state at the first time. After all, if you figure out the state, it must be a different look, and it is completely impossible to be the current look. At this moment, Hinata's complexion instantly became very ugly. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that someone has been cheating, and it's still in front of us? How could such a good-looking person disappear directly in front of us? This is really incredible. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for such an outrageous thing to happen. There is deep curiosity in the eyes, and even a little doubt about life. Naruto is puzzled by the thousand-faced mother-in-law. Grandma Qianmian, if it were someone else, I might not believe in 707, but among so many people, I only believe in you. Can you give me a very suitable answer? After all, I know that among so many people, the most important thing is to trust. As long as you trust you, it is completely enough. Other things have no time and department is completely irrelevant. Qianmian Granny smiled wryly. Well, I know this person, but I'm afraid that after I tell you that I know you, you will all feel very incredible, and I'm even a little worried that you will get hurt because of this. However, I am also very clear in my heart that there are many things that you must know sooner or later, and they must not be hidden. Since you want to know so much, then I will tell you directly, this guy, you may not believe it, he is a character in our village. His name is Yuliang, and he also belongs to Jainin in our village, but to be honest, I don't know why he appears here, even I feel very puzzled. There was a bit of a wry smile on his face, and he looked very depressed. After all, this kind of thing naturally felt a little unscientific, but everything he said was true. For such a long time, it was also the first time he encountered such a weird situation, and he never thought that such a weird thing would suddenly appear on him. When Naruto heard this sentence, his eyes widened in disbelief, never thinking that it actually happened before his eyes. And it is still such an unreliable thing, the eyes are full of shock in this instant. What about Gaara? He was obviously still with us, and he came out with us, why did he suddenly disappear? His face became very ugly, after all, this belongs to their territory. If it just disappeared like this, he would have no way to explain it. Hinata frowned. Grandma Qianmian, what is going on here? Grandma Qianmian shook her head. I'm not too sure about that because I know this guy was missing around the time Gaara was taken. So I almost remember this incident very clearly, but I didn't expect that such a thing would happen. And he's been gone for so long that I don't really care. At this moment, Kakashi has a trace of curiosity in his eyes. Could it be that he was able to transform into Gaara because he used the transformation technique? Naruto shook his head. Absolutely impossible. This should not be that level of ninjutsu. If it is transformed into a technique, I will definitely be able to judge it directly. This guy uses the Great Fireball technique, almost all of which are released directly, and they are still genuine. As for the current mountain, the two ninjas were sitting together, and they couldn't help laughing at the same time. It should be over on your side, although we only use 30% chakra on puppets, and although this ninjutsu really belongs to people who can easily create exactly the same. But the amount of chakra that can be inherited is a bit small. If Naruto were here, it would be obvious at a glance. This guy is exactly the guy he is fighting against, but he never thought that the opponent would become so powerful directly. And if this is the case, then the consequences will be unimaginable for them. There was a strong seriousness in Naruto's eyes. Then if this is the case, what is the other party's purpose? Until now, I still don't know at all what the other party's purpose is. And they were able to produce this guy, so their purpose must be very serious. His eyes became very serious. Grandma Qianmian nodded. What I'm most worried about now is actually Gaara's safety, because until now I still don't know what's going on, but I also know that this matter feels related to Gaara. I've almost figured it out now. If I didn't guess wrong, the real Gaara should have been captured by some people. And this time, if it weren't for Naruto, you went to the prison to bring this Gaara out, we wouldn't be able to tell that this guy is a fake at all. Naruto also felt very curious after hearing this sentence. Then why did they take Gaara away? Would it do them any good to take him away? After all, his willpower is relatively good. You should not surrender, and it is even more unlikely that you will be used by them. Isn't it a bit redundant for them to do this? Grandma Qianmian shook her head. The purpose of them is to separate the tailed beasts from each other's body, and this situation is almost the same. Our time is running out. 3.8. After Naruto heard this sentence, his expression became very ugly in an instant. After all, if this is really the case, then the opponent's strength will be greatly improved. Hinata frowned. Why are they doing this? If they do this, it doesn't seem to do them much good. Naruto shook his head. No, Hinata, if you think this way, you are very wrong. After all, since they did this, it means that this matter is of great benefit to them. We increase our strength because we think that it belongs to fairy art, so that we can greatly increase our strength and make us stronger. But on the other side, they just want to use the tail beast, so that they can gradually become stronger. Chapter 180. On Hinata's face, there was a look of sudden realization. No wonder this time Gaara was a fake. It turned out that the real Gaara had already been found by the other party. No wonder the other party's actions are so fast this time. It turns out that there is a reason for everything. Naruto, the reason why you are so powerful is because there are tailed beasts on your body, and these tailed beasts are directly sealed in your body. Naruto couldn't help but nodded. I know this, but it is precisely because I know it little by little that I know that my strength is very strong. So in the next period of time, no matter what opponent I encounter, I am not afraid at all, because no matter what kind of opponent I encounter, I will have a way to solve the opponent. After killing the opponent, I can quickly increase my own strength. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Hinata smiled wryly. 25 Naruto, I'm afraid there are so many people, only you can become very peaceful, and only you can laugh when encountering this kind of thing. Because Gaara has already been used as a sacrifice, think about the tailed beast in your body, then you may become the next sacrifice. Naruto blinked his eyes. It's not bad that they have such an idea, but you must not forget my personal strength. If you make some judgments based on my current personal strength, do you think if they really fight me, would they really be able to fight? If you can't beat me, how can you separate the tailed beast? Isn't this just daydreaming? The present Qianmian granny also stood beside her and nodded. I also agree with this point. As long as your strength is strong enough, in fact, no one can do anything to you. If your strength is not strong enough, then in the end, no matter how hard you try, it will be useless. However, next I'm really special and I hope you can help me save Gaara. At this moment, Naruto, after hearing this sentence, kept blinking his eyes. Don't worry, Grandma Thousand Faces, this is what we should do. It doesn't matter whether Gaara will be demonized or not. The most important thing is that we find ways to enhance his strength. As long as his strength can have a substantial increase, we will naturally not be afraid, and this itself is our task. Absolutely will not let him be wronged by half a silk and half rich. The eyes are full of strong sincerity, as if here, everything belongs to them. Hinata frowned. After knowing what happened this time, he actually regretted it in his heart. Because he always felt that this time, even if they had immortal skills, they might not be able to beat the opponent. Because the power of the tailed beasts is probably more powerful than the immortal arts they have mastered. And the strength has also become stronger. If it really fights, it will appear to be slightly disadvantaged. It was precisely because of this that he felt that if he really fought this time, he might not be able to beat it. At that time, if you can't even fight this most basic situation, how will you fight next? I'm afraid no matter how much they fight, there won't be the slightest result in the end, and it will make them feel even more depressed in their hearts. This point makes them know a little bit in their hearts. Naruto stood by and blinked his own eyes. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get on the road. The more we delay here for a minute, the more dangerous the other party will be. Gaara, in itself, should be within our control. No matter whether his strength is strong or not, or what kind of character he belongs to, we should have the final say. As for other people who are not qualified to control at all, if other people come to control, wouldn't it mean destroying our majesty? Hinata smiled wryly, and at the same time gave Naruto a blank look. Naruto. I have to say that this time I really worried about you for nothing. After all, I am so worried about you, but you can live such a chic life. And the mentality is still so good, to be honest, I really feel very speechless towards you. After all, it's impossible for someone else's mentality to be like yours this time. I also felt very helpless in my heart, and even a trace of wry smile emerged from the corner of my mouth. It seems that thinking of such a thing will make him feel very difficult to deal with, and even the next difficulty will present some endless dangers. Naruto's eyes were full of earnestness. He actually wanted to increase his strength this time. But if you really want to increase your own strength, then the following tutorials are almost all very painful, and it is definitely not as simple as imagined. These bad guys must be killed, and then they will be rewarded by the system. As long as he is rewarded by the system, his strength will become stronger and stronger. This is exactly his plan, so he becomes so urgent. After all, he doesn't have any other ideas at all right now, he just hopes to quickly increase their power emperors in a short period of time. Only by greatly increasing their strength can they become stronger and stronger in the future. Generally speaking, this is not a big mistake. And it will increase their strength rapidly in a short period of time, making their strength stronger and stronger. There is even no need to worry too much about this kind of issue at all. Hinata, are you sure you want to follow this time? If you are sure to follow, there will inevitably be some dangers at that time. If there are dangers, I am afraid that we will not be able to control this situation at all. Because once the opponent's strength becomes stronger, we really may not necessarily be the opponent's opponent, and it is even very likely that we will not be able to beat the opponent completely in the future. Hinata's gaze instantly became very serious. I don't have any other thoughts this time. The only thought is to fight crazily. No matter who the opponent is, I will have a spirit of persistent fighting. Chapter 181. And no matter who it is, I will completely defeat the opponent. This is my latest belief all the time, and there will be absolutely no hesitation. Afterwards, a group of people quickly moved forward without the slightest hesitation. However, at the moment of the evening, Kakashi actually stopped. Naruto looked at Kakashi curiously. Mr. Kakashi, why did you stop so suddenly? We all have to hurry now, after all, it is the most correct way for us to hurry. Kakashi yawned nonchalantly after hearing this sentence. We are going to take a temporary rest here now, we have been on the road for so long, and we will definitely be a little tired, so it is the best choice to take a rest here. Naruto's eyes widened, looking at Kakashi in disbelief. Didn't we all agree that we should rush on the road? Since we all said that we should hurry on the road, how can we stop and rest again? Isn't this a bit of a violation of our previous agreement? Kakashi shook his head helplessly. Because you participated in the battle before and consumed too much chakra energy base in your body. So, you didn't notice it at all, because your speed is actually much slower than before. This time, no matter how anxious we are to rush forward, the speed will not be fast, and even because the chakra energy in the body is insufficient, it will only make our speed slower. Naruto turned his head and looked at Hinata in disbelief. I really want to ask the other party if this is the case, after all, he really didn't sense his own speed problem. Hinata smiled wryly. Naruto, what Mr. Kakashi said is indeed right, your speed is indeed much slower. Why don't you listen to them, restore the chakra energy in your body here first, wait until the chakra energy in your body is almost recovered, and then we will move forward together, and it will definitely be much better than now. After all, what we are pursuing now is speed. If this happens, the consequences will be unimaginable, so we must calm down this time no matter what, and don't be too anxious and reckless. If we are too anxious and reckless, we will only go the opposite way. Let's recover first. When Naruto heard this sentence, he lowered his head in an instant, and at the same time there was a trace of wry smile in his eyes. This time I was indeed in a hurry, and I really felt very sorry. I just wanted to go faster. I almost forgot the reason for my physical condition. Alas, in fact, I just hope that our speed can be faster. As long as we speed up, we can catch up in a short time, and then there will be no complicated situations. So I forgot to consider other issues, maybe I might meet the enemy tomorrow. So, you should really take good care of your physical condition today. Only after you have regulated your physical condition can you win the next battle. This time I was indeed a little reckless, sorry. Hinata couldn't help but nodded in relief. After all, Naruto's character has always been stubborn with a score of 10, and he almost doesn't listen to anyone's words, but this time he can actually listen to others' words, which makes Naruto he felt very relieved. Naruto, you really are slowly developing in a good direction. As for a man at this time, he had already walked in front of the fake Gaara at the moment of unemployment. At the same time, there was an evil smile in the corner of his mouth. It looks like it's worth eating, but it's useless to stay here, so it's better to let me eat it. Immediately after he finished speaking, he laughed sinisterly, as if this kind of thing in front of him made him feel very excited personally. On the other side, Hinata's gaze gradually became more and more serious. Naruto, if you really encounter the enemy tomorrow, remember not to worry about me. Solving the enemy first is the most important thing. Only when the enemy is eliminated can we be safer. If there is no, it's dangerous to solve it in the end. Naruto hesitated for a moment, but nodded lightly. After all, this kind of thing happened, he had no way to refuse. They have the final say on everything, and it would be immoral if they refused at such a critical moment. As for the thousand-faced mother-in-law at this time, she kept her head down all the time, a trace of gloom appeared in her eyes, and she even seemed to have something on her mind. Naruto walked over gently, with a wry smile in his eyes. At the same time, his complexion also looked a little complicated at this time. Grandmother with 1,000 faces. If I'm not mistaken, looking at your current situation, you should also be worried about Gaara. After all, most of the time eyes are not deceiving. I can clearly sense you because I am really worried about him. At this moment, the thousand-faced mother-in-law nodded lightly, and there was a strong look of unbearable in her eyes. I am really worried about him. Now I am always worried that he will suddenly encounter some danger this time. Furthermore, just from this situation, it can almost be distinguished that his current situation is already very bad. The answer is already obvious. No matter what, it is impossible to change the answer this time. After all, he should be in danger now. A strong wry smile, from Zhao Qian, appeared on his face, as if he knew all the answers immediately, and knew how to deal with it. This situation itself is very unfavorable to them, so he will take serious actions next. Only in this way, the situation may be more friendly to them, and it will not be in danger. At the same time, they also feel that everything in front of them is slightly more suitable for them. As for the current Naruto, he nodded lightly and patted Grandma Kaimian on the shoulder. Grandma Qianmian, don't be in a hurry right now, after all, it won't be long before we arrive at the front of the battle. When the time comes, no matter what kind of troubles we have, we will definitely solve them, and no matter what kind of enemy we encounter, we will not be afraid, so the most important thing is to muster courage at this critical moment. Chapter 182. Even, I believe Gaara, he will definitely be able to carry it, so the most important thing now is that we have to give him enough trust. If we don't believe him now, who will believe him next? We are now his last spiritual pillar, so no matter what happens next, the most important thing is to give him enough trust. Qianmian Granny nodded lightly, a wry smile emerged from the corner of her mouth. You are right. On the second day, after the rest, everyone set foot on the journey again. At this time, everyone was rushing forward with solemn expressions. They all hope that at the last moment, they can rush to the scene quickly. As long as they can rush to the scene at the last critical moment, their situation will not be too complicated. And things will become a little bit more favorable for them, which is also a good thing for them. Naruto frowned, his face became very ugly in an instant, and there was even more anxiety in his heart. Damn it, this time we are already on our way, and 013 hasn't seen a single enemy appear in such a long time, it's really disgusting. This is completely abnormal. After all, if it is a little bit normal, it is impossible to not see any enemies for such a long time. This is really weird. It's completely not playing cards according to the normal situation. It even makes people feel a strong sense of uneasiness in their hearts. Hinata's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. We haven't encountered the enemy all this time. Generally speaking, shouldn't it be regarded as a good thing? After all, we have not encountered the enemy, which means that our current situation is relatively safe. According to the normal situation, we should feel happy about this kind of thing. Why do we need to look sad and sad, but it is slightly not good? Naruto shook his head decisively. If you really think this way, then you are totally wrong. After all, the more it is like this, the more it means that this time things are not so simple. Moreover, the more we have no enemies to stop us along the way, it means that they will succeed soon, and it means that there is no need to stop them at all. So, if this is the case, I am afraid that the consequences will only become more unimaginable, so it is best not because of this situation. Hinata's complexion became very pale in an instant, and then she quickly shook her little head, her eyes full of seriousness. No, it's absolutely impossible because of this situation. He has always been very friendly, and he has his own plans no matter what happens. How could something happen to him? Here, even if everyone has an accident, I don't believe that he will have an accident, so I feel that it must be a very safe stage now. No matter when it is, the most important thing is to trust him. Your own personal safety is certain. Only trusting his personal safety is the most correct thing. His eyes were full of earnestness at this moment, as if thinking of such a thing would remind him of something incredible. At this time, everyone felt that the situation had become very urgent, and they couldn't help but speed up their pace at this critical moment. They are very worried about the other party, and they will encounter danger in the next period of time. If they encounter danger, the consequences will become unimaginable for them. Hinata looked at Naruto worriedly. Naruto, it's okay, the most important thing for us, Kfb, is to trust them, don't you? You have to trust Gaara, he can definitely handle it, no matter how you say it's just some trivial things, that's it, small difficulties can't trouble him. No matter what kind of moment it is, the most important thing is speed. As long as the speed is fast enough, then there is nothing to worry about in the future. At this moment, Naruto speeded up in an instant, and rushed forward quickly, his eyes were full of seriousness, no matter what happened, he should at least be faster. Humph, no matter who it is this time, it's impossible for me to stop me, and my speed has always been so fast, there is nothing I can't solve. His eyes became very serious in an instant, and at the same time, some very terrifying aura would emerge from his body. It was as if this phenomenon, for them, was already a sure thing. In this state of winning, there is nothing that cannot be solved. The present Jianmian granny, seeing Naruto encounter this kind of thing, unexpectedly became so extremely fast, and there was a trace of weirdness in her eyes. Could it be that I'm a little confused about the situation? Why does it feel like this little guy is more nervous than me? It suddenly made me feel like I was very unqualified. This Naruto seems to have a stronger desire to save Gaara than me. This guy, what the hell is he doing? Why did he suddenly change his mind so fast? There was a trace of weirdness in the eyes, and at the same time, he was a little confused about the situation at the first time. Hinata stood beside, and after hearing this sentence, she also smiled slightly, and at the same time blinked her eyes very cutely. He himself is a very responsible man, and once he encounters something, he will usually try his best to solve it. So, for the time being, he reveals some charm all the time, and he will never give up on his partners. Whenever he encounters any problems, he will usually be the first to walk in the forefront. So, personally, he feels sorry for Gaara, because they belong to the same person. Besides, Gaara has never received any welcome at all. Even when she was a child, she was probably abandoned by many people. Naruto used to be treated the same way when he was a child. So, Naruto's heart has always wanted to make himself a Hokage existence, and now he has finally succeeded. So he also hopes that Gaara can successfully take this step to show that they are not sacrifices. Chapter 183. Grandma Qianmian looked at Naruto with a very complicated expression, her eyes seemed a little helpless. Naruto, this guy is also a hard-working child, but I have to say, I can always feel a very incredible power from him. 1. So if I'm not mistaken, he is indeed a very strong potential stock. Hinata stood beside her, and suddenly blinked her own eyes. No, Grandma Qianmian, if you think so, you're wrong. After all, his charm is not just that, the most important thing is that as long as you stay with him, you can't help but want to believe him. This is where his real charm lies, and people can't help but have a huge sense of trust in him. This feeling cannot be directly expressed in words at all, but this sense of trust will become stronger and stronger. As long as you stay with him, you will feel particularly comfortable in your heart. Naruto stood aside, thick black lines appeared in his eyes instantly. Okay, Hinata, don't praise me anymore, if you praise me again, I will keep my head down, and I will go straight to the seam. You made me feel very embarrassed. After all, I have seen compliments, but I have never seen you in such a way. Now A wry smile appeared on his face, as if thinking of such a thing would make him feel some preliminary despair in his heart. It seems that this is the first time they see this weird situation, and they also feel a little suspicious of life, as if such a thing, they themselves belong to the first time they see it. They have never seen such a thing happen before, and it seems very fatal to them. But as long as they can grasp the situation in front of them to the best of their ability, then for them, there are always only advantages and no disadvantages. Hinata smiled, and stayed aside obediently, unable to continue speaking. Naruto asked while hurrying, Grandma Qianmian, I still feel very curious about who put the guy in Gaara's body, This has actually always made me feel very puzzled, and I was a little unclear about the situation, so I couldn't help but ask curiously. Grandma Kunmian's complexion became very complicated in an instant, and at the same time, she also knew that she was busy with some things and couldn't get through, so he didn't intend to hide it, but directly and decisively pointed at himself. Hey, I actually did what happened this time, because I just wanted to make him stronger. With the tailed beast in his body, his strength will be greatly improved. So the tail beast in his body was actually put by me, so this child actually suffered a lot when he was young. All of this is because of me. If it weren't for me, this child wouldn't have suffered so much. A wry smile emerged from the corner of his mouth, and there was even a deep sense of helplessness on his face. After all, when this kind of thing happened, he would feel some guilt in his heart, and even you would feel very uncomfortable in your heart. Actually, this is what I decided after discussing with his father. However, it was precisely because I didn't believe in alliances that I left the village, but I never thought that one day I would still need to help. Well, it seems that all the things I have done in my life may be wrong, or it may be because I am getting older, so some things have changed more or less differently. It is precisely because I am getting older that I feel that my actions may become more wrong, and I even feel some guilt in my heart. At this time in my heart, I also feel very uncomfortable. Naruto, young people have unlimited possibilities, so I have to say that I really envy you now, and I also envy you at your current age. A wry smile appeared in his eyes, as if thinking about it, such a thing would make him feel extremely depressed in his heart. Ask for flowers. Even, I still feel that such a thing, the blow to them is a little bit huge. You can also let them become stronger and stronger in the next period of time. As long as you can become stronger and stronger, you will naturally have a more prominent performance at that time. At this moment, Kakashi slowly drifted over from a distance, with a hint of a smile emerging from the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, Qianmian Granny, you are just too sad. After all, judging from the situation in front of you, you are actually still very young. Since you already know that you are still young, why should you be so sad? The most important thing is to relax your mind. 0. It is enough to believe that you are still young. In fact, there is no need to worry about the rest of the things, and there is no need to think so much. The more you think about it, the more you will feel it in your heart, very bored. The attitudes also seem to be very casual, just like the things here are very important to them. Grandma Qianmian, you are like a little girl in front of me. Grandma Qianmian was stunned for a moment, and then she laughed very happily. Although he knew that this kind of praise was more or less inappropriate, but he really felt very comfortable in his heart when he heard it. Ha ha ha, to be honest, you are right. Maybe I, an old woman, will do something. After all, I will definitely be too weak. As for the current Naruto, after hearing what the old woman said, his expression became slightly anxious in an instant. After hearing what the old woman said, her face became slightly anxious in an instant. I don't know why after hearing such words, he instantly felt something was wrong. This made him feel a strong sense of uneasiness, as if he really wanted to find a breakthrough point, but he couldn't find it all the time.